Hello and welcome everybody to the second annual Epic live stream. This is the one for 2021, and I thank you very much for joining us here from the very beginning. As of right now, there is nobody watching. It's just me talking to myself, but then I do that all day long anyway. I wanted to start off today, hopefully by actually, well, let me silence my cell phone and pretend like I'm doing this for real. But I did definitely want to say thank you for showing up here. We got a great fundraiser that we're doing today, and this is going to be collecting for the disabled American veterans. Now, unfortunately, because of the holidays, I was unable to get a hold of anybody to come on and talk about what the DAV actually does. But basically, if you're not familiar with the DAV, what they do is they help disabled, well, just like their name, disabled American veterans. They help disabled veterans get back in I don't want to say to work. I don't want to because it's not like there's they help them facilitate their needs. They help with getting ramps put into their house or helping them basically return to their life. They're also doing natural disaster relief right now. So if you're interested in doing anything with them or donating to them today, please keep in mind that all the donations done on this charity live stream directly go to benefit them. They are you can either do a donation straight through the link through this website today through YouTube. It's right there on the right-hand side. Or you can go to the DAV's website directly, which is the link in the description down below. And you can do exactly that. Don't make a donation. And if you do, make sure you say, donation, saw you through sound speech or something like that. We're trying to track the amounts that we make for these for the charities that we do. Like last year, we made $2,300, and I'm very, very happy about that. This year, I'm hoping to do more. If you notice, I put the goal today for 5,000, so we'll see what happens. But anyway, let's go ahead and start this thing off with a couple of things here. We do have various different guests coming in today. And one of them is someone that actually has meant a lot to me, especially as I was starting this channel and has throughout this channel. I'm going to go ahead and introduce him now. His name is Maliek, and he does Power Director University. How's it going today, Maliek?
How's it going, Alan? Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, let me tell you why Maliek and Power Director University means so much to me. I come from a background in editing. I started as an editor back in the 90s when it was tape-based and jogging and shuttling with actual tape. And we would have to A-B roll something freehand, pause, play real quickly because, we would have more, we couldn't do A, B, C, D rolls. We could just do A-B rolls. And then we had to manually sync everything. And then when the world went digital, everything changed. Nonlinear editing. It wasn't that you had to commit to a piece on tape anymore. And that was what you were basically stuck with. You couldn't just say, I'm going to add this clip. I'm going to add this clip. Let's see. Now I need to actually put this other clip in there. I forgot about it. I'm going to add that one in there instead. At the time, I was looking for good editing software, and I tried like an entry-level Avid Express thing, which was garbage. Then I found like Sony Vegas, and actually I think it was Vegas Video when I first started with it, and then went in through the Sony Vegas. And then when I started Sound Speeds, I was looking for a new editing software. And I had no idea what to do or where to start. I do not still like the idea of subscribing to a monthly thing. I know that Power Director now has a monthly service, but I don't like doing that. It's to me one of those things that's just, if you have something that works, the last thing in the world I want to do is sit down in my editing station and have there be another issue or to have another monthly fee when there's nothing wrong with the previous version and I'm not doing any crazy things. So I started looking online, doing searches for best editing software and what I could find. And that's when I came across this product by a company called Cyberlink, where people were saying, look, it's a great bridging a gap. If you're used to something like Vegas, it's very similar. You can actually edit with it and it's very easily laid out and stuff. I was like, you know what? I haven't done nonlinear editing in a long time. Jumping right into something like Premiere would be completely crazy. And back then it was not a subscription thing just yet. So when I was doing some searches, I kept finding this Power Director all over the place. Then I went to YouTube. Imagine going to YouTube for information. And I came across Maliek's channel, Power Director University. And let me tell you, the first thing that stuck out, and I know I'm like, I bring you on, say, hello, Maliek, and now you're just sitting here and now I'm blabbing away. But that's the nature of my channel and what I do. But here's the thing. What Maliek does on his channel is he adds personality and flair to a tutorial. He slows it down and he walks step by step through everything, showing you how to do everything. So if I had any questions about anything related to Power Director, I could ask him, or not necessarily ask him, but he would actually respond to messages in the comments of his video, and he would respond back pretty quickly. And he would answer questions. He would follow up, and it was very much like having someone teach you one-on-one, I should say. I mean, it really was. It was that feeling. And so Maliek actually has helped me a whole lot with the way that I do. You've seen, if you saw my video on the Deity BPTRX, for example, that thing is crazy. I did, like, tracking myself from above on a map. I did all kinds of crazy effects in that thing. And just that rendered at like an hour and 12 minutes. And that kind of stuff, there was a lot of things in that I learned directly from his channel. And I very much want to say thank you for everything you're doing today. And Maliek, tell me exactly what brought you to wanting to do what you do on YouTube.
Well, I want to start off by first and foremost saying thank you. The promo video, the payments in the mail, you'll be getting that soon. Okay. Besides that, what started me was kind of like what you just discussed, the progression, right? As we look for tools with the features and the capabilities and the ease of use that we're looking for, the search is wide, it's broad. And when I was going through and looking through, I was using multiple types of programs as well. I used, like you said, I used Corel, I used Vegas, I use Pinnacle Studio. I actually have a channel for Pinnacle Studio that I stopped doing a while ago, but I had about 60,000 subscribers on that channel as well.
Wow.
But I actually just started to move towards Power Director because of some of the reasons that you stated. First and foremost, there is a large community of individuals who utilize the program. I think that I found a niche, right, for my audience, which is those people initially who are looking to learn to use the program, and being able to facilitate learning in an easy way by breaking things down, planning, like we all know we got to do for YouTube, right? We got to plan, even for editing. You've got to have a process. You've got to plan things of that nature. You've got your pre-production, your production, but I'm getting a little bit deep here, going down a rabbit hole. But at the end of the day, I was looking to be able, I was looking to be able to go ahead and say, hey, here's an audience that I can groom and help them grow. Because now, as you stated, if you look on my channel, not only do I teach people who are beginners, but I teach advanced users to do advanced effects, titles, cinematography, things like that. So there's a wide range of things now that I'm able to teach and help people with. And I think that one of the things that attracts me to doing what I do, just like a lot of YouTubers out there, is being able to pass along that knowledge and help other people. You alluded to the point that I answer the comments. I try to answer every single comment that I can. And
that's so
I don't
important,
know.
Man.
Yeah, I try to, right? It's hard to do, but I try my best. And one thing, and I'm just going to bring up a side note that I don't know if this happened to you, Alan, but a while back, they updated the comments. And they had like comments in your comment section like 3-4 years old, and like all the stuff that you missed that never came through to you. And that just
all of a sudden
upset me.
Notifications like 3,000, and you're like,
I'm like, so all these people I missed, and now you bring them back 3 years later? Yeah, I'm gonna reply to them 3 years later. Okay, but that's neither here nor there.
I think the YouTube has put a timeout on that. I think after 30 days they vanish out of that thing now, which is nice.
I hope
but
so.
Yeah, another thing, I don't know if you've run into the same issue where YouTube, I'll save a comment, I'll hit refresh, it'll be there. And then, 20, 30 minutes, an hour or two later, something like that, I'll get a notification for the same comment. And I'm like, well, wait a second now. And the time is still the same. If they copied and then repasted their same exact comment, it would have a new timestamp, but it doesn't. It just eliminates your comment and then says, oh, by the way, you should comment to this person again.
Yeah.
I don't know if you run into the same issue or not, but it's YouTube is great in many ways, but it's also kind of irritating. Real quick, this is if you look in the upper right hand corner, it says StreamYard. That is StreamYard.com, and that's what it's not really a software, it's a website that we go through to do this live stream. So that answers your question here. But so you run into the same kind of thing,
yeah. For editing, if you're asking, I use Power Director, and Alan, I don't know if I know you've been using it in the past. I don't know if you still use it. I know in the chat they were asking people in the chat. Yeah, they were asking people in the chat what I use Power Director. And one of the things that you brought up about Power Director that I wanted to touch on too was, it's subscription model. There is also the standalone license that you can buy. And I am also a bit, if I were just using Power Director for myself and I was not teaching other people, I probably would have the standalone version. The reason why is because, to your point, I don't want to have to learn new features, new locations of things every year, right? And I'm very honest with people about this when they ask me on my channel, hey, should I upgrade? I'm like, if what you got works and you don't need this feature that they just added, if you're not going to use those, stay with what you got. Because at the end of the day, it's a waste of money if you're just upgrading to upgrade and you're not getting any new benefits out of the program, or it's not faster, or, you know, if there's not those things that you're looking for, stay with what you got. So if I weren't teaching people, the reason why I have the subscription is because I'm teaching people, and there's new users every year that have the new version. So I have to go ahead and make sure that the product is up to date as far as my knowledge and understanding of it. So,
and that's something that I've also picked up on. But a lot of the things you teach for the current version is also applicable. You teach it in a way where if you can find it, and sometimes you'll even say, and in the older version, it was here. And you'll say that. So I'm like, oh, good. You know, because I'm like, I haven't upgraded. I originally upgraded from 15 to 16. And after I did 16, I'm like, you know, 15 did everything I wanted. The only thing I wish you could do is turn on a feature where you can slip the transitions without having to come up and say, I would like to overlap, or I would like to crossfade, or I would like, that would be something I wish that they would just fix and make it more like Vegas or something. Real quick here, I think it's hilarious that Brian Miller over at Audio for Content Creators knows that I'll be going at least 8 hours on this stream. And he says, oh, I'll join you in 8 hours or so. That's hilarious. We have John Simon who says, loved your Pinnacle channel, stopped using it when you did. So there's someone right there that he was watching you and he loved it. John, in the chat, tell us, he says, well, he answered the question, using Premiere Pro now. There you go.
And you know what? I'll tell you the something about my background is I've been using, not to make my videos today, but in the past I've used Premiere Pro. I used After Effects. You can see that some of the old banners and lower thirds and things like that from my channel that I used back in the day were actually created with After Effects, and I just kind of imported them into Power Director when I did my editing. But I do take some level of pride, I guess, to a point, when people do transition to Premiere Pro. There's a few reasons why. First is, hey, if I've taught you enough where you feel like, hey, I've gotten everything I can out of this bad boy, and my needs state that I need to use a different editor, that's great. I'm happy that I helped you along in your journey and move on to that other editor that you decide to use. But at the end of the day, unless you're collaborating, this is just my own opinion, unless you're collaborating with people and they need to share your files and things like that, Power Director is just as good as anything else out there. Or if you're doing certain effects that you can't do, right? There's certain things that you just can't do with Power Director yet. They have moved along.
Or it's not as smooth, like motion tracking.
Exactly.
That will get messed up real quick.
They'll get messed up quick. I'm not even gonna lie. But there are certain things that, like, if you're just making videos for YouTube, even if you can make a commercial, you can make a music video, you can make a movie, you can make all those things with Power Director, right? It's not really about the tool. It's about what you need to use it for and how you use it. I've got people in film school who tell me they use Power Director, and when they're showing their work in class and doing certain projects, people will ask them, well, what program did you use for that? That's awesome. And they'll tell them, I use Power Director. Now, like, what the heck is Power Director? Right.
Yeah. Because I didn't know about it. Yeah. You hear about the big names. You hear about
exactly. You always hear about the big three, right? DaVinci, Premiere Pro, and Final Cut. That's what you hear about all the time. But at the end of the day, one last comment on that. I tell people too, when they come to me and they're like, well, I have a client and they're wondering what editor I use. I'm like, why do they care about what editor they use? Shouldn't they be more concerned about the output, the final version? And is that up to par? If you have a portfolio of your work and they were impressed by that and it was done using Power Director, does it really matter to them what you use to do it? It's kind of funny.
It's really weird that you say that, because there's a lot of people that in the film industry, for example, will do the exact same thing. They used to it probably stopped about the time that we started multi-tracking everything, but it used to be that people would contact us and say, do you have a sound devices recorder? Well, what do you mean, do I have a sound devices recorder? Why would that matter? I mean, you're hiring me to, do you have a MKH 416? So you need to have a sound devices 788T and a MKH 416. Do you care about the wireless? Do you care about the signal flow? I can make that thing sound as good or as bad as you want it to. Zaxcom makes great recorders. Are you concerned at all? Do you want to now it's Kantar. Do you want, I mean, what recorder does it really matter? Because after all, it's zeros and ones. The signal flow is really it's really interesting how so many people are brand snobs about that. That's one of the things that I say on the sound related channel all the time. I'll say, look, does it sound good? I don't care about the price. The price, if for the microphone that I usually use, this one right here, it's 40 pounds. But to me, when I connect up, it doesn't matter if I've connected up what microphone, whatever I connect up, it will sound good. Sometimes it won't sound good. Sometimes I'll get too much reverberation. Sometimes it's too much bass. I don't like having things in front of me though. I'm a boom operator. That might be why I don't like to have a microphone in frame. But what I can tell you is that it's really incredibly irritating to me when someone is so brand crazy that, well, you don't have the new whatever. That's a $500 microphone. This is $1,000. You need to get yourself one of those $1,300 or $5,000 or whatever. I'm like, I don't need that. If it doesn't work for me, then it's not going to work for me. Real quick though, before we get going on, the next question is a good one, but not just for us. I'm going to go ahead and add another guy to the stream. This is Curtis Judd. Curtis, how's it going there? Thanks for joining us today.
Wait, this is my one YouTube moment.
No. It's great to be here.
We should make Curtis full screen just so that way we can
stop. If you do that, I'm out.
We'll do this. We'll just do this.
No.
How's that?
No. Move back.
I love it.
Thank you.
Love it.
Well, thanks for joining today, Curtis. Real quick, let's go over our audio setups here. I can tell instantly what the mics are, but why don't we let's actually do this. I want to keep Maliek in the upper left hand corner because he was here first. No offense, Curtis. But Maliek, would you tell us your audio setup today?
Yes, sir. I've got the Shure SM7B in the frame. Excuse me, Alan.
Hey, look, I'm not the boom operator.
I've also got the Scarlett T2i that I've got it hooked into, for the digital interface going into my PC. I got my Audio Technica headphones. I think they're the MTH 40s that are plugged into the Scarlett T2i.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's a good set.
It's 2i2.
I mean, still the Scarlett stuff. Focusrite has done some really good things. They have a surprisingly good noise floor, and they've really earned their reputation, in my opinion. What about you, Curtis? What are you doing today?
Well, today I am not using a modest setup. Okay, so let's preface it with that. I am using the Earthworks SV33 right here. That's going into the Rupert Neve Designs Shelford channel, which is then fed into my camera, the Canon C70, and that feeds in through the ATEM to the stream here.
Gotcha. Okay, well, that's good. So I see a big old grin on your face there, Curtis. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something here before I add somebody else in here. I have, who Worth It or Not is in here. Andre, I did a couple of videos with him, but he basically, based on his videos, he got me interested in this Sony ZV-1. I connected it up. It is quite literally behind my webcam, which I had to connect up again because I had about a quarter of a second delay on this thing. And you want to talk about getting me enraged? I was looking at it, I was like, wait a minute, why is it now today when I'm like an hour and 20 minutes out trying to get this thing to work? Why is my sound is before my video by about a quarter of a second? And I was getting really, really irritated really quickly. And finally, I just said, you know what? I rage quit, took away the ZV-1, put up the old webcam, the C920. And then I basically just made it so that way I try to tame the hotspot a little bit. I should continue to use that Stedman pop filter. That took a little bit off of it. It makes the pop filters, guys, if you're curious, make great, I don't know if you can see this thing, but pop filters make great scrims for lights and stuff. You can actually use it.
You're right.
It is.
It
so
is,
it's actually not bad. So
it's mellowing out the spot.
Yeah, it takes a little bit off of it, a little curse off of it. And let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and add one more person in here who's popped in here. This is Thomas Popp from Video Mantis. Mantis is... Go ahead.
Hold on. Was that a Popp joke? Were you just making fun of me right there? You just popped right in? I get it.
I didn't think about the transition, but now that you mention it, there's a lot of Popp jokes. Last year with when Glenn True showed up in here, I did everything from Girl You Know It's True to Spandau Ballet True, which was released the day after, like 35 years ago, to the day like afterwards.
That was probably truly a very good time.
Yeah, it was funny, at least, until he kept having technical issues and I ran out of puns.
Oh, hilarious. Well, Happy New Year, everyone. Just saying hello to Maliek.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
What is your headset there, Thomas?
I'm using the Audio Technica HP BS1. Is that what it's called?
That's the one they use in like broadcasting sports events and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. Just a nice, easy setup. And then I'm going into an 888 over here at my home setup and just a little Logitech Brio, just something easy. Yeah. So how's everybody doing?
Doing fine. Real quick before we go down the in a tangent here, I did want to ask Maliek something else. Audio director. That was something that you do a lot with the Power Director, and I know Curtis, you use Premiere. And I don't know what do you use for editing down there, Thomas?
I use Final Cut Pro X, just something quick and easy. I don't have a lot of time to dive into all the features, so something quick and easy for us just to get the content out is what I use.
Yeah. I'm actually Final Cut Pro myself these days.
Oh, okay.
It's easy, it's fun. Multicam is super easy.
Yeah, I was a big follower of Curtis when he was doing work with Audition. And kind of learning how to get my audio right back in the day. And it really helped out my videos when I was first starting on YouTube before I kind of transitioned over to using like Audio Director. I was like, hey, I got to get my sound. I don't know how it sounds right now. Hopefully it sounds beautiful as I'm speaking to you. But it was crap on my videos. I mean, it was horrible. And he really helped me get that audio fixed out when I first started my channel. So thanks, Curtis.
Curtis, you going to stay the entire live stream, make Ono copy happy?
I'm not revealing how long I'm staying because this is I've already made a commitment to my wife, and that's all I'll say for now. Thank you, everybody.
Well, that was called marriage. Everything else.
You want a happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. That's what they say.
For sure.
So let me ask you, Maliek, you use, you have, the connection with Cyberlink now, and I use, there's a couple of things that the Audio Director 16 does even that you can't find very easily in software until you spend quite a bit more money. And I was curious as to if they have done anything really neat and innovative in the past few iterations or in 365, because I don't want to necessarily just upgrade from 16 since my system seems to be working. I still edit all my audio in Reaper, then I add it in, and then, it seems to be working fine for me. I was just wondering if there's anything groundbreaking that Audio Director has done since 16.
No, they're not really, in my opinion, they haven't done anything audio that's really something that you need to upgrade to the current version of Audio Director right now. Now, what I will say is that they have been doing more integration with the Audio Director tools like Auto Remix. Some other features that were only in Audio Director now have been moved over to Power Director. So whereas before you would have to open up Audio Director, do something and bring the sound back into Power Director, that's no longer necessary. It's right there in Power Director now. So you can do those things. If you need to shorten the music clip to match your video, there's background noise removal now that was not present. There's like multiple background noise removals now in Power Director. There was one, now there's two because they brought the one from Audio Director in as well. So there's some other.
That's nice.
As well.
That's really nice because I got really frustrated. Anytime you try to raise up your audio more than 12 dB, because sometimes what I'll do is I'll raise up the noise floor so that way people can hear what it sounds like, because there's different tonal qualities and different noise floors of microphones or interfaces or something. And I really like to drive home those points sometimes. But in order for me to increase a noise floor, I have to open up Audio Director, boost 12 dB, boost 12 dB, boost 12 dB. And by then, I don't know if it's doing, it almost seems to do it more linear than logarithmic to me. Because if I say boost 12 dB and then I boost it again, it doesn't sound like another 12 dB boost. Like if you trimmed it or gained it, it sounds more to me like it's almost like adding a multiplier onto it somehow. It doesn't sound to me like it's a traditional, type thing. But so that's really cool that they've now integrated it.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you edit on what you edit on, Curtis, and not Premiere?
I actually switched to Final Cut in 2015. I actually looked it up the other day. At work, I should say at work, we're using Premiere. For my personal stuff, I use Final Cut. Final Cut got a really bad rap when it was first released in 2011, the
Definitely.
Final Cut Pro 10, and for good reason. I mean, it was really not ready when they launched it. It was really pretty much a disaster. But in 2021, certainly, and even back in 2015, 2016, the functionality, from my point of view, is definitely there. And I find that with the magnetic timeline, I can actually edit. Video editing is a lot faster for me personally. The only thing that I don't love about Final Cut is that if you do want to bounce out your edit to do a proper mix in a DAW, it's not easy.
Yeah.
And I will say that Premiere definitely has the advantage there, at least if you're going to audition. But yeah, I love the magnetic timeline is mind blowing. Once you get your mind around how that works, it is mind blowing.
It takes a little bit, and at the beginning, everybody's like, "God, why is it doing that?" Why? And then all of a sudden, it clicks, and then oh my God, you just edit so fast. So, and I agree with everything you said, and even one of the things that I love about Final Cut Pro X is that their team is very receptive to change, because like you said, I definitely remember when they first came out, and it was a train wreck. It was so bad, and everybody blasted them, and instead of, like going and hiding in the corner, they took their notes and they fixed everything, and it's a pretty rock solid piece of equipment now, or software.
Completely agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I've never messed with it.
Of
Yeah,
course,
go
you
ahead.
have to be a happy prisoner in the Apple ecosystem. If you're on PC,
Which
it's a no-go.
I don't play right with them.
So it's a non-issue and it's a non-choice for you. So
Yep.
Well, real quick here, I wanted to remind everybody we have $50 in donations going straight to the Disabled Veterans fundraiser that we're doing here. We already have $50 towards it. Thank you very much for whoever donated that. But keep in mind, that is only about 1/100th of what I would like to actually get today. I would love to be able to give them a nice old hearty $5,000 little boost by the end of the year. Since we have Thomas Popp in here, I also wanted to bring attention to his big project he's been working on the past few years. This is Video Mantis. And Video Mantis, like Curtis with his Learn Light and Sound, and Kurt, one of the things that Thomas has been doing is he's been working with film industry pros to create courses, and he's been pestering me about this for a long time, about making courses for Video Mantis, which he has a script supervisor course. He has a script supervisor course, and I'm gonna, well, it's this side, but it's what you can do. And Ken Strain has his Boom Operator Masterclass on there.
Boom Right Masterclass.
Boom Right Masterclass. And there's a lot of really cool things I've seen him do in development in the past few years. And one of the things that he's also done for us here in this live stream, currently, as of the time of this video in the live stream, he has 50% off on all courses. But as an exclusive to people who watch us today, he's doing an additional 10% off if you use the coupon code SoundSpeed. So you'll be able to get this, I think, Happy New Year. So I think he said through the end of the year, you're going to have 60% off, which he's never done before.
Nope.
For video, for some of the classes. And these are taught by film industry professionals. These aren't just taught by people that watch a few YouTube videos and then decide that they can teach it.
No, this is completely different than what you're going to find online. Basically, when I started Video Mantis, our slogan was bridging the gap between students and professionals. Because, I mean, let's face it, everybody here, do you remember the first time you were on a film set and the deer in headlights feeling that you had of just the grandiose of what was going on and that overwhelming feeling? That's something that they can't teach you in a normal university, where if you have a mentor that can help you to, calm your senses, to be the mantis. The reason why I call it Video Mantis is because if you ever look at a praying mantis, it'll be completely still until it strikes. And it's kind of like us, when we work in film, we're going to work hard and we're going to be, doing our thing. And then all of a sudden when they say action, we all work together. And so Video Mantis is about, you know, creating a calm atmosphere on set to create synergy within different departments and to just make sure that you're working smarter, not harder. Instead of, you know, figuring it out for 10 or 15 years, I went and found the best mentors in the industry and, you know, shot 5 to 6 hour long tutorials with them so they can break down the things that intimidate people in the beginning so they can be more confident on set and get to the job, because we're not just sound mixers, we're filmmakers.
That's the
so we need to just create that synergy on set and, you know, learn how to help each other. And so that's why I created Video Mantis.
And to answer to answer what you said about being on set the first time, oh, it is intimidating. Doesn't matter what level it's on. Even the small projects where you're doing them for free, you hear terminology you've never heard before. I mean, they'll be saying on the day, and you're like, we're shooting this today. What is your deal?
But the one that they got me with, they got me and they said, hey, go get something out of the jockey box. And I'm like, what the hell is a jockey box?
Yeah.
Do you guys even know what a jockey box is? I didn't know. It's the things underneath the truck.
Underneath the trailer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Crazy.
But yeah, and so there's all the jokes that, you know, we'll send somebody out for. Like, there was this one guy on a show I did recently. I'm not going to name it because I don't want to pull attention to the guy if anyone's watching this. But there was a grip, nice kid, just go getter, but would do so much in a goofy way. He'd come out and set a flag, and somebody who's more of a veteran would say, "Hold on a second, let me tweak this a little bit. Let me show you. You need to do this, do this, do this." He was learning. Okay. Sure. But after a while, there came a point when he should have gotten it, you know, certain things, and he would occasionally be a bonehead and forget one or two things. And so I did the typical mess with him that you normally do. I went to the key grip, who was a guy named Robin, and at the time, and I said, "Hey, Robin, do you happen to have a sky hook?" And he's like, "Yeah, you need a sky hook? I'll get one of my men to go get it." And a sky hook doesn't exist. But it's very similar to like a scissor hook and some of the things that you would use, cardellini's and stuff, clamps. It's very similar. You would use it to grab hold of the ceiling. And so I said the sky hook, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'll." And he sent his guy out, and he was fishing around the trailer, didn't find a sky hook, but came back with something else. He said, "Can you use this?" And I was like, I can maybe make that work. All right, thank you. And he was like all happy with himself, you know, for bringing me something that, you know, wasn't. And I went to Robin as soon as it was done. I was like, "Hey, Robin, thanks for the sky hook." Oh, did he get it for you? Well, he gave me something similar, and I handed it back to him. He was like, "Oh, okay, cool." But and that was
what a go-getter.
What a go-getter. He was actually on the ball about that.
Yeah, right.
And eventually one day he'll probably figure out that there was no such thing as a sky hook, and it'll be hilarious. I'll work with him again, and he'll be a key grip that refuses to do something for me. Watch. But real quick here, there's a couple of comments I want to play catch up on. Does someone of you here also have used an Octave MK12? I was quite surprised seeing mine having 17 millivolts instead of the specified 10 millivolts. Same with yours. Real quick about that. The Octavas have done surprisingly well. They're really good, especially for the money. You can get the multiple capsules. You can get collates. You can get the swivels. You can do a lot of really cool things with them. And for the budget, for the money, they're extremely good, and they're very clean. If you go to billsrecording.com, Bill is capable of modding it. It's not a very difficult mod if you want to get the kit yourself, but Bill can actually mod it for you. So it's using more premium parts. You have an increased output sensitivity. It makes it sound better even with the capsules without them adjusting those too. And I don't know what he does to it. Talk to people like Todd Weaver, sound mixer Todd Weaver, and Jason Sullivan. They've told me that it's a very easy mod, but he has basically done it in such a way where it's very, very good. And when I first started, the mixer I was working with, it did not have, any of the higher price, $1,000 or more microphones. So we were using Octavas, and I tell you, you can't tell a difference. And once Post does their magic to it, you can't really tell the difference as long as you are on axis and you get a microphone close. That's the thing, is unless you're A-Bing microphones, you're not going to really be able to tell much of a difference.
Yep, exactly.
And you're using a really good shock mount. Those do tend to be a little bit more sensitive to handling noise. But otherwise, yes, great sounding mics.
But that's the thing is I've said many times, and your comment over here that you said, I'm going to put it up on the screen again here, right before you jumped in here, you said, where is it? It's the fool, not the tool.
Mm-hmm.
And that really does speak very loudly, because it's not what you do, is what you use it. If Maliek took Power Director and did only basic things and didn't use any creativity behind it, you could use anything. You could use Windows Media Maker or whatever it's called now.
Yep.
It's the creativity in what you do that makes something. And people always like, well, it's just a microphone. It's not just a microphone, it's what you do with it. I can go off axis with a microphone, reject out sounds in the room. I could take a microphone, and if someone's quieter or louder, and play the volume difference, so that way my mixer barely has to move a fader, if at all. And that's part of the art and what you do. People always, well, the sound mixer. It's like, well, wait a second, I'm a sound mixer too. You're a boom operator. Well, and I'm not talking about your own separate projects. No, a boom operator is a sound mixer too. We have to level our levels. We have to play with the cueing of a microphone. If I'm louder and Curtis is quieter, I have to get closer to Curtis, but in a way that doesn't make proximity effect happen. And then I can bounce back over to me and try to make me, because I sound higher pitched, maybe give me a little bit more bass. So there's a lot to that.
The late and great Don Sufel once taught me. Oh man, he said, what a legend. He said, sound mixers mix the background. They mix the ambience. They make the ambience between every single cut balanced. The boom operator mixes the dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, there's Ken Strain, guy who does the Boom Right Masterclass on your site. He has a great quote that I've started using. A lav can capture the dialogue, but the boom captures the performance.
Exactly.
Oh man, that's such a good quote. I love that quote.
Got the spider tingle. Everybody seen that movie yet? Let's just segue for a minute. Come on. All right. We'll move on.
I have not. My wife went and saw it with her parents a couple of days ago. She said it was really good. I decided to go see The Matrix.
What'd you think?
Well, let me tell you this. I waited for almost 20 years for this movie.
Yep.
And I kept hearing, it's not great. It's not great. See something else. I'm like, oh, come on. You guys are just not fans of The Matrix. You don't get it, man. I'm going to watch this movie and love it.
Take the red pill.
I wish I took the blue pill.
The face says it all.
I tell you, that thing, I don't know what in the world they were, and it's almost like they were mocking Warner Brothers at one point in the movie. They were like, well, they're telling us to do a Matrix 4 video game, but we don't want to do it, but they're going to do it without us if we don't do it. It's like, oh, okay, well, it's pretty obvious what you're doing Matrix 4 for.
Yeah.
It's not actually because you want to do the movie. It's because you're going to keep Warner Brothers from doing it their way. I get it. To me, it was a waste. It was a total waste. When I first saw the graphic come up, Warner Brothers, and it said, what is it, Viacom or the V or whatever it was, the logo. I was like, my ears were almost like watering. I was like, oh, this is the Matrix again. And then it did the whole Matrix zoom in on the and then all of a sudden it did the exact same thing again for Resurrections. I'm like, well, that was 20 seconds wasted.
Yeah.
I don't think that any of the others did that. And then all of a sudden it goes into what it goes into. I'm not going to spoil it if anyone, really wants to see it. But I'll tell you this, I at this point, I was just like, okay, what am I watching? And then after a while, I was like, and then probably not even half an hour in, I was leaning back just like,
yeah.
How much longer is this thing? And I actually at one point looked up to see how long the movie was.
I did
and
too.
Then at that time, after the movie started, I said, oh, that's right, credits or previews.
Yep.
And I tell you, it was nothing I want to see again.
So tell us how you really feel, Alan.
Well, that's exactly what I do.
I actually have something that I'd like. Could we go back to the Octava conversation for a minute? Because
there's actually one comment right here.
Oh, great. Okay. One of the things that I wanted to bring up, because I think this is a great topic of conversation, is the amount of voltage that a microphone uses to supply a proper output for your sound. One of the things, and full disclosure, everyone, if you don't mind me saying this, I work at True Audio as the marketing director. We have a year-end clearance sale going on, so if anybody wants to take a look at that, you might be able to get some B-stock or clearance items. But one of the things is whenever we sell a microphone, just like you guys were saying, you need to compare a microphone. You can't just listen to one because you're going to be like, wow, that sounds good because you can hear it, right? But when you compare it to something else, that's when you start hearing the different, tonalities and the different sonic differences between it. You start hearing the noise floor and things like that. And one of the things that I always told people to do is to listen to those microphones that have those internal batteries in them that can, supply that phantom power or whatever it is inside of these mics, loose term, versus supplying phantom power to the microphones and hearing the characteristic differences. What do you guys think about this?
Let me defer to Curtis on that one. The only microphones I've really encountered that have a built-in battery is the NTG2, which takes a battery, and the NTG4 Plus, which you charge through micro USB inside the XLR. And neither one of them did I use with a battery.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Exactly.
If you're getting good, I want to preface it by saying this. If you have one of those and you're getting results that you're happy with, that is awesome.
Yep, not bashing.
Exactly, yeah. If you put them right next to another microphone and you're battery powering, or even you battery power and then you supply phantom power via the input, you have to listen to hear a big difference. I generally find, but I haven't found either of those microphones to sound amazing on a. They're okay. They're pretty good. But once you A/B them with something else, then that's when I'm like, ooh,
that's what it is.
It didn't sound that great anymore.
Yeah,
So,
it just comes down to I want to make sure that
dated.
everybody in the new year practices safe, listening for your microphones.
Safe sound.
Yeah, practice that safe sound and make sure that you're comparing. Don't just listen and go out and buy that one mic because you saw it in an ad somewhere. Truly listen to it. And even if you've got another microphone that's out of your price range or one that's lower, listen to multiple microphones and put them up to the test so you get the microphone that works best for you.
Curtis, let me put this question to you here. Bartek says on the screen, I have a Rodecaster Plus, Rode Podcaster plus Cloudlifter CL1. Is it worth the upgrade mic to the SM7B or RE20? If yes, which one? RE20, a next step after the SM7B.
okay. Yes,
I want you to take this one because I'll be too opinionated for my own good.
Well, I think that's the problem I have too. I'm too opinionated as well on this. I would say this.
Yeah.
I would never, for your last, let me go to the last question first. Is RE20 a next step after the SM7B? Absolutely not. I don't see one of them as better than the other by any means.
Different
I think
sounds.
they're both, different sounds.
Definitely.
Totally. And I will say this, for example, I think the RE20 has a much brighter top end to
Yes.
it. And I find that for example, my wife's voice sounds fantastic on that. She actually has, surprisingly to me, a fairly dark voice. She doesn't have a lot of no sibilants. And in fact, if you put her on some microphones, it almost sounds like she has a lisp, but in real life, she doesn't. But the RE20 is going to be good for someone that has that darker voice generally, if between those two microphones, I would say. The SM7B
That almost seems
has
like a lack of detail. If it makes a lisp, usually if you lack a little bit of if you have a lisp and you want to overcome that, you can add a little bit of some of the higher frequencies in there. What is it,
Exactly.
800 hertz or something like that? Because
Exactly.
a lot of the times people are like, oh, well, I'm going to use a de-esser. You do that, it's going to, it makes it sound
Exactly.
like you have cotton in your mouth.
Whoa. Yeah.
Real
really
quick,
horrible. You're
actually,
right.
Malik has an SM7B in front of him. Do me a favor, Malik. Say something for us, and then remove the windscreen on that.
Oh, well, I just like to talk about my wife. She's such a wonderful lady. I don't know what else to say, so I'm going to take the windscreen off now.
Hear the difference right here. And you have to put fingernails in the edge there. Just make sure you get it under that little plastic ring and not the actual. There you go. I just don't want you to tear the windscreen off. We may get you to, once it's on there loose, we may get you to do another audio sample and then remove it because, all right, there you go.
Oh, there we go. I was able to take mine off.
There you go.
So everybody sees it.
Yeah, so now you can hear me talking without the windscreen on here.
Hey,
So
you hear the
you should be able
difference?
to tell the
in that?
difference.
You hear a little bit more openness in the highs. For some reason, the SM7B, because it's a darker microphone, if you take the windscreen off of it, it makes it flatter. It makes it more appealing. It actually makes it, because that windscreen, I think, is a little dense, trying to keep people from popping it. And I think right there, it curbs too many of the highs. When I used to do my podcast, the Sound Speeds podcast, I used to use the SM7B without that windscreen on it for that reason. Thanks for doing that, Malik.
No
But did you
problem.
hear the difference there?
Definitely.
Definitely. Yeah. And I agree. I think the SM7. So, I mean, if you want a very basic rule of thumb, there are other things to consider as well, but I don't have any firsthand experience with the Procaster, but I think what it really comes down to is it's not, I think a lot of times we get into this mindset that if I spend more money, I get a better microphone and it's going to sound better on my voice. And that's not necessarily the case at all. I would say the real trick is finding a microphone which complements your voice really nicely. That's the art, and that should be the goal. So I mean, I haven't heard your voice, Bartek, on the Procaster and the Rodecaster. I don't know what to expect. Ideally, if there was any way you could possibly do it, is to borrow from a friend or a colleague or someone you know, borrow each of those mics, do some recordings, and A/B them, listen to them, and see what you get.
Yep.
Real quick here, we have another $25 donation. We're up to $75 on our fundraising here for the Disabled Veterans, American Veterans, DAV, right here. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, to that point right there, I'm going to put this comment back up there real quick. RE20 and next up for SM7B is a different sound. And to Curtis's point here, it really depends on finding different, what's going to work well for your environment. And like Mike DelGaudio just got through releasing a video, I believe it's 6 days ago. And the first, and I think it's 5 voiceover microphones you can use that are for like under $200 for 2022 that are great. But the first 2 minutes of that, I had to comment on that video and say, that's gold. You need to release that as a separate video. The reason why is because one thing he says is if you have a $500 budget, you should spend $400 treating your room and $100 on a microphone. If you have a $1,000 budget, spend $800 treating your room and $200 on a microphone. It's about an 80% on your room environment, because if it doesn't sound good, a really high quality microphone is going to emphasize and overemphasize that, as opposed to a lower quality microphone that you put in a really great environment is going to pull out everything it possibly can in that environment and make it so much better. And that's the kicker right there. Just like with a microphone in the hands of a pro, I would much rather have a $300 boom microphone in the hands of someone that actually knows how to use it than to give someone a 416 or a Shep Cement 5U or a DPA 4017B and put that in the hands of a novice person and say, go give me something good. Not going to get as good as you would with the with a skilled boom operator making that sound really good, in the hands of a boom op.
You know what's so funny, Alan, is I find a lot of people, when they ask me about audio from time to time on my channel, even though it's mostly about video editing, when I provide feedback about do you have a treatment? Is your room treated? Do you have sound blankets? Do you have phone? No one wants to spend money on the non-sexiness. They want to spend money on the sexiness. And the microphones are sexy. So when you try to get across to them, and I try to point them in the direction of channels that will provide them feedback like yours and like Curtis's about, the holistic view of audio, right? It's not just about a microphone. It's about several things. And you guys have touched on a lot of them already when it comes to whether you're operating a boom or you're using, like I use my 4053B when I do my YouTube videos. I got it boomed up, and I love that for the dialogue.
I was actually going to ask you because your videos sound really good. You don't.
Yeah, I love how it sounds. And my room is treated. I've got sound blankets on the floor, all around the room. I've got, things in there to make sure that I'm not getting some of the unwanted sound or the ambiance in the room, to make sure that it sounds as crisp and clear as possible. The microphone helps to accentuate that, but you've got to get the right microphone for you. Like you said, Curtis, I love that, because we're all different. We all speak differently, different tone, different semblance, all of those things. So they're all important.
They really are. And in your videos, that's one of the things I really also appreciate, is that you actually do have a soundproofed environment. You have a sound treated environment. So I was actually going to ask you that on this stream. So you beat me to it here. What do you do for your sound? Because every single one of your videos, and you don't do as much on camera as you used to. You used to start off with a funny, pun on something, and then you go into the videos, and you stop doing that. And that's usually one of the things I used to do. I'll tell you this, and this is the God's honest truth.
I listened to you, and I just shut up at the beginning now, Alan.
Well,
I got your feedback strong and clear.
Yeah, you should just go to. I should just go to. Anybody who watches my videos are going to go to sleep. But one thing that I used to do if I was in a mood, I was like in a feisty mood or something like that. One thing that I would sometimes do is go to your channel and just start grabbing a random video and watching the first 10 seconds and hear the pun you do. And then I would go to the next one, do the same thing. The next one, do the same thing. I know it's probably, really bad for your views or view percentage or something like that, but it would always make me smile. And I would say if you wanted to do something hilarious for 2022 or something like that, make an edit of all your opening, with the video title or something like that, and your puns, because your puns are always great and they always make me smile. And when you stopped doing that, I was like, did I miss it? Wait a minute. And then the next one, I was like,
It's like when Homestar Runner went away, I was just destroyed.
I'll tell you.
Whatever.
I think Alan, we're going to need to send Alan some Zip Fizz and some Kleenex to deal with this.
And I would tell you, Alan,
like, when you're doing this, I was like, "There's something on me." You talk about Kleenex, and then you're touching your neck. I'm like, what's on
Alan,
me?
when you see that first
thank you.
30 seconds, that graph that shows how people are responding to the first 30 seconds of your YouTube video, and it's going,
that's probably me.
I'm like, okay, time to get rid of those puns. But the dad jokes I love doing them, man. They're funny, and I got great comments from a lot of them, and they're fun. But to the discussion that we had earlier, there's just a lot of people just looking for information. My videos are about information, and a lot of people they don't give a rat's fat, Harry Heine about my joke. They want to get to how do I do what I need to do.
Yeah.
Right. So. Because the majority of people are looking for that. Now, when I look at my videos, that first 30 seconds, it's a flat line. So I'm like, okay, that's what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to drop down like that. So,
well, that's actually interesting.
Yeah,
because
fan stuff at the end. If you're going to do fan stuff, put it at the end.
Yeah,
that's what Bandrew started doing in his BSP podcast. Is what he's testing his personal stuff. He started throwing at the end as opposed to the first thing he was doing, because he realized that people would just like, I have no interest in that. If they're there for information, tech information or something like that, then they would real quickly, zap ahead or completely disconnect at that point. So real quick, here's a question for Curtis. I heard Gerald Undone has patented the color purple in Canada and the USA. Maybe a different background color?
Okay, so this is actually... Gerald gave me special permission. Let's just leave it at that. We're good. Thank you for your concern, but we're good.
A patent license agreement has been made, apparently. It's better to learn good practices than thinking newer or more expensive equipment software will solve your issues, and that's exactly it. When I first started off, and you guys can probably relate, when you first started out, you didn't have a budget. You didn't have much. You were trying to do everything you possibly could with that. The stuff I used to do when I was in public access TV almost 30 years ago, that I was pushing the limits of the gear. We had a Panasonic, what is it? AG MX50, was it? No, it was a something MX50. It was like that. It was like $5,000 back in the day, but it had like 4 inputs and you could do chroma key. It was like the big, huge thing, and it had a fan in the back. That thing was amazing. And then Videonics came up with the MX1 that was about a fifth the price and did almost as much, almost as good. But that MX50, I pushed the limits of that thing in the studio. There was a guy named Jack Jersowitz, who's died now. He used to have a channel, or he used to have a show on that thing, and he looked like the Penguin from Batman. No offense to him, he knew that we make fun of him, but he would always do his show, and I would go to sleep while being his director. And so I started messing. I'd do graphics on the screen if we get prank calls, which he got constantly because of just his nature. I put the word pranker flashing on the screen. He hated that. One thing that I did during an interview, I got really bored, so I actually cropped his head and floated it around the screen, and he hated that. I mean, I did so many things. I wish I could actually go back and find some of those old tapes, but he has them now, and he's deceased. So. And he didn't have any family, so I'm sure that those tapes have been lost, unfortunately. Yeah. But there was some gold on there. But I tell you, it's the stuff that we did when we had no budget, and then all of a sudden the world of digital comes in, and now you can do almost everything in the world you want to in something like Power Director or Premiere. The things that people are able to do now, 30 years ago, we'd be like mouth dropped. How are you able to do that, especially at the quality?
Yeah,
The first editing PC I had was something I made. It had 2 20 gig hard drives in there. And at the time, I thought it was hot stuff. I mean, people were like, "Are you building a server?" I'm like, no, a nonlinear editing system. And I felt like, awesome. And but at the time, you were only recording at like the equivalent of SVHS quality, which is 400 horizontal lines of resolution, and Beta SP was just over that.
Yeah.
You're talking like something that is on your phone, the equivalent of this amount of resolution, this little bit right there, which is quite impressive that we've gone so far in what, in the grand scheme of humanity, is only a small little bitty tiny bit of that timeline.
For sure.
So
I think I don't want to beat this horse to death, but I do think it's worth drilling down just a little bit more to say that, for example, we talked a little bit about the space in which you're recording. The laws of physics have not changed recently. I don't believe. Maybe on Bandrew's podcast they do, but not in the normal world they don't. And so one of the things I think a lot of people don't look past is that, okay, we now start to have noise reduction plugins. We have real-time noise reduction processing. We have things in post where we can fix clipped audio, so on and so forth. But it's important to remember that all of those things are compensations in some way. They're doing, when you're declipping something, you're actually resynthesizing the transients, basically, is what you're doing. And if it's clipped bad enough, you still can't fix it even with those. So it's always better to fix it during the recording in as much as possible. And that's where I think, like, the thing is that people don't, I have gone on and on and on about the importance of sound blankets, for example, for location recordings. And people they don't want to hear it. They want to go out and buy an electronic something or software something that's going to do that same thing for them instead of a sound blanket. But the reality is the best results are going to come if you use a sound blanket.
Yeah, it's about, like, that's one of the things people always want to change it. It's about subtraction. It's just like EQ. You don't want to just boost things in your EQ. You want to take frequencies out. So if you're working in a location, you clap and you hear the reverb, suck it out with the blankets, and don't rely on some digital thing that's going to affect it's going to introduce artifacts and all of this other complications. It's going to sound bad. When you put that sound under a microscope, it's not going to sound as good as if you used $100 worth of furniture pads in the room.
And it's interesting too, as I watch TV shows now, I am surprised sometimes at what I hear. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What was the production team doing, or the sound team? And granted, it's hard.
Let's say, what was
fingers.
Production doing? Let's just put it there, because it's everybody.
Exactly. It's everybody. But there are some cases where I've heard things and I'm like, wow, the post team basically had nothing to work with. They didn't have time for ADR, and wow, I'm surprised at what they ended up with. Like, wow. Yeah, like, it really pulls you out of the story.
I'm like, man, this was terrible. I'm like, whoa, they used the production dialogue on this? That's awesome. And then I see what they did in post. I'm like, they surprisingly were able to pull it out. You'll appreciate some of the guests that I have coming in later today, Curtis.
I can't wait.
Into post.
I see what you're doing there. You're trying to make sure that I stay all day long.
Well, I have someone coming in at 3 a.m. you're not going to want to miss. How about that? No, I'm joking, of course. But one of the things I usually do is I relate it to cooking. If you were to take a bunch of ingredients, throw it in a bowl, stir it around, and say, this is the room environment right now. How can we, and you can make a cake. Well, geez, we should have sifted this flour. And we should, I could maybe pull out the nuts, and that's going to take a little while. And then, but you're still going to have some of the saltiness or whatever from the cashews that you put in there or whatever. It's never going to be the same as it would be if you sifted the flour, prepped that, added that correctly, and you added every single ingredient. It's so much easier for you to fix it before you add it together. And so if you can make your environment as good as possible, you can add whatever effects you want later. Now, granted, there are exceptions. If you do singing, for example, you don't need to have yourself inside of your closet where you have everything treated with 8-inch thick OC 703 and you're standing shoulder to shoulder and you're singing into a microphone. That's going to sound like, it's going to sound crazy, and because there's no lift, there's no body to it. There's no actual, projection that you can do. You're in a closet, singing. And so in that environment, you might get a better recording if you sing in a more open room and there's a little bit of natural reverb. because a lot of the times when people sing, they sing in recording studios, and there's not just treatment on every single wall. There's a big glass window. There's wooden
floors.
usually floors or wood. Exactly. You have a whole bunch of they'll come in with panels and they'll spot treat certain reflections in areas.
Yep. But
they don't just kill everybody in the room with you walk in there and it's like an anechoic chamber. They don't do that.
Yep.
It's surprising that that a lot of people don't seem to realize that recording studios do that exact thing. They actually want somebody.
Give it some breath.
Yes.
You know?
And Bandrew actually has a good quote there. If you want to put that up on the screen, about 4 back there. Secret to great audio. There it is.
Yeah. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Don't rely on post or anybody else to fix it for you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Take 2 minutes to save tons of time in post. You know?
Real quick, I'm going to throw this comment back up there. T-Bone SE140. Somebody recommended this a while back. I actually reached out to them. They did send it to me, and I've done a couple of tests. If you look at my video that I did a live stream that was about 6 hours long where I shot B-roll, that was one of the mics I shot B-roll for last year, which is coming up on nearly 2 years. I can never get reviews done fast enough. I tell you, I suck at them. That's why I'm too
Alan,
meticulous and crazy.
Did I just hear you correctly? Did I hear correctly? You spent 6 hours shooting B-roll for one video?
No, for 3.
Oh,
I did.
It's a little bit better.
What did I do? I can't remember the 3 microphones I did. One of them might have been the NTG8. No. What were they?
Are you balancing well in life? I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing you.
Balance? What's that?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think any of us know what balancing is.
It's time for some Zip Fizz.
It's supposed to, is it? Is it ever? Let's go through some of these comments here. I'll have to work and listen to it later. Well, it's good. How much SM7B's popularity is driven by the use by popular YouTubers? That's a good question.
You mean the Joe Rogan mic?
Yeah, exactly. Maliek, question for you. Why did you choose the SM7B?
I chose the SM7B basically because of the sound. I think that with my voice, it works very well. Of course, whenever I'm going to purchase anything, I do a lot of research. So I don't play around. I just don't go out there and buy the first thing, the nice shiny new toy that I see. I listen to and watch a lot of YouTube videos to get an understanding. I think the RE20 was one of the ones on my list as well that I was looking to purchase. I think it was the RE20, the Shure SM7B, and there was one more. I can't remember, but I was looking for all dynamic microphones. I would need a cloud lifter. I wanted it to be phantom powered. So I knew exactly what I wanted, but I wanted to also, okay, now that I know what I want to go along with my setup, my Focusrite, now I need to know which one sounds best. So I really did a lot of listening to different videos, watching things like that. And I just landed on the SM7B. It wasn't because I saw it on a lot of videos. I think that when I started to do my research, I found that the 3 microphones that I was looking for were the most reviewed, right? For the type of microphone that I knew I wanted, right? So that's how I landed on the SM7B.
That's interesting. Because a lot of times people will hear about, this is the legendary microphone Michael Jackson used for Thriller and stuff. Well, technically, it's SM7. And there's a lot of legendary statuses given to microphones and building up, and you should get this because it worked well for this person in this controlled environment, in this studio or in this whatever. But so much of the hype around these mics and stuff, it's really weird that people don't actually listen and do their own research. They'll say, "Oh, I can get that because this other person did it, and I they must have picked a good microphone. They must have done good research." But circumstances are different, and just because something works well for me doesn't mean it's going to work well for somebody else. Yeah. That's the reason why. Well, like I mentioned a while ago, that T-Bone SE400, that is a 40-pound microphone, and I throw it up on a little arm here that's a $15 arm. But to me, it works in this environment because it's not going to pull out. I can reject it off the screen, and I have the SM7B. I have the Neat Worker B and King B, the number one. I have like the NT1 and the NT1A, and I have, if you want to talk into shotgun microphones, I have, a whole bunch of those too. I have a whole bunch of microphones. But after going through them all over like 3 hours, I found that this T-Bone SC400 was able to reject off most of my screen. I could get it decent enough far away and still pull out my voice, and it's not going to just kill everybody in the room with sharpness or proximity effect or anything of the like. It was just, to me, a great choice. And that, to me, is very critical, is finding a microphone that actually works for you and what you're doing and why you're doing it. And a lot of people don't bother to think about that.
Yeah, and I would add to that. I did the same thing for my my YouTube microphone for the 4053B. I said, hey, I want something that's going to, I needed to have XLR inputs because I wanted to go directly into my C200. Yeah, old, but it works, damn it. So I've got my C200, I got my mic going in through there through the XLR, but I also said, okay, I want to basically do dialogue with this mic. So I want a dialogue microphone. So once again, there was multiple dialogue microphones out there that you can look up. Now, I know a lot of people use shotgun mics, right? Because I think that goes to YouTube as well. Everyone sees people using shotgun mics in their shots or whatever.
Yeah.
But I figured I want something that is made specifically for speaking. And I know shotgun mics are more for speaking, but they're also for the environment, capturing the other pieces as well. So I wanted to make sure that I was getting direct sound from my voice and it was capturing it the best that it possibly could.
Yeah. And that's the thing, man, is a lot of shotgun microphones are used for, used in voiceover and stuff like that today. Many of the times they're used in studios. And when you hear about the MKH 416, for example, being used in a studio, you got to keep in mind, like we said, there's a lot of reflective surfaces in that room. It may be dead quiet at negative 20 or at a 20 dB noise floor, but it's also not quite as acoustically damaged as you can imagine. There's a little bit of because it's not just the sound that I have coming straight out of my mouth. It's also the way it spreads out the room and comes in naturally through the sides of the microphone and how that microphone picks up the air of the room. A lot of people underestimate air, the higher frequencies that make you feel. If you close your eyes and you listen in the middle of a closet, you can hear the closeness. You feel like you're being closed in. If you close your eyes and you're standing in a big open room, you feel like it's open and there's something there. That's where sometimes that natural feeling that people have when they are like, I feel like somebody's watching me or something like that. You feel like that there's something open there and you feel like there's just some presence back there and you look that direction. That's because you hear a little sound back there and there's just some little chill or some weird vibe you get. But you don't get that when you're in a closet because you realize that you're closed in. What you get then is a claustrophobic feeling. So I think there's a combination, and a lot of people don't understand the acoustics and how it really plays with your brain. So, but that's a big, huge thing that a lot of people don't think about. Also,
another thing is I don't know if a lot of people know that when people are doing ADR, for example, it's great to have the notes of what microphone they were actually using on set. But generally, these, ADR recorders, they're using more than one microphone. They're putting, a microphone at a very close proximity, one at medium, one at far away, so they can capture those performances at different distances so they can help blend it in post.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Very cool how they do that.
It's funny to me that a lot of time, for those of us that get into sound at some point, it's like we spend the first few years of our experience as enthusiasts or whatever, recording sound, trying to get rid of all of the possible noise and all of the possible room ambiance. And then at some point it kind of clicks and we realize, wait a minute, this doesn't sound very like real world, doesn't sound normal. Yeah. And so we kind of, at some point we kind of moderate to some extent. It's basically been my experience as I watch people mature in terms of recording sound. Yeah. And they start to care about more than just the self noise floor spec on the microphone
how and quiet the room is,
how and the frequency response, yeah. and just right. So many people. Because the thing is, though, a lot of microphones are actually when they test them, they test them in an anechoic chamber at a distance of about 1 meter away. Now, some companies like Earthworks will get closer to a foot, but when you test a microphone in that kind of environment, it's different than it's going to be when you use it. You're not using a microphone. If you're not using that microphone at 1 meter away, you're going to get more proximity effect and more low end. When an SM7B, you look at the frequency response and people say, oh, it's a flat mic. It's not. Not when you use it right in front of your mouth with that windscreen. Yeah. Like what Maliek is using right now. When he took that windscreen off, all of a sudden you get that high end back. People, there was a conversation recently going on between podcasters and one of his viewers, where the conversation came through and said, "Oh, if you remove the windscreen off of your microphone, then that's your why not just take the cage off of it? Then take off the resonance chamber. Why don't you just take that all off too?" It's like, you don't understand though. When they test the microphone, it's not with that windscreen on there. Yeah. There's differences to what they do and how you use it. And people always look at the specs and hold them as if it's a gospel, but it's not.
Especially those frequency response charts, especially on the less expensive microphones where it's the same in every single microphone. When you get to the higher end mics, usually you'll get a frequency response what was tested for that individual microphone copy. But especially on the less expensive ones, they have been averaged so that those are smooth lines. And I think that what you would find is that if you actually measure that individual copy that you have and you didn't do so much averaging and smoothing, it would look very different.
Well, that's the reason why we have matching microphones too, because they'll take a prototype of something and they will try their best to duplicate that and to make it follow those specs. But even with a 4017B, if you have the actual paper with your 4017B, Curtis, if you have the actual paperwork that came with it, it had the measured frequency. Of course, he has it at his desk. It has the actual frequency response chart as it was measured in the studio, along with the actual sensitivity, along with the actual whatever. It's not dead flat. It's going to be plus or minus 1 or maybe even 2 dB in spots. And they have an area on that that's a light white spot, and then it goes light gray out of that. And you'll see it was drawn by the machine as it was measured and at their factory. And so if you have an issue with your DPA microphone, you can send it back there. They know, because they've measured it and they know what this actual microphone should be. Do the same with the laws, by the way. And they can then tweak it back to the way it was when it left the studio before and match those frequencies.
Yeah.
So go ahead. And
I was going to say, that's another thing that I think people don't realize is sometimes when you I get this question all the time, is a $1,000 microphone 10 times better than a $100 microphone in terms of how it sounds? And the answer is not necessarily, and typically no, in fact. But what you are getting with the higher end gear is a lot of other things. So that's one example, I think, Alan, that you give that's very specific, is they actually have measured that individual copy before sending it to you. They have records of it. And so if you do have to send it back for service, they know where it started and they can do some testing there. And that's the same thing like with mixers too. I had just a question literally this morning. Does an 888 sound 40 times better than a mix pre or whatever, however much the price difference is? And Thomas, let me ask that question to you. You've used a mix pre, you're using an 888. Does the 888 sound 10 times better than a mix pre?
No, I do hear a sonic difference. There is a difference, and I would like to say that anybody should be able to hear the difference if they actually compare the two. But no, is it light years better? No, the electronics and everything that they've got going on, even in their lower end recorders, is phenomenal. Like, I got a random story actually. A few years ago, I was working for Showtime All Access. I would follow around the boxers like Canelo Alvarez, who's champion of the world right now, Floyd Mayweather as well, and I had to, this job, I was following around Manny Pacquiao. It was so cool. I got to hang out with him for like 3 or 4 months, go to his house, go everywhere with him, just hang out. And you literally take him all the way up to the ring where he fights and then, parties afterwards and whatnot. But long story short, I had a Nomad 12 at the time, and I dropped it. I just was working too fast. I screwed up. I dropped it, and it was like the 22nd of December. So I call up Colleen from Zaxcom, shout out to Zaxcom, and they're like, Thomas, we're closed for Christmas. Sorry, you're screwed right now. So I called up True Audio, and I'm like, I have a job with Manny Pacquiao in a day. I need something. And they're like, we're out of Nomads. We're out of 888s. We can get you a Mix Pre 10T. I'm like, just give it to me. I need something because I need to, do this job. And yeah, so I had a couple Zaxcom wireless in there, and it's different when you have to go from a Nomad to something like that, but it was so small, it was so easy to use, everything was just there. Instead of me having to go into all the menus, I love going into all the menus. I'm a diva guy. I've been for many years, but the simplicity that I had on that job. Like menus. Yeah. But, you know, it was like the stress and the chaos of like what had happened to then getting that and just having an easy job that was just fluid. It sounded great. It sounded clean. The dynamic range was incredible. And this is before they had the 32-bit version. I was on the first 10T. I have nothing bad to say about them. They have incredible recorders.
Yes, they are, and that's a great point. But what are you paying for when you pay? What is it? $8,000 for an 888 versus $1,000 or $1,200 for a mixed pre-10 tube.
Bulletproofness, stability, perhaps RF, tweaking. You're talking about more features, maybe additional roll-off control, for example.
I would say limitless capabilities. I know that sounds kind of weird, but the fact that, like you're saying, you can take anything and put it anywhere, record it to anywhere, go to multiple mediums, take in Dante. You can do everything with these silly recorders nowadays. And the fact that it can even be in a sound card. This is one of the best sound cards in the world, So it's incredible. The versatility of the machines, is phenomenal.
You said what did you do when you dropped your recorder?
God, I was just setting things up, and K-Tek puts the straps around the hooks for a reason, and I grabbed the bag and it did one of these and just fell out and did the roll down the street, and I don't want to talk about it. It still hurts to this day.
It's funny. It's funny you say that, because I will sometimes say, I'm going to set this up real quick and just do this real quick.
Yep.
And when I do, I end up having a mishap, something like this.
Yeah.
Garbage. And yes, I washed off that light.
Yeah.
Garbage.
Once it fell, well, I was near my kids. But I've had to actually change the words that I use because my oldest daughter is 16. When she was a baby and she was learning words, people are potty mouths on set. And I came home and said something, and she started to copy it. I'm like, oh, no. I have to change my words. So, but the thing is, with the kid, you don't make it into a game where they hear something. Oh, don't say that, because then they're going to remember that word and they're going to want to play it back in their mind. So you change the subject, you change them and redirect them. And after that, I started programming myself to say different words. So yeah, I say garbage, all the time. My youngest daughter laughs. She's like, oh, garbage. And I'm like, yes, garbage. But, I'll say that sometimes even on set. I'll be like, garbage. And people like, because they'll, but, I drive home that point that, I am a dad. And so.
I don't say stupid. I say silly. Oh, that's silly.
Yeah. The words you use and stuff around kids. But yeah, to your point, you don't just set up something and do the quick and easy route. If you notice when that microphone took the light took a tumble, luckily it happened to be something that was a battery powered light.
Yeah. Right.
Because if not, that would have been bad. That would have been real bad. But yeah, that was a funny one.
I also dropped a transmitter in a fish tank. Don't use the fish tank as an additional table when you're doing 20 transmitters. Yeah, that was stupid.
That is why we have follow carts.
Yeah.
Follow carts.
Yeah, I know. It was like at home, spread out, needed more room. It was not smart. Moving on.
Yeah, and I tell you,
it was not waterproof either. That's the worst part.
Yeah. Well, luckily, the reason why I washed that light off when it actually fell in water is because if you notice, it was bubbles.
Yeah.
The last thing in the world I want to have is bubbles inside of this thing. So I washed it off that way. Then I later submerged it completely in distilled water. And then I put it inside of a dehumidifying chamber I made, which has a battery-powered dehumidifier in there. Wow. Actually, I meant to grab that and bring it over here because I have the mic for this year's Yule log in it. As a matter of fact, do you don't know what I'm doing? Your eyes are kind of big there, Curtis. Did you know I was doing a Yule log again?
Oh yes, yep. I knew it was coming. I'm waiting for the reveal.
Okay, well, if you saw it last year, I did the spectacular end to the Electro Voice 664. I've been trying to destroy that microphone in multiple videos, and finally decided to throw it on my fireplace. And doing so on Christmas Day stank up the house for a month, and my wife didn't appreciate that after making fresh muffins and baking things and stuff. That wasn't the wisest thing. So this year I was told, instead of doing it in our fireplace, which just to give you a little bit of a recap in case you missed it, this was last year's Yule log. It was basically I went in there, and actually something that nobody has caught is that I did Foley on this later, because during the actual recording of this, I set the camera up and did this while the family was down there watching a movie in the background. And I later Foleyed that at 3 a.m. I went in there with my phone even, and I recorded the exact movement after studying my motion and just did it, and then I added it in there. So this was the Yule log I did for last year. But now for the reveal of this year, I wanted to do something kind of cool and fun and something yet again. And I figured that we talked about this in last year's Epic live stream. I don't get along very well with USB microphones. Let me ask you something here, and I'm going to put this out in the chat before I play it. In my video where with Andre from Worth It or Not, which is my April Fool's Day video, by the way, does anybody know and can recall what that microphone was that was hanging down behind me via a noose in that video? If you know what that was, put it in the chat. I'm very curious to see if anybody was paying attention, because to me, that was going to be a very big clue. In the meantime, while people are putting that in the chat, I'm going to answer this question here. I was watching Clarkson's Farm on Amazon, a great series. If you've never seen it, it's amazing. Jeremy Clarkson, who we know from Top Gear and the Grand Tour, he decided he was going to make a farm, and he did everything you would expect it to be, him being a goofus in the Jeremy Clarkson way. It was amazing. And every time his girlfriend said anything, it sounded like your dialogue was recorded in the studio. I'm assuming it's her thick Irish accent. They're not going to ADR that movie, especially a minor character, or a TV show, especially a minor character. It was probably, if I were to guess, they probably, because it was cold there, she was wearing thicker coats most of the time, and they probably had to put the lav up higher, and it was more throaty, if I were to guess. Yeah. On him, he would wear shirts, and they were probably putting it right here. Most likely for her and her wardrobe, they would have to raise it up. If you raise up a microphone up too high, it gets underneath your chin in an area that we refer to as chin shadow. And at that point, if it does not have line of sight and pointing upwards at the mouth, you lose detail, number one. You also start to get too much on the chest, and you're actually getting off access to that microphone. Yep. The mouth is getting off access to the mic. So granted, yes, it's an omnidirectional pattern microphone, but still, there's an area of detail off the front of that microphone. And that is going to be where you get maximum detail in that. If you take a lav and you turn it upside down, it may be able to pick up the same way as before, but without that same detail. And so what probably happened, and usually the first indicator of a lav that is technically off axis, is if you put it up too much and it gets off axis to the mouth. Usually if it goes from the chest and it starts to get too much under the mouth. So that would be my guess. Did you watch it? Anybody else?
I haven't, but I would say one other thing too. I've seen if they're I don't know if they're wearing winter clothes, but sometimes I've found if you hide it in the hair underneath the front of a hat, it sounds very different too. Because a lot of times the lav mics are voiced for, being somewhere in this area here. Sometimes it actually sounds really, really good up here at the top of the head, and sometimes it can have a little bit more of a studio quality to it.
Wow. Yep. Okay, I don't have the right chat open. We have a couple of donations here, and holy crap, was that a nice one. Podcastage, thank you so much for your $1,000 donation to the DAV Disabled American Veterans. That's amazing.
Thank you, sir.
That is amazing. Very much appreciate that. As a matter of fact, later when he comes in here, I'm going to do a reveal on a prank that I did on him. I'm going to admit to it. But he has to come in here first. You'll see it later. Anybody who doesn't know, Bandrew over at Podcastage, he and I have become good friends over the years. I went to visit him, and we did a couple of videos. We did one for his BSP, his podcast, and then we did a video that was on my channel, which was hide and seek sound style, and where basically I completely botched it, admittedly. And you'll appreciate this, Thomas. With the Deity BPTRX, you can remove the antenna, and the microphone input is on the top, and on the bottom you have headphones.
Right.
Well, I put the microphone. I put the actual microphone, plugged it into the top. It was getting good levels and things like that. But then when I put the BPTRX receiver in there, I plugged his headphones in to the microphone input on top, which is just like you would on a Comtech, an IFB,
Whoops.
anything like that.
Yeah.
So as he was going around, I was like, oh, it just must not have been connecting. And he was wandering around the woods for quite a while trying to get a signal on this thing. And he's like, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing anything. I'm like, well, keep walking around. You'll eventually connect it. And we were in the middle of like woods, and there was footage cut out. And it was so funny because he was like, I don't have a level. I don't have a level. And then I looked down and I said, well, let me see it. And it's suddenly connected. I'm like, oh, you do have a connector. You do have it connected. And then I realized that it was plugged into the microphone input.
Yeah.
I went unplug, plug in, and suddenly you have the signal. And he was like, oh, so I didn't realize it, but I sabotaged him in that video. So of course that made it into my review of the BPTRX, where I said, I actually fell victim to this myself. And anybody who uses the BPTRX system as an actual IFB will probably could potentially make the same mistake I did. So I was bringing attention.
It's probably good to have something like that product in some type of a case where you can wrap the cable inside, so where it can literally like hang from the case without screwing up the strain relief. Have like a right angle plug in the bottom of it, so it's a little bit more protected. Because I agree with you. Somebody's going to be like, well, plug it into the top and be confused.
So literally nobody remembers what the microphone was that was hanging by a noose behind me when I said in a segment, well, geez. Okay, then I'm going to have to give away something to someone else for some other reason later. I'm going to go ahead and reveal what that microphone was then. And believe me, as I said before, it was worth it. My wife made me this year put this year's Yule log outside the house. So I had to shoot this outside in my backyard. So do we know what this microphone is?
Is that a Yeti?
Yeah.
It's a Blue Yeti.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which was first known because people wanted to take their YouTube audio to the next level, and Blue actually found a market. They started doing the Yeti, has 3 capsule design. They're all little cheap garbage, in the back. But it was at that point to me, I thought it was very interesting how this microphone made it very big. And then when people realized that their audio wasn't sounding as good as they wanted it to, they started to then take it to the next level. So I'm going to leave this Yule log in the back. Oh no, it went away. Wait a minute now. StreamYard, what are you doing to me? Well, there's Maliek. How's it going?
Going well.
Where did the thing go?
I like your Goku behind you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
I'm just going to have to leave it up like that, I guess. I'm going to have to just leave it up like that.
So cool.
There's our Yule log for the year.
Did your neighbors call the fire department or the power company when they smelled that smell?
No. I'll tell you. Well, all right, here's the thing. And 2 things I want to say about this. Number 1 is when my neighbors moved in last year, I made sure I got one of them as a subscriber, so that way they would see the antics I do, and I could say, and he actually is an animator. He does a lot of big animations for movies and stuff like that, and TV shows. So I said, I told him what I did. He told me what he did, and then I said, by the way, if you're interested in sound stuff, and he says, oh yeah, I'm going to subscribe. So he actually loaned me like a sledgehammer at one point. And if they have their dogs out in the back or something like that, I can say, hey, can you take them inside for a bit? Yeah, sure, no problem. And so they know what I'm doing in my antics. So they will gladly, help me out or something like that. And they've loaned me things that I've used in videos before. So, Julian Krause, the American Microphone Police was called. Geez, that just covers your face up perfectly, doesn't it, Thomas?
That's all
Whenever
right.
there's a comment,
I'll just stand up. Hi.
there you go. Peek your face over it. But yeah, my neighbor probably hates the Blue Yeti too. But no, I wanted to do something really neat. And I thought about burning it the same way I did on an open flame. But then what I decided is because of the all metal body, it would be better to cook this thing from within. That's why it's on charcoal. So I wanted to actually, and what was interesting is that I wanted the charcoal to get hot and flaming like it is. And then I wanted it to go into, coals that were just sitting there and hot. But the flame started coming up again when I put the microphone on there a little bit. So this was kind of a fun thing for me because it actually did cook from the inside. And later on, I'll show the actual microphone. You'll see it. But Anyway, good times, good fun. So we'll just leave this up. I'll actually bring the audio down even more. There we go. So we can at least enjoy watching the Blue Yeti cook throughout this stream for a bit. As a matter of fact, I should go ahead and release that video. This is a video that's it's ready to go. I will release the video, so it is going to be public, and you can enjoy this with your families. That will be something that has just now gone live even as we speak. So you can enjoy Blue Yeti.
Christmas.
I'm guessing that you and Blue microphones are not on speaking terms any longer.
Well, if you recall, the people at Blue have gone to Neat, and then Neat has now part of Turtle Beach. So, so I mean, you know that I don't play favorites.
I know you.
You know that I don't.
I'm
that,
joking.
Oh man, and you and I have had conversations about that in the past where I've said, look, I'm gonna have to say this, and I don't like saying it, but I'm gonna have to. And you've said, you got to say it. You got to say it. So, and I've said, yeah, I know, but here we go. And I know I've made people mad before. There was a particular brand that didn't talk to me for 3 years after I released a video. But you know what? In my opinion, I'm not trying to make them happy. I'm trying to make you, the viewer, happy by telling you what you need to know.
Yes.
So,
and not only that, though, I mean, you're doing them a favor at some level too.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, to that point,
it's hard for them to see that. It's hard for them to see that necessarily, but if you're giving them feedback, you're helping.
Yeah. And I'm going to go back up here to a comment if I can find it quick enough. Right here. He owns an Octava MK01 too, which we talked about earlier. And he's personally had issues with RF interface with it. And this is Antoine. Well, the interesting thing is Octava, with that mod that comes out now, they've actually tweaked the design of the Octava. Mm-hmm. And they've incorporated in some of those premium changes and fixes in order to make them work better. So, and so it's now something that where you're not running into that nearly as much. You're not running into some of the same issues that you've run into in the past with the Octava because they've actually made it better because of user feedback. So yeah, to your point, it's exactly right. People may not appreciate it at the beginning. They're going to appreciate it by the time it's over. By the time, they get more sales or they've tweaked the design. The thing is, though, if you tweak a design, you want to most likely put a different letter after it, like the SM7B, SM7A, SM7 before that. You want to put a letter behind it or show some sort of indication that it is different. That it is different, because otherwise people are going to think it's the same thing and that you didn't fix an issue.
Yep.
So.
Yep. And there have been cases where you've actually helped companies avoid making a big mistake.
That's true as well. It's funny because I'm not going to reveal the company, but what I can say is I still have a boom pole right there. A company had announced that they were going to be releasing a boom pole, and I said I want one of those to get my hands on so I could do a review. And based on what I saw, I had another boom pole to review first, and I contacted them and told them, I had another one to do first. And when they said, well, check it out. Tell me what you think before you do the review. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that. I can do, and I'm like, why are you asking me that? And they said, because just don't review it. I tell you what, just don't review it. Instead, tell us what you think of it. And I said, okay. So I did a 24-minute video privately just for them. And it was not ready. I said, this is not a good product. It's not made right. It's not anything that anyone's going to be excited about. It has no new features. It's not anything that anyone else is going to have. And at that price point, no one's going to buy it. And if they do, they're going to return it because it's crap. Based on that, the company canceled the entire boom project. So I don't want to, say that I canceled a boom line, but I told them what they needed to hear. And it was funny because I later talked to a manager who said, we've been trying to tell them that, but they didn't get it. But when they had it from an independent person that swings a boom all day long, it was like, okay, he's probably right. Because I put it into a money perspective. I said, you're going to spend $200,000 in addition to the R&D you already did making these boom poles, and it's going to not sell, and it's going to come back to you, and it's going to be a big, huge money sink, and people are going to hate you because it's also going to tarnish your wonderful reputation. They were like, Let's not do it then. And they
Yeah,
cancel
we
it.
don't need more companies that are just making subpar products. We need people that are going to come out and change the industry, change the perspective of how we record, and what the quality that we demand to find ways to increase it as we progress in the future. So yeah, I agree with that. They need to understand. Take the feedback. A lot of these people, I don't want to call them nerds, but that's what they are. They're tinkerers. They're soldering. They're soldering little circuitry, and they're dealing with algorithms and things like that. They're not on set. They don't understand the practicality of what we do. So they're like, great, we made the boom pole for that price or whatever, but they haven't swung it around. They haven't cued people and heard how it creaks when it booms, things like that.
And that's the thing. This one was way too noisy. It was
Yeah.
such a noisy thing.
Yeah.
China Drum, thanks for the $20 donation to the DAV, Disabled American Veterans. Remember, a reminder that all donations made to the stream today go directly to the DAV. None of it goes to YouTube. None of it goes to me. It goes all to them, which is wonderful. So
Nice.
if you are looking for a wonderful, company, or rather a charity to donate money to before the end of the year, remember, you can deduct off some of it for taxes. So keep that in mind too. And if you don't want to donate through YouTube here, donate directly through the DAV's website. There's a link down in the description below. Feel free to use that link. And if you do, just mention that in the comments or anything like that. Make sure you tell them that you saw them through SoundSpeeds here. That way we can. I'm going to see if I can try to get a hold of someone over there to tell me if anybody made donations directly through their site, and if so, how much were those for? So in the meantime, though, 100% of all donations go to the DAV. So please, by all means, keep in mind it's a wonderful charity, and they do a lot of different activities and things to try to help veterans that are trying to reestablish themselves after being injured while across seas. So thank you very much. A couple of things. Ono Coffee says, "Let it burn." And then, if you happen to have any booms laying around, I could actually use one. It's funny.
I've got a road boom. You're welcome to.
Huh, there you go. I was going to say, I don't really have any booms I want to spare unless it's some of those garbage ones. The funny thing is, take a guess as to how many booms I have, Curtis.
23.
No, not that many. Come on.
I was going to say 14.
I have more than that, though.
Oh, okay.
Maliek, why don't you take a guess?
I'm going to say 17.
Are we doing Price is Right rules, though? Because I
Well,
might win.
what? Maliek is definitely closest. I have 16 booms. And I
Well,
tell
with
you,
the, elimination here. 23 was too many. 14 was too low. I just
Thomas wins.
Yeah, on a technicality, I won.
if we go by
It's
Price is Right rules.
Yeah, of course.
go
Well,
by
why
Price-
wouldn't you?
Because yes, when the fire dies down, you have a blue ember. Exactly. That's brilliant. That's awesome. But yeah, so Maliek, do you do any interesting processing on your audio for your videos at this point, or do you basically have your room dialed out with your acoustic foam and your not the foam, but your treatment that you mentioned earlier? And then do you basically put it in there and run with it, or do you tweak your audio at all at this point?
I tweak my audio some. So, I think if I remember my order operations here, I do some. I can't remember the terminology right now off the top of my head, but I kind of normalize the volume, and get it around the same across the board. Then after that, I kind of go ahead and lift the LUFS on it so that I can get, better sound, more fuller sound. Then I kind of do some clipping, some hard stops on it to get it down, make sure that it doesn't go below, I think, a certain dB. And I do some noise removal, just to make sure that it's as clean as possible. So those are the things that I normally do on my YouTube videos over and over again. I can't remember all the names of the, audio director spots that I go to, but those are really the main things that I do to try to get my sound as clear as possible without removing too much of the background.
Well, luckily you're recording in a controlled environment too, so you can actually get a microphone close. You can tweak the environment. You can tweak everything you need to. So you have a good solid signal by the time you actually get it to post. So if you need to tweak something, you can. You don't have that luxury of if you were to shoot like outside. and do a whole bunch of exterior stuff.
So I do a lot of like docuseries, and I don't show those on my channel simply because it's not something that I want to kind of integrate into that. I do get a lot of questions like, so what do you normally do? Like, when you make videos, what do you do? And I'm like, I got another channel for that, and I just let that channel grow organically. I don't go out there and try to, promote it in any way, shape, or form, really, except through its own sites and things like that. But when I'm doing that, to Curtis's point earlier, I still bring sound blankets with me wherever I'm going. And if I'm doing an interview of someone, I've got my sound blanket set up on the floor, and I've got one on a C-stand, and set up to kind of block off some of that noise. And I do all those things, but I do definitely notice the difference when I get back into post to do some of the tweaking on that audio versus when I'm in my studio. So there's a definite difference. And in those scenarios, I'm usually using a shotgun mic. I have a Rode NTG3 that I use for those because I want some of that ambiance. Like I might be in a barber shop, or I might be doing something at someone else's place of work, and there's maybe some noise going on in the background that I want to keep in there.
Yeah. Here's a question for you. Do you ever end up those projects that you do on the side? Do you use some of the raw footage in your editing tutorials in your Power Director University videos? The reason I was wondering is because there's some of those videos seem like they're stock, and sometimes I see an occasional video. I'm like, wait a minute, this looks to me like it could have been a side project deal that he's doing.
Yeah, mostly I use stock. But once in a while, I'll pop in something from a video that I've done. I think I've got a few where I've did some performances, some concerts that I pop some stuff in, and some other videos as well that I've done that from time to time. But it's not very often that I do that.
Yeah. Real quick, Curtis, I just noticed you put in some IEMs there a second ago, as opposed to headphones. What are you using there, out of curiosity?
These are West Tones. I don't remember the model number.
West Tones. Those are great.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I just like to switch it up when you're on for a long time. If I'm going to be here till 3 a.m., I've got to kind of be moving through things a little bit.
You're right.
That's right. Yeah, and you have an entire desk full of things that are magical in front of you. Did you ever find the chart, by the way, for the 4017B?
Sorry, it is in a different drawer. If you don't mind me walking away for just a second, I can go.
Sure.
Actually, I would get the 40. Yeah, for the 4017B. Let me go see.
You want the data sheet for that? Because I'm working here, so I can get it for you.
No. The data sheet would be different.
Okay.
The actual microphone, the way it is measured when it comes out of the factory.
The spec sheet.
The spec sheet that is the real measurements. We're talking about this. I'm going to go back to it here in a second. But real quick, there it is. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take away our wonderful Yule log here for a second so we can see. And Curtis, I know you don't want to be full on screen, but I'm going to go ahead and put you full for a second. Do you see this right here? His 4017B starts on the low end, and it's a little bit below 0 dB. And then it's like a 1 dB drop around until you get to about 100 hertz. Then it goes up a little bit until it hits about 300 hertz, and then it slowly comes back down, and it goes up and down a little bit before it drops off pretty aggressively after about 16K. But if you look at those specs right there, those specifications are the actual 4017B that Curtis has and owns. So you can see the actual temperature they measured it in. You can see the humidity that it was measured in. You can see what the sensitivity is. You can see and it's 20.7 millivolts per Pascal. So you can see the actual specifications on that microphone right there. And that is a drawn frequency response chart. Despite DPA's best efforts and any microphone manufacturer's best effort to make a microphone that's completely flat like the DPA is, the DPA is going to fluctuate a little bit, just like every other manufacturer out there. And that's why I wanted to mention this right now, because people always look at the specs and they're like, oh, well, the specs, are gospel or whatever. They're not. Even as much as you can try to make those as perfect as you possibly can, there's going to be slight deviations. But guess what? That's where the term matching pair comes from. They will look at the exact microphone specifications between two of them. They will, more importantly, listen to the way that they sound. And then they will actually compare two of them, and they'll sell them to you that are considered to be matching pairs. So if you look at something like a Neumann microphone, They try to make them all exactly the same. They will throw out many capsules if they don't meet their specifications, and they'll throw out many parts. That's one of the reasons why they're so expensive. So that way they match better. You won't find a matching pair of U87s really. Or maybe you can, but I'm not aware of them. But many of the Neumann microphones that if they're sold as a match pair, they're usually serial numbers that are only a few apart. They were usually, because of the relative humidity they were measured in, because of the temperature they were measured in, because of the batch that they came out of and manufacturing a certain way, the way they stretch the diaphragm across, the way they're made, usually by the same technician who hand makes them. They're probably doing that probably on the same day or something along those lines. So usually when they're match pairs, they're not made and manufactured as match pairs. They will have to find match microphones that they consider to be matching. So keep that in mind right there. Thank you for showing that, by the way, Curtis. We were talking about that earlier, and I wanted to make sure that was a point driven home. Nice. Now, we mentioned Curtis's IEMs. You work at True Audio, Thomas.
I do.
I talked to Glenn True recently, who was in last year's Epic live stream, and he's actually willing. I don't think I'm going to be able to get up there, unfortunately, to see what he's doing with Mina. It is really cool, and so let me ask you about Mina, because Glenn's doing True is doing something a little bit different with this. Most IEMs, they will design them for a certain thing. For example, the Ultimate Ears RRs, reference, what is it? Reference, forgot the R, reference remastered.
Yep.
So those are considered to be dead flat. They're multiple different drivers. But the interesting thing is you go to Empire Ears and you get their flat ones. You can get them also with a little bit low end tweak and something like that. IEMs are great because they plug up your ears and drop off the outside background noise, so you don't hear as much of that. Exactly. Because especially if they're molded to your actual ear. So, oops, I did the exact wrong thing. Let's not solo the person that just vanished.
Right.
That was not the smartest thing I could have done. But the thing that Mina is doing differently is that they are modeling IEMs after headphones rather that we're used to hearing. So the ones that they have right now are the 7506s. And I've talked about perhaps getting those. Now, a lot of people are like, well, I don't like the 7506s or whatever. Well, they're going to be modeling some after different headphones that you're more familiar with later. And Glenn's actually very hands-on with that process.
Very hands-on.
Personally, I'm looking at getting some of the 7506s because they are, I think you even mentioned it, Curtis, they're magnifiers. And that's the term that you use, they magnify the background noise, or not the background noise, but the sounds you hear. So that way you hear them more in a more detailed manner. So when you do that, you're able to hear them. So background noise on set, for example, I can't hear them through these ATH M50X headphones, but I can hear them more through my 7506s because they're more open ear. They don't close off the environment nearly as much. But the 7506s, especially in the colder winter months, which here in Georgia, it's like, what, 73 degrees today? Some ridiculous thing.
It's colder here, I think.
It's crazy. I'm like, why are you, it's 73, it's been for the past few days since Christmas. It's been in the 70s. It's like, what's wrong with you, Atlanta? But the IEMs, is there any information you might have that you can share with us about Mina if anybody's interested out there?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, you did a very good job of it to begin with. So I'll recap a little bit of what you were saying, is that Mina is a custom in-ear monitor that is meant for the production sound community. Instead of getting, like you said, I don't need to name brand anybody, but instead of getting a custom in-ear monitor that's basically created for studio musicians and musicians that are, inside of the studio or on stage, we monitor things a lot differently, and we need to have things be as accurate as they can be. So when we have something like the Sony 7506 headphones, which, let's face it, regardless if you like them or not, they're an industry standard. Yes? Yeah. Everybody agree on that in this room? Okay, good. With that going on, wouldn't you want to have a pair of in-ear monitors that are identical in that, so you can keep your reference? Just like Curtis said, going from his cans to his IEMs, he would be able to have a complete pass through and not have to calculate anything subliminally in his mind to be able to, okay, well, this is what dips in these, versus my headphones versus my in-ears, so I have to mix differently just to compensate for what I'm losing. Mina doesn't want to have those problems, so we're all about keeping the reference between them. I can tell you that I'm not in charge of all of the technicalities of what they're doing, but they've gone through so many revisions to get it down to be as precise as it is. They've gone from, I think right now we have either 4 or 5 drivers in it. To be honest, that's why I don't want to give any specs on it, because things are still changing, because they're tweaking to get it perfect right now.
Well, real quick, if you want to go to Mina's website, they are right here. What is it? Mina IEM.
.com
is the website, minaiem.com. And if you click on it and you go through, you can actually read about what they're doing and how they're doing it. Glenn has already teased and told me that they're probably going to end up raising prices. So if you're interested in IEMs that are very similar to, the headphones and the IEMs that you're used to, for example, you can check these out right here. The Mina 7506 IEMs right here. And these prices will be going up sometime. Glenn has already said probably in the new year sometime. So if you're interested in those, they are definitely available right there. And look at those prices. If you want a Pro IEM right here, that's something that you're not going to find something that is an IEM that's fitted to your ear that's going to be probably matching that. Especially you're not going to find any that are modeled for headphones that you're actually
for what we do.
Yeah, for what we do. So anyway.
And there's 3 different models. Right now you're looking at the standard, which is just the white with the black logo and the black font. The premium is just different. It's basically all black with white wording and a white bird on it, the Mina bird. And then the Elite, if you go back to the homepage, you can see that one. That one's really, really sexy. That's basically the blood red. So if you scroll down a little bit on this page, you should be able to see all 3 different versions.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, there's the Elite.
I had talked to Glenn about like a custom logo. Like if I got some 7506s, for example, with the SoundSpeeds logo on that, could he do it? And they were at the time not able to. I don't know if they are now. Do you have any insight on that?
You know what? Let me get back to you on that. I can always ask them. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's got to be somebody that can engrave something in 2022.
Yeah, and I know that they actually do the inlays themselves. I talked to the guy that was basically Glenn's right hand man, the guy that's behind it. But if you can find out any information about that, I would be very interested in some SoundSpeeds Mina IEMs to use on set, and to use in videos and stuff like that. And so if you want to put the bug in Glenn's ear about that, it's something that to think about and to keep in mind, because that would be something I'd be interested in. Right there.
I'll put a bird in his ear. Not a bug, but a bird.
Put a bird in his ear. There you go.
Put a bird in his ear.
A Mina bird.
Yeah.
But yeah, those red ones are cool. I don't know how well that would turn out looking with the SoundSpeeds logo on there, but it definitely looks pretty.
And shout out to Plus Sound Cables. It's a premium cable company. We only use the best quality cables. They're very easy to put in. I wouldn't say they're like super easy. They're really snug and tight. When you put them in, you've got a good connection. These cables are not going to break like the cheap cables that you guys see. This is a very high quality product. When I put them in my ears, I could tell that this is something special. So I highly recommend. One of the things that we're going to be doing in the new year is setting up a Mina station at all of the True Audios across the USA as well as Canada. So you guys will be able to come in and put on like a little ear tip and be able to monitor them and at least listen to them before you do the purchase. Obviously, these have to be custom molded to your ears. So if you guys need help, we can get you in contact with an audiologist. They'll ship the ear molds to Mina in Nashville, and they will print them out and send them to you in about 2 to 4 weeks.
That's awesome.
Yep.
So it's interesting because I'm thinking about potentially doing getting a pair of those to see to use in some videos. And I don't know. I know that headphones are very difficult to review online, but that's why I was interested in trying to go by and tour their factory and see what it is. Kind of similar to what I did when I went out to Electrosonics and visited them. But I mean, and I'm sure anybody who does reviews online will tell you headphones are very difficult because it's not like a microphone where I can say this is how it sounds to you. Do you hear this? Do you hear how it sounds right here? Do you hear the lack of detail? When I turn a microphone around backwards, do you see how this works and how this sounds? It's not like that with headphones because I'm like, oh, cool. Listen to how these sounds. I put it on a microphone. It's going to just make a bunch of noise. The feedback sound. It's not going to sound good. And so I can't share this to you. And if you're watching my video on your phone, it's not like you can say, oh, I've modeled this to sound like like the headphones, so you can hear how it is. You can't tell that on a phone, especially if you do the old put your phone inside of a cup thing, so that way you can hear it. And I'm sure that that if I were to ask Curtis and Bandrew from Podcastage, they would agree with me that that it's very difficult to actually have headphones that you can convey the way a headphone sounds to people.
Yep, that's why I steer clear of it. I leave it to the folks who have the ears of a Doberman or something. I don't know. What kind of dog have really good ears?
All of them?
All of them, yeah. Okay, let's go with...
Happy New Year, Blando. I haven't met you before. Hi.
Doberman. I love that you picked the Doberman.
Nice to meet you, Thomas and Maliek, and good to see you, Curtis. So essentially what I'm saying is all the headphone reviewers are dogs. They have great ears, and they have the they're very well spoken dogs because they have a vocabulary to describe stuff that I just don't. So I'll leave it to them. That's the point. Sorry.
Can you join the stream, Mike? Just put your headphones on, say nope, and then take them off and return. I guess that's to Mike DelGaudio, the guy that's joining us right now, is perhaps who that comment was for.
Nope.
Mike, welcome. Oh my gosh, look at this! Look at this group here.
Nope.
So okay, well, thanks for coming by, Mike. You take care. So, no, I'll add him back, obviously. Anyway, so
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
So,
Hello.
Hey.
I've seen you in the chat for a bit down there, Mike. Thanks for joining and hanging out and stuff like that.
Enjoying this conversation so far.
If we're going to be adding people that you probably recognize, especially from YouTube, I of course have to also invite Julian Krause. Julian is joining us as well. So
hello, everyone. Julian.
So now we can have ourselves a sound conversation. Sorry, Maliek, we're evolving quite a bit from editing at this point. But
I'm learning as I listen.
well, absolutely. But we have a whole bunch of YouTube sound related people here right now that can answer any questions you have. And if you have any editing related questions, we can probably answer those too with it, whether it's Premiere, Power Director, anything like that. So by all means, please ask. Everyone's favorite microphone, Hobo, is finally on, of course, and he still hasn't shaved. Still hasn't shaved.
Oh! They're referring to me.
Yeah.
No. I'm doing this because it annoys people and it makes them angry, and that makes me laugh because it's something that's so unimportant and it actually makes people angry. So I'm just gonna keep it going.
There you go.
So I think next time you should try to talk off axis into the SM7B or something. That makes people angry too. That's perfect. I think that's a good one.
You sound a lot more roomy today, Julian.
Yeah, I don't have the perfect setup here. It's well, I moved some time back, and this room still sounds a bit weird. So yeah, excuse my A.K.A. setup here.
You're not using your CMC 641s this year, I see.
Well, I actually do, but it's further off the screen here. I mean, I can pull it closer to me, but yeah.
Well, actually, you know what? If we're talking about sound, I'm gonna also invite someone else to the stream who has started doing a lot more with sound. He's having a lot more fun with sound, and that's Tom Buck. Tom, welcome to us as well.
Hello.
Wow.
Seems like this stream's about to pick it up.
Right? We got the Brady Bunch with one more person.
People in here right now. We got 42 people watching right now live. And let's see. We have not had a donation for a while, I don't think, to the DAV, who we're doing this stream here for. So just to keep in mind, 100% of all donations go to the DAV. This is indeed a live stream as a fundraiser. So,
Alan, you should probably, just in case if people didn't know, because I wasn't very familiar with it, how do you actually donate? What do you do to donate?
Well, look at your screen right now. If you go to chat or you click the donation link down below. Actually, I'm going to double check this right now. Let me bring up a window and we'll look at it live and we'll see what happens if we go. Let me just make sure that I get to the actual Epic live stream here before I add it.
I don't know. This scene was in the Matrix. I don't trust you right now.
Yeah, well, if it was in the Matrix, definitely don't trust it. But,
make sure to show us how you enter your credit card details as well, please.
Yeah, I'll make sure that I get right on that, thanks. Andrew.
Appreciate it.
All right, so let's see.
Well,
I'm gonna
go
ahead.
While we're waiting, Tom hasn't given us a pun or a dad joke yet. Could we do that first?
Well, I didn't want to get punished after our conversation earlier, but
It's too easy.
it's too easy. It's too easy. You know, sometimes I never know when a joke is going to be a dad joke, but then it just becomes apparent.
Boo! How do you do that? I would
Goodbye,
never
everybody.
be able to do that.
But you see, Maliek, I was talking about Maliek, and that's something that I really appreciate about his channel as well. He does the dad jokes. He used to open his videos with the dad jokes, and I loved it. And then he did away with it because he didn't want to make me happy anymore by doing that.
My dad jokes take freaking work, okay? They don't just come off the tongue correctly the way that they did with Tom just now. I can't do it like that.
Mine are more of a mental disorder, but I'll take it.
And Alan, I was
What?
listening earlier, and it seems as though you're responsible for Maliek ending the dad joke, because he would look at the retention and see just the first 10 seconds and then a massive drop off. That's because you would watch the first 10 seconds and then go to the next one. So we saw that massive drop off. This is on you, Alan. You're responsible.
Let me make something very clear. I did also tell Maliek that if he made a compilation video of all of his dad jokes and silly things, I would watch it. I'd watch it a lot, probably. So right there, that would end that retention issue.
There you go.
Okay. So real quick here, we're going to share the screen. And it says it's sharing, but it's not sharing. Oh, that's because I need to add it right here. So this is the Epic live stream right now. I had to hit pause on it. But if you look over here, there is on the right-hand side, there is supposed to be a donate button right here. You can see right there. We have $1,125 of the $5,000, and we'll raise that real quickly. You can donate using that button right there that I am circling over here. Why is this thing popping up? No. But check that out right there. That is the donation link right there. So you can check it out and make your donations right there. And I think if you were logged in, which I'm doing this through an incognito window, and we just got another donation from Lillian Rambo. There you go. Thank you very much. So if you were to look at this, I think that your screen would have, if you sign in here, it would have a donate in there as well. And someone could maybe fact check me on that, since fact checking is something that we like to do a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Actually,
and you can also click the thing that you pinned at the top of the chat, the fundraiser that says Disabled American Veterans Fundraiser. That'll take you right to the donate window too.
Oh, okay. Well, great. There you go. So we have that too. Thomas, were you just leaving?
Oh, no, I
Or are
just
you
had to
back?
get some water, you know. Hi.
Oh, okay. You're back now.
Yeah, I'm working at True, just kind of doing other stuff, just hanging out with you guys, having a good time.
Oh, you're working at True right now.
Well, I work at home and there, depending on, I built a Studio A there, so we can shoot all of our videos there and reviews and things like that. But some days I work from home and do a lot of the website stuff, like creating the Mina website that you saw and whatnot. So do a little bit of everything for them.
Okay, real quick here, I'm going to answer a couple of questions here. Speaking of monitors, any ideas on the Halter line of headphones? I'm going to say Ono Coffee. Wait on that a little bit. Trust me. So, and then of course the MDR 7506 is had to beat.
Hard to beat. Probably.
It's hard to beat. Okay, there you go. And then here's a question for us here. Is there a technical improvement between the Sennheiser EW G2 and the EW G3? Because it feels like it only feels like the technical improvement is backlight. I don't know the difference between the G2 and G3. I didn't even honestly.
Case, not too much of a difference, I don't think.
Okay. And then comment here. Custom IEMs are amazing. I wear mine all day. A note on molding: you can have silicone ones done, or you can have a scan done. Scan is much more accurate and can get a tighter fit. Yeah, that's 100% accurate. That's one of the things I strongly recommend. If you get IEMs, get the ones that actually do fit your ears, unless you're going for a cheaper one.
Mina does not support scanned ears because they just do not work as well. One of the things that you want to make sure of when you're getting the ear impressions, they have something called a bite guard. It's about the size of 2 of your fingers, and you stick it in your teeth like that, and it causes the ear canals to change and to open up. So that's when they fill the stuff in. In fact, I can't show a picture right now, but they put that pink goo in your ear and it solidifies. Then they pull it out and you take the bite guard out. So when you close your mouth, it creates a tighter seal for the custom in-ear monitor.
Wow.
I was not aware of that. That's actually really cool to know. The main thing that I know with IEMs that you got to be careful of is you can't do if you're planning on, like, you know, if you're an actor, let's say you lose weight and gain weight for different roles, that'll change the inside of your ear. If you wear glasses and you don't wear glasses, that if you make sure you get fitted for IEMs wearing the glasses.
Yeah, being the way you're going to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The way you want to be.
Because if not, you're going to be really uncomfortable.
It's a question for you, Bandrew. Got any spare boxes? What did he just destroy? Wow. I don't know what he just
Violent here
destroyed.
and
Never gets old, man.
But what it sounded like is you had a pretty aggressive noise gate there, because I heard nothing.
I didn't hear anything.
No, I think Benji's muted, right?
No, his volume is very
That would
low.
be why I was muted.
That's a pretty aggressive noise gate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The
negative
most aggressive
ratio of
noise gate of them all, yeah.
Hey, Alan, I sent you a link for G2 to G3 comparison charts. If I don't know if I thought somebody asked a question about if they wanted, it's there.
Okay, that's great. I'll go ahead and just straight up add that to the chat. So we can just add that to the chat directly, and you can check that out. It looks like we might have gotten another donation. Let me check this out and see what it was. Matt Price,
Matt Price.
What's up,
20
Matt?
pounds. And we also had an anonymous donate $100 too. So we are now doing quite well. Look at this. We're doing really well for the DAV. We're over halfway to what we earned last year. So that's great. And I'll tell you, I'm really happy that this year we were able to do the giving tab thing, because and I contacted YouTube and was in chat with them last night, double checking to make sure that this stream is going to be set up correctly for that, because last year I did mention this before, but I wanted every single cent donated to go to the charity we did last year, Children's Hospital Fund, but YouTube takes 30%. So I actually made up for that and paid that out of my pocket. I don't want to cover $1 billion corporation's bill every single year going forward. So that's something that I wanted to end. Stop hiding behind the stash, Bandrew.
I'm not hiding behind it. I was doing that.
Hiding this. I need to actually learn to read. Stop hiding the stash behind the pop filter. That's what it was.
Hey, Alan, I want to. I'm kind of in a giving mood right now, and I really like what you're doing for the Disabled American Veterans fundraiser. So I tell you what, I'm going to do something. Anybody that donates $25 and above gets a free course of their choosing from Video Mantis.
Oh wow!
All right.
Just because
That's
I want to
cool.
see you. I want to see you hit your goal.
I tell you, that was. It's already generous enough that he's doing at Video Mantis. He's already got the coupon code SoundSpeeds for an extra 10% off. That's amazing.
Well,
because,
and just to let you know right now, because it's actually a little different wording, every course is 50% off right now. If you go to the site, you guys are getting an additional 10, so it's
an additional
60% off
10%
for you
off. So
guys.
it's 60% off.
But
so
if
the
you
big question
donate to this, no, you get it for free. You just let me know.
Wow. So you get a class for $25.
Yep.
And if you've seen,
Because you're helping people out.
If you've seen what Video Mantis is doing, oh man, you should see the class. If nothing else, if you're a boom operator and you're interested in being a boom operator, dude, sign up for the boom for Ken Strain's Boom Masterclass. Because I tell you, that masterclass, you know, I've been doing this for a while too, and he taught me stuff. And I was, and if nothing else, you'll be amused by him for over 3 hours, because he tells stories of how he got into it, how he wanted to do things as lazily as possible, how he just, wanted to have, not kill himself and enjoy being on set. So I thought that was pretty, I think that's pretty awesome. That definitely, if you're, interested, that's a great thing. I'm going to have to add a special thing to that here in a second.
Let's do it.
But that's a very generous,
Yeah, you just
thing.
let me know, Alan, what it is later, and I'll make sure they're taken care of.
Well, hopefully, did Bandrew change the virtual background? Oh, that's great. So wait a second. I'm sorry. This is almost as bad as the Discord one.
It's so bad.
It's about as bad as the Discord. The Discord one is probably the worst I've seen.
I don't know. This is pretty rough.
What is this, West Side Story? Are you a jet now? What's going on? Yeah, right.
Oh, look at the hand. Hold up your hand. Hold up your hand. See how thick the background is. Oh, that's terrible.
Wait, this is Ghostbusters. You're disappearing.
No, I'm Marty. My parents. No.
Yeah, he's gonna start fading away. Oh man. Hi there, Lillian. Yes, we have a big old group here. Lillian again. Let's see. Julian is getting involved here. Let's look at some of these things right now. Microphone hobo asking for the card info so he can continue abusing his microphone addiction.
Yep.
And there's some wonderful things. Actually, it's funny because I mentioned a prank to Bandrew. I might as well do it here so that way we can get everyone's input in this. This is kind of fun. Bandrew has a podcast. If you're not familiar with it, the guy that does microphone reviews actually does a podcast. Amazing that he's called Podcastage and he does a podcast. And you're approaching close to 300 episodes at this point, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah.
And I tell you, and it's quite amazing what he's been able to do. But here's the thing. When I went to visit him earlier this year, we wanted to have a fun video to do. Now, I'm going to show an excerpt from his podcast. So if you don't watch his podcast, you're going to see the way this segment went live, and you'll see the fun that we had there. So check this. Sound speeds. And Bandrew, let me tell you something here. For years, I've been telling you do not need to eat your microphone in order to sound good. You spend a lot of money on very, very premium microphones and cables and interfaces and plugins and everything to make sure that your sound sounds wonderful. Therefore, you do not need to get your thing inside the microphone, blocking the thing off, and covering up the moneymaker, no less. You can back off just a little bit and not give that whole radio sound, but give yourself a more natural sound. I almost feel like your audience doesn't even know the way you really sound. And I'm sure your voice is lovely, just like your pretty mug. Just don't cover it up. Back off just a little bit, okay? Might I recommend something to you? If you want to eat something, try eating a Zip Fizz. These things are absolutely wonderful. Don't make me have to come out there and take your microphone away from you.
Okay, Mr. Sound Speeds, Mr. Boom Operator, I see you. I see you coming in here thinking you can tell me how to run my own show. How dare you? How dare you have the audacity to think you know better than me? I am the king of microphone. How dare you? I am the master of my own domain, you bitch. You should be ashamed of yourself thinking you can even find me. I am a master of disguise. You can search high and low, beneath the ocean and above the sky. You will never find me, Sound Speeds. Sound Speeds! How dare you? I would like to see you try coming in here and telling me how to run my show. I would like to see you try. What is this magical red button? What could this be? Let's press it and find out together.
Sound speeds.
So there we go.
That was amazing.
There's the video.
Not bad.
The clap.
Wow.
Now,
Sound speeds.
there you
So
go.
whenever you
have
press
to
it,
have-
Alan appears behind you. That's what happens.
Yeah.
That's a crazy button.
Yeah. It's kind of like if you say RE20 in company of certain people, they will suddenly magically appear. But let me mention something here. Did anyone see anything interesting about this? This is where my pranking of Bandrew comes in. Did anybody see anything interesting?
I noticed
Aside
you were
from
green
the
like
color.
the Skrulls, in Captain Marvel. It's like, were you auditioning for that or something?
Do we know why it was green?
Trying
I
out
first-
a new LUT.
Yeah.
No.
Because I'm colorblind.
Because when Bandrew is red-green colorblind, and so I had post-color gear Dave color grade that to mess with him. And so when I first showed him the video, he says, "Wow, that's kind of yellow, isn't it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, or something, I guess." And he put it live, not realizing that I look like the Hulk there.
No, I
And so that
knew
was-
it looked bad. Like I'm not completely blind. I can tell it looks bad. Just if there's red and green together, it's my hell.
But he did not realize it was that bad until it went live. So I thought that was pretty awesome. That was one of the pranks I had to do on
That's
Bandrew this
great.
year.
I
That was
love it.
awesome. So I had to show that because you if you saw the podcast, you saw slightly different edit timing and stuff like that. Plus, he bleeped out the bad word.
Yeah.
And I wanted to reveal the actual word in its true glory, which I thought was hilarious. When I saw it in the actual podcast, I'm like, you bleeped it out? He's like, I wanted to, but I thought it was hilarious.
I didn't want my employers having a clip of me calling you a bitch.
But it was funny when we were recording that because he did multiple takes, and when he did that, it was hilarious. He and I both burst out laughing, and I was in the next room over, waiting for him to cut back to the wide shot, so that way I could hide behind when it cut back to the tight. But I tell you, I was laughing so hard. He and I were both in tears just laughing at that. That was great fun. So,
damn,
anyway.
Alan, it's working. We got some donations coming in.
Oh, look at this. Okay, let's look at what we got going on. So
nice.
We have, okay, so after Matt Price, we have Mark Shevins. Okay, so here's what we're going to have to do. And then Darren Land, thank you very much for the donations.
Nice
and
work,
then
everyone.
Ono Coffee. So here's what we should do. Because I tell you, it's going to be very difficult for me to hunt down people that do the donations.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have the information. So if you make the donation, I'm going to put it on the screen in a second, but make sure that you send me an email and tell me, and then I'll give the list to Thomas and put him in contact with you. So that way we can get you the course, because we're going to definitely have to do that here. But let's see here. And of course, some of these comments. There's Malik's comment here. 100% with
That's great.
And actually, there people have seen me get into pretty angry rants on the thing. When I watched that indie mogul video,
can you say Alan
really...
Smash for me? Just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't even. I don't watch the Marvel movies. I tell you. So some of these comments are great.
Absolutely, Mark. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate you.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for all these donations. Alan comes out of nowhere stealing microphones from all the naughty kids. I need to put that comment actually up on the screen. But
looks like we have another guest here. Along with
do
Bandrew.
we?
Yeah, Joe.
Huh?
Looks like Joe's here.
Oh. Oh man.
That sounded like a Joe Mama joke.
Oh god.
To be honest.
Joe Mama. Well, great. That in addition to the virtual background, that's great. The only thing that would make this better is if we also had our Yeti burning at the same time.
Smells delicious.
How long did you record that burning for?
Oh, geez, dude. I tell you, I was recording this thing for quite a while. It took me like the better part of an hour to set it up. And then when I finally was getting the thing ready to record, it was dinner time. And I was like, well, I'll tell you what, let me get this thing burning and then I'll go inside. And then I went back outside. And so I was recording it for a good hour and a half.
Wow.
And that's just, you see the plastic on the microphone is slowly starting to melt.
Yeah.
And it's cooking from inside, which made me really happy.
I can't remember. Did the color change now? Like it was more silver before, right?
Yeah.
Now it's like a golden bronzish.
It's getting there. Yeah.
It's cute.
Oh, special edition.
Yeah.
Smoked Yeti.
This deal
and
is
by the
hot.
way, one of the channel members, Larko, he was the guy that sent me the Blue Yeti. He actually sent it to me shortly after the Epic live stream last year. So very much appreciate that. So this is what we're talking about here. Thomas Popp says, anyone that donates $25 or more to the DAV will get a free course from Video Mantis. That's awesome. I got to just put those words into the actual thing so we can
thank you.
We can do that. But I'll make sure that gets on the screen here in a second. But that's awesome.
Should a disclaimer be made that during the live stream so you don't get emails for the next 10 years?
Oh, that's probably a good idea, right? Yeah, technically.
That's right. That's a very good point, and it's one that I should actually probably make more often is pay attention to my own stream. I'm not nearly as fun as Kevin, Basic Filmmaker, at running a live stream with multiple people in it. But let's just say that I'm used to more individual type live streams, where it's just me, talking and answering questions. But yeah, that's a very good point. That is probably, we'll end that. When do you want to end that, Thomas?
Whenever.
Is it just during the live stream?
I tell you what, we'll do 25 and up until the end of your live stream. If they do 100 and up till the end of the year.
Very good.
Wow.
Very good. So there you have it.
Cool.
We'll do that.
I just need to put those words in there and make it official. And so that will be great. Thank you very much.
I feel like Spider-Man when he's doing that thing in the new one where he's changing all the technicalities of the spell with Doctor Strange, if anybody's seen the new one, we're just like adding variables, but whatever, it's great.
I have not seen that new Spider-Man. Who all has seen
good.
It is?
It's good. Oh, it's great. It's very nostalgic. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, so is The Matrix, but that doesn't make it great.
No, but like, no, this one did it right, though. You know, Marvel doesn't screw around. They do their homework.
Yeah. I've worked on those Marvel movies, man. And they usually will take time to do things the right way. And they
So
have
did
no
the capsule
problem.
just explode?
Oh yeah, it looks like it.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really picking up.
It must have gotten the diaphragm or something, the paper.
In the paper diaphragm on the Yeti. Yeah. It's kind of nice. And I wanted it to actually melt and burn from the inside. So burn, Yeti, burn. I love it.
But is the Yeti still like there, or is it like completely?
Oh, I have it.
gone?
It's right over there. It's in my
Ooh, that's
my
nice.
dehumidifying chamber. I'll have to grab it here in a minute.
I think
show
I
you.
can smell it over here. No. Okay.
Did you plug it in after this and try it?
Oh, I never plug in the Yeti. What are you talking about? I will
I
not
guess
do
an
that.
SM7B would
All
have
right.
probably survived
All
that.
right.
But,
I'll
you
be
never know.
honest with you. I did. The Largo, who sent it to me, said that if you plug it up, the right channel works if you put it in stereo mode. I tried it. It doesn't. So I was like, okay, so this thing is pretty much dead. I tried to connect up a USB microphone. I wanted to hear the popping and the sizzling, point blank. I wanted to hear it. And so I was going to plug up a cable and have it record and then have that sound in there. But no, that Yeti was completely dead.
So you wanted
it
to
is-
hear it scream while it died.
Oh, believe me, I wanted to hear the Yeti
okay,
scream.
okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah.
The one takeaway is do not end up on Alan's bad side. Yikes.
So
Agreed.
Bandrew, don't press the button too often.
Put on
Yeah.
coals, dropped in acid,
I know.
right?
Burned in front of his entire family as they watch.
The metal mesh grill is actually a grill now. You're right. I wouldn't want to eat anything off of it though. But this is the new blue smoked.
Limited edition.
But you see how dark that's getting. It's getting really, really nice and dark. Look at the green flame.
Now you're that's not green, is it?
It did have a little bit of green, a little bit.
Green. But you notice right just in the middle at the top of it, you'll see a little bit of a hot spot there starting to show up. Where it's turning glowing, starting to glow orange. Or considering it's, Bandrew, I should say it's glowing green.
Yeah, it is.
And now, those are some of the green flames you see there, Bandrew. I don't know if you can see
Yeah.
that.
Did you Foley this one as well, or no?
No,
No? Okay.
no. This was actually. Let me see if I can send myself a picture of the production of that. I put it up on my Twitter. So
A quick Google says green flames are copper.
Whoa.
copper, yeah. So it's probably
Oh.
falling apart. I'll send a picture now. Originally, the smoke was really, really big and crazy. I'll show a picture of the production of this here in a moment.
Can you describe for us how it smelled?
My nose is terrible. It's always been terrible. I don't remember it smelling like anything.
Well, hopefully you were upwind of it and not downwind, because that would not be healthy, sir.
Not good.
Okay, let's just be real.
Yeah. It's I at this point was not there. I was only out there for about 4 minutes, and then I went inside because it happened to be a pretty cool night. And I figured with the coldness, it might get a little, be a little quieter. But I'm looking for the best picture to show.
While you search for that, Jan has a question. Mike, what's that Toblerone pack of a microphone?
Toblerone
I just tried those the other day. Those are actually pretty damn good.
Absolutely
I've never
delicious.
had a
That
Toblerone.
I was always intimidated, but I
gets
did it.
stuck in your teeth, though, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
If this one, I assume the one that I'm speaking into is the one that they're asking about. This is the Shiny Box 46 MXL edition ribbon microphone from Shiny Box, discontinued.
Let's look at that closer.
Yeah, you like it? It's typical
like
ribbon microphone,
grill.
challenging to use.
That's a
Figure
grill.
of eight. It's a huge. It's all it's you get the huge ribbon motor in it. I got this microphone because I bought an old RCA, a really ancient RCA ribbon microphone, and I needed to have it re-ribboned. So I corresponded with John Ulrich, who re-ribbons microphones, and he has a company called Shiny Box, and he makes ribbon microphones. And so I also bought one. I bought one of his mics off, and one of the last ones he made. I think they're all discontinued now, but I've been really enjoying. I've got a couple of different ribbons now, so I've been enjoying using this ribbon microphone. Not terribly expensive if you can find them used. They're great. I love them.
The low-end response sounds incredible.
Say that again.
Low-end response just sounds killer. It's so crisp.
Yeah. Because I've got a couple of different ribbons, and this one is I don't know if it's the result of the Lundahl transformer that's in it that makes it really nice and bright. I've got a little tiny bit of air added in my preamplifier, but I was shocked because some of my other ribbons sound really dark, but this one I've been really enjoying use this. I've recorded a bunch of stuff with it. The figure 8 pattern's a little challenging for voiceover, but I love the warmth of it. Great low end response. I love this microphone, and I think it was like $449 or something. Really inexpensive as far as modestly inexpensive as far as microphones go.
Right.
I'll take him off of the solo view. That way,
so I can see.
That way he can see everybody else that are talking to him. And this comment is exactly right. Mike would sound great on a toothbrush, even if it's an electric toothbrush and it's turned on.
I didn't know if this is the this one over here. This is one I just bought this one. I'm testing this. This is the Warm Audio, the WA8000 that we're given a test to, but it doesn't. It's okay.
Doesn't it have like a heat sink or something on the back?
Back here, and it is hot because I've been warming it up today because I need to record with it later today, and it's hot. It's warm to the touch, and so in my little booth, I can't leave it running because it's actually it works like a little furnace in my booth.
Wait, that's the Sony or the?
No, it's
Warm Audio.
The Warm Audio knockoff. No, it's not the Sony. I want to try and get my hands on a Sony rented or something to do a side by side to see if they're actually even remotely in the ballpark with each other. I'm skeptical. But yeah, so I bought it on a whim just to see if it would do anything. And the highs on it are like, holy cow, is it a bright mic? And the reviews that when I've shared it with some of the folks on my little Discord, they're like, wow, that is a bright mic.
So even for you find that the top end is it too much, or is it bright but they're able to make it still appealing, or does it just get like?
Yeah, it's so far now. I haven't recorded a ton with it yet, so I'm reserving judgment. But it's been too bright for me.
Wow.
It's not like super crunchy like the NT1A. That is like super unpleasant. But I definitely wouldn't. I think it would need to be equalized to bring it down a little bit. Like I added air to this one, I'd take it away from the warm. I've never.
Would you tap that microphone for me? I want to hear the resonance. There's a weird when you back off a little bit off of the microphone. There's a weird resonance that I'm hearing on it.
It could be me hitting my desk.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. It's a figure 8, so it could be bouncing off. It could be bouncing off my desk or the monitors behind it.
Okay.
Because I'm not in. There's all shiny stuff right here. So
it's not selectable pattern. It's just a straight up figure 8.
Just
that's
straight
why.
Up figure 8.
That's what I'm hearing is the rear lobe reflection. Because I'm like, there's a weird resonance. It doesn't sound like a reverb or an echo. It's weird.
Comb filtering or something bouncing up. I'll get closer to it.
When I did the MXL, the R144, I couldn't record sitting at my desk because the reflections were just making it sound completely wonky. So I had to record standing up.
Yeah.
So
if I record with this one, I have to sort of turn 90 degrees to my live wall and just sort of record into a dead wall. And I have a reflection filter. I actually haven't tried to use like a reflection filter or, God forbid, an eyeball. I haven't tried one of those with this. I don't know if that would do anything, but I can't just go right against my shiny wall, my live wall in my booth. I can't go against it because you get that comb filtering or whatever it is.
Yeah. You hear that resonance I'm talking about, everybody else? because it's a really weird. It's like a.
Is it unpleasant?
reverby
I can
type-
switch mics. If it's unpleasant, I can switch.
It's just I just notice it. I mean I could shut off my hearing again and just
No.
concentrate
This
on
actually,
Discord.
this is probably a good idea. We should all probably switch up our mics now. Can we just take a couple seconds and do
You want
that?
to do that?
So everybody changes.
Bandrew is like freaking out, disappearing into his background there.
Let's see. I'll switch over to this one. I'll switch over to this one. How about that? I'll switch because this one I can make hot in just a second.
Yes, I would love to hear that.
This one is here.
Mic swap.
Check. And let's see.
Not leave just yet, so that way someone's here to drive the conversation forward. I love this
All
comment
right.
though. Alan with his nose and Blanchard with his eyes were the super team here ever.
Let's see. Am I still hot? Am I hot with this one?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just make sure. So the Avalon is turned down to that
There
one's off.
you go. There's a good comment for you.
Yeah.
Mike.
That's good. That's good. I like that. So let's see. This mic is not as hot
Is it
as the
back?
other ones.
It almost sounds like it's off axis, is it?
I gotta put my glasses on. No, I can't be off axis because I got this huge engine behind it, the big heat sink. So let's see. It's in cardioid. Phantom power is on. How am I?
Do you-
how am I
Doesn't
doing now?
sound
Do
like
you,
it.
do you
It's
need
like-
phantom power? Because it's a tube mic, right?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the tube. Yeah, the tube is
Okay.
the tube is down here.
Just like, no, don't do it, Mike. Don't do it.
With the microphone enable phantom power, and you'll be like watching the
Let's
sizzling
see.
Yeti. We'll just I'll let you record the
I don't
next
know. Yeah,
I'll let you record the next whatchamacallit epic
I have
live
no idea.
stream.
Can you guys hear me at all?
Vlog.
Am I okay at all? Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, you're just quiet.
I got the gain
Yeah.
all the way up over here.
You do? That's a very quiet mic.
Like I said,
Here.
I'm brand new to it. I'm brand new to it. I don't know. I can switch. To see it's something else.
And Julian should change interfaces, not mics. I hear Maliek typing.
No, I think
Here,
it just switched over to the SM7B. So I think I
that's
thought
Let's see.
I'll need to swap here in a second.
apparently so after the review from Bandrew, I have to say it's apparently a good microphone. I just used it for noise testing so far, but apparently it also records quite good sound. So
Let's see. Am I better now?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
okay.
a world better. What
yeah.
was
Good.
wrong?
Good. No,
Absolutely.
I was I was turning up the gain on the wrong input. Stupid mistake. Because I have another
That's
microphone over
doesn't sound
here.
right.
I have
You were-
another
were you
microphone
pulling up
here.
a mic across the room.
Yeah.
That's why you sounded off axis. Because it's like, wait a minute, something's not right.
Yeah. No, I had another. Yeah, you were hearing a different. You were hearing it. You might have even been hearing the Neumann that's way back there. I don't know. Maybe that's
it
possible. I
sounded
don't know.
quite distant. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably the Neumann back there. So, but now you're hearing this one. I hope.
Yes.
hope. Yeah,
That sounds
cool.
pretty
It's
good.
coming in
I
there.
like it.
You
And
like
it's very unfortunate. Real quick here. We just lost Maliek. Maliek, I guess, had to leave. He's been here with us for 2.5 hours. I want to say
Yeah,
thank
long
you very
time.
much again. If you're not familiar with Maliek, he does Power Director University's YouTube channel here on YouTube. And at the very beginning of the Epic live stream, I talked about how much he and his videos meant to me. And we started diving in deep, I think, into the world of audio, and we started to lose him a bit there. But I very much appreciate Maliek for coming by, and very much, appreciate him hanging out with us and stuff as long as he did. Thank you very much, Maliek. I see you down in the chat. Sorry you abandoned. You had to abandon before we infected your brain with all of our sound talk. But thank you very much for showing up here. Talk to you
That's
soon. And
cool.
again, you mean a lot to me, and thanks for everything you've done, especially through your channel. It's been a lot in the shaping of how I've done things here on Sound Speeds. So Power Director University is his YouTube channel. If you're interested in a video editing software, and see how people do with and see some really cool tricks of the trade and things that you can do. So check that out. Okay, so I'm the only person that hasn't changed out microphones as of now.
Did Tom change out a microphone too? It looks like
You know what? I'm
You
working
did.
from home, and this is the one that I use here, so I can't change today.
Ah, okay.
Okay, but everybody else looks like they have. I haven't yet.
Yeah.
And I will in a split second. I will do that and remove myself right now so that y'all can do that.
Mr. Buck, did you put in a Is that an Earthworks microphone?
Yeah, this is the Icon, but they sent me
Nice.
the pop filter for the Ethos, which fits on it. Bandrew talked about it
I think
in his video.
yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it's cool. I love this microphone. It's myconic. And I have the PSA1 boom arm that I removed the logos on because the
Well, that's
logos
good.
are
That's good. I
obscene.
watched your video on that, and the logos are like, holy cow.
Yeah, I used the
Holy
solvent
cow.
in the video, and it worked okay. And then after it, I was gonna cut them off because it was too much, and I was like, I'm gonna go back at it with the solvent. And it actually wasn't even that long. I just dumped like a bucket of it on it, and it totally removed it. I did it on 2 of these arms actually, and there's no trace of the logos at all. It's like
Nice.
Yeah, that's good because they were
awesome.
gaudy. The Rode, I mean, they're good boom arms, but that logo is so gaudy, so
You
bright.
don't need to do that, Rode.
I know you really don't. You really
Yeah.
don't.
I felt terrible, like, because I love Rode and they're super nice to me, but I use this arm in videos without mentioning it, and every time, even in like a Zoom call, people would be like, "Hey man, what kind of boom arm are you using?" I was like, okay,
Yeah.
gotta do something.
Yeah. Did you use acetone? What was the solvent?
Yeah,
It
it was
took-
made. It was I think it was It was something that I bought that was for removing vinyl letters off of T-shirts. It's like a big tub. In my video about the arm, I put a link to it, but it
Yeah,
totally
that's
worked.
good.
Just that with an alcohol wipe,
good.
and they came right off.
That's good. That's good.
And not a colored pop filter.
Well, I have tons of them. There's one right
I was
here.
wondering. Like,
But-
Yeah.
it's like how
I-
many
I-
questions do you get on average on every video?
Yeah,
with
and it
with the
shows
pop
up
filters?
prominently. It shows up very prominently in his videos too. So it's like the B-roll footage, bright purple. You know?
Yeah, it's fun, but that is my number one question. I think that's why they sent me this, is because I was using the blue SM7B windscreen on the regular Icon thing, and I was like, oh, it fits great. And then like 2 days later in the mail, this showed up, and I was like, oh, I guess they didn't like that.
They're like,
Yeah. Right.
don't do that. Don't do that. But I made a comment about that, and you actually replied to us. I know you saw it about that. It actually changes the way it sounds. It's, I think, a denser foam, isn't it? Because
they
it
have-
sounds like it blocks more of the highs.
They have 2 different kinds, and most of the ones I got, I forget what they're called. There's one, it almost has like a texture on it. I don't know if I could even show it on camera, if it would show up. My camera will focus on it. It has like it sort of has like a pilled texture almost. And then they have other ones that are kind of thinner and normal. And so I think these are made to be used outdoors more, and the other ones, although I don't know why you'd use an SM7B.
That's what I was about to say. That's a very interesting
I don't
idea.
know. I just like the color, so I was, that's me.
Well, it seems to get a lot of attention. It'd
It's
be
my
a
number
very-
one question, which is, and I don't even have an affiliate link or anything, so it's just, there we go.
Spoken like a true YouTuber. You need to get that affiliate link set up.
Get that link for
ASAP.
something.
Yeah.
Sold like 4,000 windscreens.
Yeah.
Well, it is a very interesting thing how it's very prominent in your and anybody who's interested in microphones is going to look at that and be like, I have to watch this video now because there's a purple windscreen on it.
Well,
Who cares
it
what the
is.
video is about? There's a purple windscreen on it.
It's sad but true, and I was talking to one of the guys from Earthworks who's awesome, because I wasn't really familiar with them until I saw like Bandrew and Curtis and everybody do their like Icon and stuff reviews a while ago, and I was like, oh, I thought Earthworks was like one of those companies from overseas that just emails you and they're like, we're the leading microphone manufacturer, and I'm like, sure you are, okay. But turns out Earthworks like is amazing.
They're legit.
They're super
Yeah.
legit.
Yeah.
They can say that because it's right.
Yeah.
They also make a lot of very good calibration microphones.
They're
Yep.
awesome, and I was talking to someone from their team, and he was saying that like that's actually a problem that they have is they're very well known in the higher end audio world, but
Yeah.
on like the creator side of things, people do think that they're like, who are you, like some no name whatever, and they kind of have been fighting against it. And I completely forgot what my point was with this. Oh, that's what it was. I said like, yeah, the Icon, it looks awesome, I love it. And he was like, yeah, as much as we hate to admit it, people listen with their eyes first, and we just deal with that. And I
Yep.
was like, it is true. Like, obviously, the look of a mic is not the most important thing of it, but a cool looking mic is really fun.
Yeah, cool. I mean, so many mics want to be on camera now.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
It's true.
But going back to what Trey said, I think it was Trey, sometimes branding is unfortunate. Yes, but I think that the most, no pun intended for Tom, but iconic microphones are the ones that have no branding on them, like the SM7B, the RA20. Maybe someday the Icon or the Ethos, because it has such a unique look. I think once you actually have that reputation and it's recognizable just by looking at it, that's a million times better than slapping a huge brand logo on the side. So,
but that was an interesting point you made in one of your videos recently, that the SM7B was not designed to really be in front of a camera, but now that they are, that's where you get the the M7V,
MV7X, yeah.
MV7X.
Huge logo on it.
With a huge logo on it, because they I think realized, oh, look at this. This is a market we didn't intend on.
Yep.
And I think that's a really good point you made in one of those recent videos you did there. So
I don't know if I made that point.
So Bandrew, you're saying that Shure in the future should send some stickers with the SM7B so you can have the logo on the side?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sounds like the perfect idea.
That's what Bandrew should do if he wants to have fun, to start putting like a Rhodes sticker on the side of that Earthworks microphone during a review and have people be like, wait a minute, what? Total confusion there. So Earthworks does preamps too, like the ZDT 1022 and 1024. That's out of my realm. It's not pro audio, so I don't know. Anybody want to comment on that?
Isn't that
no
for
idea.
measurement stuff? I think
Yeah,
it's
I'll be
like
honest, I didn't know
ultra
they made-
flat and ultra low distortion preamps or something.
I had no idea. I thought they only did
But I'm not
microphones.
sure.
I didn't know they did preamps.
Yeah, there you go. Put a blue logo on the SM7B and say it's USB. Let's see how well that goes over.
Then it could be the.
I mean,
SM7
it would be
USB.
the most popular microphone ever, given how popular the Yeti is and how popular the SM7B is.
The blue SM7B. I mean, just combine
Yeah.
them and it's the perfect microphone.
They should do like all the hype culture going on right now about all this clothing and everything else needs to be Blue X Sure. And they need to do a collab. Limited editions sold in Supreme stores, because Sure already did 100 Supreme SM58s. You never know.
Did they really?
Yeah. Well, so Supreme bought them and then just painted them or did whatever.
Oh.
I don't think it was with collaboration with Shure. I think the Shure people couldn't even get them.
So Thomas, hopefully this works for you, the video that's on the screen right now, or the words that are there, during this stream only.
That works.
There you go. That way, people who donate to the stream, I can verify that. I can verify the people who actually do make those donations. I just got to know who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
What
What are we laughing at?
These are the kids at the back of the class, Alan. They're just goofing off.
what happened? I missed that.
The comment from Tom.
What did he say?
The new Earthworks.
Oh, jeez.
Newer X Earthworks collab.
Earthworks collab 7D. Newer X Earthworks 7D.
Oh wow.
10 out of 10, I would buy it to review it.
Yeah, people would buy it if you say, "Oh, this is a great sounding microphone."
Bandrew,
would
there
love
was
it.
a video you made. I don't remember what review it was. I think this was like 2 years ago. But you do the thing where you say like, "Here's what comes in the box," and it's the microphone. And I don't remember what it was, but it was like, "Here's what you get in the box. You get the microphone, you stupid bitch."
That
rings in
was
my
the
head like
Shure
3 times.
SM7B.
Oh, the original
That was
one?
the original one
Christ.
4 or 5 years ago. Because I was
Okay.
going back because somebody left me a comment saying, "So what you said in the first one was wrong." And I was like, "What did I say in the first one?"
Wow.
And I went back and watched, and it was that really aggressive. "Here's what you get in the box, you stupid bitch." And I thought, wow.
I think of
That's
that every
rude.
time I see that part of your videos. I just think of that. It's awesome.
Yeah, people get pretty upset with stuff like that sometimes. It's not worth it.
I paused on this comment for a second because, Curtis, has anybody here actually reviewed any of the DD BPTRX wireless system? I know it's out of the wheelhouse for some people like Mike and Julian and Bandrew, but Curtis, I don't think you've done it either. You did the Pocket, right, Tom?
Yeah, I did.
But
the
you didn't
Pocket
do the
Wireless.
BPTRX, did you?
Mm-mm.
How about you, Curtis?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just making sure here. I just reviewed the original Connect system. I did a live stream with the BPTRX. I had it for just a short time, and I think there may have been something wrong with the copy I had. So as soon as that was done, Andrew said, "Hey, can you please ship that back to us? Something's wrong there."
Did they ever send you another one?
No.
No.
Yeah. Is Andrew
I
coming
think that
on
was
today?
after. I think that was. I'm sorry.
Is Andrew going to join us today?
No, he's not joining us. He's actually enjoying some family time. That's okay.
Okay. Fair
But you
enough.
know who we do have here is Ray Ortega. Thanks for coming out here, Ray.
Hey.
Hey,
What's up?
I
Hello.
scored the right time slot. All my best friends are here. Amazing.
Well, great to see you. Thanks for joining us again this year. The guy who managed my stream better than I did last year. I thought that was pretty awesome.
I probably just
and-
yelled at you about something audio related. That's all.
Well, there was someone breathing into the microphone, and you were like, "All right, look, I'm going to be the jerk that says it. Mute your microphone if you're going to do something." I was like, I was like, geez, I'm just going to bring out a big old sandwich and, just like chow down in the middle of it and not mute the microphone just to see how you get all, furious. But I think I'm the only person that reviewed the BPTRX just so that so we finish this thought. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Watch my video.
Watch the video.
Watch the video. Watch the video on that, and then write a comment, and I will respond to it most likely if I see it. If YouTube notifies me, they don't always notify me of things.
See, we switched to the DAV, which my stepdad, so half of my life was worked for the DAV, so I'm very familiar. So
Excellent.
kudos to the DAV.
Well, yeah, I tell you, and I've said it before. I have a friend who has blood cancer. Someone who's been a really good consultant and stuff like that. I got connected up through this channel in some of my wireless things. And I tell you what was very interesting is I wanted to do something, a charity for blood cancer. So I started doing searches, and I came to realize eventually, not initially, that the searches were from a while back, like a year and a half or so plus before the pandemic. And I think during the pandemic, the children's the CCBF, which originally was the focus behind the stream for the giving, I think something happened and they went down because if you call their number, it goes straight to a voicemail of someone who, if you do a vanity search in combination with the CCBF through Google, you will find that her LinkedIn profile says she left the company or left the charity in June of 2020. So I was like, no. I was feeling bad about it. I reached out to Bandrew and asked him his thoughts too. He says, yeah, if you can't get them to respond to an email, they won't answer their calls, they won't respond to social media or something like that, there's definitely something going on. So at that point I said, I want to change up something. And looking at my friends, talking to my wife, her best friend, a bunch of people, they basically radiated what I was already thinking, do something for veterans. And the DAV is one of the big ones. So I thought that the DAV was a great charity to back this time. And just so that you know, in case since I haven't said it for a while, the Disabled American Veterans is the focus of our donations here. And 100% of all donations are going directly to them. None of it goes to me. None of it goes to YouTube. It all goes directly to them. So if you're looking for something to donate for at the end of the year here, by all means, choose the DAV. Now, there's also a link down in the description. If you don't want to do it through this stream, use the link down below, which it goes straight to their DAV.org website. And you could donate there as well. If you do it from their website, though, please mention in the comment below or in the comment that you saw it through SoundSpeeds. I'm going to try to find out, again, for future, how much we are raising for the different charities that we are backing here. Also want to remind everybody that Video Mantis, who Thomas, who's very center of the screen right now, he is the mastermind behind Video Mantis. He is offering a coupon code of SoundSpeeds for an additional 10% off for until the end of the year?
Yeah, until the end of the year. Mm-hmm.
Till the end of the year.
Until New Year's.
Until New Year's. So if you are, and that's in addition to the 50% off sale they're currently running on classes. Yep. But the very best deal that you're going to run into right now regarding Video Mantis is for every $25 donation or more to the DAV, Video Mantis will give you a free course. And he said that's just for the stream only. So that's why it says in caps down there, during the stream only. And he did say that if you donate $100 or more, then he will extend that to the DAV if you email me and let you know that you did that. And at that point, you'd have to forward me the information because I wouldn't know. He will do it before until the end of the year, so for the next 3 days. But anyway, that's going to be up there for you guys to check out as well. So here's a question. The BPTRX is better than the BPTX, but I don't think that 2.4 gigahertz is a good choice for film at the moment. That's exactly my mentality.
Oh, yeah.
I poked at that again when I did my video on getting your Part 74 FCC license. And I said that basically 2.4 gigahertz is not a professional wireless frequency range. Thomas, do you have a Part 74?
No, I do not have that yet. I did a few classes on it, teaching other people to do it, and then I ran out of time and didn't do it myself. But yeah, everything that you're saying about the Deity Connect, I agree. It's a great system, but it just depends on what your application is. I mean, if you're a hobbyist, you're doing podcasting and things like that are not sync critical, it's a great product for you. I personally believe the second you're getting paid for a job, you might need to look into something else just to make sure that you're, covering your tracks. Because just like you said, with the prosumer wireless, you just never know what's going to creep up on you and take out that wireless.
But somebody did mention, and I'll throw this out there before I started to jump on you there. But there's one thing that was mentioned before, and I can't remember if it was in your video, Tom, or somebody's video. They said that if you had a budget of something, if you were talking about YouTube, and someone was like, oh, should I go ahead and spend money on a used G4 and then have a good wireless system for YouTube videos? Or should I get something cheaper? Is there something better? And my comment on that was that if you're going to do a YouTube video, I think that it's better for you to spend money on a good quality lav going into something that's smaller. Because if you're doing YouTube, you're literally 6 feet away from your transmitter, from your receiver. So if that's the case, and if there's nothing that if the transmitter cannot transmit 4 feet to your camera, there's an issue. So spend that money on a higher quality lav. So that's at least my thought process on that. The G series though is solid as a rock, but it's UHF. So we'll see what happens there. Here's a comment from Julian. That must be the comment that I jumped on you for. And you went ahead and put it in the chat there. Check it as silent mode. You could try to lower the light output, the light output, and see if the fan gets quiet.
It was regarding a question how to how to lower the fan noise with a light you have with a chip on board light, what's it? An aperture. What are they called? Aperture, I think something like 11D or something. And of course, there you have to watch out. They have a fan in them, and I think Curtis, you're very much aware of that, and so you sometimes have to work a bit around that. I mean, in the best case, you can maybe swap the fan if you're a little bit educated in that direction, and you can do that yourself. Have a bit of, and you don't worry about your warranty. But other than that, try to maybe place the microphone a bit differently. Try to maybe place the light a bit differently, and use the polar pattern of the microphone to your advantage. And of course, also turn down the light and see if the output of the light changes the fan behavior. Because sometimes if you have it on full power and the fan is heat dependent, then of course the fan will be at its loudest setting at its full power. And if you do not use, for example, just dropping it to 50% or so, just already might bring down the fan noise considerably.
It's really interesting that we're going into 22 in a couple of days, and we're still using primitive fans and heat sinks. It seems like with technology the way it is,
what's the alternative?
But they should be able to come up with something.
Apple does it in a MacBook, and Apple products are notorious for the fans going crazy. So how they went from that to no fan and the thing doesn't just melt on your desk. I have a Eero router that if you touch it, I swear it can't be healthy because it's emitting so much heat and there's no fan in there, but it doesn't melt. So they're doing something, right?
They are. And go ahead.
I was going to say, can we, I'm just sitting here watching Mike, and I'm not hearing anything out of him and his beautiful mic. And I just wanted to.
Me?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear something.
His voice, his mic, and his his studio. I haven't seen.
It
that
sounds
one.
like you're on mute too. That noise floor is just
Really?
not existent.
Yeah, it's good.
Am I on mute? You guys can hear me, right?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
We can
Yeah.
hear your soul.
I
Go ahead, Mike.
what? Who? What?
Give us
I
more.
don't have any. I don't know.
Curtis wants to hear you talk, Mike. Would you?
What would you
tell
like
us-
me to talk about?
Okay, here's one thing.
Yeah,
Speak.
I got a good
Yeah,
question for you,
speak.
Mike. And this is
Yeah.
something that I want you to. I know earlier this year, I think in May, you released your podcast, your
Yeah.
Newfield, I believe it's called.
Yeah,
And
my
you
little
posted
two-parter.
about you posted about that right before Halloween. And I was looking for something to listen to on my way to the show that I was working on. And it was kind of it was very Halloween-ish, and I listened to it and I had fun with it. Tell us a little bit about that podcast for anybody that's not familiar with it. Are you going to do a second season of it? Tell us about how that came to be. Tell us about that. And that way everybody can get their rocks on when they listen to your voice.
That was my wife and I wanted to try our hand at doing a full audio drama production. We hadn't done one before. I've been a player in a lot of audio drama productions, but I've never produced one sort of start to finish. And we wanted to try our hand to see what is involved in making a podcast. So she wrote a 2-part, it's essentially like a movie length script. It's not a season. It's not multiple seasons, not world building or anything like that. So we just wrote like a 2-part Halloween, a Halloween podcast, for lack of a better word, 2-part audio drama called newfieldpodcast.com if anybody's interested in listening to it. And I just hired a bunch of friends who were actors. We just wanted to do the whole thing. We had a composer who had written some music for us. We wanted to just do the whole thing start to finish to see what was involved in it. And it came out, it did really well. We weren't interested necessarily in turning it into a thing. It wasn't a story that we were going to keep continuing with it. But we just put the 2 episodes out just as a learning experience. And we did learn quite a bit in making it. But it did pretty well. I really didn't know, Bandrew and those guys know a lot more about like the podcasting world. This was the first time I had gone and selected a podcast platform. It had all changed so much since the very first time I tried my hand at podcasting, in 2010. It had all changed so much, and I learned a ton about it, and it did pretty well. It did pretty well. Doesn't make any money though. Podcast, from what I can tell, you need to have quite a bit. I don't know about monetizing podcasts. If anybody wants to talk about monetizing podcasts, I'm certainly interested in learning about it. But as far as I can tell, you couldn't make any money with it.
Let's pass that off to Ray.
I think he's, it's funny because it's so different than YouTube, right? So most of us here, I think the little squares have gone away. Pretty much YouTubers, and I always talk about on my own podcasts about podcasting, when bringing on other people who podcast, and it's like the easy way to make money, is YouTube, right? Because it's a walled garden platform. The unique nature of podcasts is it's not typically a walled garden, right? It exists across so many distribution points, but with that comes the inability to simply say turn on monetization, right? So you're left to the same old devices of Patreon and all these other ways to bring in money, and that's a hard ask. It's a hard thing for people to do, right? As opposed to just watching a 30-second ad that comes on via YouTube, or even clicking affiliate links in YouTube. So I've always been on this, can we get some of these tools for podcast? Even the ability to simply do like a hyperlink text or something where you could at least, we're all talking, if we're having an audio show, or a podcast about audio, and we're going to talk about gear, all those things. So it's the threshold from going from listening to an audio podcast, not to mention you're not, YouTube, you're staring at a screen. It's a little more interactive. You can touch. Audio podcasts, it's in your pocket. You're in your car. You're just not going to go from point A to point B easier. So it is a harder thing to make money in a podcast, right? You almost have to decide, am I going to go the sponsor model? Am I going to try to move people off to my YouTube channel? Here we are siphoning them off to this other place where we can make money. So it's a tough nut to crack for sure.
What are your thoughts on podcasting 2.0? Because I know they're doing the whole Web3 or whatever the hell it's called, the cryptocurrency stuff. Right. So it's built in monetization where the listener is able to send value to the podcaster directly in app.
I haven't played with that. I mean, the problem with in-app, again, is that everyone uses different apps. And I know that, like, they're probably working on a way to port it over, but the app itself has to then bring it on board, right? And Apple's not going to do this. Apple's shown that they're not really going to bring on external tools. That's where 75% of your audience is coming from. So, again, you've hit another wall. To me, a podcast is so much more powerful than being able to scrape together some affiliate links or banner advertising type stuff, right? Like, you almost have to have another product. The podcast is proof of concept. It's I really now trust this person. I'll check out their course. I will check out their YouTube channel, whatever. It's something else, right? So I think a podcast, unless you're huge and you're going that sponsorship model, may have a different role to play in your sort of revenue stream. I think it's just nice to make it available. Like, don't put it behind paywalls and all that stuff. So
real quick here. Sorry to jump on you there, but I know Thomas Popp has to leave real quick here. Just want to if you want to say one last thing regarding Video Mantis and the sale you have going on, please. Yeah, by the way, do that real quick.
Yeah, so everybody, just to let you know, if you go to videomantis.com right now, you click on the banner, every single course on our site is 50% off. But because you guys are listening to the Sound Speeds live stream, we've got a coupon code. Sound Speeds gets you an additional 10% off. So it's 60% off for you. You guys are more than happy to take a look at the courses that we have, develop a new skill before the new year. And if anybody donates $25 or more to the Disabled American Veterans Fundraiser, I'm going to give you guys a free course just for helping out, because we need to help them out and take care of everybody in this world. So other than that, just one more thing, if you don't mind, could you throw up, just so people know about it, True Audio? That's where I work. I've actually got a meeting right now. That's what I got to go to. We have a year-end clearance sale where we have a lot of B stock and clearance items. So if you just go to trueaudio.com, click on the link, take a look at what we got before somebody else gets it before you. There's usually only like one-offs of everything. So take a look and don't miss out, because you'll be mad if somebody gets something at a cheaper rate than you.
Yeah, and the consignment section of the True Audio website is truly amazing.
Oh boy,
there you go.
You did it again. Awesome. Guys, Happy New Year. I'll be back later. I'm having a ton of fun with you guys, but I got to get to this meeting. Take care.
Okay, real quick. This is what he's talking about, the end of the year clearance sale. Sorry to jump on you there, Mike. I'll show you this real quick while you...
If you actually go to the banner and click to the left on that blue banner up at the top, you see that left arrow? You see where it says go for it? Yeah, click that. Because it's basically, if you click on the banner right when you're on the homepage, go to trueaudio.com.
Let's go to trueaudio.com as opposed to their advertising.
Click on that red banner right there when it pops up.
Which
Boom,
one's the
end
red
of year
one?
clearance sale.
Bandrew?
Right there.
Okay.
Click on that.
Stop bullying me.
Boom.
Okay, end of the year clearance sale right here.
Check out all those toys. Let me know what you think, guys. All right. Take care, everyone.
See you,
Bye.
Thomas.
All right.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thanks very much, Thomas. You take care. All right. Sorry to jump on you there when you were in the middle of. Go ahead, though, Mike.
It was, it was interesting from part of the experience that we had was, we're really interested in the audio drama part, and, really inspired by some of the big podcasts out there that are doing audio dramas. They're not cheap to make. They're not cheap to make. And the fact that they're really hard to monetize, like we've got 2 seasons of another podcast written, but we know it's probably, I don't know, it'd probably be $20,000 to make.
Really?
I will never make $20,000 in a podcast. I will never. Yeah, if I want to actually pay actors what they're worth and pay composers what they're worth, in order to make the content, I don't want to hire actors and say, "Well, will you do it for $25?" I want to pay them real rates. I want to treat them like they're actual professionals that I'm hiring. Yeah. And so, in order to do that, it's you need
to bring a sponsor on board. Like it's especially. You have an audience, right? So at least you have the ability. You're not starting from zero, right? So in your case, you have the ability. Right. I mean, you're still probably not going to profit. You're lucky to clear what it costs to make the thing, right?
If I was lucky, yeah.
But again, people who have audience, like you don't have to reinvent the wheel and find that audience. You have at least a chance of bringing on a sponsor. But again, it's very tough. I would ask anyone who's made a podcast. I always want to hear: have you tried to monetize? What have you done? What has worked? Because it's always different for everyone, and hopefully someone can glean a little something off of that, or other people that will work for them, right? It's always different.
So, Mike, you've acted on some horror podcasts, right?
Yeah.
So how do they do it? Do they do it through a sponsorship model where they have a massive audience so they can sell ads and then?
Yeah, so I don't know how much at liberty I'm because I'm not a showrunner on the podcast,
Right.
but I know that, the one I'm on most frequently is the No Sleep podcast, really popular, super popular podcast.
Yeah.
And they have a really diverse monetization model that they had to build up over time, including they sell individual episodes, premium content. They sort of did Patreon before Patreon was a thing, where you would get the first 2/3 of the podcast. It's like 4 stories, for example.
They
You
get
the
you
first
hooked,
2.
and then
You give you 2 or 3, and then there'd be a premium one, cost you like $1.99. Or you could, subscribe to a whole season and get all of that bonus content over the course of the season, much the way Patreon would do it now. But then they also sell for the free version. There's pre-roll, there's mid-roll ads. They've been able to secure sponsorships over time, but we're in season 16 or season 17. So it took a long time. It was probably 6 or 7 seasons worth before they started to get any sort of sponsorship. And I don't know any of the finances of it. I don't know. I just know they're not cheap episodes to make. They are not cheap episodes.
And people think that that's like really hard or crazy. Like it's like, oh, well, I have to do it for 5 years. I mean, how long did it take you to build up your YouTube channel to be able to make what you would consider worth it money, right? The few hundred or $1,000
to pay a salary? Never.
Never.
Yeah,
Right.
Unless you're okay getting a job where tomorrow they'll say, we're going to cut your pay in half.
Mm-hmm. But it's not, people think, oh, YouTube is, I talk about how it's easier on YouTube, but it's not that much easier. It still takes, you still got to build it, right? All these things.
Oh yeah.
Require
It's
building.
taking a long time.
You can do as much as you want to, but then no one will see it, because the YouTube algorithm is not going to help out someone that releases one video one random time. You could have a great video, and unless it goes viral, and he has some sort of a push, it's not gonna.
Yeah.
I mean, even viral doesn't do anything for you, right? People always want to go viral, but so what?
Quick enough, yeah.
They get one and done. It's you might have got the audience there, but if they don't stay and come back,
yeah.
What good does it do you?
You may get
slow
your
and steady wins the
hours
race.
Slow and steady. And I'm not even, I'm not nearly as consistent as some of the other folks here. So, I definitely watch YouTube. Definitely does this for me. It's not, YouTube's not slow and steady.
I don't know if anybody else has had fall off, but I've talked to Bandrew about that. He and I have both had, especially in the past few months, like maybe 4 or 5 months, a big viewing,
Huge
drop off. People aren't buying as much as they used to. So affiliate money is down. There's the view that even the money that you're getting off of views is going down. Tom, I know you just got through in March, you went full time doing this. And how has that been for you now that you've gone full time?
It was awesome because my channel took a giant dump right after that, which is great actually, because it forced me to hey, I should plan for this because things were going so well prior to that. My camera turned off, but it's okay because I have a backup anamorphic camera over here, so I'll just use this.
Oh, look at you.
Whoa. Wow.
Yes.
When did J.J. Abrams join the chat?
No,
My
there's no
anamorphic
flare.
B-roll camera.
Look
There
at
is
this
flare.
flare. Look at this
There's
flare.
the JJ.
Because Aaron Preki told me how to do
Wow.
it. So
Wow.
I am grateful.
Now I know. I DM'd Curtis a week ago about video switchers, but it's clear who I should be DMing here.
Well, actually, Ray, both you and Curtis, I started watching your channels 2012, 2013 when I started. Prior to doing YouTube full time, I was teaching, and I started teaching digital media, and I was like, oh crap, I don't know how to teach people about audio and cameras. Like, I knew stuff, but I didn't know it well enough to teach it. And then you guys became huge resources. Like Ray, I remember your 60D videos were the ones that hooked me.
Nice. Yeah, I think those still pay somehow, some weird way. People still getting 60Ds and checking it out. That's so cool. And I think for anyone else who sees that, Tom now has a huge viewership, and probably people's, they like gear. That's why they follow you. And they're thinking, I don't know how to do that. But record your journey, right?
Yeah.
I was teaching people what I would learn and then just share it because I'm like, I'm a noob and I don't know how this thing works, and just put it out there, man. Like, you learning on camera will help someone else learn. It'll also like enable them to get involved easier because the barrier is lower.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Have any of you ever watched some of Bandrew's earliest videos?
No,
Oh,
please,
yes.
God, no.
Oh yeah.
Please,
They
God,
are-
no.
Sure,
They are
Please,
amazing.
for the love of the few
Precious.
things good in this world,
I
no.
love them. They are so
No.
awesome.
They're great.
No.
He gets so
I
hyper.
still-
Hey, this is
in-
Bandrew Winkle, the podcast.
in
Hey
20
guys, how's it going?
In 2022, I'll still be watching those.
No.
It's great. Those are some of the best ones. I want them to be the biggest views on your entire channel.
He
'Cause
says
they're
no,
amazing.
but they're still
they
online.
still
so
are.
yes.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, I know he
That-
recently privated a whole bunch of them. It's like, oh, come on.
Oh.
Between you doing that and Maliek
No,
cutting
no,
off his dad jokes at the beginning of his videos, it's not been a very
No,
easy-
no. All the videos on my main channel are still there. I've just had my podcast on 3 different channels, so I was getting no views on the original one, so I just privated them. There's no value there. It was covering, hey, Apple's releasing this in June of 2016. So what? No.
It's the best thing.
If
in the
somebody
world,
wants to blackmail me, they need to work a little bit harder than that.
There was a backpacker bag review. Early
Yes.
on. Was that your first video ever?
That was so prior to that, podcastage, that was because he has a room camera too. What is this Jacob
on.
Collier?
I
Oh
wanna know
my
what
gosh.
the aspect ratio was. Tom, what was the aspect ratio of that other of your anamorphic? 3-to-1 or something?
He
It
can't
looks like
hear
it-
us.
He
it's-
can't hear us, yeah.
2.55.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, you know, as a
1.6.
parent, you want your kids to go past you. So, Tom giving amazing kudos there to his early YouTube days. Curtis and I with a mic and a camera, just forging along, and he just exploded. Like, now I get to go learn from Tom. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Tom has. I'm going to say while he's got his headphones on, he's been very inspirational. Tom Buck's been. I mean, this lens that I'm pointing at right here, it's solely because I looked at the quality of his. So you do get to learn from. You get to learn from everybody else.
So if I buy that lens, it's going to look good.
I was hoping to look
Just
a
like
little
if you
bit
buy
more
a
like Tom.
microphone, if you buy a microphone, it's going to make you sound good.
Where's
I can
the
sound like
button
you
to
about
make
by
it
that
sound good
microphone.
though?
Where's the button?
Yeah, that's the big question. Is where's the button that makes it sound good? I want to buy the microphone that makes me sound like Mike DelGaudio and the lens that makes me look like Tom Buck.
That's right.
They should
just
sell
need it-
those as like plugins. Why doesn't that exist as like a DSP? It's like it
I
will with AI. You'll just be able to sound like whoever you want.
We
And
all
actually,
just
that's
need
the
very
conversation.
vibrant. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, go for it.
I was just gonna say we all just need to buy vibrant paint so that our rooms look like the cover of a Newfound Glory album. Then we'll have a
Guarantee
room
he's
like
covered
Tom.
that. I think he's probably covered that. You just throw up a couple more lights there, Bandrew, on your set. I think a couple background lights. They're pointing up from the wall. Like
Yeah,
blue
He's got
back
the
here.
little green accent in the background.
that's green.
Bandrew is trying to hiding all the guitars in the background. In
Don't
the
bully yourself,
darkness.
Andrew. And then Curtis got you to get the Zoom bandwagon. Get on the Zoom bandwagon. I could speak. I should just take myself out.
It's too early
Tom-
for you to.
Yes, it totally is. Now we're back on the what aspect ratio is that, Tom?
Sorry, I could hear, but I couldn't talk. This is the Sarui. I actually had a camera on it, but I think that battery died as
He had
well.
a camera on a camera, people.
I had a camera.
Of course, this is Tom that we're talking about.
This is the
Of course he did.
I think I could turn it on.
What a legend.
This is the Sarui 50 millimeter f1.4. There it is.
Nice.
On the camera. And it's on the Sony A7S III. So it's a full frame anamorphic, and it's a 1.6.
Go back to it for a second. I want to put it full screen.
It's so this lens is so good. I'm trying not to overuse it in videos. It
Your sound
doesn't.
is delayed, but
Oh, oops. It doesn't flare too much unless you try to. That's why I put the light there. And then I got my. Oh crap! Where did it go? Anyway. I swear I know how to do stuff. Oh, here, this is what it looks like not squeezed. So if you just use this normally and then you have to de-squeeze it to make it. you know, so I don't look like.
Is that
I
the
lost a
A10
whole bunch of
Mini
weight.
that you're using right there?
Yeah, it's the A10 Extreme ISO.
That's the one I'm looking at.
It's
good.
It's absolutely awesome.
So Curtis, because Curtis, you have a step down from that, right? The Pro, and that's
well, it's really hard to say, Ray, because I have I bought them as they were released, basically. So I got the A10 Mini, then the Pro, then the ISO, now the Extreme ISO. So.
Even better. So, but you use the Pro, not the ISO, right?
Today I am, but the ISO is on its way back from Blackmagic right now.
Okay. I'm trying to get advice here. So I'm like ISO, non-ISO. To me, it seems like for what I'm going to do at work, multicam, try to produce it live, but I would love that backup ISO to post-produce later. Seems like a slam dunk, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I liked the dual output that Curtis, you told me about because of the confidence monitor bonus sort of that you were doing.
The Extreme is definitely, and the only question in my mind is whether you get the ISO or not. And I think the ISO is worth it too, based on your use
I do
case.
too.
Solved.
I'm not nearly as expert as Curtis, but that's my Extreme ISO back there, and I swear by it. I love it.
Everyone with the A10, man, it's just and it's been like a good, feels like 4 or 5 years that A10 has been the go-to. It's probably been
You
longer.
recently reviewed a stream thing, Mike. I did. Admittedly, I didn't watch the video, but it was a multi-video switcher thing. I did look at the. I clicked your affiliate link, even though I didn't watch the video because I wanted to see what it was. God knows if you'll get anything out of me from that. But what I do know is that it looks like it has all 4 images on a little
tiny screen.
Hello
screen.
How does that compare to something like? I mean, obviously the A10 is crazy, but how does something like that work? Because I'll tell you, I was looking at it and thinking, for somebody like me, it might be kind of interesting. I don't need to swap, to 15,000 cameras like Tom is doing, but maybe 2 might be kind of interesting.
It was fine for what it was at its price point. It competed with the I think it was the Feel World one, and it was very limited. It's probably nearest competitor was the A10 Basic Mini, like the $350 one. I don't remember what they cost, and it was nice because you had the little tiny confidence monitor just to see what inputs there were. The thing it missed, where it missed, I think, was in it lacked macros. So if you're familiar with the ATEMs, and the others can speak more intelligently about this, but the ability to have macros to automate the clicking of a number of buttons in sequence is a huge deal. So Tom will have one button that it'll switch a camera and turn on a mic and do some other things. I've got a couple of buttons here that do a number of things at once, and that's where I really think that the ATEM system shines quite a bit, is the ability to script those actions. Because during the video I'm like, well, if I want to switch microphones or whatever it was, you had to dig into all these menus and do it step by step, and if you can't do that on stream. But the ability for me to just switch between my booth or my my screens or my other cameras, being able to switch back and forth and do it with a remote control with like a little tiny remote, like a Stream Deck, makes a huge difference. And I think the ATEM, I wish it was higher resolution. I would do, if there was a 4K ATEM ISO, like it would be the most mind-blowing thing, because I initially got these. I hope so, because I'll buy it, because I was originally hoping to be able to make all of my videos just in real time and never have to go into an editor to just press the buttons and switch between the microphones and switch camera angles. Just do it in real time rather than after the fact. And the fact that it's 1080p sort of restricts me on it. But for live streams, like when I'm coaching with people, it's easy to just switch between all the different views and mute mics and do things. It's really, really handy.
I'm really being bad about going back and looking at the chat. I'm just looking at the chat and StreamYard. But thank you very much, Matt Sheffens, for the 25-pound donation to the DAV. Darren Lynn donated $50, which is amazing. Ono Coffee did $25, also totally amazing. Michael Spencer, $25. And of course, we had Lillian Rambu donated. Ron, what is Ron 100? I don't know what that is. It's what is that, Russian? I'm sorry, I don't know what RON currency is, but that's amazing. and what is that? Bestie time? Best. I don't know. I'm butchering names again. I do that constantly. Sorry. Bestia time donated £5 or €5. And it looks like we also had Dan's Planning, $20. And we had ours, CHF. What is that? Czechoslovakian?
That's Swiss francs.
Swiss francs.
Yeah, CHF. Yeah.
CHF. Okay, I'm terrible. Sorry. And then Anonymous donated $10. And then
Which was ping pong.
Oh, okay. And then Bestia Time donated €20 also. Just a reminder to anybody who's watching that if you do donate $25 or more to the DAV during the live stream, not after the fact, Video Mantis will give you a free course. So just in order to get that, you need to actually email me at alan@soundspeeds.us. Otherwise, we won't know who to Thomas won't know. I will pass on a list of people to Thomas so that way he will know who to give a course to, but I won't know unless you email me. So please do that.
And Alan, does that need to be in one single donation, or can that be split up amongst multiple donations?
I would say it could be multiple donations.
Perfect.
So if you already donated something, by all means.
Thank you.
So yes, thank you for clarifying that. Well, has it been
I have one more question before we maybe jump over to another one. Maybe somebody knows if that product exists, because, for example, for live streams, I do not do live streams too much, but maybe in the future, let's see. I would really like to use more webcams, like plaster my whole setup with webcams, for example, one having on me, then one showing, like, I don't know, a measurement setup or whatever. And it would be really interesting to have a device that's like a switcher, but it has, like, I don't know, 5 USB inputs for 5 webcams. Does anybody know if that exists? Because I only have something like the Atom that I've seen, and I think there are devices out there that can take 1 or maybe maximum 2 webcams, but nothing in like the Atom range or something like that. And I think that would be such a popular product if you had like a switcher, which you could just plug in, like, I don't know, 3 C920s from Logitech or something, and then you're good to go, and just dirt cheap setup.
I've never seen anything for that for USB-C, but I think the earlier USB protocols didn't have the bandwidth on a single USB bus to have more than, I think you were limited to 3 or 4 USB cameras at a time. USB-C, I don't know. I don't know what the world is for that kind of switcher. If that would even be a possibility.
I'm a dumb person, so wouldn't the box need to be a computer, because don't the webcams need to communicate with drivers on a PC? So wouldn't you just be plugging a bunch of webcams into the computer directly anyways, and then creating a bunch of scenes in OBS?
You would, yeah, but I think the issue would be, like I said, I don't know about USB-C, but I think up until now, the earlier USB protocols, you would saturate the bus itself, so you'd actually have to have multiple USB buses in the computer, multiple USB cards, because they would saturate, and you wouldn't be able to run them all concurrently. I think that's probably why that thing hasn't been invented.
Yeah, I think, Bandrew, but you're also right. I think that would be pretty much then the idea. You would have a second streaming PC, which you just can simply plug in like all the cameras and then have your OBS scenes or something like that.
Yeah.
But what I really like is to have, like, for example, with the Atom series, that you can go live with them without the reliance on the computer itself. For example, with my setup, it's always a bit finicky, and I have no idea why, but it likes to blue screen on me, and I would really do not like to run like a streaming software on the same PC that blue screens. So then the only option is to get a second PC and plug in all the webcams there. But let's say you had just like a Atom Mini, but instead of the HDMI, it's just USB plugs in the back, and you can simply
it's just
stream
a mini
with that.
PC.
Yeah, essentially, it's just that would be really cool. But I don't know.
That is a popular thing. A lot of streamers do have dual PC streaming setups for that reason.
Yeah. And I mean, for the streaming, you do not have to have like a huge, powerful PC. It might be just like a small home theater PC or something. I don't know, like a really small one could be sufficient for that. But it would be really nice to have like an Atom Mini or something that already supports everything, like picture-in-picture and all the kind of stuff that you have there. But instead of HDMI, just with USB cams. But maybe I'm the only one who's missing
Yeah,
this product. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you might have to go and still live in the HDMI world, but get some like cheap GoPro knockoffs. I'm thinking like the old Mi cameras. They had
That's also an idea. Yeah,
and they were small, like they were they were more like action cameras. They just weren't robust, but they were really inexpensive, but had clean HDMI out, so you could do like a 1080p out. That's the only thing I could think of.
And small question to Blackmagic Design: why on earth is there only a 3.5 millimeter microphone jack on the A10 Mini? Why is there no XLR jack
Right,
with phantom
right.
power?
That's they do have a larger line, just so you're aware, which is probably due for a refresh that does have XLR ends, line level ends. But I would
Is that trickling down? I hope so.
Well, I mean, they'll have to change the form factor at some point because what they're cramming a lot.
A breakout
into
cable
boxes.
would be fine or something. They don't even have to have
True.
like a full size XLR on the back if they are
Good point.
afraid of the size or something.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens because they were doing the traditional switchers, which are like, the big rack mount, all that stuff. They didn't have a lot of those, like a $4,000 rack mount 4K ATEM doesn't have the, in the app that you can run, the companion app, you have all of these software plugins, basically the result or the Fairlight plugins within the A10 minis, but you don't have that in the big switchers. So I have to imagine that we're going to see either some of that technology trickle down into the minis, or we're going to see a refresh on the more traditional rack mount line with a lot of the features from the minis. It'll be interesting to see which way they go.
I'll tell you, I tried with my Sony ZV-1 to get it to work for the stream. I know how to do it. I got the stream set up. The ZV-1 was great. But when I was looking at it, I was like, why is there a delay on the picture? So I clapped and did a recording, and it was about a quarter of a second off. And this stream started in 37 minutes. And I'm like, of all times for you to start messing around with me now. So I don't know how in the world to correct it, because my audio was before my video.
Yeah,
and
it's always
like,
going to be,
Yeah.
right? Because your audio is connected via an interface, right? USB.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well,
So
it's via the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6, but still you can only delay 20 milliseconds, which is like less than half a frame. So I can't delay it enough to have it match picture.
That's where
unless
the
I use
A10 Mini,
OBS.
Yeah.
A10 Mini can do that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you got to run that audio into the camera.
Yeah.
Or run, that's another.
But I don't want to do that.
Which I've never had luck doing.
Yeah.
I've never had luck trying to like override. Like I have a ZV-1 too, and this is a A6400. Using an external thing and going into the preamplifier, I always just get terrible hum and buzz. I've never had any luck on any of my Sonys being able to, because I'd like to route this directly into the camera. I've never had any luck.
I do it with my 6500. You tried to route like a mix pre into the camera?
Yeah. And I always just get a terrible buzz, no matter how.
Yeah.
And I've messed, and I've got 3 Sony cameras, and it's been across the board on all of them. Probably something I'm doing wrong, but I've tried different interfaces. I've tried different things, and I've never been able to, because
Going
I'd
out of
like
the
to
Mix
overcome that
Pre
exact same
into camera?
problem. Coming out
Is that
of,
what you
I don't have a Mix Pre 3. But any of my interfaces, anything I've tried, right down to a Zoom H5.
If it's creating the constant, consistent buzz, it's going to be a pin out thing probably on your camera. Is
Maybe.
what my guess would be, is that there's some sort.
Maybe
There's
it's using the wrong
probably
cable.
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
there might be a way to cross over it or to change it in order to make it actually work. Because it sounds to me like if there's a buzz that's consistent across multiple cameras that you multiple things you plug into, I would look at the cable. It's probably a cable issue. Real quick question for Julian. This has been up there for a long time, but like half an hour. What's your favorite audio interface amongst the ones that you've reviewed?
Yeah, and I think I already answered it in chat.
You
but
did answer it in chat, but in case you wanted to elaborate now, I wanted to do that before you.
Absolutely, because I think this is like, I mean, often people ask this, like, what's the best interface, and it's a hard question to answer. But this specifically was what I found to be so far one of the best, and I think the Moto M2 got to be up there, because so far, simply from all the stuff that I've tested, it has like the best performance to price ratio essentially. But that's the second point I want to stress is that all the other interfaces are not far off. It's not like, oh, the Moto M2 is like the holy grail of audio interfaces. It's literally all the audio interfaces these days are really, really good. And actually, there are coming more and more interesting ones out on the market with more interesting features. Like, for example, the Wave XLR now with the VST plugins that you can use. So you can essentially use them to process your audio in real time, like you can do in OBS, for example. But you can use that, for real time. Yeah, okay. It was some milliseconds, but so
that could actually take care of your sync issue there.
Yeah, there you go. Just put a bunch of plugins onto it.
Just put so many VST effects on there so that the delay from the audio cancels out the delay of the video, and it's a legitimate strategy. Highly recommend an FFT effect for that and set it to the highest FFT size.
Yes,
it can also introduce like hundreds of milliseconds of delay, no problem.
I can actually also, now that I think about it, I need to get it back. I loaned months ago to my friend Reagan one of those feedback destroyers that has a built-in delay up to 2.5 seconds, which I did a video about where I talked about how hearing delayed causes cancellation in your brain. But I could actually manually add a delay if I wanted to from the microphone into the thing, and then totally just dial it in if I wanted to. That's if I wanted to. But here's an idea here: GoPro with mini HDMI mini would be a cheaper option into a switcher. And then Ping Pong says, I've overloaded USB controller on my motherboard multiple times by having too many devices plugged in. It would have to be some super beefy setup on a single PC. So,
Tom, you said in the comments the Ecamm Live doing multiple. Is it just 2 cams though? USB?
I have done a lot because the ATEM counts as a webcam source, and then I've done the GoPro plus a second ATEM. So I've done 3. Plus a camera. I plugged in my A7S III, this camera. I plugged that one in. So that was 4 sources into the Mac Mini, like the cheap Mac Mini, and it was fine. So I don't know. But none of those were like traditional webcams like the C920. So.
Well, it's funny. I was just about to switch to ask Mike if he's on the WA8000, which is Ping Pong's question, and Mike just vanished off the screen.
He was, yes.
Okay, well, that answers the question then. It says you can use Go ahead.
At the very end, there's an interesting question for Julian again. My English, this is from Bestia Time.
Okay, fine. There we go. My English is bad. I will rephrase the question. What audio interface used is for SM7B? They sound louder with other YouTubers in stream. A lot of sensitive detail. I want this.
Earlier on, I think he might have commented on the person using SM7B. That might be somehow only me today, which is crazy because it's usually everyone. But Bandrew, I saw it in Bandrew's hand, I thought, and then he put
Bandrew,
and
I was also on the SM7B like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay.
He's talking about the level. On the SM7B. Yeah, he was on the SM7B at the beginning.
Okay,
but there has been a change, and everybody, I forgot who said it was. Let's change mics. So we all changed mics.
What drives me crazy about live streaming as a host is that I never know how my audio level is in relation to everyone else's, right? Like I can hear everyone else, everyone sounds balanced. I have no idea what I'm sending. I'm usually too low from my guests.
But Alan's
live
doing
stream,
the
so I have to
mixing job
ask
today,
them.
Alan's doing the mixing job today, so everything is totally perfect.
That's right.
Well, it's luckily StreamYard's doing a lot. I'm doing my typical thing of just blasting my audio, compressing the living crap out of it, and throwing up online. That's what I'm doing.
But he's asking, I guess, Julian, which audio interface would you recommend for the SM7B specific? And all of them with the fed.
Here's what I will say.
Ellen, go ahead. No.
I was just going to say what I usually tell people is, as you have demonstrated, as I've talked about, signal to noise ratio is designed. It's if you lower your preamp gain, if you only put let's say 10% gain through to your interface, and you barely have a signal, your signal's going to get lost in the noise. And if you boost it up in your computer, that's just going to be a bunch of noise, a little bit of signal. But that's the reason why whenever you test an interface for the noise floor, you always blast it full blast, crank it up all the way, and then you test the signal to noise ratio there. Maximum signal will get you on a correct noise floor. And then if you happen to lower it, the reason why like the Cloud Lifter, the Fed Heads, the Dynamite DM1s, these things are popular is because if you have a noisier interface, you can lower that noisy interface and use something else that you phantom power, you provide phantom power to it, and it will become your preamp. It replaces your preamp, basically. So if you plug in an SM7B into something like a Fed Head or a Cloud Lifter or a DM1, what that does is effectively changes your preamp into something that is lower noise. And I just got through quite literally doing a test about this just yesterday and sending it to Bandrew. And I could, if you want to watch the test, I can show it. I can upload it here and we can watch it live. But it shows point blank what the noise floor is. If I go into my mix pre-6 where I have extremely clean preamps and then I match my level, I'll just show the video here in a second. But in the meantime, why don't you go ahead and answer that and I'll get this clip and get it prepped here. But go ahead and tell me your side.
I think, yeah, it's a really good point. I mean, in an audio chain, the first amplifier is pretty much the most important one because it sets the noise floor, essentially. It's just, if you have a noisy amplifier in the beginning, like there's nothing you can do after that gets it any better than this. It's just like in the beginning, the first time you amplify the signal, that's your chance to get a good signal. And if that amp like has a high noise floor, then everything you do after that, of course, any attenuation or amplification is not going to give you any better signal to noise ratio. So in that regard, of course, you can, like a Cloud Lifter or Fed Head can, under some circumstances, help you out if your microphone has a noisy preamp. That said, I think it's often a misunderstood thing because many people assume that audio interfaces, like very cheap ones, have bad, like a high noise floor, have bad preamps, which is simply not the case anymore. That might have been true like 20 years ago, but these days, like I've measured things that cost like $30 or so, and they have extremely low noise floor preamps in them, and it's absolutely crazy. And for those interfaces, like a Fed Head or Cloud Lifter, something does not make much sense. So the question, which interface to get specifically for the SM7B is, to be honest, just have a look at the noise floor, the preamp noise, which how much it has. And once it is quite low, which pretty much nearly all interfaces have these days, then it's good to go. And there might be some interfaces which you have to completely max out the gain. Like, for example, the Audient Evo 4 comes to mind. It does not have much gain. When you completely max it out, you're still on the lower side with the audio level, but that's not a big deal. You can go in, for example, in your live streaming software or in post-production and just boost it a bit digitally, and that's totally fine because the preamps are clean. And as I said, that's the first step in the chain. And if that's clean, you can boost it after that a bit, and you don't introduce any more noise. You do not change the signal to noise ratio.
What's the spec that we're looking for as a consumer? What am I looking for?
Okay, that's a good point. The spec is the equivalent input noise. That's how it's called for the preamp noise. And I would say anything around minus 129 dBu.
Do they always list that, though? I find
well, I think oftentimes they do, but also like with different specs. Sometimes it's A-weighted, sometimes it's not. I've seen it in dBV and sometimes in dBu, so it's not always comparable, to be honest.
So what he's really telling you is pick a few that you think you might buy and DM Julian.
Just watch Julian's videos. He measures it and lists all of them.
I have a complete list, yeah. If you're interested in just go in and, for example, pick an interface which you're interested in, have a look at the preamp noise, and if it's somewhere around minus 129 dBu, I would say it's totally good to go for the SM7B.
You have to have like
most microphones are.
You have to have like a PDF that like just stays current, a Google Doc that stays current. I have a friend who always keeps up with all the different podcast hosts. People want to know which hosting platform do I use, and he tests them all and tells you. And I'm like, just give me the list, man. So Julian, you need that list that just says,
yeah.
Here's
I'm thinking about how I can make that available. Actually, it's
Google Drive.
I've
Pay wallet.
Pay wallet. Yeah,
absolutely. Only for my patrons.
$100 to get a list of the information that's available in the video.
Mm-hmm.
Or just come to the Epic live
chase,
stream
man.
and pressure Julian to say it. There you go. Here was a question here. I'm going to jump back to here. Would you recommend getting a G3 or G4 system over the DD Connect? I know Sennheisers are super reliable. Are these systems as good as it gets before reaching the Electrosonics level? Do you want to take that one, Curtis?
Okay.
Because that's I mean, I'm pretty opinionated. I could dominate this conversation very easily, but I don't want to.
Yeah, no,
Why don't you
it's
take that
fair.
one, Curtis?
It's so tough to say. That is definitely, I would say the Sennheiser G3, G4s sit in kind of this middle range. So they're above all the 2.4 gigahertz stuff generally in terms of reliability, in terms of your ability to change to different frequencies. So you get more flexibility if you get to a location and you're like, the frequency I usually use is not working. You can tune to a different frequency and that's good. I don't know of a lot of other systems that are substantially better than that before you get up to the Electros and the other pro level wireless systems. Alan, I really would love to hear what you have to say on this too. Sony does have a system, although it seems to be more tuned for like ENG type situations, news gathering. They have slot in receivers that go into some of their news gathering cameras and stuff like that. So I don't know. You could probably outfit something like that as well, but that's about that's where I sit on that.
What I always tell people is it also depends strongly on the frequency range. The 2.4 gigahertz wireless is in a consumer frequency range, and UHF is what the G series is in. Professionals use the regulated frequencies of the UHF when they get a Part 74 license. And so I always tell people, if you want to use professional wireless, get it in the professional frequency range. Now, here's what I said at the beginning of my BPTRX video. If you're a consumer or you do YouTube videos, I even said basic filmmaker, if you're interested in doing maybe corporate events and your camera is close and your mics are close to your recorder, then probably you can get away with 2.4 gigahertz wireless. The problem that we run into is the world is now full of 2.4 gigahertz wireless. It is all over the place. We have Bluetooth on our phones, and it's all trying to occupy an 83.5 megahertz wide bandwidth, and only 79 megahertz is typically usable because of the guard bands on either side. And most of the time, they use BLE protocol, which is twice the size, or 2 megahertz. So you basically essentially have only 40 channels of usable Bluetooth frequencies. If you try using that on a professional set, if you're using any kind of a wireless lighting system, you're going to run through all of that real quick with all the antennas they're going to have on every single lighting instrument on set. You're going to have multiple issues with the new Bluetooth headsets that everybody in the camera seems to be wearing, like the Riedel systems and stuff like that. They're great, but if you do a scan on a set, and I did this as part of my BPTRX video, I ran into 155 Bluetooth and 2.4 gigahertz wireless devices in the area I was at when I ran that scan, and I put the scan on the screen. And and this is all trying to share the same 40 channel wide bandwidth. And granted, you're going to end up having a device connected from your belt up to your headphone, and that's going to be a pretty decent signal. And you can use the same channel as someone across the room that's using the exact same frequency because of RSSI, residual signal strength indicators. And because Bluetooth is not going to travel really far when there's a lot of Bluetooth, it will travel a very short distance. When it's squashed in by bandwidth, as soon as it starts to have too much RF in the air, it's going to start pounding it back. And so that way it gets smaller and smaller range. And the biggest issue you run into with the 2.4 gigahertz wireless is using the same frequencies, and it's going to try to wiggle itself in between the channels, but it can't do it as quick as you want it to. And that's the reason why, as soon as you use 2.4 gigahertz, you're going to end up running into issues with running into crosstalk or running into your RF being squashed by everything else that's on a set. Now, if you're talking about YouTube videos and getting very close, like only 4 or 5 feet away, 2.4 gigahertz wireless consumer stuff is fine. But I always say that if you want to get professional wireless, if you're talking about the Deity Connect versus the G3, G4, the Deity Connect wins on feature set all day long. It is as solid as a rock system. It's great that way with the ability to record, the Zaxcom patents, all that kind of stuff. But the frequency range is what's going to get you get you the usable audio between the transmitter and receiver if there's any kind of distance between you. So if you are using it close, you can get away with the DD Connect, and I still love that system. But as soon as they make a DD Connect UHF version, then I'm going to be like on top of the world. I'm going to love that, because if they ever even go there, because to me, that's the big lacking, is the frequency range that it's operating in. Because aside from that, the feature set's solid. But as for right now, the G3, G4 is an entry-level wireless transmitter. And when I say entry-level professional, I mean because it can't compete to Zaxcom, WizzyCom, Electrosonic's build quality, the Shure Axient system. Those systems are great. And the G4 is designed to be a little bit not nearly as big with regards to the money behind it. They don't put as much into it, so it's not solid. You even have a video about this, talking about the Pro Wireless, Curtis, versus the mid-level versus entry-level, and you talk about the differences in those. And one of them is stability and an ironclad ability to have a bulletproof application whenever you need it and use it that way. It's great for that.
Guarantee you go on set at some point.
But if you're
an actor is going to sorry. I was going to say one of the things that's important, for example, is if you're earning money, if you're on set frequently, and that's how you're earning money, I guarantee you that I've gone working on short films and stuff, and professional actors come up to me at the end of the day and they're like, "Oh, here's your whoa," and my transmitter is swinging from the lavalier cable, and they just came out of the bathroom where it was dragging on the floor. They get so abused, and it's really important if it's something that you're using frequently, they have to be robust, and that I mean that from the standpoint of the physical build, but also like the electronics too. On the consumer systems, sometimes things just don't hold up as well, even on the electronic side of things. Not just the physical build quality, but there's a lot of thought and other things that go into it. Also on the pro systems, this is when you get beyond the Sennheiser G3, G4, but on a lot of those, for example, the transmitters have analog limiters built into them. So if if somebody gets louder than expected, then you have a little bit of a safety net there too. Those are the kind of things you don't see on the consumer systems.
It makes me want to open a giant can of worms and just ask, what does broadcast quality mean to you? Like, is it a build quality issue? I shouldn't even lead the witness, because everything wants to be broadcast quality. What does it mean?
It's a good question.
Is it marketing? Is there something in it?
I think some people abuse it and use it as just a marketing term, and it's kind of vacuous. It doesn't mean a lot. But I think, from my point of view, broadcast quality is something that you can use on a daily basis on a professional set, day after day after day, expect it to be reliable and expect it to work. And preferably to be repairable as well. That's another thing with a lot of consumer things. They're just not repairable. I mean, even if you think about, even though, for example, and I hope I may take some fire for this, but the Zoom F-Series recorders, amazing field recorders for what you pay for them, but there's nowhere to repair them. I'm pretty sure, I don't know that Zoom USA has a repair facility. I kind of doubt it. So if they're in warranty, what if they're out of warranty and it breaks? Then what? Do you just have to buy a new one? Maybe at that price point.
But is it still cheaper maybe than buying a sound devices? We have like 3 Zoom recorders laying around, and when one breaks, you just take another one.
Yeah, that's legit. I mean, that's potentially legit.
It's also strategy, yeah.
Yeah. So
that's kind of the point too. Is like we talk about even maybe a really cheap microphone versus investing in one that's 3 times the price. If you're going to end up buying 3 lights, a lot of times lights is where I find it. You're going to buy these cheap. I won't say any brands, something studio lights, and they just fall apart where you could have bought one aperture, maybe not aperture, not sponsored. But they do, so sometimes that investment up front is hard to make, but this is where you really see the results, is that you have it years later. I mean, I'm going to have to will this SM7B.
That's a
makes me-
good thing. That's a good
Yeah.
thing that we're seeing. I was thinking about why we may have seen a decrease in sales, and maybe it's that people have started to invest in higher quality gear, so they're not replacing it as often, or they're just saying, "Okay, I'm done. I never have to buy another piece of gear." And that's an amazing. If we're at that point, hell yeah! I don't want the affiliate sales. Stop buying crap if you have the end gear. That would be amazing.
But Bandrew,
That's not the way it works. You never reach your end.
Oh,
It's just
God.
Bandrew,
That's it.
That's
sorry,
right.
sorry to spoil it, but
But
SM7B, RE20,
Bandrew,
U87.
I haven't bought a U87 yet. Are you telling me I don't need one?
You don't need one.
You
You
need
do.
I don't.
You need one.
do.
You don't have a
You do.
U87?
No. Do
And you need a
Mike?
I
U67.
thought you would have one in your desk.
No, I'm not. Well, no. I mean, I brought on this mic a little earlier, and you hear the grief I took for that. People were talking about. I hope Curtis goes to the gym to work out
To
so
flex.
he can flex like that.
Sorry.
Curtis, that microphone.
Oh,
How were you liking that? You didn't share any thoughts on the SV33?
Well, I wanted you to make the choice for me, Bandrew. What did you think of the SV33 so far?
I
only
was
used it
listening on my
twice.
iPad speakers at the time,
Oh,
so
okay. Yeah, like about 90%.
yeah.
of the
So
interviewers on
I
YouTube.
thought it sounded. I mean, I would have preferred you on an NW700, honestly. Just my 2 cents.
Just for reference, tell us the NW700 is a $35 microphone. Is that right?
20.
20.
That should be the Yule log
Yeah,
for next year.
that would be a good one.
That's right.
Well,
the reoccurring theme. Like every year, we burn a microphone. That's
One that
we-
deserves
yeah.
it.
What? Here's a question: have any of you tested and run 48 volts through a mic with a battery in it, and then does it bypass the battery? Have you run into any quality differences between a microphone with a battery inside of it versus not?
yes.
Okay, there's your
And
answer.
I think it depends on the microphone too. I think I can hear a difference on the old Rode NTG2 battery powered versus phantom powered. There, I could hear a difference. Is it huge?
Does it
No.
bypass the battery? If you activate phantom power, does it bypass the battery? Like, do you need to physically remove the battery for it to make a difference? Do you know?
I don't remember. I gave the mic
I don't
away a
remember
while
either.
ago, so
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Does it charge rechargeable batteries when you
no.
turn on 48 volts?
No,
Is that sarcasm?
Yeah, that was-
I
I
have
could,
a
so you
number
said I
of
could
microphones.
recharge my phone with phantom power.
Yeah,
have a number.
exactly.
Caddy 100 does. Caddy 100.
The E100,
Yeah.
E300s, they have recharge batteries that recharge.
Yeah.
From phantom power.
And so you
takes
can
like
kill
12.
phantom power, and the microphones continue to work.
Yeah. Yep.
What mic did you switch to, Mike?
This is it looks like a Rode NT1A, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's a Michael Jolie modified Rode NT1A.
Okay.
I got him right before he retired. This was an NT1A that I bought, and I sent it off to him, and he modified it for me.
Very cool.
Which
Yeah,
means he
cool.
did what to it?
It's new basket, new guts. I'm not sure how much of the original mic is actually left. I don't know exactly everything he does to it. Sounds totally different than my other NT1A.
That comment is a no-no, by the way. Go ahead.
What's that?
That's why there's
This
a
comment,
slash S.
the one on the screen. Just plug your plug your mic into your 3.5 millimeter. That's a no-no.
Oh.
I'm gonna.
Especially
Yeah,
when
oh,
it's
Sorry,
gotcha.
go ahead with what you were saying, though, Mike.
Yeah, no, I don't know everything that when Jolie would modify this mic in particular, he would modify a bunch of different ones. They were I think did he create the Octava mod? Is that where that came
Yes.
from?
Yep.
And then he would also modify the MXL 990s, I think, and turn them into real nice mics and
Real microphones is what you meant
Yeah.
to say.
yeah, real nice. And he would modify the NT1As, and I'm not a fan of the NT1A for me in particular, and so I sent this off to him, and he
It sounds maybe a little
Fixed it.
brighter than the original, less
It's-
muddy.
yeah,
No, it's the opposite, Curtis.
More middies.
I don't mid. Yeah,
Yeah, that was one of the things he alleged. So it includes a new capsule. I don't know how much of the
Oh, so it's a
electronics
different
he changed
mic.
out. It's basically a different mic.
yeah.
but
The housing is the.
it was
thing.
supposed to say it was supposed to be an inexpensive way to get something that sounded like a U87 was kind of how it was pitched.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Interesting.
I know the thing that I noticed that it was different is the NT1A, the highs are so crunchy and they almost sound like static to me at times. And this one doesn't sound like that. That's why I hung on to it. But that was what I noticed.
It sounds flatter. I mean, I don't know if that's, probably not, brighter is not what I meant, but it sounds like less low end than the NT1A, but it's hard to tell with your voice because you supply all the low end. And that's probably why you don't like the original NT1A.
And StreamYard's doing echo cancellation and adjusting everything probably.
Yeah,
so
right.
You can turn that off.
Yeah, you can disable it.
I will never disable it. I trust StreamYard with everything.
All of these things make me want to ask a question. I ask an audio related question. Awesome.
Sure.
So echo cancellation,
well.
wireless. We're all sitting here with headphones that are plugged in, and it seems like, has anyone ever messed around with trying to do, just wireless audio to monitor your live stream? You've got this delay issue, right? So I've only kind of tried to do it. But it's just funny. Like, it feels like an evolution that we haven't seen yet, where we can't really do wireless audio. At work, I do a lot of live streams with people who are not audio people, right? And it'd be nice to, and they're not, you don't want big headphones on for these type of streams. And so even just one earbud that is Bluetooth wireless, some people use those for their microphones, but I at least separate them from that. Like, don't use that as your microphone, but to monitor, so we're not getting that echo bleed. Anyways, I was just super curious if anyone ever even thought about it, tried it. Latency is the issue, right?
That's my experience, is latency. I've tried a number of different things to try and go wireless, and latency was always an issue.
Right. Unlike the camera mic issue where we can hit a sync, it's almost in reverse.
Right.
When you record, yeah.
And also something I found interesting, that's something I just recently stumbled across while testing some audio interfaces with this processing. Just when you, for example, monitor other people, just you have the sound in like this conversation, for example, I hear your voices, then if that's delayed like a few milliseconds, even a few 100 milliseconds, it's probably fine, because like the sync to the picture, it's not terribly critical. At some point we probably stumble across each other speaking into each other when the delay is too long, but other than that it's okay. But monitoring yourself is actually really difficult, but because you hear your voice in real time, and this is real time, and then on top of that, like the delay for monitoring yourself has to be like really, really small. It's actually pretty crazy. I've this one interface had a delay of like 3.5 milliseconds or so, and I could already notice that. So with 3.5 milliseconds delay, you can notice that something in your headphones does not sound 100% correct. So the latency, in my opinion, to monitor yourself has to be like sub 1 millisecond to be perfect. And to achieve this with, for example, Bluetooth or something is, as far as I know, like impossible. So that's the real problem here. Like, you really need really real time, and that's really hard to achieve with something like DA and AD conversion in between.
Well, if I suppose the wireless headphones could work if you just don't monitor yourself.
Yeah, because yourself is the issue. Exactly what you
and that's the. Maybe that's why we saw so many broadcasters sound so terrible over the last 2 years, because I mean, I guess AirPods are now broadcast quality microphones because they were used for broadcast for a couple of years. So by definition.
There you go, Ray. There's your answer.
Real quick, this is a throwback here to what Mike was saying earlier. This is a comment. It says, Nick says that, I think it said his sister or something like that. Let me go back to the previous comment. Family member is a pro voiceover actress, and she hasn't bought any new equipment in quite some time. She uses the AT4040 when she used to do Swiffer commercials years ago. Now she uses a 416 Grace preamp interface and a Whisper room for years. It goes back to what you were saying about it starts with the room. Get the room. Once you get the room, work on the mics if you want. But the main thing there is get a working room, because that room is going to work so much better if you can. It's everything, exactly as you said.
We should show up to these streams with the cheapest mic possible just to prove points. Like I know my Bandrew's got the
Bandrew's going to get it now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if he can, he's got to go into his warehouse. Real quick
Everyone's breaking and running for their cheap microphone.
Well, I mean, I think the cheapest one I have it's in arm's reach is my Neat Worker Bee, but that's a darn good mic at $80.
Real quick here,
at
CAD E100 batteries. If you want, I've replaced them. I did not do a video about them or anything, obviously. But if you replace the batteries, they're 2 9-volt batteries. They're the CAD branded ones. If you look at them, I could show a picture of that at some point. I'll put it on my Twitter. How's that? But it's really funny when you look at them because they say CAD on it and stuff like that. But if you want to replace them, anything that is low, what is it called? Low discharge. Get a low discharge 9-volt battery. That will be nickel metal hydrate, I believe, and it will automatically replenish itself, be charged by the CAD E100. So get that one and. Double check me if you take the battery, go open up your E100, look at it. I believe, and I can show a picture of this later. I think they're nickel metal hydrate batteries, but get the low discharge versions of them if you do that, because you don't want to use something that's nickel cadmium or the wrong kind of charger there. So anyway, your cheapest mic there, Tom, is what?
This is the newer NW800 or the BM800 or any other initials with 800. I hate it, but it is my most popular video on my channel. It's about this microphone, so I can't get rid of it. But I sound like I'm in a drive-through.
No,
I think you sound great.
I think that's a great mic for that very purpose. So if you're going to be recording a drive-through scene,
or if I were like reporting on World War II troops, like the boys are coming home from Europe, then it would be a great.
Get your carbon microphone. Get your carbon one, Andrew.
Okay.
That was a great. Tom, could you do a DAV ad read into that, because that was a nice crossover.
If you want to support our boys in uniform, then you can donate to the Sound Speeds live stream. That's right. Do your duty and submit your credit card information and donate up to a lot of money. And if you donate 25 buckaroos, then you'll get a free course from Mantis Video. I forget the URL, but Video Mantis. Everybody who goes to Video Mantis says, Mantis, this is great. Mantis is
even
great.
Distortion.
Sorry.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
there's a clip. It's character. They call that character.
Yeah,
it
wow.
sucks.
It completes the immersion.
Horrible.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go put some Band-Aids on my ears.
Okay, real quick though, as Tom, as I know, he 4:00 p.m. Eastern time is his time to disapparate for right now. Tom, thank you so much for coming by here. For anybody who's not familiar with Tom, tell us a little bit about your channel real quick as you sign out here.
Yeah, I mean, first off, thanks so much for having me. I was totally flattered with the invite, and it's been a blast to hang out with everybody. I'll definitely be in the chat throughout the rest of the evening and the day. But yeah, my channel is about audio, video stuff, leveling up audio and video skills. I like focusing on one-person production team kind of stuff, since that's what I love to do. And then I've got podcasts and stuff. So channel is just my name, or you can go to my website, because everybody should always have their own website, which is himynameistom.com.
himynameistom.com. That's cool.
Thanks,
That's a good
Tom.
website. Well, Tom, thanks so much for coming by here.
See you,
I look forward to seeing the other fun things that you do on your channel with regards to sound. And by all means, we'll be going on for quite a while longer.
Yeah.
So if you want to pop back in later, please do.
Awesome. Thanks so much, everybody.
All right, you take
Tom,
care.
before you leave, can you give us one
There you go.
one pun?
I am scarred from my voiceover here, so that was supposed to be a ska pun. I'm sorry, that was just
Yeah, that didn't come through.
that was an old one, and I was hoping I would have a newer pun to work with.
There you go.
There it is.
I just
There
sure
it
didn't.
is.
Yeah,
I sure didn't have anything that was iconic enough, so I'm gonna hit the road.
Well
That
done.
was neat. Bye, everybody.
Andrew, large fries, please, with that distortion.
Welcome to McDonald's. How can I be of service to you today? Hold the pickles, hold the lettuce.
The new
lettuce,
trend
don't
is-
upset us.
Dude, the new trend is terrible. When you drive up, all drive-thrus, it seems like now, they give you the welcome message, but it's a bot, it's a recording, and then so you start talking to it,
Really?
Has no one experienced this? Is this a California thing? So you drive up and it's like, welcome to Pete's Coffee today. How may we help you? And you're like, oh, cool. Can I get a small latte? And then the real person right in the middle, people come up. Oh, hey, welcome. How can I help you today? Like, why are you tricking me? They're trying to trick you. It's crazy. You're going to experience this. It's going to go west to east. It's going to ruin your life.
Huh.
Yeah. I don't understand it. I mean, it'd be one thing if they just said, welcome, hold on a minute. Anyways, not to derail. It is audio related.
You could become, instead of just the podcast helper, you could become the drive-through helper.
The drive-through helper.
Well.
You have to switch up the niche to stay relevant. So I like your idea, Curtis.
Bandrew, could we hear more of that?
Bandrew will be doing all the voiceover for that.
Yeah. First, just listen. This is so fascinating.
What? It's a shaker and a microphone.
You can hear the carbon granules shaking around in there.
What is
Curtis
that?
is about to lose it.
What is that?
Curtis is about to lose it.
This is a carbon microphone, so the capsule has granules of carbon in between two plates. You can hear them moving around.
What was its purpose?
To sound like this.
Oh my.
That was one of the first microphone technologies, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the museum open, Bandrew?
It's already open. It's open.
Is it an old phone?
Eventually.
We can just come to your house and look at all these
Oh
microphones?
yes, just go to his house.
I'll just show up, right?
For the record, anybody watching, do not do that. Do not do that. That is not allowed.
It took me 3 years to actually convince Bandrew to let me come visit him, and I tell you, it was not easy. So, to answer the question, no coffee. What's the latency on Comtext? Minimal. It's like 1 or 2 milliseconds or something. It's practically non-existent. And then so real quick here, I'm gonna jump back and to something that we mentioned here, because I made the mistake and uploaded the video to StreamYard as opposed to just playing it, which was my intention. But I just did this test literally yesterday. This is talking about noise floors, and we were talking about, Julian. And you might want to put your volume on your volume knob, hand on your volume knob, because I'm playing. I start off. Here's what I did. In fairness, this is what I did. I took my Mix Pre 6, went into 2 of the SoundSpeeds cables that I make, and I then went into my SM7B. I spoke into the SM7B until I had a level and set my level accordingly. And then I used a test speaker. I put it on the ground. I put a test speaker, a Bluetooth speaker, and I matched the volume on that speaker to match my voice level, the level that I was speaking into. The reason why is because there was a conversation came up with Bandrew saying after one of his videos, and it was basically saying, do you want to? Is it appropriate? Is it ever appropriate for you to use a cloud lifter, a Dynamite DM1, a Fed something like that? And so since the conversation was talking about noise floor, what I did is I set my level with my mouth, then I set my level on my test speaker to match the level that I spoke into it, and then I recorded an audio sample of just pink noise. Then, while I was still recording, I unplugged it and plugged in that 150 ohm resistor. So that way I did not adjust my gain. That's the level. That should be the very best noise floor you're going to get out of an adequate level on an SM7B. Then I did the exact same thing, but this time when I plugged in the cloud lifter, and I set the level appropriately to the test speaker, matching the level before. In post, I level matched them again, so that way they were as close to identical as you get, and you'll see they're like 11 0.11 decibels off or something like that. But you'll hear in this audio sample, and then you can see what the noise floor difference is between going into something that's extremely clean, like a Mix Pre 6, and does it actually give you a benefit if you plug in something like CL, something like a Cloud Lifter CL1. So here is the actual video of my test that
Maybe
I just did.
Just quick note, and yeah, as far as I know, the sound devices has an EIN of around -130. And I've also measured, only a fathead, but I'm assuming that the cloud lifter is pretty much the same. And it's also around there. It depends a bit on the input impedance of the preamp that you use it with, but it's also somewhere around -100, maybe 31 to -130. So they should be like pretty much in the same ballpark.
I think the fathead is slightly quieter than the cloud lifter.
Okay. That I don't know.
All right. Well, let's. So don't forget, if you're just coming on board the stream, put your hand on your volume knob, because I don't know how loud it's going to be when it goes through StreamYard. Okay. So be prepared in case this volume is going to go too loud for you. Okay. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's about what she would expect with the sound devices Mix Pre 6.
You're not going to get a much better noise floor than that.
With what was it, negative 76.6 without the cloud lifter, and then with the cloud lifter it was like negative 75.75. So 1 dB worse about, wasn't it?
It was 0.6 it started and then it slowly dropped, and it was about a total of a drop of about 0.6 of a dB. But still, at that negative 76, that's extremely low.
Yeah, I think the key is to, like, once you enter negative 68 or something, I mean, it's everything else is
somewhere in there.
The same. Obviously based on your own hearing, right? But I mean, what are you guys looking for when you're testing, Julian, Curtis, when you're doing these RMS levels? What's your sort of bar, your gold standard? Like negative, you want to be in negative 70s, basically?
I think it really depends. I mean, the difference is, like, in the recording, it is different than, for example, for final delivery. For final delivery, you record much lower than you deliver. For delivering, you push it, of course, quite a bit up more with some digital gain and something like this. And then you would expect, of course, the noise floor to rise. So in my recordings, I aim for a different noise floor than I would, for example, for final delivery. But I would say that, something around, like, I don't know, minus 70, minus 60 even, depends on, like, where you deliver to, should be fine. But I think really not a fixed rule. It's like the best way is just to listen to the final delivery and listen with headphones. And if you hear noise, then it might be a problem.
This comes up all the time for a reason, because people hear noise in their recordings and it drives them crazy, and they don't understand what you're doing versus what they're doing. They have the same gear. And I think it all wraps back around to environment. Most of what you're hearing is coming from the room, probably, right? You hear these noise floors and it's like, I just can't do what you're doing. And it probably is coming from the room. Sometimes it is a cable or something else. But I mean, I find the slightest thing adds, I mean, a fan in the distance, an air cleaner that's supposed to be quiet, a fan, and even an aperture light, something, right? I don't know.
Fan on my computer.
Yeah. Well, computer fans are terrible because they're close to the microphone.
When I was setting up my audio, my computer is literally underneath this desk, and I was like, "What is that? Oh, I forgot to use speed fan and kill my fans." And I quite literally had to do that, and then my gate stopped freaking out. But I'd forgotten to do that at the beginning of the stream because I was trying to fix the streaming latency issue with my camera. But yeah, those are big concerns. Is that the quieter something is, the more a sound is magnified. If you're in a quiet room overnight, if you're, I did a video recently about why sounds are scarier at night. And the reason why is because everything is quieter. Every single sound travels more at night. Because of temperature inversion, sound will travel more at night than it does during the day. And in your house, when it's quieter, the noise floor is lower. So that means that your signal there's a difference in signal to the noise, and you're going to hear quieter sounds, more magnified. And since those sounds travel farther to get to your house at night, you're gonna get a very creepy feel by sounds that you hear in the distance, by nocturnal creatures or whatever else. So that's the same kind of thing as what happens in your room. As soon as you get it really, really quiet, you're going to hear just a ton of little bitty sounds that are going to start to drive you crazy.
Mike, you probably need, doing professional voiceover, you have to make sure you're delivering clean audio, right?
It can be really challenging because I've had noise sources. I was going to bring a mic on earlier for this, and I was testing it out in advance, and it's unshielded, like you're talking about RF frequency. And as I was scrolling the mouse, I could hear it coming through my headphones from the microphone. So I've had it from USB bricks. You get it from all over the place. Trying to diagnose noise can be really challenging, and right down to some mics, I touch them and you get a ground loop. Some mics you touch them and you don't get a ground loop. You're like, what's the difference between these?
Issue.
Like, I mean, it's really hard to. Some of them can be really super hard to diagnose, and finding and eliminate noise is a challenge. When I coach people, it's like sometimes we really have to really try and figure out where the noise is coming from. And especially if you're not familiar with, like, most of us, we've gotten used to hearing noise, and we're like, oh, that sounds like the preamp noise, or that sounds like the mic noise or room noise. I can diagnose when I'm hearing, they say the fan, and I'm like, no, that's the fan on your furnace 3 rooms over. That's what you're hearing. But if you don't know what that is, a lot of times white noise just sort of sounds like white noise, or it all sort of sounds like white noise if you're not accustomed to it. It can be super hard to diagnose. Hard to diagnose.
Even this microphone, I have to watch out if I grab where the XLR connects to the SM7B, because you'll get a noise, because what it's come down to, this is the only thing I can bring it down to, is that when I built this studio, which is a garage conversion, there is insulation in the ceiling that is foam, but it's lined with foil, and I think running a wire close to it. I mean, it's in this space. So if you hold a microphone like level with the ceiling, it'll pick up a noise, or like this cable. It's the only place. It's bizarre. It's very bizarre. So like crazy stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten to the point. I've torn this studio all the way down and brought it back from scratch.
Wow. To
the point where everything audio related goes through one outlet. It all is through one outlet. It goes through a UPS and a power conditioner, and I'm trying to isolate and get the purest sound I can, and I still end up sometimes with a ground loop.
I bought a Furman power conditioner, and I'm pretty sure it adds noise, which is very ironic.
certainly could. Certainly could. They can be really challenging. I bought this device called a Soma Ether. You guys ever heard of a Soma Ether? It's this little tiny thing, and it's essentially the inverse of a microphone. It only hears the noise, and so anything you aim it at, it hears all of the RF noise that's coming off it, and you realize how much noise is being thrown off by all of the devices that are around.
I need that. What's it called?
I might be able to, a Soma Ether. I might be able to hook it up and let you guys hear it.
Interesting.
Please, because that's something, and I please text that to me, Mike. Oh, well, his headphones are off now, but man, I could use that for work, trying to find out if it only hears the noise. Holy crap. I work with some sound mixers that if I pointed it at them, I could probably hear them better than I could through their slate mics. Wow. That's amazing. I got to get one of those things.
Nick puts a shout out for the Sound Speeds cable. I can easily buy these cables.
No,
you hand make these?
I wish you. I bought some back in 2020, and they are the best cables I've ever owned.
Yeah, there's one. Showing one.
Wait, no, that's not one.
Oh.
I was going to say that's not the right connector.
Fake advertising.
That is.
That is.
That's it.
So wait, what's the deal with these cables?
Basically, I've spent years trying different cables, figuring out what I like, what works best, what doesn't work best. And I put that know-how, the connector choice, the cable choice, all that in knowledge and information into making my own cables. So the cables I use in booms, the cable I use in different things, the tweaks that I have for how I solder. Like for example, I don't just use a little. Most people just use a tad little dab of solder on there that barely holds. I use a glob. I mean, I'll put it on there, then I'll put more on there, and it makes it look messier. But I don't want it to break. I don't want it to end up being an issue. I will sometimes heat shrink, or I'll do other things to it to make sure that if it gets any moisture, I eliminate floating grounds in them. I'll even add, I'll just a lot of little tweaks I do to it, in addition to the Star Quad cable.
But I can't get one. This is the problem.
If you want one, send me a message and I will.
Being generic eye. The public. Okay,
you being Roy Ortega, I'll get you one if you want one.
All right, that's not fair. People in the chat are going to hate me, so I don't have one.
But here's the thing. I put it out on my channel last year, and I said, does anybody want to buy a cable? Many people did. I had people internationally buying cables from me. And I made them and I put them out there. And at that point, when I put it out there, Curtis and Bandrew were, and Mike actually ended up, at one point, he was redoing his studio and he reached out and asked about, he called me and asked about some questions. I was about to go to medieval times and he and I started talking about cables. And so I said, well, you know what, if you're going to do that, don't do that. Let me figure something out and I'll get back to you. And he said, let's do it. And so what did I make for you? Like 10 cables, 14 cables, something like that, Mike?
Every cable you've ever seen in any of my videos are your cables.
Nice.
These cables, these all right here. Oh, yeah. You made me a dozen 12-foot cables with the Quad Star cables and the Neutrik RF. Because that's where it started. We were trying to find a source of noise and eliminate it, and we came down to, and they've been magical cables. I mean, I think I've really alleviated a lot of noise.
I'm just trying to get you to open a side business that we can all.
The problem is, I will not be able to make the money that I would want to off of that that I can make on set.
Yeah,
and,
making cables is quite an effort.
I mean, people pay. What do they pay? $100 for a Mogami cable? It's 3 feet long. I mean.
About $40 for a 3-footer.
Yeah.
$50 for 10.
And I think I did a 10-footer for 50 also, or 60 or something like that. I don't remember what it was.
One video of your cable versus Mogami, and there you go. Boom. Viral, and you're selling.
Kevin Basic Filmmaker did that. He took a cable. When I sent it to him, he was like, well, I'm going to try this. I'm going to see if this one really is as good as it was. He wrapped it like in a loop around a power transformer in his house. Or something, and one of the power bricks. He basically wrapped it around his entire power strip full of all these, wall warts and stuff. And he was trying to get as much, and he threw as much as he could at that. And he was like, "It's nothing, dead quiet." Because that was why I ended up selling them initially after talking to Mike, because Kevin was having an issue, and he posted on Twitter, "Why is it this cable? He was driven crazy by him, And so I said, well, you're not using the right cables. We all identified, Curtis and I and Bandrew all identified it real quick and told him. And then I said, you know what, let me send you a cable. So I made him a cable, and that's what started it. That's when the little side business during the shutdown of 2020 happened. So,
also, he was also coming from the other end of the spectrum. He was working with some Amazon Basics XLR cables. Just for the record, not recommended. I love y'all at Amazon, but not those cables.
They make some neat products. Yeah,
it's not talked about enough, I don't think.
The quality of cables?
Yeah, just cables and what to get and the different price range, all of it, right? So there's a niche to be filled there. I find it most fascinating that it is possible, right? You would think that, what Kevin was doing, his test to sort of break your cable, I'd be surprised. I'm surprised that, you could hold off all of that. So it is possible, right? So
it is. You just have to know what to do and how to do it. And the thing is, you can buy something like a Mogami, a pre-made cable, and they're going to do most of what I do. It's just by using the better cables, I started tweaking them out and finding out what could make it better. And so that's basically what I've been doing for years and years, making my own cables. Do
you have a video of you making any cables, or is it proprietary information?
I do. There's a video about it. I think I'm eating the world's spiciest gummy bear while I do it, so I'm like sweating and freaking out.
There's where the joke comes from.
That's probably the reason why it hasn't taken off more, because I'm like freaking out I'm very hot and sweaty, and I'm stuttering over my words. And
China Drum
barely trying
says
to
the
keep
key
it
to
together.
making the best cables is eating a hot gummy bear first.
Is that what it was?
That's what China Drum. Yeah.
Now
Now I get it. I knew that had to be inside.
Oh, there we go. There you go.
There it is.
There it is.
I didn't know if that was a Ferris Bueller reference, but now I get it.
Well, real quick here, I know Curtis, he just left. I was just about to say goodbye to Curtis, and he bailed. Because he actually said in our private chat here that he had to go about 9 minutes ago. Well, hopefully he'll be back. But you know who's going to take his place? We have another content creator here who has a background in post. His name is Nathan Smith. If you're not familiar with him, Nathan, thanks for joining us today. How's it going?
Going great.
Nathan.
Hi, Nathan.
How's it going?
Julian was telling me that you do a lot with recording sounds and higher sample rates and then slowing them down and playing with the pitches and things like that. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing there?
Yeah, basically for sound design, outside of the regular film world, we're looking at all the higher frequencies that you can't hear in the human range. So what I worked with Julian this last year, which was pretty interesting, is I realized that with this new technology of a lot of the new 32-bit recorders, they're doing this dual gain staging, which can happen at 24-bit or 32-bit. But anyways, with the dual gain staging, what they're doing in that technology or the algorithm, and I don't know all the details as much as Julian, that's why I reached out to him, but basically what I was seeing was all kinds of noise and like just kind of pollution and junk in the high frequencies. So when you pitch it down, you end up with something that just doesn't look good and doesn't sound good. Can't always hear it, but you can really see it on the spectrogram. So I spent some time with Julian this last year trying to figure out what was going on with that and trying to find some solutions. So there's a lot to learn, I guess, in the new 32-bit recorder world, which is interesting because where you are, Alan, in the film world, you see recorders that the highest end, the most expensive top recorders record at 24-bit. There's no need for 32-bit. But for some reason in the sound design world, everybody's dying for that 32-bit. I think there's some stuff to figure out and learn there and demystify, I guess you could say. And so that was kind of part of my mission this last year.
Well, I think that part of the reason why is because of the extended dynamic range is you can actually play with extremely low volume, extremely high volume. And when you do something with 32-bit in post, you can control elements that you can't when you're recording. Like, for example, you don't have to worry about gain staging, and you don't have to worry about setting your microphone level wrong and then being committed to a higher noise floor because you can amp it up in post in 32-bit or something along those lines. But I think that's one of the reasons why people like it in post so much, especially because your background sound level can be eliminated and then you add something in there. And that's the reason why I even say in my video, my 32-bit floating point video is with regards to recording. I mean, unless you're planning on taking a dynamic microphone, putting it right on the barrel of an AK-47 and then taking it 10 feet across the room and without changing the gain, you decide you're going to use it as a voiceover microphone, with exception of something like that, which is ridiculous. When are you ever going to really want to use it on a set? If you understand what you're doing recording wise.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's tough because a lot of diaphragms will distort physically before the analog or the A to D conversion even happens. So yeah. I think what I was working with Julian is trying to figure out what the A to D converter actually can do or can't do in a 32-bit or 24-bit world. And I think there's, voice on a set can be just as loud as me recording an explosion or a gun. There's no doubt about that. So I don't know that there's a big difference between sound effects and voice. And I'm recording 24-bit actually, and I would record 24-bit explosions or anything. I don't feel the need for 32-bit really. But that said, you can find an inexpensive device at 32-bit that can perform as good as a 24-bit device at those high noise levels. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of confusion. It's a new technology. I think one of the main things I learned with Julian was basically if you can match the microphone sensitivity and the mic specs with the mic pre, you're going to get a really, really good result. I'm actually a beta tester with the Sheps CMB42, which is a digital mic. And basically all a digital mic is a microphone that has the mic pre and ADD built into the microphone capsule. The biggest benefit there is
USB microphone without the USB.
Exactly. Well, but they're making the diaphragm and the microphone, the A to D, everything all in one. And when you have all the data, you can have the best results with no clipping, no need for dual gain staging, none of that garbage, no RF problems. It's like a cell phone, but a better diaphragm on it. So it's actually that's the benefit of a digital microphone. It's still analog, of course, but having the analog and the A to D conversion done directly on the diaphragm within an inch, you're going to get the best results that you could possibly dream of. But we're in progress on those in that endeavor. So
yeah, and I think digital microphones are definitely really interesting. I mean, they are nothing new. Like I think Neumann actually already had like digital mics for quite a long time.
Didn't they just discontinue their digital mic?
I think so. I'm not sure, but it is actually like an older tech essentially that they've used in the past, and I don't know. It didn't really catch on. I mean, analog microphones and of course analog transmission for over microphone cables is totally sufficient in most cases, and digital mics just make things more expensive essentially. Like of course you have the microphone itself, you have to build everything in there, you have to have like every analog to digital converter in every microphone, you have to have like specific components, you have also digital transmission, which is not that like much used these days. I mean, Nathan, we've also been talking about this, like these days, what's it called again? I think AES42, the connection for the digital mic.
Yeah, so there are some benefits in it, but you're right. The chipsets.
How many interfaces or recording devices out there are right now that have AES42 connections? You can count them in probably like maybe 3 hands or something.
Yeah, so right now, because I've just bought a Kantar Mini, the Kantar Mini can only take 2 CDM or AES42 inputs. So I can only plug 2 microphones into a Kantar Mini, which is a $12,000 field recorder. If you buy the regular Kantar X3, you should be able to plug in 4 microphones. I'll say 4 right now. It's just 2, but I'll say you should be able to plug in 4 AES42 microphones in the future. And that's sound devices. I think you can do 1, which I need stereo, so that doesn't work. I'm usually recording surround or multi-channel, so already just limited to is really difficult. But you're right. Unfortunately, the audio device manufacturers kind of abandoned AES a long time ago, but you don't find it too often anymore. But AES42 is awesome. I mean, I can control my microphone and change the settings on the mic capsule from 50 feet away, with mode 2 AES42. I don't necessarily need that maybe myself, but if I was recording the LA Philharmonic and had some microphone capsules way up in the sky, being able to do that, being able to match the capsule frequencies, because you can store the capsule frequency. When you buy a mic, you get the readout, right? They can store that in the microphone capsule on a USB ring, and then when you plug that into your device reads that EQ and says, do you want all of your capsules to be exactly perfect together, or do you want them as they are in a regular world where they're not perfect? So you could actually have a capsule that you buy today and a capsule that you buy in 20 years from Sheps with the memory ring and have them matched perfectly as if you bought a perfect stereo pair matched.
That's cool.
Which those are details that most people may not find any value out of, but there's some people that really would value that, I guess. So it's the little details they're trying to pull out that you can do, in the AES world. I think a lot of things that we're not seeing on the sound effects world that I'm in, that the set guys might be, is RF interference. And
not a whole lot anymore, actually. A lot of like you'll run into some of them if you use older microphones. Like I'll tell you, if you got the Sennheiser MKH50 with the one without the gold pins on the inside, if you get the one with the silver pins on the inside, then you're going to most likely run into more noise issues. When they upgraded the MKH50, they got better at their RF on that.
Yeah.
They got better at the shielding when they did that. I've run into issues with the Shep CMC 641, where especially if I got it over top of Pana Cine tape, it would be, you'd hear this little sound that was being picked up by the microphone. It was the RF just happening to hit the end of the diaphragm and in just a perfect way, and would cause RF issues. But there's not really a whole lot of RF issues you run into, especially with build qualities of modern microphones. Like, most of the time they're doing a better job of shielding them on the inside because they realize that RF is the future, and everybody is using RF on set. So I think that it's becoming less and less of an issue now especially than it used to be, like when I first started my career.
Yeah, I think it's important to buy the new microphone technologies. Like on the Sheps, I have the CCM series with my double MS, and those are not as good as the new. If I replace those with the MK series and the new really short collect capsule, I think it's a CMC1. Those are
the new one.
Yeah, those are really good. But the CCM are acceptable to RF problems, and I've heard those problems. I mean, I run 2 Sanken 100Ks because those get the highest frequency out of any microphone that I know of anyways. They're expensive. They're like $2.5 a piece. But I pitch stuff down, so I have 2 of them. One of the neat things about the new digital microphones is they can open up all of those frequencies. So an old MK2 capsule that I have from 12 years ago on the CMD 42 going digital, I can come close 90% of the way to a Sheps 100K Co 100 microphone. Not all the way there, because those Sheps are physically designed in a way that you just can't get all of that with any other mic, really. But yeah, it's impressive what you
Here's
can
a question
do.
for you. It says, Nathan, we've heard of prosumer hardware. What post-audio software does the industry use?
And for post, I mean, for design and stuff, I'm still using Pro Tools, but mainly when I'm recording, the biggest tool that I use that's amazing is iZotope RX.
Yes.
That's been
hands down.
Yeah, it's hands down. I actually owned a Cedars Cambridge, which is a $25,000 PC, which is probably where iZotope got most of their algorithms, I'm guessing. Their stuff is incredible, but the amount of work it would take for me to transfer and move and process was just crazy. And I use that on a lot of docs and stuff like that. But iZotope for the price is just unbelievable.
Nathan, you said for recording you go to iZotope. What do you mean? Or do you mean you're using it in your post processing?
Yeah, so I'll record something. I mean, on a regular device, or I've got the Kantar Mini, or I'll record it and then I'll go in. Basically, I'll first look at it on RX, iZotope RX, do some cleanup. One huge pro tip that I keep reminding myself that's amazing is in RX. If you take a recording, like I recorded some watches this last week with a couple contact mics, which record really high frequencies, just the regular Parkus Berry ones. And you bring those into RX, what you want to do is change the sample rate without changing the sample rate. I forget, there's a checkbox that says basically don't change the sample rate. It just slows it down. Do your noise reduction and then change the sample rate back up to 192. So you change it down to 22 kilohertz. Do your noise reduction, bring it back up to 192 kilohertz, and it's unbelievably better because the algorithm is spread out.
So wait, should we do that for noise reduction every time?
It's tough. It depends on what it is. That was for clocks, so it works really well for clocks. But it is a technique that that's not obvious that I would say explore.
I'm gonna try it for sure.
I mean, like any noise reduction,
I've got RX open here. I'm like, what do I need to click?
Yeah, so you go into resample, and then in resample, there's a checkbox that basically says don't change it to the don't embed it, and render it into 22 kilohertz. So you go all the way down. If you go all the way down to like 1,100, I think usually my devices just freak out and don't work. So I just go to 22. And then I do my noise reduction there, and then I change it back up, and the results are unbelievable.
Wow. That's a pro tip. See, that's awesome.
Like a legit pro tip.
I think it was a great question though that they're asking, because we talk about prosumer versus pro gear, right? And with software, I mean, I'd be curious what everyone's opinion is. I mean, I do most of my work in Audition, Adobe stuff, but I mean, I don't find that, outside of, is it the plugins, things like Isotope that you can use, or is it the software? Where's the real difference? Because most people can do most audio things they want to do in even something open source free like Audacity. Where's the real difference, right? Is it reliability? Software doesn't crash. What is prosumer software versus pro software when it comes to audio DAWs?
Yeah, I mean, I think for noise reduction, Isotope, there's no competitor right now. They've got everyone just completely beat. Even
I do like Acusonic stuff a lot. I don't know, that's something because I do use both. Sometimes Isotope will do it, the Acusonic stuff, and maybe because Isotope you can get in a little bit more with their editors, you have more control, just like that tip you just gave.
Yeah, I mean, I can pencil out, just like a bird or this or that. Like it's an incredible all-around tool, right? There's some other noise reduction, isolated noise reduction tools that can do specific things that maybe Isotope isn't maybe the best at, but as far as an all-around tool, Isotope is by far the best, and it's very affordable. I mean, it's
extremely affordable for what it does.
But it's different. But in this case versus DAW, prosumer, like that's not a multi-track audio that you're cutting in, right? Like, so like, I think the real difference, I'd be curious, people think, oh, I have to have Pro Tools, just like they think they need a Neumann to have the good audio. They also think I need Pro Tools in order to, that someone using Pro Tools is getting something better because they're using Pro Tools, which I don't.
No, you're right. You're right. I think I use Pro Tools for non-linear. If you're going to work for lip sync and TV or film where you need something perfectly in sync and you need to be able to send it somewhere else, and it's tried and true, and people have been testing it and bug fixing and problem solving for longer than any other software. So if you're doing if you're doing linear sort of work, then Pro Tools, because I've used it enough to where I know I won't even change an L2 to an L3 because the delay will change the output. So, if I'm doing a TV show or I'm doing a mix for a documentary or something, it's all in Pro Tools. And I know I could do, I can lock 3 Pro Tools sessions on Sony or Fox or whatever with dialogue, music, effects, and it will work. Reaper's amazing. I would recommend, for the price, Reaper is unfreaking believable. If you're not doing Hollywood films and you're just designing sounds, like, go buy Reaper. Like,
Mike, isn't that what you use?
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm 100% Reaper.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Yeah, if you're not having to output a bunch of stems and doing massive tracks and things like that, Reaper is for the price, it's pretty incredible, you know.
There you go. That denoiser that Nick bringing up in the comments, the Acusonic stuff is amazing. And from what I understand, Adobe's built-in noise reduction recently uses some of the Acusonic stuff. That I don't know. I don't. They licensed it, but it's different. Acusonic doesn't want to say that it's the
I don't want to
stuff.
subscribe to it though. That's why I have. That's why
No,
I have
that's a different
Acusonic,
issue.
but I don't want to subscribe to it.
I did a video about it, and I've told them myself because they want me, do more video, and I'm like, honestly, like I need off the shelf, buy it. Like there are certain things I don't want to subscribe to, and I think that they've made the threshold really difficult. My audience is a podcast home producer type thing, and subscription there, especially if you're not making money from your productions, is really tough. So 100% agree with that. That's also why every year, you just wait, every year there's at least 2 times a year where the Isotope RX, the basic pack that has noise removal goes on sale for you can get it down to like $69. I mean, just incredible sales.
You can. It's insane. Just
and I will always tweet it.
Sign up on their website, and you'll get on their list. I think they just had a sale recently for Black Friday, but if they usually do one at the beginning part of the year as well, and it's a very good sale. But I'll tell you, it's not something that for the average person, it's such a powerful software now. You don't need to upgrade it like again.
No,
you'll use so insane.
You can upgrade. They have a great upgrade price. Like it's almost like you can't avoid it because you're like, I can get this one new little tool in RX, but you can live on the basic pack that you bought 5 years ago. It's so good.
Yeah, they've got some. If you're mixing music or you're mixing other things, they've got some really neat tools for beginners, and they've got some good videos on their website too on education on how to use things and stuff like that. I don't know. I think it's a great tool. I'm sure there's others, but as far as an all around, if I had to pick, basically I use Isotope RX almost every day. And I use SoundMiner for my library pretty much every day. I've used SoundMiner since I can remember.
What does that do?
It's a sound effects database library. So it's where I keep all my sounds and organize them and do all the metadata. So
the sounds that you're creating, it's not a library. It's the management of the library that you've created. Is that right?
Right. It's basically it's software that embeds the metadata, basically like an MP3 file, but much more broad. So the database software itself doesn't store any of the information. It's stored in the WAV file. You drag all the WAV files into the database, and then it basically caches all that so you can search it. And you've got pictures and you've got dates, there's all kinds of information in there. And it's really important to be able to find a sound. You record so many sounds.
Yeah.
It's
Almost
not the Wilhelm screen or the red-tailed hawk or the children laughing, all those. Here's a question for you, Nathan. For mixing for television or film, do you find certain sound for the show and recalling the settings, maybe a preset, and follow it for each scene, or is each scene a new workflow?
I mean, I don't work on any huge TV shows, but basically, I think in a lot of TV shows, repetition is welcome. So a lot of times you'll make presets, or you'll make, certain little packages or certain settings for a show. So, I mean, even when I was in LA there, I'd go to a post house and work as a freelance. You'd find templates and stuff that everyone would start from at the beginning to do a TV show, just from the beginning before you even start. And it's, all the stems, everything's all set up, and, you might be able to have to pass it off to another person. So you definitely want presets and things organized. So the show can go on if you're there or not, or somebody else needs to step into your place. Or there's another reason.
Jan, if you stay with us until a little bit later, let's say, you can probably find some of the answers you're looking for with a 6 o'clock guest we have coming up, who is a post person, and so you'll see you'll have a guest that can answer your post related questions that works on the big movies and TV shows. So There you go. There's that. Real quick, let me take a moment here to say that all donations made at this live stream here are going to benefit the Disabled American Veterans, the DAV. So make sure you donate something to them today. And if you are interested, you can also get a coupon code 25 for, Video Mantis currently has a sale going on for all of their courses, 50% off. And if you use coupon code SoundSpeeds for an additional 10% off, you can do that. But in this stream, if you donate at least $25, you can get a free course from Video Mantis. And some of their courses are a couple $100. So it's a great deal right there. But that's during this live stream only. If you donate at least $100 to the DAV, then he'll extend it to the end of the year. So 3 more days. Now, in order for you to get that, though, you need to email me because I need to double check that you donated and stuff like that. There's no way I'll be able to tell it otherwise because I just can't. There's no way I can possibly know that. And I need to be able to get it to Thomas so that he can put that in there. But if you are interested in making a donation, we haven't had a donation to the DAV pop up in a while. Michael Wynne just donated $100. So thank you very much. Anonymous donated $20 a little while ago. So thank you very much for those. Michael, you can, notify me and let me know if you're interested, and Video Mantis get a free course there. But I wanted to at least put that out there because until those 2 donations, we hadn't had a donation in a while. And this is, of course, we're probably about $700 off of where we were on our donation goals last year. And we still need to get this thing up there. But anyway, I wanted to at least say that as a quick side. Now, Nathan, you were talking about digital microphones and stuff. Let me ask you this. Have you ever melted a microphone before? Like our Yule log this year, which is the Blue Yeti.
I have not. Definitely not a digital.
Well, this one barely counts as a digital. This is our Yule log for the year. So
was that color or was it silver?
Oh, no.
And now it's
it
copper.
was originally Blue Yeti color. It has slowly changed because it is cooking on. It's actually on. Yeah, it's a better color now than it normally is. Actually,
aging nicely.
It is aging nicely.
Nice
All
patina.
it takes is cook. Look at that. Look at that. The capsule was just frying up in the inside. But I wanted to burn this microphone from the inside. And
where is this taking place? Is this next to you?
It's in my backyard. It's in my backyard. My wife refused to let me burn another microphone in the house. Last year, the Yule log, the EV664 that I burned, that was burned in my fireplace in my house on Christmas Day. And after making fresh baked goods and muffins and stuff, my wife was not very pleased with me. So this year, she made me get a fire pit and do this outside. And so I figured for the Blue Yeti, we wanted to cook it from within and burn it. So it's burning, basically on embers of a hot fire from within, and it was amazing. So
what happened? What was the fate of last year's Yule log? Is it just in the trash after that?
Oh no, it's over there. I actually reached out to. Well, I wish it would. I reached out to AV and said, "Hey, I have a 664. It's got a little damage to it. Can I send it in for repair?" They never responded to me, so I wonder if someone actually watched the stream.
Did you send him a picture of it?
Oh no, of course not. But
Okay.
but since I mentioned it before, I'll go ahead and show it now. This is the behind the scenes. What I did, I tried to isolate because we had a lot of noise for some reason, and so I used a couple of these video lights. Michael Wynne, if you're still in
had
chat,
a camera for his camera. You need a camera in one of these boxes that is always on this. That would be fantastic. What's the camera you just showed us? Was it a video or live feed?
Oh, that was video. It's video. I recorded this a couple of weeks ago, and it's been sitting there. But this is the behind the scenes. It's a Rode NTG8, which is nailing it in the middle. Which I ended up running into a very interesting thing because it's in a fire pit that's kind of parabolic disc shaped. I was getting a lot of interesting reflections, so I kept having to dial it in before I hit record, and even then the background noise was kind of interesting.
Next year, I say live stream, and we don't stop streaming until the mic is
completely.
Whatever.
It's done.
It's done.
If I can
well done.
Well done.
I need to get long HDMI cable then. This is the Sony ZV-1 shooting it. So this was a little behind the scenes on that regarding the fun of shooting that. So you can.
I've got the log on my TV all day during Christmas, so we need a box here that's just the live burning microphone.
The live burning microphone and watch it. Yeah, we'll keep it going here for a bit on the screen as we continue to talk. Just to answer some questions though.
End of video.
My screen just locked up.
I was going to say,
I don't know if anybody else's did.
Nope.
The
video
Yule
stopped.
log's frozen.
Uh-oh.
How ironic.
We're going to lose that one.
so speaking
Well,
of
we'll see if I can pop back up here in a moment. I currently have no sound.
I think
I
Alan-
can't hear
Alan
anything. I
hear
can't
it.
see anything.
I can-
So
I
we
can
will
still
see
hear
what
people.
happens here.
I was curious about the, you were talking about those 100K mics before. Are you using those primarily so that you can pitch down, or are you actually
internet
capturing
is-
sound up above 20 or
quiet in case
50K
And
for
if people are
use?
talking.
Yeah, basically, I'm the main goal for those Senken mics are to capture everything above the human hearing range. Those mics don't sound very rich or full in the regular range. I mean, they're great sounding microphones. I've gotten stereo ambient recordings in the wilderness that sound great compared to Sennheiser or Sheps. But basically, I usually have them with my Sheps. And then I EQ everything off the low end and I add those into the high end. So I'm making kind of like a hybrid recording where I get all the high frequencies from those microphones. And then I cut off everything else and then keep everything else from my Shep. So I get like this modified sort of stereo master file, if you will. I mean, it's tough. You can, when you pitch something down, I always keep the isolated microphones because you can pull different things from different microphones at different pitches and different uses for sound effects.
What do you is there like a robustness of sound up there? Like, I don't even know what's up there to hear.
Basically, in general, because I've used these microphones for a couple of years, and if you don't have the microphones, you wouldn't really you wouldn't have an opportunity to figure out like what makes sound up there, right? So obviously there's bats and stuff like that. Basically, sounds with friction, anything that has friction. So if you have like a wood gate that squeaks, or anything squeaky, or anything scrapey, water, anything that has friction is going to create a lot of high frequency sounds. Wow. So I'll usually use them. I'll usually use them all the time, and then I'll try and identify if there's any information up there. The other thing a lot of people forget with those sort of microphones is they're omni. But even on an omni microphone, as the frequencies get higher, you get to more cardioid, cardioid, cardioid. So they've got to be pointed really, really straight, because they're not omni mics anymore at the frequency you're trying to get with those microphones. So there's a lot of technique, and you kind of have to have them and use them to get the value out of them. I mean, I'll also use like electromagnetic microphones with something like a shot, like a vacuum cleaner you use around your house. You could record that with high frequency microphones, electromagnetic, and regular microphones, and then you have a huge, spectrum of frequencies that you can play with.
I don't know much about the electromagnetic microphones. I've just seen like LOM has one that's, but I don't. What's an electromagnetic microphone?
It's basically just frequencies even higher than the human hearing. So it's I mean, I guess I'm not an expert on it, but it's getting electromagnetic pulses and things like that. So it can create a lot of neat sounds, especially in servos or things that wind up or wind down. You can get like power up sounds for games and things like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Sometimes it just sounds like DC hum and it's really boring. But I know it's interesting because the world of sound effects is so much different than voice or recording music or on set. So it's funny because I was watching Bandrew's video on pop filters this last week, which I love. I love your videos, by the way. But it's funny because I was watching
Bandrew's videos.
Oh, of course. And I love those videos. And I was like, but the Stedman is the best pop filter. You're saying the other one. No. See, the Stedman, what it can do that you forgot is when you shoot a washer across the room with a slingshot to get that bullet by, the Stedman protects the microphone.
Gotcha. Okay.
That would just take
here's
your microphone.
Right. Okay. So physical protection as opposed to just audio.
Well,
Okay.
I
In the
pointed this
world
out
of
earlier in the stream. Earlier in the stream, I pointed this out. This Stedman right now is helping me with the shiny spot on my forehead. See this?
Yeah.
It's being a scrim. But if you look at my forehead, there's a hot spot. So I'm actually using the Stedman as a
Stedman
scrim.
and a gobo.
Yeah, so it actually.
I think
it's
I think
acting
I
as a
would need
scrim
that
to
too
light
here.
it.
Great
in
point.
my setup.
So,
awesome.
real quick here, I want to add somebody else to the stream here. We had a question earlier about Halter Technical headphones, and so I definitely wanted to add the guru behind Halter Technical. This is Doc Justice. Doc is also, in case you're not familiar with, he stays on the cutting edge of knowing, and he does a lot of research to find out what is new in the world of production sound regarding gear, regarding what people are doing with it, and he stays very much on like whenever you hear about someone that's been nominated for an award, he knows about it. Whenever you hear about a new feature being released on something, he knows about it. So I definitely wanted to add Doc to it, but I'm going to start out by getting him to talk a little bit about Halter Technical, especially because that was a question that was asked earlier, and I'm at my browser crashed here, so I'm not going to be able to go back to the very beginning of the stream and find it. But I definitely want to get Doc to talk about Halter Technical, what they're doing there, because if you watch my video about the scene monitors, he redid them, and they are a world of different, and they're so much better in what we really need to be using on set. I really think that. So Doc, thank you for joining us today, and welcome.
Damn, hell of an intro. Thank you. I don't know if I can live up to I know everything about everything, but I'll do my best.
Well, you're on the cutting edge. Like as soon as there's any information to be learned about something, it's like, oh, Doc just reported this. Doc just talked about this, or he just got through doing a post about that. So I don't know what you do and how you get your information, but there's some good things that you end up finding and posting about. So tell us about Halter Technical and what you got going on right now.
Okay, we'll go into that first. For those who don't know, I own Halter Technical. We make headphones built for production. So our headphones are in use behind the scenes on a lot of TV shows and movies that you're all familiar with. We approach headphones as different tools for different jobs, right? Just like you wouldn't go and build a house with only one type of saw or one type of hammer and build a whole house with it. You need different tools to be able to do specific things. So that was kind of the realization that led to Halter Technical, in that directors had different headphone needs than sound mixers did, or Video Village had different needs. Reality TV producers have different needs, and they're all slightly different. And once I kind of figured out that there were no headphone companies that were actually catering specifically to these jobs, I said, well, I got to figure out how to do this then. And that's how Halter Technical was born. And you got the website pulled up right now, so people can see that we have different headphones that are built very specifically for different opportunities, for different jobs, for different roles on set. What I'm wearing right now is the Elite monitor. This was built for the directors, the executives, producers, people who are watching the monitors on set, who need something a little bit more substantial than the rest of Video Village. They need something that hugs tight to the ears, but won't fatigue them, because obviously these people are putting them on and off for a long, full production day. So it needs to still be a lightweight, comfortable headband, not pushing down, not fatiguing them too much. All of our cables are built to go right to your belt, so that producers and people on set aren't dragging excess cable. We don't have a need for a 10-foot coily cable in these instances like you would, find on typical studio headphones. And all the cables are rugged and won't pull out at the connector, because these people have to deal with the rigors of production set. And our other headphones are like that as well. Alan, you alluded to the scene monitor, which we came out with the new scene monitor, which I lovingly call scene monitor. Its official name is just scene monitor. But this is the new upgraded scene monitor that came out this year, that took everything that people liked about the original scene monitor, took all of the feedback that people had on what could be improved upon on the original scene monitor, and we did just that. So it kept the same lightweight profile. I have a pair here. Kept the same lightweight profile, very thin headband, but we reinforced it at all the places it needed to be. So bulked it up in the armbands. We graded the pads to be this nice, buttery, smooth leatherette. The drivers are upgraded and sound much better. They're much higher fidelity. It is a full frequency spectrum now, full frequency response spectrum now. You can see the ear cups still swivel flat, so you can pile a bunch of these in a drawer or a pouch and just. And we dually reinforce the cable, make it extra strong at every end and even at the connector. So kind of bulked it all up too. Tried to improve upon every bit of it. So while it's called the same thing as before, it's all new, all rebuilt. And dare I say, very highly received on set. Alan, you've seen them on set, right?
I have.
Yeah.
The big thing is, as Doc said, they are designed for on-set use. As a matter of fact, I'm going to add one more person to the stream here, and we use these Scene Monitor ones for a bit. His name is Michael Wynne. He was a sound mixer I worked with for a while. This is Michael Wynne right here. Welcome back to the second annual Epic live stream, Michael. Now, we use the Scene Monitor version number 1 for a bit, but then the things you're talking about right now and improving upon with the Scene Monitor 2s, I think those really help with a lot of the things we had issues with. The full frequency response, I know the first ones were more, and you even talked about that in a video you did, were more mid-forward, concentrating more on the voice because that's where we usually are recording as voices on set. But I think that the redesigned Scene Monitors are much better at getting a full frequency response, and they sound more balanced that way, and sound better on the voice. And then
Yes,
you also, one thing that I wanted to point out here, and I want you to demonstrate if you have a set of your headphones, I didn't realize this until you told me, Doc, that if the pads fall off, how easy they are to put back on.
Oh yeah, sure.
And this is something, and this is something I think that it wasn't that this way on the Scene Monitor 1. You know that I hated the pleather Scene Monitor 1, and I said, get rid of those, just use the silicone. And then you were taking input from everybody, not just me. But it was redesigned for the new one, and it's even better. Just check this out here.
Yeah, so that was feedback that we got from a lot of people on Scene Monitor, on the original Scene Monitor, which came with 2 different types of ear pad cushions. Alan, I think you and I were probably the only ones who preferred the silicone over the leatherette. People just gravitated towards that. I loved the silicone, but overwhelmingly the feedback was the leatherette was where it was at. But the problem was with that leatherette, yes, on the original Scene Monitor, it did not stay nearly as well as it should. On the new Scene Monitor, what we've done is redesign the leatherette. We've actually totally redesigned the ear cups here as well, and made it so that if you want to change out a pad, and of course we sell replacement pads, or you can change it out if someone rips an ear pad off or whatever. For whatever purpose you want to change out the ear pad actually sits on a plastic disc itself. So if I take my hand and I pull off the ear pad, you can see that it actually sits around a ring, a plastic ring. So the ear pad is here. The plastic ring is here. We've all had to work those ear pads around, say, a pair of Sony 7506s, and you dig your thumb in and you try and stretch it and you pull it, and it takes minutes to do.
It's annoying.
It's a pain. So tried to alleviate that pain point, and built this disc. So now all you do is slip the ear pad around the disc, and I'm going to try and do this, holding the headphone. Slip it around the ear pad around that disc itself, and done. It's back on. Line up posts of the ear pads, with the holes, give it a quick squeeze, and you're back in business, and you've just changed out an ear pad.
And that right there is one of the big differences I thought I saw instantly on set. That and that's one of the reasons why I asked Doc to come on here and show it, because I know when the C Monitors 1 came up, there was a lot of people interested in them to see what the headphones that were designed for on-set use were. But because it was a version 1, there's going to be a lot of feedback. And I was talking to Doc, and Doc was like, it's going to be better. We're working on a newer, better version. And here's the thing. Tell me one incident of a company that has released one product that got everything perfect.
Yeah.
When does it ever happen? I mean, people are still complaining about things on the iPhone and new Androids, and they've been in iterations, by different companies and stuff like that for nearly, like 15 to 20 years now. And the C Monitor 2s, I think, fixed a lot of things that people had an issue with. And I think that if you've tried in the past the Halter Technical C Monitors, and for whatever reason, they did not meet up to your expectations, try the C Monitor 2s. They're the same price as the C Monitors 1. As a matter of fact, you did a post about that recently too, about the prices that are raising on everything. But
yeah, so we as a company did just like every other company, every other manufacturer in every other industry is doing right now, and taking a hard look at our own finances, our own P&Ls, and our own balance sheets. And look, costs have gone up for everything across the board, right? No matter what industry you're looking at, prices are increasing. Inflation is through the roof right now, and the cost of goods sold is just continuously rising. So we sat down and took a look at all of our books, and the costs, we have some rising costs as well. There's no way around it. But what we announced, what I was happy to announce, was that we're not raising our prices right now. Prices in 2022 will stay the same as they were in 2021. It is important to me that people understand that, these are not easy decisions. Whenever a company has to raise prices, it obviously, it's not things we want to burden the customer with, right? If things happen on the business end, I don't want to pass along our burden on customer. So the fact that we're able to hold off on any price increases right now is important to me. I wanted the world to know that, so that if and when it does happen later on down the road, there's transparency there, and everyone will know why. But for now, I'm very happy to say that we're not raising prices. Prices will stay the same. And our prices, if I do say so myself, are incredibly low.
Especially considering
I was not familiar with the product at all. And I'm looking at, I was like, well, I'm almost interested in headphones. I'm like, are these the right prices that I'm seeing here? I can't imagine why. We've been talking about $12,000 recorders and $3,000 microphones. I don't.
Now, Mike, here's the differentiation though. You do voiceover in a booth, and what these are designed for is on-set use. So there is a definite difference there. And Doc will be the first person to tell you that these are not going to replace your IEMs. These are not going to replace your 7506s that your boom operator uses. That's not their design. Their design is to create a better headphone for on-set use. So producers will constantly take off their headphones and fling them across the room. They will constantly drop them and be carrying them, bouncing on the floor by their cable from being plugged into their Comtech on their belts. They do this constantly. And with that kind of abuse, that's why he showed how durable the cables were. Because in my C Monitor 1 video, the very first thing I did was I tested that, because that yanks all over the place. So that's why he, I'm sure, did that on this video, because I went and the very first yank I did, I was like, it broke. And that was, I'm sure, feedback he got straight up from me.
Well, this is what I'm finding most interesting is at the price point that I see here, $25 for a pair of headphones, that's practically semi-disposable. So the fact that they're actually making parts that are serviceable and replaceable, it's amazing.
Well,
amazing.
It's quite impressive.
And I'm sure the expectation is these are not super high fidelity. I don't think that doesn't strike me as the intention. That they're not reference headphones. They're not mixing headphones. They're for understanding what's
Correct.
happening at the moment, just to get an impression of what's happening.
Yes, particularly when we talk about the line of scene monitors, and the fact that these are built for script supervisors, clients, agents, people sitting around Video Village who are not listening.
Linguistics
with a
people,
ear.
you know, they're used. You know, if you need have someone doing dialect coaching, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So people who need to hear what's happening more so than listening critically to the audio itself. Now, I will say, I do invite people to compare the drivers in the Elite monitor directly to the 7506s. People will find them surprisingly comparable, especially when you compare those frequency response charts. I do all my own measurements, but I invite people to do their own to compare them directly, because it is very surprising. And not just with those headphones, but I like when people compare these $25 headphones directly to headphones 3, 4, 5 times the cost. People are pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think headphones are interesting because I think there's different headphones for different uses. I'm a 7506 user. One thing I find useful for headphones that, you know, even looking at a new product is tough, is I've listened and mixed and recorded on those headphones since I was in college, for, you know, since 1999 or whatever. And I have 7506s in this kind where I can hear my heartbeat, you know. I have the regular 75. I have 6 or 7 pairs of those. I know I can get those for probably until I die. They'll still be available to buy. So for me, headphones are something that I can rely on and are dependable, and I know exactly how they sound. So I'd love to hear your microphones. I think they're awesome for set. I don't do a lot of set work, but I totally get that. Like, but yeah, I don't use open ear headphones like somebody might use, because I'm not usually sitting in a studio in a quiet environment with nice headphones on. So yeah, I think there's different uses, but yeah, I've watched your videos, and those look like some pretty awesome headphones.
Well, thank you.
Real quick here, we have a question asking about the other products in your lineup. Could you talk a little bit about the field monitors, since I think that's the
Sure.
only one you haven't really talked about just yet? And Michael, I promise, he popped in and have not said a word yet. A poor guy. I'm like, he added, and I didn't even let him say hello.
Hello, everyone. Happy holidays. It's great to see all of you and be back again. And Alan, I've been listening all day. I did my shopping, everything. I've been, walking my dog. So I've been here. It's been great.
Well, thank you very much for your $100 donation to the DAV as well.
Absolutely.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah. Get your tax write-offs, guys. Those of you working in
seriously
sound who need, that is fully tax deductible.
It is. And that's the thing that people, we're allowed to write off things, and there's no question about it. If you work on set, you're probably getting, a pretty decent amount of money for it, hopefully, if you're getting appropriate rates. So definitely, if you have not donated it to any charity before the end of the year, donate to this one. The DAV is absolutely amazing in what they're able to do. So just so that way, before we get back into the conversation here and we talk about the field monitors, 100% of donations today are going to the DAV. Definitely make sure that that you take advantage of that. The link down in the description as well. There is a donate link on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We showed it earlier, but this is not a stream where 30% of the revenue goes to YouTube, 70% goes to me, and I have to make the donation directly. It's not the way this is. 100% of all revenue made from this stream is going directly to the DAV. So make sure you take advantage of that and get your write-offs, because what are you going to do? Pay Uncle Sam or pay for a company that's doing charitable work and helping disabled veterans? That's a great cause right there.
And Alan, since you are talking about the scene monitors, I want to bring up that Doc, hello Doc, it was kind enough to send me a pair of the scene monitor 2s, which I brought with me to the last show that I worked on with my team, and it was excellent. It performed flawlessly, just like you talked about, Alan. A lot of the abuse that these headphones take for the context and producers listening in and so forth, and they held up 100%. They sound great. So great job on that, Doc. Congratulations. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
And,
Good,
and that was
good to
something
see you, too.
we talked about. We talked about them quite a bit, Michael. I mean, I'll tell you, if you want to talk about a sound guy that has an ear, Michael has an ear. And I don't think I've worked with one person that's worked with Michael. I was just working with Sully, who was a boom operator for you before I was. He's now mixing. And that's one of the things we said. He said that Michael has an ear like you would not believe. And if you get some cold brew in him, it unlocks a superpower. So I tell you, you want to be able to hear, a mosquito fart in another county. Give Michael some cold brew, and he's going to hear it and tell you to shut the mosquito down. And you're going to be like, "Oh God, for the love of God, please," because he's going to hear this needs to shut off. Now this needs to shut off. This needs to. I mean, and he'll be chill and he'll be cool, and it's hilarious.
Yeah,
but
it's all about signal to noise, Alan.
It is,
and most of the stuff that we hear on a film set, I mean, is acoustic. Yeah. It's very interesting to me how much we can easily stress the performance of the microphones, which is obviously important, the noise floor of our equipment and so forth. But I think Julian was saying earlier when I was walking around the shopping, doing, grocery shopping with my family, it's the technology has gotten so good today, it's almost negligible. But, when you have lawnmowers across the street and you've got this there, those are the things that make the biggest differences, a lot of the times. And, if you talk to a lot of the post mixers and the re-recording mixers who are dialogue editors who are actually working on this stuff that we're doing on a daily basis, they'll tell you. I had one in particular tell me, he said, "Michael, we can make pretty much anything sound good, but it's the difference of getting things quiet as they can be, obviously from what we control on set, that turns good into great."
Yeah. So you want to tell us about the field monitors there?
Yeah. First of all, Mike, it is good to see you, and shout out to all my Atlanta friends. It was nice to see some people a couple months ago at the Atlanta Mixer. It's one of my favorite events of the year, so I love that. But yeah, this is the field monitor. This was the product that started it all with us. It is a single ear in-ear monitor. Again, cable built to length to go to a belt pack. This is built very specifically for reality TV producers, ADs, key set PAs, anybody who might be listening to a walkie-talkie in one ear and IFB or program audio in the other ear, or somebody that just needs to keep an open ear to set just to be able to run their set. So on reality shows, which is my experience, bulk of my experience is working in unscripted and reality, producers would wear a walkie-talkie and then have this coily thing in their other ear that was made for walkie-talkies and very much sounded like AM radio. And that was kind of the only thing available. So what we did was put a high fidelity speaker, 16 ohms. So it gets a good loud signal driven by those IFB receivers. The hook swivels for either ear, so you can put it in left and right ear. Obviously also goes up and down too, to make it comfortable for any size ear. You can even just remove the ear hook altogether and use it as a simple earbud. Has the shirt clip to make it, simple for producers who are popping it in and out of their ear all day. But basically we wanted something that sounded good, that was single ear, that was purposefully built for the job, right? For these producers who need this tool on set, and nothing existed. So we had to make it. This is actually what I call generation 2.5 of the field monitor, but we're several generations in, and we've made improvements based on what we've heard. We've changed the connector. We have made a mono connector now, and in the package we include a mono to stereo adapter so that you can monitor 2 channels of audio in a single ear just with the adapter without having to fiddle with settings. So for camera operators who want to monitor audio in one ear, They can listen to both channels if they're, monitoring camera hops or something like that. They can monitor right off the camera in one ear. Or if you have a stereo IFB, the Electro Duet, the Shure PSM, etc., you can monitor. You can, without changing the settings on it, you can monitor 2 channels in a single ear, or you can monitor 1. We also include not just this silicone tip, but it comes with 2 spares in the package too, a small and a large, so that you can fit whatever's comfortable to you. You can even purchase accessories not made by us, but any accessories built for IEMs will fit on top of this. So some people like foam earbuds or molded earbuds. You can use whatever's comfortable for you. But we made it so that people have options and have something comfortable. And the overall theme of all of this, what I'm trying to get across, is we make tools that let people forget about the headphone that they're using and just do their job. Because if you can focus as a creative content producer on doing your job and not have to worry about the technical stuff, you can create more and create better. So that's the whole idea behind the company.
I do have a follow-up to that in a second, but first let me say thank you very much, Ray. Ray has to go right now, but I very much wanted to say thank you for coming by, Ray, and hanging out with us. You're a pleasure as always, a wealth of knowledge, and just so pleasant to have on the stream, how you just seem to take the flow and you could take the lead, so I could actually just like say, oh, wow, this is a real pro running this thing. So thank you very much for coming by, Ray. I can't thank you enough. You want to tell us a little bit about your channel for anyone that actually somehow doesn't seem to know about you?
No, just you can go to rayortega.com and jump off from all the various things I have. But no, thank you so much. It's flattering to be brought back again this year. So much fun. Everyone donate to the DAV, which is what I'm going to do now that I can get off stream and eat some lunch. But thank you so much. I will be watching all my favorite people are here every year. So it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray. Appreciate you joining us.
Bye.
And so the question I have for you here, Doc, and this is something that I've run into with the remote audio, single ears that people usually wear on set. It is an open speaker. And if you have someone that decides they're going to be sitting at Video Village, and then they come to set, and they have this headphone this one single ear sitting there, an open speaker, which is going to interfere with my boom mic. I'm going to be listening, and all of a sudden I'm like, where's that coming from? And then I see the director standing there like this, but not with their headphones. They're sitting there with their single ear because they happen to be using that. Or a focus puller is a bigger culprit. Directors will very rarely use a single ear. But I do run into people that use those. Well, I've been telling people, get the field monitors instead. If you don't give them an option of having anything other than those remote audio ones, give them a field monitor. That way it plugs up the hole in their ear. So that way we're not hearing an open speaker on set. That way, if someone takes it out of their ears, it's not nearly up full volume. It's not an actual speaker that's destroying their hearing and right up next to it, because those things don't have a seal. They sit away from your ear like this. And so you have to turn it up louder in order for it to, get into your ear through whatever they're going to be hearing. So I strongly recommend people getting the field monitors. Now, tell us real quick, because I don't think you've mentioned this. What are the prices for all these products that you have right here if they were to buy it from their local professional sound vendor?
Sure. The field monitor retails for $25 each and includes everything I said, the stereo adapter, the spare earphones, and the package as is. The Elite monitor is also $25 a piece. The Scene monitor you can buy in 2 different ways. The Scene monitor are sold individually for $18 each, or you can buy a 10-pack of them. I think I have a 10-pack box sitting over here. The 10-pack is for $150. So that makes it easy to outfit an entire Video Village, an entire production crew with headphones in one shot. At the beginning of a new season of a show or the beginning of a feature production, we recommend that people get a box or 2, a 10-pack or 2 of Scene monitors to outfit the whole crew. 1 or 2 elite monitors for the executives, those elite people on set, and field monitors for anybody who might need them. And you can do all this with your expendables budget. You know, these items are priced low enough. They're less than a roll of gaff tape, and no line producer blinks if you need a roll of gaff tape. So
Yeah.
all of these can be purchased by production and given out to the crew. And that way, that makes it easier for the sound department too, because if the producers leave their headphones at home, they walk away with them, they break them, they flush them down the toilet, whatever they end up doing, it's,
And they will.
you know, no worse for the wear. Yeah, they're not just creative on
Amazingly.
set, they find creative ways to break things.
Oh, I could tell you stories. Michael
But
could too,
yeah,
sure.
so making it easy for the sound department too, and not having to spend the sound mixer's budget. These are all great things. And Nathan, I like the way you talked about your 7506s earlier, because headphones are indeed like a personal choice, right? This is not just a microphone, like a lav mic that you put on somebody. This is personal. It's like clothing. It needs to feel good. It needs to be comfortable. It's a personal choice. That's why there are dozens and dozens of brands of different headphones, and they make them in 1,000 different colors and different feels, because this is personal. This is something that somebody needs to choose and be happy with. So we want to make headphones, give people choices that they're comfortable with, and add to the number of other options that are out there, that if those options aren't filling their needs, hopefully we have one that does. And if our headphones don't fit your need, particularly on set or in a creative capacity, tell me that, because I want to create more products that do fill those needs and improve these products to continue to better fill those needs. I have in my head what I think people want and need, but Alan was wrong about one thing. I don't know everything about everything. So I like when people tell me, what they need and give me that feedback, and we can improve upon it from there.
But that's the point I'm making. Not that you're a know-it-all, not that I'm a know-it-all, not like that anybody in here is a know-it-all, but you seem to get information, and you're good about that, even with regards to customers. And that's the reason why, you and I had talked multiple times, and you were very open. You were like, I want to hear what your thoughts are. I want to hear what that is. And then I say, what are your thoughts on it? And you're like, it doesn't matter what my thoughts are. I'm getting it from a lot of people. I'm curious about your thoughts. But, when it comes down to information, staying on the cutting edge of what new products are coming out and stuff like that, you stay very much, you do a lot of research about things. I get the impression. So
yeah, I also run a Facebook group called Strictly Sound Gear, which is geared towards people in production and in creative, producing creative content, where if there is new equipment or anything new to discuss, if I'm not the first to find it, I invite people to beat me to the race, right? I want people to jump in and try and post new things before I find out about them too. But that's where we can actually discuss the gear itself and talk about what's new and what's coming. And I'm a production sound geek to the core, right? Like this is why I got into what I do. I love the geekery of it. I love new. I love exciting. New is exciting for me. So yeah, I like to stay on the cutting edge, and it helps to be connected to a lot of great manufacturers and have talks with them. Some things I can divulge publicly, some things stay private between us, but it's nice to always be looking ahead. If I know about a product or not, to be looking ahead, what could be next? What can we improve on? Because I think the way we do things today should be the worst way we've ever done them moving forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We can always improve, no matter what it is. We can improve, do better tomorrow than we did today.
Yeah, I think some of the best companies are the ones that listen and find people that give great feedback. And it's great to hear, what you're saying because you're looking for that feedback. You're looking for testers. The same thing, like I feel a responsibility when I'm beta testing some product, that I give my due diligence to the product to make sure that it's the best for the next person in line. Not only what I want, but what's going to work for the next person that wants it, all the way down to, the top level. I just bought my Kantar Mini. Thanks, Michael, for all of your YouTubes. Gave me a lot of good information on that. And in the first week, I recommended a feature update. I want to be able to play my sound back at half speed. So when I record something on location, I can hear high frequencies, or if there's a pop, or if there's problems. And it wasn't on this device. A week later, it was on the device. So a company that listens and with reasonable requests, and something that's going to help support their user base, of course, and they listen to you and they add that, it feels great, and it's nice to be able to try and get feedback that's going to help the next person in line. So that's awesome.
That's huge. That's a great idea too, by the way. Being able to play back at high speed to hear those things. That's
only on the Kantar if you download the latest version, because
Doc, I have a question regarding your research, and you talked a bit about the frequency response of the headphones. How do you measure that? Is that on a grass measurement rig, or is that something like a DIY, or how do you do your measurements? Just curious.
So there's a whole bunch of different equipment to use. One fun, easy way to do it at home is this guy, the mini DSP ears. It's a fun way to do it. I think it's an important piece of equipment too. I'll call it a prosumer device because it's relatively inexpensive. But one of the great things about it is it allows you to measure speakers in the environment that you'll be listening to them in. So you will be able to get an accurate representation of where you're going to be listening to these things, and you'll be able to do them in the same space. So measure, whatever headphones you're comparing, they need to be measured on the same machines in the same space using the same methods, because there's no way to tell when these manufacturers come out with their frequency response graphs. There's no way to compare any two different ones just holding up, brand X's graph and brand Y's graph. You don't know how they were made, where they were made. So being able to do that at home is a cool way to do that. Obviously, we also have things in the factory that can measure slightly more accurately, but to be honest, that's my favorite way to do it right there.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
We talked earlier about it's so hard to actually review headphones because it is something that, depending on the shape of your ear, depending on how, if you were in war in the front lines and you had ear damage, if you have presbycusis, if you have if you don't have the ability to filter out things in your brain like many other people do, if your pulvinar nuclei filters things out differently. If you're not Michael Wynne on cold brew, you're going to miss everything. There's so much that you actually that goes into the experience of headphones that people overlook. People don't think about all the different aspects and things of headphones. It's not something that's easy for a reviewer to say, here's what, and it's funny because my very first review was of headphones, and then I never did another one again because I was, other than talking about the build quality of the scene monitors and stuff, and talking about the Bumblebee, what's it called?
The Sidekick.
Aside from things like that, it all depends on you and your ears, and how well they're trained, what you're tuned in for, and it's so difficult because, how do you share that experience? You can show specs, but that's not going to show what it's like, really, to put them on and listen. The comfort of headphones is important.
There's a fun thing that if you ever watch the Food Network or any cooking show, they have the same problem in trying to describe how something tastes, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of them, they end up making the same face and then trying to describe. They do it's got this, there's like and that's what we do when trying to describe what headphones sound like. We'll try and use different adjectives. This is bright. This is muddy. This, what we have our adjectives to describe it, but it's totally subjective. So graphs are a great way to compare, to have objective data for microphones as well, microphones and headphones, anything that we're listening to. Graphs are important. I'm only saying that taking a graph at the manufacturer's word for it, their graphs are great as one point of data, one point of reference. Being able to do our own data, create our own data, and know what the controls of that science experiment are, right? That's how we can really compare directly. So it's not just subjective. And our ears we can trick ourselves too. We can hear some things and think we hear things that may not be there too.
Well,
So
one
it
of the
is
things that's
challenging.
one of the things that is always interesting to us is that we're here on the front lines, hearing how things sound, and it's very important to us on set. But there's another aspect of that, and that's post. And first of all, it's also in how sound is delivered. Like, is someone going to be listening to it on their phones or their Bluetooth headphones that are going to be out of sync with the picture, or if they're going to be watching it in the movie theater? There's a lot of different aspects of post that comes into it as well. And on that note, I'm going to add somebody else to this conversation who is basically the guru behind most of the sound that I've worked on the past few years. At some point in time, touches this man's hands. This guy here is a guru as far as I'm concerned, and just an absolute gem of a man. His name is Greg Crawford, and I know that you know who we're talking about here. Michael, Wynne, Nathan. You might know his projects, but he works in Smart Post. So, Greg, thank you very much for joining us today.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to see everybody. Wow, what a cast of characters here. Hi, everybody.
Cast of characters. Yeah, that's the best way to put it here.
Hey, Greg. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Michael. How's everything?
Good, thank you.
Good.
It's great to see your face, man. Good to see you here.
Good to be here.
So Greg, tell us for everybody who doesn't know the behind the scenes aspect of exactly what you do. Tell us exactly what you do.
Well, I do it as ever asked of me. I've been in this racket since '78. So maybe one other guy's on this list has cut tape with a razor blade, but I started my career in Ohio. Worked for a guy that the man I worked for actually recorded Hank Williams and Flatt and Scruggs, among other hits, like the first R&B record. Anyway, so I get into the business and always loved post. And so I've been in the post world forever, was doing digital before anybody even knew what it was. But at one point, we were all here, Michael, and we saw when the tax incentive started in Georgia, it just went nuts. And the thing that was missing was ADR. And not many, if you had asked me 20 years ago if I'd be doing as much ADR as I do today, I'd tell you were crazy. But I would never send an actor out to an ADR studio unless it was somebody that did it all day, every day, because it's, on the surface, it looks like the easiest gig of all time. It's like, we're going to have some beeps, boop, 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 let's talk. And at the end of the day, it's really more of it's more about psychology. It's more about holding actors' hands, and then being in a secondary market, we're always doing this, remotely. So then there's that thing. You got to figure out, who's running the show and how comfortable people feel with, some redneck out in Georgia, telling an actor what to do. So, but basically these days, I still mix films. We had some really nice features. I hope people see them that we did out of Georgia this year that I do. I like the one-man band mixes. I'll have somebody do all the, the assembly and stuff for me. But in many ways, other than Foley, I prefer to mix, dialogue, edit, do it all myself. But day to day, it's all almost exclusively ADR. It's, we all know it's shooting out here, so it's just it's a nonstop stream of business. It's crazy, actually, to be honest with you.
So what shows are you working on right now? Are you working still? Like, I think you and I know Walking Dead was something that you'd worked on a bit. Did you work on some of the WB shows in town? Like, did you see any of our tracks from Black Lightning or?
Oh yeah. So we did Black Lightning. I've always had. So what we've done too, we have a nice facility here, beautiful facility, but we've recognized that the Hollywood system, everybody is used to, you're shooting at Paramount, you're shooting at Warner, and if you're, an episodic television show on your before wardrobe or lunch break or something, you get on a golf cart and you go over and do ADR. So that, wasn't built like that here in Georgia. So we have on set for Legacies, The Residence, Dynasty, MacGyver, and now MacGyver's now Ordinary Joe. Somebody else's. I don't think they didn't realize.
Hey, I know the mixer on Ordinary Joe.
Yeah. So
the gentleman right over here.
I just did Ordinary Joe today, as a matter of fact.
Oh, excellent.
But you're working on Legacies. I start that show on the 4th. So you're going to be hearing me as the principal boom op.
So Legacies, we started the booth we originally had. So the booth now for. Well, no, where Black Lightning was originally the Vampire Diaries booth. Anyway,
correct.
So just about every show that's shot in town. I mean, we don't get it all, but we see a significant amount, and then just a boatload of movies and TV shows with fake names. So that Marvel has doubled down, as we all know, in this town. It's just gone crazy.
Yeah, and now DC is starting to come here with their movies like Black Adam that we just recently did here. This last summer, Whit Norris mixed that. And Trilla Studios, formerly Pinewood, we've built a lot of stages. I think the reason why we missed out originally on. I'm sorry. I'm
gonna plug in. It looks like maybe is everybody seeing it stutter, or is it just me? I might go. I'm gonna go.
Fine for me. Fine on my side.
Okay. Well. Okay,
sorry about that.
He's fixing sound. He's fixing the sound.
You never know about. I moved my laptop, so I'm now no longer Wi-Fi. You never know it.
Yeah, that's actually probably the reason why my connection dropped a little while ago too, because I was actually gonna hardline to our modem, but trying to hardline through this house without it being a tripping hazard or something like that was crazy, and I didn't want to end up having the cable cut in the middle of it. So I'm doing another stream via Wi-Fi. That's wonderful. So
now I'm back on the wire. So we just recently put a place down at Trillith. I mean, we've been in contact with them basically since I was down there. One of the first days with Dan Cathy, who owns it, was actually mowing the fields before they poured the concrete. But as we always said, doing ADR, it's one of those things that, for episodics, especially considering the tent pole stuff they do there, they're really, a couple times a year we get a call to go down and find a spot and record one of the actors. But now with this series, it's it's becoming and with so many actors moving to town and moving to the south part of town, that's become a real big thing. So we have 2 rooms now down at Trillith across the street in the production center.
Yeah,
and that's
real quick here. I'm going to pause. Bandrew's getting hungry. He's actually going to go and fix his vitals there. So he's going to duck out here. But thank you very much, Bandrew, for being here. He's going to maybe pop back in here in a bit, and we'll see what happens there. But thank you very much, Bandrew. We'll take care and see you later. And I know Julian, you're going to have to go in the next couple of minutes too. Is there any questions you would have for a post guy like Greg Crawford that works on all the biggest shows here in Georgia?
Right now, no. I will be probably in chat for a bit longer. So if something comes to mind, then I will type it in there. But it was really nice talking to you all. Really interesting as always. Thanks, Alan, for inviting me. Of course, it was nice to be here.
Sure
And,
thing.
yeah.
I believe, Julian, I want to compliment you once again this year for streaming with the Sheps CMC 641. And yeah, that's all I got for you, man.
That thing, I bought it and it has to be used. That's that's why it's there.
Yeah.
But
And
really like
Julio,
it. So.
Julian also
Thanks.
has the record for having a black and white image without using a black and white camera. He basically
my
broadcasts
skin
every
is
year from a
completely
hospital.
bleached and white, and
Yes,
yeah.
and
He's using a LUT, Alan. Don't let him fool you.
I think I need some like blue light in the background or something. And Michael has a pretty nice picture, to be honest. So that's
I tell you,
like
Mike
with the
keeps
spotlight in the
looking at it.
background.
I'm like, wow, he's got like
This
a
old
shark
thing?
fin back there.
Yeah.
He's
That's
actually
not-
got his little light set up there on his
That's-
guitar in the background.
It's not staged at all.
Yeah, not
I
at all.
spent no time on that.
Yeah,
Just came in and turned on the laptop, and this is what I got.
yeah,
Nice.
Easy.
Yeah.
that's quite impressive there. Well, whenever you need to duck out, obviously, Julian, please do. But I definitely wanted to say thank you for coming in here. And
yeah, thanks for
joining us.
having me.
Absolutely.
I think I will leave right now. I've been here, I think, 5 hours in a row. It was really nice, having a blast. But I think now I gotta go.
Well, hey, once you go to sleep and wake up, who knows? We may still be here. Feel
Yeah,
free to
maybe
jump
when
back
I-
on. We'll see.
when
Because
this
you're
year-
Alan,
outsourced to Europe.
Curtis Judd said earlier, just to prove that I have been listening to this all day, that he was going to be here till 3 a.m. And
I know,
Curtis,
and he left.
I know you're creeping out there, man, and you're not here right now. So
Curtis is
maybe he will rejoin at some point.
yeah. Oh, he will. He'll be back too.
if
Yeah.
he's listening right now, he'll write something in the chat, and we'll put it up on the screen. That's great.
Yeah.
One point I want to throw out for Julian, because we were talking about headphone testing, and this would be interesting for Bandrew too, and Doc. But one thing that I see often is people don't know how to test a thing. And I know that I reached out to Julian to help test a problem that I had with the microphone, and he was a huge help and helped me find some ways to test some problems that are pretty edge case that I hadn't thought of. So one thing that might be interesting for some, content creators is to get some information out on to help people understand how do you evaluate, how do you test some headphones, or how do you test your microphone? A lot of times we don't talk about those things, and I find a lot of people, they buy a battery bank off Amazon and they think, oh, this is the greatest, cheapest thing ever, and they don't realize that it's creating all kinds of high frequency noise. And it's a great battery bank, but they just didn't understand how to test a thing when they got a thing. So I think that would be something awesome to see some content creators this next year, and obviously it would help people understand, Doc's product better if they know how to test a thing. But I know Julian is amazing at that stuff, so had to throw that out before you leave.
Yeah, thanks. I really like that, and I mean, testing is of course difficult. That's why not many people like directly do it. It's you have to get into it, and you usually have to know what you're doing, because otherwise, like, your results, well, I mean, you always get results, but how valid these results are can be like completely all over the map. So you never really know. So, and to really know what you're testing, you really have to get into the stuff. But yeah, I'm totally with you. I think like that kind of knowledge and everything, that's what I'm trying to do also, to share the stuff that I learn about audio, because there are some things that I would have never thought of in the beginning, and then I stumble across that and I dig a bit deeper, and then I find out like, well, it's that way or it's that way, and sharing that knowledge, and maybe just also making it simple and accessible for people. Maybe you come up with an easy test to maybe test something. I mean, headphone testing is probably nothing that's easily done. This will probably always be relatively difficult. But maybe you can come up with like easy tests you can do on your own, and just to like verify certain things, and all that kind of stuff can already be helpful. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and with that, I think I'm out of here.
You're on mute. Did you say something?
No, but go ahead.
Michael's on mute.
Sorry.
He's
Okay,
that's not
double mute.
I was gonna say.
Julian, it was great seeing you. And I had a question for Greg.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Take care, Julian. Thanks for joining us, man.
So Greg, how much? So, for those of you who don't know, Greg Crawford is probably, I dare to say, one of the most experienced audio post professionals that we have here in Atlanta. And you had talked about with some of the ADR. How much of the ADR are you covering that is like technical versus, say, them changing a line or covering themselves? So, like, do you often find that they're just covering themselves off of the production mix? So if the assistant editor lays it in and they get some rough cuts together, are they looping just to be sure in a way that they have it, or is it often gone all the way through to the dialogue editor first to know, oh wait, we've got this is working here on this ISO, and like how much is really goes into seeing what is going to work in the production dialogue versus saying, no, we want to loop this?
It's pretty far down the list by that point. I mean, people and it depends on the show. It's like a big show, one in a strip club. It's like when you have a lot of folks wandering around, or places you can't, you're just ambient noise or generators. There's a so like there's a show I'm working on now that I'm even surprised at how much we're covering on an episodic, to be honest with you. It's a lot of ADR. And then today, so that one of the on Ordinary Joe, we there was just a scene where the actor is talking to somebody, but I don't know, for time or just over 5 takes away or something, he's up here saying, hey, I really agree with you, and then they cut, and then he's like, wait, like real intimate and way in there. It's like, well, that cut just seems crazy, because he literally went from, oh, I'm really thinking, what are you talking about? So the fix is, well, then let's just match. We like the on camera, and it goes off camera, let's match that, so we fix that. Or there's a million things we'll do where you'll we always say keeping people alive in the scene. So you have a scene where there's a bunch of folks in the background, and maybe they had just spoken, or we'll go and we'll do Walla with them personally, so we can hear their voice peek out in there. But it's a it usually by the time I get the notes and we start doing ADR, it's been looked at. But then again, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm always surprised at what I'll get from editorial. It's like, I know that the meticulous notes that are taken on set. I know that that things are in sync. I know that the audio teams do their work, and then somewhere along the line, between you, dailies, and editorial, it's like it's moving mountains to try to go back and find those pieces, because in many cases, you can go back to if there's whatever scene, take 3, you at least have 2 other takes. Like if there's a word, or like somebody places a cup down or something, it's just as easy. That we've talked about this before, Michael. The goal is always to preserve production. I mean, it's production wins all the time. But you get those editorial decisions that will make you have to do ADR, or it's simply we try to do surgical as much as humanly possible. Where if somebody's putting a cup down, or the door closes, and if isotope can leave some residue, so it's just easier if the talent can match pitch, performance, placement, the top 3. We can pop in a syllable there to take care of the clunk, or overlaps too. We do ADR for overlaps all day long, because maybe one actor isn't going to be looped, but since they're in the scene with somebody else and it's an argument or whatnot, we'll have to get the other actor just to cover, so we can get the overlap on the dialogue.
Real quick here, we have a question in chat here for Greg. I thought of a question right at the end, right as he was logging out. What are the most common mics used and mic technique for ADR? Same mic it was used on set, he's asking?
Yeah, almost exclusively. I mean, we found that we own a bunch of them, but almost every production I work on, it's an MKH50 for the boom and the COS11 for the lav. It's pretty standard. I mean, we will rent other mics, based on production. We'll ask for what and it's better to try to match the mic.
Yeah.
But the second thing we have is that there are a lot of plugins. You can do crazy stuff, but early reflections, I'm sorry, nobody's figured that out yet. That's still the king of kings as far as matching and having trouble with why ADR sounds like ADR.
Explain that, please. The early reflection idea.
Well, then basically, here's early reflection. So you shot on a big stage, and here you can hear my voice here, right? Yeah. And so, big stage. Here's the loop. You go into a tighter space. You can't. Air is if you see any of the nice LA or New York ADR stages, they're big, they're massive. They're very damped down. I mean, you're not going to find a stage that is as quiet as like our ADR room, but having the ability to have the actor, Michael, you and I have talked about, I do all day, step up, step back, I'm listening to the match. I'm trying to figure out proximity, and it's, or like you'll be cutting and know, like you asked Michael, by the time I get to it, it's had a reasonable amount of work done on the dialogue. So I'll know, well, we're going to stick with the lav here. So then I'll when we play back, I'll match the lav to whatever we're cutting in and out. And we make those the whole time. And that's why my point about sending somebody to do sending an actor to do ADR with somebody that doesn't do it all day. It's like, there's just things that it's like breathing anymore. I don't even think about, as we're rolling and we'll do 7 or 8 takes, the whole time I'm watching along with the sound supervisors or directors in Los Angeles. And I'm thinking, well, that take 2 at the top was great. Oh, okay. 3 is a good middle. And I already will be in between people talking. I'm comping takes. They'll go, I don't know if it's working. I'll say, well, hold on a second. Let me just play you this. And they're like, how'd that happen? It's like, So yeah, I mean, but basically, yes, we try to always match the mics. If you can match the mics, that's the other thing, as a recording engineer, everybody's first inclination would always be, if I have Hugh Jackman or somebody in the room, it's like, well, I'm going to get the best mic I have. I'm going to put up that tube mic, and it's going to be so pristine. It's going to be a beautiful sound, and it would never match. So it's always funny when, I had an actor recently who came in over the weekend on a Sunday, unbeknownst to me, somebody else, he went somewhere else on a Saturday because he didn't want to yell, because he's working Monday. And so he came in and was like, yeah, I was, we found that, apparently guys weren't available. We found another studio, and I was there for an hour and a half, and I did 2 takes, and I was gone. So, it's just, but yeah, I mean, these things are important to know, that, to find out, because, unfortunately, I know you guys, and I get to ask questions, and I've been around set enough to understand what's going on. But, like I said, 15 or 20 years ago, I had no concept that.
And you probably also dial in after a while. You figure out the different style or the shooting method or whatever of the boom operator that's holding the boom out there too. One of the things that I also fight for, if there's a scene that on a movie I recently did, it just got through finishing it, I think a month and a half ago or whatever, that we had a scene that took place in a dance hall in a honky tonk. And as you can imagine, boots, clip, clop, in sync, destroying the background. But it was in the background of every single shot. And we had shot with 3 cameras there the days that we were there. And so I said, in order to get this, let's do the scene wild on the boom with me swinging it around. And production was like, yeah, let's do it. And then I was like, okay, let's do it now. And I was pushing, let's do it. And then they decided, for whatever reason, even though they were set up for an exterior, and then we were an hour and a half ahead of shooting schedule, they decided they were going to 86 the wildline take. The takes, and they were like, well, let's not do that. We'll do that at the other location. I said, nope. As soon as they said that, and they had all the actors tearing off their lavs, and they said, we'll do this at the exterior house party. I said, nope. And they're like, well, why not? And I'm like, let me ask you something. If you shot an exterior at a park and then you decided to shoot the establishing shots in a downtown city street. Are those going to match? And they're like, well, no, you would never do that. I'm like, yeah, exactly. So there's no point in me doing wild lines of a scene that takes place in a totally different place. I said, when you finish the scene, the actors have dialed in their performance. They're in the zone. They know the cadence of their lines.
Absolutely.
They know what they were doing. They know their motivation. They're not coming back to it 6 months later and trying to do ADR and like, oh yeah, I remember where I was. Let me see where I was. I remember the strain my character had. Because they had already done. They did like a horror movie, and then they did another comedy, and then they're trying to go back and do the ADR from your project from months ago. That was a scene where they're supposed to be crying, and they just got through doing a comedy earlier that day. It's not the kind of thing that you can just say, oh yeah, we'll do those wild lines later. And I even did a video recently on wild lines because I find them to be extremely important from a boom operator perspective. Once they've dialed in on that performance, you guys, you wizards there in post can do a lot with it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100%. That's exactly what you described. That's they're in the zone, they're right there. You're in the environment. It's like, man, it is a gift if you have time and somebody's willing to do it. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that save production because you're right, and that's what I was saying about is that getting people back in where they were, is so that's like I said, the part, a lot of what ADR is. A lot of it is psychology because, I joke about it all the time. It's the three things people hate: the dentist, the DMV, and ADR. It's like
Greg, you mentioned that, and I don't have as much post experience as you, but I have a little bit. And I've worked on films where, aside from like Michael or Alan doing an amazing job on set, either the actor just didn't have a good performance. And so the director's trying to save that character from not having to edit them out of the film. So they bring them into ADR. There's that scenario. And then the actor, you're talking about psychology. The actor's like, well, why are we doing ADR? And you can't just tell them because your performance sucked. And so there's this huge thing there. And then also I've done a lot of, fill-in stuff for, HBO or Showtime or whatever, where you're just ADRing out bad words, or somebody says, some word, some medical or some religious word that can't be in there for play. And so you're trying to figure out how to just punch in this one little piece. And so part of it, even besides the ability of the set guys doing an amazing job, the guys in post trying to make ADR actually work. It's just crazy, and the different quality of actors. Some, like I had Hugo Weaving in for a film that I worked on, and oh my gosh, that guy is amazing. Mic placement. I mean, you'd think he was a rock star with him matching the mic placement, and I mean, his performance was. I had to do nothing. And then there's other actors that are big known actors that it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to pull out every trick in the bag and hope that I can pull this off.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Some people don't hear it, it's surprising. It's like, you can always tell a musician, you can always tell a singer a mile away. They come in and do ADR, and rather, we break it up into itty bitty pieces, and they'll just do strings. Can I just do the scene? And they have, literally they'll listen, and they know their cadence, and they know what they did. Children are that way, but you're absolutely right. It's surprising that, and folks who you would expect, they completely cannot hear, you're trying, you see your picture up here, you're up here today.
That's true, but a lot of people know I'm a sound person, and I remember going to one of the Indiana Joneses, and like all my friends like looking over at me going, ADR. And I was like, yeah, that's just obvious. Because the thing that people forget about, and I try and remind people, because I work mainly in games, but people, I can fake an explosion or a sound effect. It's really easy to just trick an audience with that sort of sound. But people know dialogue. We're all professionals. Every single person is a professional at voice. Your mom can call you on a cell phone and know that you drank one beer, or that you have a cold. Like, everyone is a professional. So if you record, like Alan was saying, on a set that's cold outside, your lips sound different than when you're on an ADR stage when it's warm inside. You just sound different.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be different.
That's one of those things about posts that drives me crazy. When somebody gets boiling hot water and you're like, well, that's the sound of cold water coming out of the faucet. Or you always run into people who have hollow, empty cups on set. And then people that are drinking something that's not the same thickness of what they're really drinking. They're drinking something, and you're like, well, that person's supposed to be drinking something really thick, and they're drinking water. It sounds like water. We know what these things sound like because we hear them all day long. Real quick, though, let me pause and say two things. Thank you, Whit Norris, for the $100 donation to the DAV. And Michael Wynne, I understand you have to leave. He says he has to go grab some food. Believe me, I understand.
Yep.
Needing to feed yourself. Thank you so
Everyone
much.
drink water and eat food.
And drink your cold brew,
Take
Michael.
care of yourself. Yeah, I'll be back. Thanks, Alan.
And that way you don't have to. You could just put down your headphones and you'll still hear me from the other room if you drink your cold brew.
Great to see you, Doc, Nathan, Greg,
Mike. I'm glad.
Take care.
Thanks for coming by, Michael. Really appreciate it, man. You take care. Oops, I pushed the wrong button, and then all of a sudden Doc disappears at the same time. Real quick, why don't we pause and do the same exact, do something else here just for a second? And I have two questions I'm going to ask you also, Greg. Doc, you actually are going to do a giveaway here, and to someone here in the United States that's interested. Tell us about the giveaway you're about to do. First giveaway that we're going to do on the show.
Yeah. So we have a set of Elite Monitor headphones to give away. People have been great in donating to the DAV all day. Alan, you've been awesome in putting all this together and keeping everybody entertained. So we're going to give away a pair of Elite Monitors to a lucky winner.
Wow. All right. So we got to figure out the right way to do this. I see that we have 42 people here in chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a random number generator, and we're going to let's do this. I'm gonna find a way to see if I can get this up on the screen. But for right now, let's do. If you're in the United States,
I do have.
Go ahead.
Yes, in the United States, we do. Unfortunately, we do have to limit it to our United States participants now. If you're not in the United States and you're watching this right now, we'll get you next time.
Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do a random number generator, and I'm going to say in chat, here's the thing. In chat, you have one number. You can't put in multiple numbers. You can't put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can't do that. One number. And then I'm going to generate a number between 1 and 100, and we're going to see who is closest. And if you are closest, I want you to send me an email, and we'll do it that way. That way I can connect you up with Doc, and he will make sure you get some. Hold on a second. We're not starting yet, so don't just get overly excited here. China Drum, I see you out there. No. Stop with the numbers here. We're not started yet. Okay. We're going to start the chat here. I'm going to type in chat start, and I'm going to type in chat end. And when you see those, it's only going to matter between those numbers. So when you see me type the word start, and when you see the word end, that ends it. And if you put in multiple numbers, I'm going to see it in the chat, and I'm only going to take your first one. So don't even bother. Okay. So we're about to start this thing, and get ready. Because Doc's going to be sending an Elite Monitor set to anybody who is watching from the United States that wants to hear these. And so we're going to start it now. I put start in chat, and we're going to let the numbers go crazy for a moment. And then I'm going to end it here. And we will see who is going to be closest. Now, this is going to be a 1 to 100 thing. I'm going to generate the number right here on the screen here in a second. So I see a few people. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and call it right. Actually, you know what? I'm going to remove it because I think a lot of people have been, I'm going to actually say, let's call it right there. Okay. So between there, let's do the random number generator. I'm going to share my screen for a second. And you know what? Pink Zeppelin, I'm going to actually put yours in there too. I'm going to go ahead and do that because I noticed there's a big lag here in YouTube for some reason. But I'm going to basically add this right here, random number generator off of YouTube. And I'm going to click on this number, and we're going to see what this is. Notice it's 1 to 100, and we're going to click this live and see what comes up, and it is 55. Let's see who is closest to 55. And let's do the Price is Right without going over. So, we'll actually, you know what? I can't do that. I can't do that because that would be changing the rules after the start. So whoever is closest, Dansplaining is 59. Let's see. So we have to have something between 51 and 59 to win. So, all right, Dansplaining video. You got it. So Dansplaining right here has a 59. We're going to give it to him. So Dansplaining, do me a favor. And what you should do is send me a message and let me know. Luckily I know who you are. And so you can send me a message and I will connect you up with Doc so that way he can get you the Elite monitors. Just double checking that you are in the United States. So as long as you're in the United States, which I believe you are, there shouldn't be an issue here. But thank you very much for doing that, Doc. And as a matter of fact, I also want to make a point of a couple other things here. I'm going to be doing the deity Stingray hip pouch winner. I'm going to announce tonight at 10 p.m. And the DDS Mic 2 we're going to announce at midnight. And this is Eastern Standard Times. So stay tuned for those if you are interested. And I will be at some point tonight once the conversation gets going. I'm going to look and see if there's any new entries. But if not, I've already picked the winners for those. But anyway, I want to also remind everybody that we have 100% of donations from this live stream are going directly to the Disabled American Veterans, the DAV. They're doing some amazing things with regards to helping veterans to establish their lives again and get back as healthy as they can, not just mentally, but physically, and when they come back and they're wounded in war. So they're also doing some humanitarian outreach things right now with regards to natural disasters and things like that. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get anybody from the DAV to come on board with this live stream, but I did try, but it was very difficult in the holidays. But anyway, I definitely want to say thank you very much for everybody who's done donations. And I also want to do a quick reminder to anybody that if you donate at least $25, Video Mantis is giving you a free class. So all you need to do is once you've donated, you need to send me an email so that way I know that you did the donation. I could verify your donation and then I can connect you with it. So otherwise I won't know what your email address is and how to contact you. But I wanted to make those announcements real quick here. So thank you very much. So thank you very much for that. Now, Greg, let me get back into a couple of questions for you, because there was a question here before that got lost up there in the chat now as to what is the process of ADR. Like you've explained, you try to use the same microphones, but what is the process by it? Do you put, do you typically have a distance you put the mics away? Do you have a particular style? Do you try to emulate, tell us the process you go through when you're doing ADR.
Well, generally you do start with, the distance, and the distance is generally about my arm's length like this. We try to, but I was surprised years ago when I went out to stages on the West Coast and they were micing way farther away than I do. And I'll think, well, I'm far away, but, and the, the sound supervisor on the other side will ask the actor to back up a little bit. I'm thinking, wow, that sounds really distant. But I found that the German style of ADR is they actually hire boom operators.
Yes.
Not only do they hire boom operators, but they also have props in the room. So if you're on the ladder or something, you're actually hanging. I mean, we do that a lot too. I mean, if you're crouched over, your diaphragm, everything's different. So we have chairs and we do move the mics a bit, but generally it's fairly stationary. There are, a handful of places, Doc Kane at Disney and over at Formosa, they have these mics they can control from mic stands that can control from the control room. But for the most part, you start with that baseline, and that's what I'm saying. I'll have people move up, and that's what I'm listening for. I'm listening for proximity, the whole time. So it's all, sometimes it was surprising. One time I did, we were doing a film with the German director and had a boom operator, and I would keep saying, you got to pull it off a little bit. And it's, because you're in a quieter room, it is, I do find that we do mic a little bit more distant than perhaps you do on set. It just, something about physics. I don't know. stuff bouncing around. But yeah, it's all a listening exercise. I mean, all day long. That's really that's 100%. Is I want to make sure you're the actor. Like I said, if we're trying to just save production as much as possible, we want to get out of there. We want to take as little of the performance as humanly possible. So if I can get the actor at the right distance from the microphone or the right match on the on the lav. I mean, there were times years ago where I get so much. It's like, why you'd mic somebody and still get zhuzhing on their shirt. That I had a little clip I put on I made for headphones, and the mic would be here, and the mixers on the West Coast would be we still it still sounds different if the mic's pinned to your chest. You're still gonna it's just different for match. For years when we did the Muppets, they just have a little headband with a mic here, and I always felt that was if we could do that all day, that'd be the best way to do it.
It definitely is a great it's a great close sound on the lav.
But yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. It's all about, so it really, it is. So a lot of it is, we got once they're set up in their spot, it's a matter of me asking them to, and we will have actor if they're moving, we do try to, you can't have foot, try to keep the foot movement and stuff to a minimum, but have people back up or kind of step into the scene, just to give it that, to make it feel real. Because that's more than anything, it's movement is what really makes things feel real. It's like, and so, with that being said, you can't have them, if they're doing efforts, can't have them running and their feet moving. Everybody's seen the Hugh Jackman,
So let me ask you this, Greg. Do you guys have a wardrobe that people can change into, or what's the worst actor showed up in? I had Danny Glover once show up in like some running outfit, and it was like, and it was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do?
Yeah. So, I have a, I took just a standard lanyard, the backstage pass, and then I have a pretty thick cloth that I have on it, so I can just mount the lav to that, and it's heavy enough that it doesn't really, you don't get a lot of movement, That's.
I mean, so you actually put something on them and then put the lav on top of that.
Yeah, because
that's actually cool. I've not seen that before.
For a lot of reasons, people come in with cashmere sweaters and they're going to be like, "Hey,
but
not on the sweater, buddy." I had a woman in the other day, and I said, "Well, let me just pin this on." She goes, "This is cashmere." It's like, okay, and then yeah,
that's when you need to clip it around their neck with like a bib for a baby with a little string or something.
Actually, and I actually haven't. When you go to the dentist, how heavy that that thing they put on you.
Yeah,
that's not a bad idea. Because then it would really be stuck there, and they could jump around, and the mics stay placed. I mean, I'll admittedly, most people come in. I always say like this, this kind of shirt. I said, "Oh, you wore an ADR shirt," or they'll come in with a vest or something I can clip on. And I don't really monitor the lav unless it's what we want to monitor. Because I've noticed over the years too, boom wins. If there was a boom on set, and it's reasonably placed, it's always going to be the go-to for the mixers. It's what my go-to is. I certainly worked on like Veep was almost 100% lavs. I don't know. I don't even know if they had a boom out there.
But if you ADR and the show is mostly lavs, you'll ADR using the lav as opposed to the boom itself.
Yeah, we have the boom up because it's But yeah, that's when
you get the room.
And again, I'm just a hired hand. Most of this work is done in New York and Los Angeles, so I'm just somebody's right hand for the most part. So I do what I'm asked to, but I will certainly. Like you said, the good point about the clothes, because there's,
that's a brilliant trick
right
there.
Yeah, I see a lot of pajamas, man.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Gold chains
Leonard,
and all kinds of stuff.
Well,
Mr. T, do ADR with Mr. T. I'd love to see that. Leonard asked this question later.
Big Boy was my favorite one. This is years ago, back when he had pagers and everything. Big came in, and it was like he literally had a baseball cap. He filled his baseball cap with chains and beepers and pagers. I was like, man, I've never seen that much. Yeah, you get that a lot.
Here's a great question for you. do you ever have an impersonator do ADR for an absent actor? Like if an actor refuses, they say, I'm absolutely not going to do that. Do you ever have to do an imitation, an imitator?
Oh yeah,
and do ADR with them.
So and you know who he is? You know Ross Marquand, right, from Walking Dead. You ever see,
Yes,
you know,
yes, of course. Actually, it took a second, but yes, I remember
Ross.
Ross.
So there was. Okay. There's recently there's a big movie, very big movie, and Dave Wilson, the other mixer here, came in and goes, "I'm cueing this scene. It's and I'm not gonna tell the movie or the actor, but it's some big actor. They're coming in." I said, "Really?" She said, "But they have a fake name." I said, "Is the fake name Ross Marquand?" She goes, "Yeah, how'd you know?" I said, "Because it's Ross Marquand." And so Ross, I know he does a ton of people, but yeah, we've done that quite a bit, and a lot of it's not even, I refuse to do it, because I've heard people talk about Tom Cruise refusing to do it. And I think he's one of the more specific ADR people we've ever worked with. I mean, like if he's doing a breath pass and he sees, oh, I inhale when I should exhale, so we can cut it. No, I'll get it. He'll go back and do it. Hugh Jackman, same way. It's like he very precise when they work. But yeah, there's plenty of people, and a variety of reasons too. Like, let's say, what our job is like, there's so many people in town shooting right now. So it's like, fortunately for their previous production, they went from wherever, Budapest or Los Angeles or something, to Atlanta. But let's say they went from Atlanta or Los Angeles, and their next show is someplace where it's impossible to get ADR done. You have very limited choices. I mean, we sent out so many little remote kits, at least that were reasonable for people to use. But for the most part, by the time they get the ADR, that's why it's such a surprise to me when I see my name in the credits, because we're so far down the movie's done for the most part. I mean, I've worked on films where they're deep into the mix, and it's like we still got to get these lines, and so the credit roll's done. It's over.
I don't know if you've experienced this, Greg, or not, but one of the more common things that I've seen with actors is actors that don't like ADR, or they do say they're doing a TV show with a lot of fight scenes in it. I've seen a lot of actors say, I'm not going to do the efforts.
Yeah.
So you get a double for the efforts. So it's actually not that hard to replace efforts if you just replace all the efforts for an actor, because it's harder to tell those than the voice. So I've seen that more common than trying to match somebody else's voice. That's always really difficult.
Yeah, breaths and efforts generally fall to Loop Group. I mean, early on, Walking Dead, first 5-6 seasons, the actors did all their breaths and efforts, and I don't think anybody does it at all. I mean, and you build a library of it too. But yeah, that's always there are plenty of people that and it's tedious. It's like why it's like these people in Loop Groups are they're brilliant actors. So it's the matches nobody's ever going to know.
Yeah,
breathing. I do it all. I can't tell you, every time I mix a film, it's like, I know I'm all over it, but nobody else does. If there's an S missing or something, I imitate people all day long. Because it's like, well, do I bring them in and do these handful of lines or I can fix the offending thing, and nobody will ever. I've changed people's names. I've done all kinds of crazy stuff that nobody ever knows except me. Even the producers, directors don't know half the time. But yeah, it's but you're right. Breaths and efforts. It's like, people tend to avoid that.
Well, it's really interesting. Samuel L. Jackson, I worked with him a few years ago, and he said he actually likes ADR. And I said, why? And he said, because I don't know what take they're going to use or how I know how they're going to show me on the screen, but I want to be able to make myself sound like I look on the screen. He wanted himself to sound a certain way. Oh, so it's neat that you're talking about some actors that like to make themselves match their on-camera presence. Sam, he likes to just make himself sound like he wants to be heard to match that picture. I thought that was brilliant.
And that's a good point, because that's probably number one thing I hear. It's like, they chose that take. It's like the actors all day long. It's like, well, why did they? They're always surprised by the choices that are made. Not always, but you're absolutely right. A lot of actors like the opportunity to get that second chance. They claim that's why Brando mumbled. It wasn't because he mumbled because he wanted to be in the moment and wasn't really concerned about what was going on, and he felt that he could always make a better performance in ADR. And I've seen that with Denzel Washington's that way, where, here's what happens. People come in this building, and generally it's the first time you meet him. I got like a minute from the time they come in the front door, up the elevator into the studio. So we're chatting, and Mr. Washington said, I always do the first picture, and then I'll do 3 in a row. All right. So you do it, beep, 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 do the ADR, and then mute production, and they'll give you 3 more. And every time we do it, and he would say B, C, and you match up, you take the B take and you put it in place. And not only was it in sync, but it was a better performance than he did on the day. And then there are actors that I'm instructed to not show them anything but what we're working on. They'll ask, can I see this scene? And they're like, oh, we really don't have time, because they know they'll want to loop all day. As long as there's time, they will loop everything they can possibly get their hands on.
Yeah. Interesting enough, too, and I didn't realize this, is some actors, like when I had Hugo Weaving in, he brought in his voice. I don't think it was a coach. It was like an expert, because he's not
dialectician or something.
Exactly, because he's not native, and you don't want to get stuck in a booth with an engineer and a director deciding the dialect and how to pronounce something. They're so precise and so passionate about their craft. They bring their own professional with them to make sure that they're pronouncing everything correctly.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of films, because there's so many actors. I find that obviously British, not obviously, I don't know why they are so good at British actors do better Southern accents than anybody. But like P Valley, it's in Chucalissa, Mississippi, so that's a dialect not everybody knows. So we always have a dialect coach for that. Black Panther. I can't watch Black Panther without hearing that lady tell Denai, you froze. You froze. And it's like, I can't, literally, she was all over everybody.
Huh.
But yeah, no, it's because we've all seen it. There's films that you just hear the actor falling in and out of the accent. It's really distracting. It's like, are you going to do New Jersey, or are you going to go back to London? That's always the it's really it's nice when people do that. It's I have to say, where I sit, it's kind of tedious, but that's what it is.
There's a comment here. Have you ever done any voiceover work? You have a really good radio voice.
Well, thank you. But that's how I got into this racket. This is what happened. I grew up when I was a kid. Drinking age was 18, right? I grew up by the University of Cincinnati. So rather than work at McDonald's or Burger King, I played in bands. There were like 24 nightclubs that I played in. So I did that, played and marching, high school music. And I thought, I'm going to get into the University of Cincinnati College Conservatory of Music. I mean, I was writing charts. I was doing all the stuff other kids weren't doing. I didn't get in. Plan B was Xavier University had a full-time, high-powered radio station, and people would say that when I was a kid. It's like, maybe you think about radio. Well, I walked in day one, and quite literally, taking a tour of the studio, this girl was in the production room cutting tape with a razor blade. I'm like, what are you doing? She said, well, I got this 3-minute song. It's got to be 30 seconds. And I looked at the person giving me the tour. I said, can I ask her to show me how to do that? And literally, she showed me how to do that. And so I would play gigs, put my stuff in the car, 3-4 o'clock in the morning, bang on the window in production room, and just go in there and cut tape and play with 2-track recorders and looping and echoing and all this stuff. So that was a thought when I was a kid. I thought, well, I'll do radio. And now,
who ever thought that would evolve into Isotope Guru, like the way that it is, starting in razor blades? Who could have ever thought that?
Well, basically, the thing is that to this day, I still do the same. I play, record, cut, paste. So my Apple C, I take it. And so instead of cutting a piece of tape out and sticking it on the side of the tape deck so I could put it in, it's in, it becomes Apple V, so it's as funny as, everything really, you look at our plugins, you look at the things we do. I mean, I have to say, Isotope, it has been a game changer. There has been not a significant, but a reasonable amount of ADR that we're not doing anymore because you can fix so much stuff. It's especially steady state. Forget about it, man. The generator, that's easy. But yeah, no, that, I mean, yeah, you're right. It is funny, but the fact that I knew how, you know, from a kid knowing how to plug in a microphone and PAs and yada yada yada, learned how to edit. That literally, I could not afford to go to college. Xavier University was not the wisest choice for somebody working part time, and so I went to a teacher and said, "Is there anybody that has a full-time gig?" And I wound up walking into this recording studio by a guy who is like quite literally one of the pioneers of recording. I mean, like I said, he recorded "I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry" with Hank Williams, and he recorded "Foggy Mountain Breakdown," and he recorded the first R&B record in Cincinnati, Ohio. I mean, to the point where Bootsy Collins had a historical marker put up to commemorate this guy. And so there was just weird convergence of, all the things that I'd learned along the way, and then hitch my wagon to people with money, and here I am. I get to work in a beautiful facility and goof off all day.
That's awesome.
Who doesn't want that?
Another question from Chad here. Have you recorded voiceover for full animated features where you don't have to match mics? If so, how do you select a mic to do technique change for that? Also, Ross is crazy talented in person.
Ross is a genius. But yeah, no, so animation. So a couple different ways we do animation. Generally, most people prefer a U87. It's ubiquitous. You can get studios around the world. Everybody's got a U87.
More or less matched from place to place. Yeah.
Yeah. And then so there will be times where I'll do a 2-mic setup. So I'll have two 87s. So one at voiceover level and one back another 6 or 8 inches in case somebody yells or whatnot. It's just a safety. And then others I'll do 3-mic setup. It'll be a U87, a distant U87, and then a boom just slightly behind the other U87. That's generally the bigger films are that way. Usually they'll do a 3-mic setup. But yeah, we'll pre-record and then we'll go back and, there's always, then we'll go back and ADR a lot of it. And I can't wait for this. There's a one we're working on right now that just them explaining the animation process,
Is that the one Whit's working on?
What's that?
Is that the movie Whit's working on right now?
No, this is, it's funny. What's funny if somebody's talking about my voice, I'm like Barry Jenkins, who's a brilliant, he's a genius director and writer, and but it's a film with Barry, and every time I hook up with him, he goes, "Oh, there it is. There's my FM voice friend." But what's interesting is just the technology for the animation now, that where it's all this virtual stuff where literally the director is like an Oculus or something, and they can just move around these scenes and these characters already pre-made. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
We do a capture of the, like I did an animated film, and I used a Bronner VM1 for that because it was a wide cast and it worked great, but I didn't do the 3-mic thing. That sounds awesome. But I also did just black and white, like security, basically quality video, because actors will turn lights off and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It was just all the video was for the animators for lip sync.
Oh yeah, we capture all, and thank you for bringing that, because we do almost exclusively. You'll always have some kind of a zoom cam or something that matches time. Like I'll feed time code to the right side. One channel and production or what we're recording. So yeah, we do pre-record because it makes it easier for the animators, and that's why when you see these characters, they kind of look like the person doing it. But we've done tons of what they call witness cam. So years ago, when I would do this, especially for gaming, like Death Stranding and that stuff, we did boatloads of witness cam. But you would have, basically, I have time of day time code spitting out to the witness cam and a secondary Pro Tools, because like when you're doing ADR is a vertical hack. You keep doing the same scene over and over and over, where when you're trying to capture this stuff for witness cam or whatnot, you want time code linearly and continuous. So that's what we would do, is like I would do I would work exactly the way I'm used to working, by having working in a vertical fashion, and then we're recording but in a linear fashion. But it used to be there'd be somebody came in and they would they would adjust the focus and the cameras. They would dot the actor's face, and then there'd be a script supervisor and blah, blah, blah. Now, because of COVID, they just send me the box and the witness cam, and I have to do it all myself. So I've learned a little bit about how that works. But I don't know if you've seen it. They have this little helmet that the actors will wear, and then the camera comes up and it's like literally pointing in their face. So when you see them, it's just this. They're in a box, but their head never moves. It's really strange to look at.
I did that Cartoon Network Annoying Orange show for a couple seasons, and they put the dots on all the actors and stuff because they're just recording the lips basically, and then they superimpose the real lips on fruit.
Oh,
animated fruit.
Well, in this circumstance where the facial capture, they dot themselves all over. They have all these points, where the muscles are in your face, and it's crazy. Like Ragnarok and all those. We've done boatloads of it. Rocket, the talking squirrel, all those. But yeah, it's interesting. So you have this little camera, tiny little camera. It's gosh, not much bigger than a quarter, but then lights on it, and it's a whole scene. It's crazy.
It's funny you mentioned witness cams, because to me, witness cams as a boom operator are really annoying, because you first of all, you have on the shows that they have the witness cams on, you'll have camera 1, camera 2, camera 3 on a crane, whatever. And then on top of all that stuff, we're fighting for position with regards to lighting, because they're bringing in a light on this one angle, and they say you have to keep this entire wedge clear, and cameras are side by side, and you have to go up and over everything else. And then the witness camera person is brought in, and they're like, well, this would be a good spot for us. We need to be able to see down the barrel. Can we be here? Okay.
Yeah.
So we relocate someplace else, and then they bring in a second witness camera. Can I be here? It's like, it's like there has to be a place to get a microphone over the actors. We have to do this, but it's like those witness cams are so frustrating for me for that reason.
Yeah.
And I understand why they got to do it, but still, it's annoying.
I think for me, on the show I was working on with, I used black and white security camera, mainly because contracts, people didn't want a high quality video image or something that could be sent out or used on the internet or something like that. And then also I experienced the problem where actors, Luke Wilson walk into the booth and just lights off, turn all the lights off, and then you can't see them. So you got to do the security camera. So it'll change to a black and white infrared. So you can actually still have something for the animators to use. So that, that was a long time ago, but
yeah, people. I have had that where it's like they want the lights off. Like I got it. You can turn it off in between takes if you like. It's got like literally they have a little utility belt that they wear, and they can turn the lights off and whatnot. But and then in those circumstances, so just so I'm sure people, if anybody's curious, generally, and I don't know if you do the same thing, but mostly for any of the games I work on, or any of that, they prefer to have, they love the DPA's 60 and the 61, and they'll just, again, they wear a little cap and then it just Velcros on here and here. And those are, that's pretty much the go-to mic. Those, especially the action stuff, those DPAs can take a lot of heat.
Oh, they're amazing. The high SPL, the clarity, the detail that you get out of them, there's nothing that matches them, in my opinion.
Yeah,
they're amazing.
Yeah, they really work well.
Yeah. Here's another question for you that I thought of a little while ago. Netflix is now known when you watch something like Squid Game, for example, or you watch Stranger Things, or you watch any of them. They are doing ADR for multiple languages at the same time. And then they release that and they say, oh, it's available on 16 different, languages when it comes out, in addition to subtitles. But here's the thing I was curious about is, have you run into this where someone says you're going to do just the ADR for the American version, or do they normally say we're going to bring in German actors and we're going to bring in on a different day, we're going to be bringing in the Spanish actors to do the same scenes, and then we're going to bring in, and you take it because you already have the stems, you already have everything the way it's supposed to be, and the timing and everything out, you share that from one post house to another, and everything is already pre-laid out and done. So you just do it, or do they say we'll send everybody to you, Loop Group or whatever, and they're going to be just coming into you, and every single day for a week you nail a few scenes with all the different actors of the different for those particular scenes. Then you do the next scene with all the different voiceover artists. How do they do that?
They'll do. There are people that they're dubbing houses. That's all they do. I mean, that is all they do, and it's become a thing where actually a couple of years ago Netflix has been touring around all over the place trying to find more people that can do that work, because you start adding the amount of content we have in all the languages. It's really just unbelievable the amount of work that has to be done. So we don't do it much. I have done plenty of looping it, but it's been interesting that there's an actress I work with a bit that she was born in Germany, schooled in France, but has always worked as an American speaking actress. And so she did a film, and so we did all of her ADR in English, and then we went back, and over the course of a couple of days she looped all of herself, which is really unusual, looped herself in French and then looped herself in German. And she's like maybe one of a couple people on the planet. And I've done other actors that are, there was a film that they especially when they're shooting in Europe, where for whatever reason, again, a German production, they felt it was a better idea to have everybody speak in their native language. So one of the leads was French. One of the leads was, a guy who spoke German, but always worked as a British sounding English. And then everybody else, Lithuania, whatever, they all just spoke and then they went and looped the entire film with them in English. With it was either the actor that could speak both languages, or they just.
And I've heard of that too.
Yeah.
Actors that are fluent, something like Antonio Banderas would do the Spanish version,
Yeah.
and he would want to do something like that. But I was curious about that, if there's like one post house that does them all, or if they're
everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like in there's actually the one in Mexico City. There, I think it's kind of a family run business, and so there's in every country there was a guy that was Fred Flintstone, or a guy that always does Eastwood or whatever. So somebody always does whoever the actor is. But yeah, they're a lot of times they're in the native country that it's just easier to find. If you're going to do French dubbing, just send all the stems over there, and then somebody who does it all day long, because it's it's not only it's kind of the process is not only do you have to translate, but then you have to translate in a way that it's not going to look as much like
it's got to fit also.
Yeah.
And
so you have to really tweeze I've always felt that was, you really have to work with the dialogue. And then if it's not working, find a way. It's like, okay, how can we present what we want to present, still make sense, but not have as many words? Because that's, English is like, we're just blasting through stuff, and just the descriptor in almost every other language on the planet, is it's harder to say things. And we do, but yeah, that's a very specialized and stylized business that really doesn't. I mean, again, I've done it a bit, but Netflix and those guys have relationships with companies that's all they do.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they have contracts with every single country, and they just basically do all the Netflix shows because Netflix is pumping them out. For example, they're nuts with how much production they're doing. It's amazing. I mean, how they've grown. And
tell me about it.
Yeah.
It's it's so hard. It's almost impossible to keep up. I'm embarrassed by the number of times I've had actors come in and it's out of context and it's another show and it's either Saturday, whatever. Somebody comes in and says, "Hey, what are you in town working on?" They're like, "Dude, we work on blah, blah, blah together." It's like, "Oh, yes, I do." I forgot that part. Yeah.
Yeah. There's some companies too. I think Disney, last time I did a Disney game anyways, they insist on doing all their own dialogue work, like period. Like you just don't do any of it. They deliver that.
Yeah. Well, that's as a matter of fact, they're I think everybody knows this. Netflix is building studios in Burbank that specifically for their animation in ADR. And they hired the two smartest guys I know out there too. They're really smart about that.
If you're going to do it, you want to, yeah. I'd say if you're going to do it, get industry leading guys.
But for me, here we are. We're lucky in that because an actor's job anymore is getting on an airplane. For the most part. I mean, a lot more actors are moving here to the South because of the opportunity. Yeah. But there's. I would imagine it's you only have you finish a film and then you go on the next film or your next series, but the previous film or the animation or whatever has a finite amount of time to get to market. So I'll always wind up being involved somewhere somehow on if there's an actor here and they got work to do, odds are we'll take care of them out over here or on set or send them a little box to have them do it in their hotel room.
How does that process work? Where send them a box and have them do it in their room? I can't imagine trusting an actor to do that.
Well, then there's a variety of ways. It's like Warner Brothers has these pretty significant setups. They send, they have flight cases, and then they come with the stand. You put the flight case on a stand, pop it up to your distance, and then open it up, and then there's a monitor in there, and there's the mics already up, it's got like Sonics inside the box, and they have a pretty significant setup. It's easy enough. I mean, there's a handful of wires. What I found, so like I said, we do these remotes, and so on set now, like there's a couple of shows that, especially during COVID, we couldn't go to. So I can connect via, there's a Source Connect or whatever. There's a variety of ways a lot of different streaming ways to get audio in and out of a computer somewhere else. But then Babyface, I don't know if you're familiar with it. Those mic pre's can be controlled remotely. So so basically, we'll do the same thing. I'll have the mic in about the position I want it in, and so from my room, I can connect to the computer on set, send my pictures, control the mic pre's remotely, and then even do Zooms with the producers and everything. So, basically everybody's, that actor doesn't have to do anything. Now, if they don't want to leave their hotel room or working at home, we thought, well, for that very reason, what's the simplest thing we could do? And that was, I bought a handful of Chromebooks, and A.K.A has, I think it's called the Lyra mic. You take the mic, you plug the headphones in, you plug the USB into the little Chromebook, and basically from there I control it from there. I have to ask them to maybe occasionally hit the mic trim for me, but but we're in community, we're with them, we're online with them, so it's fairly easy to get.
So it's similar to like the ISDN line thing back to LA that we used to do like a long time ago.
Yeah, it's all just web-based now. There's a bunch of competitors now in that field. It used to be just Source Connect, but now there's a bunch of different.
Well, there was an opportunity there, and I'm sure like a bunch of people jumped on it simultaneously, right?
Gosh, yeah. But everybody does it differently. Like still a lot of the productions we listen to, Loop Group is still done. I think it's called Clearstream, something that can do like 8-10 channels at once. And most of the loopers are then at their homes, and then they take all the different streams in on the stages in Los Angeles. And then mostly I can't tell you how many, how many times I've had actors in their closets with, blankets over their head to do their dialogue for us.
Okay, here's a very interesting question here. And Ray Ortega says, sounds like we found our best case for 32-bit recording. Let me ask you this. What sample rate and bit rate or what's your sample and bit that you're recording at now?
It's almost exclusively, it's always 4824. I mean, there you go. But there's plenty of stuff I'll do that's 9648. It depends on the production, but you're right that the 32-bit there's a lot you can get around. For the most part, the fact that we're in with them, that I can hear that literally it's a real time high quality connection. you know, we can have we can get actors to, you know, I can't tell you how many times, you know, we'll explain to them, here's the setup, blah, blah, blah. You want to do this, you want to do that. And then invariably they're in their kitchen and, you know, got the refrigerator and his reverberant. And it's like, do you have any place quieter in the house? And then
Yeah. Do you actually have the actors go around and say, can you unplug the refrigerator? Can you shut off the air? Do you actually, when people are in,
oh, yeah.
do you, yeah, that's so funny. Like, are you on a webcam with them and you're sitting there watching somebody in their pajamas, some of these big name actors, and you're like, yeah, go shut that off. Can you go next door and ask them to turn down their TV? You know,
no, you
like,
could you hear that all? Yeah, it's exactly my face. I wish I had taken a picture, because Sean Astin, we were doing.
Oh, Sean is great.
He's fantastic. He's such a, you know, he's just a funny dude.
He's a gem. I love him.
So he's done enough of it, and he's, you know, he has his own recorder and everything, but we still zoomed in, and he said, well, my place to record is my daughter has this costume closet, you know, and so. Remember when they go in and E.T. is surrounded by all those stuffed animals? That's what it looked like with Sean. And I was like, why didn't I capture that picture? It was hilarious.
Oh, that's awesome.
But it matched, like, but then again, you know, what's weird is I've done films where I had, like, it was all off camera, but there's a preacher, you know, opens this film and, you know, they tried the loop group people, they had actors, nobody was right. And the director's brother, like, you know, Southern guy. They just want a guy that had a good resonant Southern accent. But pandemic and everything. So I walked the guy through the Apple. I said, look, you're going to hold your phone right here, you know, like this, and just on the Apple memos. And nobody knows that was ADR recorded on an iPhone. It was unbelievable. I mean, the guy, it was just because of where he was. It was in his, you know, the location, small church. His house had just everything about it was like, if I didn't know I recorded it or he recorded on his phone, I would have never known. If that was delivered to me, I would have never known.
And that's Isotope RX in action. It's so amazing with what you can do with it. And I'm just always impressed whenever I hear stuff. And there's a lot of post guys that will talk about some of the things that they've been able to do. Doug Mountain was talking to me at one point, or he was talking I went to see him talk at one point. And he was talking about how I'd asked the question of what do you do if you don't have all the frequencies of a voice? You know, how can you recreate them? And he said, well, if you have any fundamentals at all, and he explained that he can go over it and like draw over them and just enhance it from there. So he basically talked about how a documentary had such terrible, you know, basically all it had was low fundamentals. It had low fundamentals, and he basically drew over them, and then did what he needed to create the harmonics and overtones, and then suddenly it sounded like a documentary should sound like. And it's amazing. As long as you have a little bit there, you have something to work with.
Yeah,
the budget's right.
There's a new enhanced.
The person talented enough.
Yeah, that there's a new enhanced plugin in RX. The one though that really gets me in RX that's fun for post sometimes is the deconstruct for music, where you can basically take a full-blown rock song and just pull out the bass, guitar, drums, and vocal, and it does a pretty amazing job. Useful.
Yeah, they're talking about that on that Beatles documentary. I guess that they were using deconstruct.
Oh, were they?
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I've used it before, just for some temp mixes, you know, so for some pre-dubs and stuff, and it's impressive.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, it just even now, it's like, you know, the Garanimals version of it's like, you know, just dialogue isolate. You can't, you know, it's like literally, oh, I'll just move one button. Oh, look at that. There's all that noise is gone, and it doesn't sound like, you know, you don't get any phasing or any of that.
Dialogue isolate's amazing, and for that reason, I tell people all the time, make sure that the tracks are good, and you know, they're not phasing on their booms and stuff like that, because dialogue isolation is so. Actually, that's a good. You know, could you explain dialogue isolation to the viewing audience if they're not familiar? Because I love it.
I wish I knew how it worked. It's, you know, it
wizardry.
It was one of the newer things in Isotope, and it's just has, let's see, what are like 2 or 3 controls. I mean, you can adjust how much you want to, you find out how much of the noise you want to get rid of, how much you want to keep in. So if you find that balance of, that you don't certainly don't want to have all of the noise gone. I mean, environments are environments, and it always feels more
There's going to be
real.
natural reflections and stuff.
Yeah,
It's got to sound like the room.
But yeah, if you have problematic dialogue, I mean, it's just literally you take the whole, and you're not cutting up chunks. You take, minutes, hours perhaps of dialogue and just isolate it, however these algorithms, I guess they're algorithms, work. They just can figure out what's noise and what's real, and bring out the dialogue in ways that were unheard of. I mean, it's funny. I was telling somebody, even with like a Cedar box, which is all it does is it
Cedar DNS or something. Yeah,
it's a really hot, powerful piece of gear, but this dialogue isolate saves dialogue editors and mixers tons of time.
The room tone still plug-in is.
Oh yeah, being able to create room tone without us having to stop everybody in the middle of
It just fills in all of the holes in your edit. It's pretty great.
Oh yeah, well that's a really good ADR tool when I have time and I can do this, because again, it's the psychology of we were saying it's tough for people some people can't match, and they're frustrated, and it's hard, and a lot of it has to do with if you don't have proper guides sent to me. So generally, when we do ADR, I'll get the dialogue, stem. This a good level, like kind of been messed with, music and effects. So if you have effects underneath the dialogue, you can feather it in. So when you cut into ADR, it doesn't sound like I'm out on the traffic. Oh, now I'm in a studio. Oh, here's traffic again. So what I'll do is I'll take that plugin and I'll just match the ambience. And if I don't get it, I'll make my own track. So then the actor, when they hear the playback, the ambience, of the scene is the same as the ADR, and that sells every time. It happens all the time where they'll look at me as like, what was that ADR? It's like, yeah. Wait, really? Yeah, they're freaked out. They don't believe me. They thought somehow I cleaned up, the original performance, and that's a really, again, another simple, easy tool that you just go, hit the button. Here you go. It's all gotten easier.
Well, the dialogue isolate, just in case anyone's not familiar with it, you basically have a microphone on one person here, a microphone on one person here. They're going to be picking up each other's voices a little bit. Dialogue isolate lets you say, this track here, remove the present audio from this person here from this, or the degree of it.
I'm talking about it. I don't know what that. I'm talking about different. This dialogue isolate in the isotope is basically just a one-stop shop for you got noisy dialogue. You want to pull the dialogue out? It goes, okay, I can do that.
Alan, you're talking about debleed.
Debleed. That's what it is.
Yeah, debleed. Debleed. That's exactly it. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's I mean, think
too.
about it. It's a crazy time savers. Unbelievable.
Yeah, the amount of things that you can do with isotope. Now, here's a question for you: which version of isotope do you suggest? And I guess this is kind of a loaded question because most of the people that are watching this are not going to necessarily need the craziest, all the plugins, right, everything that you do, but I guess so it should be quantified as to maybe who should be considering what for. Now Trey here, he wrote that he's about to do a show, I believe. He said right here, he's about to start post-production for his first feature, Pretty Spooky. So in that circumstance, what do you recommend him to do? Or if he's trying to get because I'm sure there's probably a learning curve, or there's something he needs to hit the ground running. Is there any tool or anything in particular he can use to get himself up to speed?
I'd say those YouTube videos, and I'm forgetting the gentleman's name on the YouTube, but there's some really good
Alex
isotope.
Knickerbocker, I know, does some.
Yeah, there's some good YouTube videos that Isotope makes that are really helpful. I personally have the post-production suite, but that is expensive.
Yeah, that's I'm trying to that's why I looked. I don't even know, because there was at one point when I was mixing, I had a film coming up, needed, just again, budgets and moving fast. Like I have whatever the latest RX 878 something, but I didn't. There's also an isotope plugin called is it Dialogue Match? Is that the one where you play the clip, you want to you've play production, and it goes, okay, I got that, and then you select your ADR, and it goes, okay, puts the reverb and the EQ matches, reverb matches, and it's all kind of done in the and so I thought we got, when we went from whatever 6 to 7 or 7 to 8, that we were going to, that was part of the bundle, but I think it's only in the post bundle. But I just like even, I don't know if you can get it, just RX 8 or 9 or whatever they're on right now. That's terribly expensive, but it's probably not as expensive. That post-production suite is pretty, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so the Elements is a good place to start.
Oh, the Elements, that's the one. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good, but for isotope specifically, if you can wait for a sale, it's like waves. It is. You're gonna get it for 50%. Really try not to buy it at full price, because that you're gonna kick yourself when you could have got it for a fair price. Like I dislike that companies do those things, but wait till it goes on sale and use Elements or something that's cheaper.
Yeah. Because mostly, in mixing films, I mean, the things like that, like I said, that the dialogue isolate thing really came out of the box is being simple and easy, because they have you can de-pop, you can de-crackle, you can de-rustle, there's de-win, there's just all this stuff. And like I refer to Garanimals, because it used to be you'd have more controls and panels, and now it's like there's pictures and graphics. It's like you're pushing a button on a cash register to take out the rustle on the lav or whatever.
It's amazing.
What you could tell Terry is I think that Isotope just came out with a subscription based thing too, which I just have the one by post-production suite bundle. But I think they have a subscription-based plan now too, so you may check that out.
That would be nice. That'd be helpful.
I don't know what it has in it, but I think it's like $15 a month or something like that. It's really inexpensive.
Isotope, jeez.
I don't know. They just came out with it, but
it's amazing.
Yeah,
amazing being able to do a movie and not have a budget, and be able to, for $15, be able to edit your entire movie using Isotope, a full suite for $15. That's just mind-boggling to me how that's a reality that we're in. Now, there may be like a minimum you must buy to get that deal. You got to buy an entire year's worth or something, but it comes down to, but still just the idea of being able to get something like Isotope for $15 a month. It's the same as Premiere and their suite. There's different prices on that, but then I think it goes up to like what, Premiere is $40 a month or something like that, and yet Isotope is able to fully manipulate sound in ways that nobody could imagine. It's just it's mind-boggling to me that they could do that for $15. Real quick here, thank you, Christopher McPherson, for the $50 donation to the Disabled American Veterans, the DAV. That's, of course, is going to be the beneficiary of this live stream. 100% of donations are going to the DAV. And you can click the donate link down in the lower right-hand corner, or if you're logged into YouTube, down at the bottom of this chat, you should be able to donate money directly. Now, if you don't want to trust YouTube, absolutely, go to the DAV's website, dav.org, link down in the description as well. And you can click on the link there, go to their website and donate. And if you don't go that route, please say in the comments, if there's a note or something like that, please mention sound speeds in the note. That way they know. If I ask them, if you received any donations, please, tell me how much those are, because we're trying to do a tally. As of now, we have received over $1,700. Now, I, of course, am hoping to receive even more than that before the end of this thing. And I do want to remind people also that Video Mantis, Thomas Popp, his project that he was working on that he was here for earlier, he has a sale going on right now, 50% off. But if you use the coupon code SoundSpeeds at checkout, you get 10% off. But even more awesome than that is if you donate at least $25 to the DAV during this stream, he's going to give you a free course. He doesn't see any money from it. He's basically passing on that value to you. I've never seen a sale like that from Video Mantis before. That is a completely amazing thing that he is doing as a benefit to us. Now, if you donate at least $25, I will say this. Please, 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 pretty please, send me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us and let me know that you did that donation. And so that way I can go through and verify, that via the live stream log and everything. And at that point, I will connect you up with Video Mantis in order to make sure that that he can get you your free course. Because if you don't send me that email, I am not going to know that you did that donation or know how to, I'll know you did the donation because I'll see it show up in the chat, but I'm not going to be able to see who you are, how to get in contact with you, and I can't do that. So make sure you reach out to me and do that. But thank you very much for the donations that we've come through so far. And I would like to see some even more, donations coming in here throughout the evening. And we have some more giveaways that we're going to be doing tonight, just so that you know. We have the K-Tek Stingray hit pack winner. It's going to be announced at 10 p.m. That's Eastern Standard Time, which is just under 3 hours from now. And then, of course, we have the Deity S Mic 2 winner that's going to be announced at midnight Eastern Standard Time, and that is about just under 5 hours from now. So make sure you get your donations in. If you are a sound professional and you're on the stream right now, remember that you do have plenty of income that you can use to donate to charity, and you can either pay Uncle Sam with that, or you can use your tax write-offs and donate it to something like the DAV. And I definitely would strongly advise you to do that if you have not at least taken advantage of your charitable donations for the year. And if you want to donate more than that, by all means, we'd love to have you do that because, of course, charity is not just about giving what you can write off, is it? So, so Greg, let me ask you a couple other questions here. How much of what you do now is ADR versus cleaning up sound in tracks?
I'd say most of the maybe 75% of what I do is ADR anymore. I mean, it's like it's hard to tell because I did actually mixed 3 features this year and then a bunch of episodic television. But I would still say ADR is probably the primary. The way here's why I can do it this way is the way we structured ADR. You have to, if an actor's in town working on another show, we have to first of all clear them from the production they're here, or even if they're on the show we're all working on. So we have to find days they're off. Then we have to hook up with the studio and and they get the director and the actor. So it's always this 3-way. It's constantly in motion and it's always changing. So what I do when I mix films or TV shows for people, for the most part, it's all, the agreement is it's unsupervised until, the final mix day. In general, the television shows, I've found lately that most of the people, I've been doing this forever. I got folks I work with and trust me. And so I finish it, send them, the files and they listen to them and we move on. Features generally we'll have everybody in, and that'll be, usually give them a 2 or 3 day mix or more. But then that's when I block out, and I don't do ADR on those days. But every other day, it's like, making films can be tedious. So it's nice to kind of get out of the chair and do something different for a couple of hours and then go back to what I was doing. But yeah, because they're really, especially in this market, there's, there are plenty of people doing dialogue replacement here, and recording. But I mean, we knew I was lucky that when, we're Smart Post now, but when it was Crawford and we were moving and the tax incentives have already been in place and we really saw what was happening. And so we built a room that really is, and actually 2 rooms that are really appropriate for ADR. I mean, they were built, to be multi-purpose because we're still in a secondary market, but to have a room that, you have that kind of airspace, they're not a bunch of them here, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And I get that, but at the same time, I'm on the production, the front line, and that's the reason why I was wondering, because one of the things that us boom operators take a lot of pride in is getting our tracks. And a lot of I don't know if, we'll talk again after I'm on Legacies, but you did Black Lightning. Yeah. And I started Black Lightning the 2nd episode of season 3, and I did all of season 3 and then all of season 4. How much ADR of that show did you do? Because I'd asked the actors, and they're like, I only had a few lines.
Yeah.
But
There'd be like it really depended. It would be, just like most of those shows. It's
adds and
episodic
changes, things like that.
episodics like that. Yeah, you might have cast wide per episode 30 or 40 loops. That's probably a pretty reasonable average amount. Sometimes, remember all the masks and stuff. So we would go back. A lot of that was done again. I mean, the people with costumes and there's just a lot. It's just funky. Or even now, there's a series I'm working on. They had some of the characters had very thick plastic like COVID masks. And so it was just, you can't understand a word they're saying. So we actually we did a lot of testing, and I came up with rather than the pop filter in front of the mic, I took one of my face shields and I cut out a little plastic thing, and so then I could adjust how close to the mic or to the actor that impediment was, where we felt, okay, that's close enough to match that look, that big thick plastic mask with clarity, because it's at the end of the day, it's all about being able to understand what people are saying.
Yeah, and the masks have been very interesting on set, because I know that sometimes they'll say, if you're not on camera, wear the mask. If you're not on camera, wear the mask, which means if we try to boom off camera dialogue or try to use the lav or something like that, it's like, I did a video on on understanding masked speech and why it's so difficult, because basically you double your distance away from a person that you're normally used to. You're suddenly putting something on there that cuts all the basically the higher frequencies of your sound are the ones that isolate the vibrations that are created from your throat. So that cuts it into little words. You cut those out and you don't cut the rest of the sounds in the room. You basically are reducing the key elements that are helping you to differentiate the detail in someone's voice. And you're not muffling everything. Like if you put something over your ears, you're basically cutting out all the detail.
But but we'll still like shows like medical shows, we those masks aren't as obtrusive, but whenever we do ADR, we have a actually,
hey, wild lines if you got a mask.
When this all started, trying to get masks was impossible, but fortunately the resident sent boxes of them for us for the actors. So this is my first mask, thanks to Warner Brothers.
Yeah. So I did Black Lightning, and there was a lot of actors there was a few actors that would wear masks above their face and leave their mouths open, but there were a few characters that would cover up their mouths, and so I always did wild lines on that. And those actually, the actors came back to me after going in, and they were like, you saved us a ton of time and a whole bunch of frustration by having us do that wild lines. And so once we trained the actors that wore those face masks, and we showed them, I went to each one of them and I said, so what I'm going to be pushing for with the AD and the director is they got to give us the time. When you're in the zone, you just finish, because it's one thing when you say, we're going to wild line the scenes. The actors are like, why wild line the scene? But if I say to them, we could probably save you a lot of time and trouble in ADR later if we can wild line your mask. And since you have only 3 minutes worth of dialogue, if we do it multiple passes on set, let's just see if we can run the scene. And I'll get them on board with it. And they'll say, oh yeah, because they know that their performance is dialed in. They know that they already know what they're doing. And so we'll just do a pass where they act the scene. I boom them, but they drop the mask. And that is just, it's amazing to me.
Oh no, you're right. They
will keep me honest. Oh yeah, and the actors will keep me honest on it. They're going to say, "Wait a second, whoa, not moving on to the next scene yet. We still have to get my wild lines on this." And I'm like, "Well, it's funny because I was just on my way to the first AD, and they're yelling this from set. I can't yell it from set. No, stop! I can't do that. The actors can. I have to walk over first AD director. Hey, excuse me, we should do our wild lines now." But they were on board. Some of them were like, "No, we can't move on yet." Oh yeah, that was awesome. So training the actors is oh yeah,
you're there, you're working, and you're like you say, you're in the zone. That's always first line of defense, I would say.
Yeah,
we did use quite a bit of that.
So how much of what you do is features now versus television, and which do you prefer to do more of?
hard to say. I mean, it really it's always a variable. You know, it's like, I mean, I like the I like the episodics. I like the television because, you know, at a certain point, you know, you're doing the same folks over the course of, you know, 10, 12, 20, you know, it used to be 22 episodes. And so you get to know the actors, their deal, and then the post supervisor's deal. So, you know, just it's the workflow is a lot easier. You just get, everybody gets into the rhythm, and you know that, you know, there are actors that love to do their ADR over the top of their performance, but most people do it that way. But there are actors that just like they like to hear it and say it. We call it hearsay. So hear it and repeat it. So I'll say, so if I know, so then I get to know, okay, well, so and so loves hearsay, and I'll either sample the pieces we're going to ADR, so I can just play it for them. You know, let's go to the store. Let's go to the store. Let's go to the store. You know, whatever the line is, or I'll set up little. I will make loops inside my session. So yeah, you know, you just, you know, there are shows that you just, you know, that are fun, and you know, it's just, we're mostly goofing off, but the features, certainly, you know, it's you know, it's fun to work on. I gotta say, it's fun to work on the big films. And the other thing is that, you know, that at a certain level too, it seems counterintuitive, but it's in many ways, it's way easier to do the bigger shows than it is TV, because you're mostly not being pushed for time. You know, it's a little bit more leisurely, and the thing about it is that when I get my materials, if I like, right now my phone's been blowing up. There's something tomorrow, but you know, if overnight,
I'm sending messages to people that are going to be helping me record the stream if we go over 12 hours. So I'm just doing that right now.
But that's the thing. It's like if I find out, it's like, you know, I have a session in the afternoon, or, you know, the next day, and they still don't have the material to me. Like, if it's a TV show that I haven't worked on, I get a little concerned, because it's like, man, am I going to get the elements on time? Are they going to be right? But man, you're working with, you know, Sony, Disney, Universal, Skywalker, all those people, man, everything is always in order. It's repeatable. You know what to expect. You know what they want from you. So yeah, I don't know. It's a toss up. It's really just, yeah, it's all kind of different all the time. You know, it's as much as it's the same. It's a really different scene every day. It's weird how that works, but it's true.
Does it give you a chance to actually do anything creative on the back end? Like, I know that like post is really cool because you can do a lot of really neat things, but with ADR, you know, you'll hear about like actors that will sometimes make requests and stuff that are really crazy to production. But do they ever say anything to you like, oh no, I'm not going to use that at all. I'm just going to go by the hard, or anything like that? All your hard work, any crazy, or do the actors, here's a good question for you too. Do the actors ever look back at you and say, wait a second, why do I have to ADR this? And you're like, well, the footsteps were too loud.
Yeah. Oh, all the time. Everybody wants to know.
Yeah.
Everybody wants, and generally, you know, they, like we were talking earlier, you know, when you do have to have people come in for performance, oh my gosh. So there's a fairly big feature that was out this year, and a really big actor who was leading in that feature, and some executive had issues with the performances, and it was torture for all of us.
You mean the footsteps?
Actor, you know, it's like, you know, because now you're trying to, so that this executive is not in the room he just, you know, made an overall note of, okay, these are the things that are bugging me. And so the director has to then go to somebody that's, you know, clearly not interested in making these notes work. And all of us have to find ways to try to make it as painless as possible. But yeah, those days are hideous when you have to change performances. And even in episodic, I mean, there would be, you know, you always have guest directors. So the actor will come in and say, you know, they'll say, well, you know what, you're a little angry in this scene. It's like, I know that. And I had that conversation on the day, and I said, look, my character does not go there. And they're, no, that's what I really need. And so they'd have them back off, or the opposite. You're not angry enough, or whatever it turns out to be. And those days are just hideous.
Do you ever have like an actor who just is over it and it's like, look, I'm just going to give you the performance that I want to, and they're just they don't match what's on screen at all.
Dude, it's I should probably
they're whispering on screen. They're like, yeah, yell it, and it's like it doesn't match at all. I can't use it. This is what you get. What you get. I don't care.
Greg, I wish I should. I wish I guess I could say who. I won't say who it is.
Let me ask you, Greg, how many of these types of things can you come up with? When somebody does ADR, they do one take and they're like, that's it. And then as an engineer, I'm like, oh, that one clipped. We got to do another one.
All day long.
You have in your back pocket.
No, that's exactly. That's what I say. It's all about psychology. You're just constantly trying to find ways to keep people at ease, and that's what I find. If you stay out of the way and you can move at a certain pace, and you're uninterruptive, in many ways the actors just start getting into the zone, and they don't, they'll do anything you ask them to because you're not wasting their time. But yeah, here's what happens, and I've seen this more than once. You get to a point where, you're season 5 of a show or 3 or whatever, even season 2, and you got 1 or 2 or 3, number 1, 2 or 3 on the call sheet, and the network asks for some either exposition or something really ridiculous, right? Nobody wants to do exposition. And so there's an actor, they would say, oh yeah, let me get this. And he's, Greg, I'll do 3 in a row. And they would be the 3 of the worst performances you've ever heard in your life. And the people are like, can we get? No, I'm good. That's it. And so they take it to the stage, and then the notes passed along. But there are plenty of times we'll stop down. We'll call directors, or we'll have to have discussion about why that we're doing this or that. But for the most part, when you explain footsteps, overlap, generator, we get it. And everybody, it's always, and again, like you're saying, it's always the caveat. It's like, look, we're going to do everything we can to save production, because right now it hasn't gone to the stage and these brilliant mixers haven't touched it yet. So odds are we may stick with production, but we've got to get it just in case.
And Greg, one thing I wanted to ask you, this has happened to me, so I just wanted to, because a lot of people that don't do this sort of thing don't realize, but is it typical, it was typical for me on a bigger project, that all talent is picked up in not a limousine, but a Lincoln Town car, or basically a chauffeur, picked up at their house, brought to the ADR stage, and then delivered back. That seems like a common thing that a lot of people
sad also, the escalades and stuff like that.
They're relaxed, and you actually make sure that they're going to get there on time and they don't get lost and all kinds of things. Is that typical in your experience for?
Yeah. And the other thing we do too is like, this is just, it's what your mom tells you to do, but I meet everybody at the door, and then I take them up in and out, and I take them back to their car, and people will always bark like, you don't have to walk me to the car. It's like, yeah, I do. You're my guest. But I found that really has, that you're absolutely right though. It's like everybody's cool. Now at a certain point, people, if you're in town for any length of time, the actors will prefer to just drive over or but yeah, you're right.
Or maybe if they come to ADR a bunch or something like that.
You're not worried about how you're getting back. Although there's one time where, so we're probably 40 miles from where Trilith or where Pinewood is. And one of the Pinewood actors was in on a weekend doing a gig, and we have a service we use all the time. They're reliable. We love these people. Same thing. Nice cars. They're great guys. So pick the actor up. Well, apparently, we got done a little bit earlier, but not significantly early enough that the drivers usually stay. The guy left, and now we're wandering around. I was like, where's the driver? We're calling, and it was a fill-in driver, whatever. So I had to get an Uber. That Uber bill from here to Pinewood was pretty significant.
I had that same thing happen to when I had Mark Hemmel in, and he finished so fast, and the driver was long gone. Oh, and the receptionist from the film company ended up driving him home. It's just
I've done that plenty of times. Drive. It's like, well, we're done. Where are you staying?
How often do you have actors that I'll just get an Uber? you know, something like that in this day and age.
And it's always funny, like when you have
Yeah.
somebody that's somebody, and you know, you can just see the look on the Uber driver's face, like what the,
yeah,
they freak out, and here what we found too, and I think the reason we do get a reasonable amount of the work is that you can go to my Facebook, the company's Facebook, Instagram, whatever. Actors will love to will take pictures of themselves in the studio, but I have no pictures of me with anybody. I don't have, you know, we basically, you come in, like you're saying, you describe the story of the car. Well, there's an actor who's very well known, and you know, same thing. I do what I do with everybody: meet him at the car, bring him up, we go do an ADR session, move out, move on. I get a phone call. I was out dinner or something, and an advertising agency calls me and says, hey, you know, this actor wants to work with you, you know. And I said, yeah, just call scheduling, they take care of it. I noticed that, you know, the 10 days later that, or whatever, 2 weeks where the session was supposed to happen, it's off the books. And I'd asked scheduling, I said, what happened? They said, oh, they, you know, different plans. Okay. Well, like 10 minutes before a session, I get a phone call. Dude, you got to download this stuff, blah, blah, blah. So-and-so's coming right now. And the actor gets out of the car. He goes, man, I'm sorry I did this to you. But, you know, I was on set and they were going to take me someplace close. But I don't, you know, I want to go where I feel that. He knew that he was going to walk in the building. Nobody was going to take pictures. And, you know, there, and for any of my competitors out there watching right now, I mean, I monitor, you know, I go on Facebook or Instagram and I see everybody mugging with actors. And then I quite literally go and contact the sound supervisor. And if I don't know them, it's like, hey, you know, if you need a place for your actors that's a little more, you know, self-contained, give me a call. Because nothing, you know, you get to the point where you're a lot of these people are famous and they get hassled everywhere they go.
All the time. All the time.
What I found that what really makes me happy is when I know, and especially more actresses than actors, where they do feel comfortable enough to come to see me and no makeup, some you know, like
they're not worried about you wanting to take a selfie.
Feel that like, great, I'm going to come in there and I'm not going to get barraged by all the staff wanting to take my picture and blood, you know. So yeah, we never do that. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, some actors even have in their contracts that you can't talk about certain things that they've worked on.
Oh,
which is interesting. I've seen that, and they usually don't mind talking about it. But I guess if you're a big actor and you've worked on big things, you get sick of talking to people. You know, like you said, I just treat people like I would any other friend or any other person that comes over to my house.
It's all about, it's about that. It really is. It's about that comfort level, because like you said, Alan, you know, you've got these big intense scenes and you're, you know, somebody's doing a, you know, intimate thing. And then you walk in this brightly lit room and people in your head said it's a weird scene. So you really have to do everything you can to try to make people as comfortable as humanly possible. And in many ways it's like, yeah, it's like, I don't want to, you know, I mean, there'll be times, you know, you get to know people over time and it's like, you know, in between sessions, you're either waiting for somebody and I mean, I think the closest I ever got, just happened to have an actor in one of my favorite movies. And I said, you know, an older movie, and we're waiting for the people on the West Coast. And I said, all right, at the time I'd been married 30 years. I said, you know, the first date I took my wife to, and he goes, yep. I said, okay. So we both knew that movie was so popular. Of course, that would have been a movie I took my wife to on our first date 30 years ago. And then that, and as it turned, which was really, you know, that's about as far as I'll go with, you know, unless, you know, like you guys, you spend enough time with people, you do, you know, not like we're hanging out, you know, going out for drinks after work, but the familiarity, and that's what helps make the process work too. Because there's an actress that one day, what happens too is it really depends on the production and the producers and everything. You know, you finish a film or a project, and then you're on to your next one, and you were committed to them for the time period they said, and then you'll come back and do ADR, maybe do ADR again. But then when it starts to go a little farther, so there was an actress that, you know, I could tell when she walked in, she wasn't feeling it. and wasn't feeling the people on the West Coast. So, there's a scene. It's like she was quietly sobbing in the back, in the scene, and she goes, "I don't cry. I don't do that." And it's like I knew they needed it. And I had worked with her one time where she sang, and she came in and she said, "I've never sung before. I've sung in choirs, but I've never done pre-record like this." And she was nervous, and so I said, "Look, it's just going to be you and me. Then I'm getting everybody else off the call, and when you feel comfortable, we'll go back into it." And she came in and sang like she was brilliant, unbelievable. So the lady that wouldn't cry turned to her and I said, "Hey, remember that time that lady told me she couldn't sing?" And she goes, "Okay, I'll do one, but that's it. I'll do one cry." But you're lucky that I happened to be that guy in that room with her, and we had that story. So anyway,
that's a good one. As a matter of fact, one of the questions I would have for you is: there are people on set, there are actors on set that they must perform. Like, okay, I did a movie a couple of weeks, about a week and a half on a movie called The Menu coming up with Ray Fiennes, who played Lord Voldemort and stuff like that. Brilliant actor.
Brilliant actor.
But he is extremely brilliant. And when you were on set, the amount of presence, even when he was just calm, looking in his performance, and he just had a neutral face on, there was an intensity about his energy that was amazing. And you don't run into that a lot. And his performances were always brilliant. But the younger actors on the show started catching on to the little things like, they were always like, "Well, Ray, we're done with your parts of the scene, so you can leave." And he's like, "No, absolutely not. These actors are still in their performances. They need to see me to perform."
Wow.
And the ADs were like, "Okay." And he's like, "No, I will be here for them.
I'll be present the whole time.
I will be present for them to look at. Their performance requires me." And that, to me, I was like, "Oh, this dude's a pro." And that right there, I was watching rub off on the younger actors where they were like, "Oh, no." They were like, "Oh, you're free to leave now." And a couple of times on the first few days of the show, they were like, "All right, great, I'm out of here." But as soon as they heard him do that for them, they said, "Oh no, I'm going to even stay in wardrobe. I'm not going to change. I'm going to be here for Rafe." And that was that right there. It's just the same thing as when I'm on these sets and people are just talking in the background when younger actors are there or whatever, because they don't have the, maybe the celebrity status or whatever. They're just not gonna, they don't have the authority to speak out. But I'll say, guys, show some respect to our performances here. These actors are performing here. Let's quiet this down a little bit. If the ADs aren't handling it, I'll yell that kind of stuff out. I'll do it in a very diplomatic, very short way. But then I'll talk to the actors. I'll talk to the young actors later, and I'll say, I can say what I can, but your performance is very important. And sorry if that, I'll approach it from a perspective of, sorry if the yell startled you or if I threw you off for a second, but I wanted the people to show you the respect that you deserve. And that little thing right there, they're going to be like, "Oh, well, you weren't bothering me." I mean, if the people in the background weren't bothering them, I wasn't going to bother them. But what I was really doing is telling the actors that what they're doing is important. So through things like that, I train the actors to, that's unacceptable. And there was a couple of shows I did with a lot of younger actors who started to do that. They were like, "Can we get quiet, please?" And then they started commanding the set that way. And by teaching actors when they're young, when they grow up, they're not going to be giving you as much work. Sorry to say, but I mean,
which is that's really
the goal. I mean, technically, but I mean, it's to me, post is a fascinating thing because of what you're able to do and how you're able to do it. I did a video on simple wild lines. I know there's programs that are fairly inexpensive. People can use to ADR things themselves, but to me, there have been many videos I've done on this channel where I have totally goofed up something except one word. And I'll get back in and as I'm editing in post, I'm like, that was totally the wrong word. Or I'll get to the very, very end of a nice long spiel. And at the very, very end, I'll end up saying the last word or sentence wrong. And I'll be like, crap. And then I'm like, you know what? Instead, I'm just going to quickly turn back on everything the way it was, hit record. And I basically wildline it right there because I remembered what it was, and I have that energy, and I'll take that, slip it in there, and then my video transition in extra early. or something like that. You'll occasionally see my mouth slip and then jump back in, and I'll fix that in Reaper. But that's just a simple and polling or anything like that on audio. That's just me knowing what it is. And I actually did a wildline tutorial. I'm not going to waste your time with the basics of it now, but it's at Rollin. I'll do about 4.5 minutes or so long that I did for as a membership perk. So if you're a channel member, you can actually join, you can subscribe to a channel, and then you can actually to a YouTube channel, and then certain channels have memberships. And to my members, that's a paid thing that they get, that they basically join and subscribe in payment to the channel. And to the people that actually support me that way, I do little behind the scenes things. I'll say, oh, this is a plant mic I just got through putting in this. This is how I built this and why I did this. Or I'll do a really cool rig regarding wireless antennas, and I'll say, I was able to get about 400 meters of range out of this. And I'll say, this is something I did there. Another one that I did is I did like an outtake reel at some point for a certain level of member. And that's one of the things I also did for members is I said, well, here's the actual tutorial on how to do it. There's a lot of those things like that. I'll end up playing the video later on how I did it exactly. But that was an exclusive thing where I showed a very simple way that you can use a wildline and, slip it in there and how you can actually fix it. What I used as an example is me crinkling a water bottle. So as soon as you've had enough with this live stream thing, then I'll probably end up playing that as a sign out to you and your world. But there's it's always fascinating to me whenever I talk to you, all the different people that you interact with and talk to. And one thing you mentioned a while back is that you want it to be comfortable. You have the same kind of, just like we have set etiquette on set, you want there to be a post etiquette. You want them to not be worried about you. And what you told me about cleaning the set, clearing the set for an actor or an actress that is performing and needs to go from the heart, for they don't need to feel that pressure, and that is very critical too, because their performance is the way they look, the way they sound. They cherish that, and if you're an ADR, that's a weapon of last resort to try to fix something, and so of course they want to make sure that's right.
Well, here's the interesting thing about being in a secondary market, because actors tend to be here. So I've had the unique position of working with the greatest sound supervisors and ADR mixers on the planet across the board. So it's like, all the years of me watching movies, Doc Kane, Eric Gotthelf, Judah Getz, I can go for days. Lou Thomas, all the people who are really, really good at this business. And I'll tell you, here's an ADR session. It's always at this level. Hey, can we just get one more? Everybody is super quiet, super cool. Everything. It is like an operating room. There is no other than the actors. ADR really is like when you're in the groove. It's fast. It's efficient. It's there's not a lot of the only time there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of messing around is when the director happens to be there, because the rest of us has figured out. It's like, look, either you've given us what we need to do. We understand this. And so in our notes, I know if it's why, and everybody said, why are we doing ADR? There's a line in the ADR sheets. Is it noise, performance, clarity, whatever it happens to be. So everybody, me, folks on the West Coast or wherever we happen to be working, all know why we're there. So man, it's the calmest environment you're ever going to be associated with in filmmaking, because it's just super chill. And I got to learn that because I don't know if that was always the way I worked, and to sit in the room and listen to these people who are at the top of their game. For me, it's like going to school every day. It's an outrageous treat to be able to watch some greatest directors and then work with the greatest, to sit in the room and look over there, and it's like, wow, that's how you do it. That's some acting, man. It's just crazy. And then the people that are cutting it in, and then what happens is you find out the world we live in is extraordinarily small. That over the years, I'm working with the same people over and over and over and over again. And it's like, and the reason is because they're really good at what they do, so we're, and if you're lucky enough to get in that world, And quite honestly, the only reason I'm doing as much ADR as I'm doing is for the very reason that when the tax incentives started, there were actors started populating the town a lot more. There are people all over the place, and so I've been doing this forever, and I was mostly a mixer and a sound designer. But I'd come out in the hallway, and another engineer would walk out and say, "Oh my gosh, that actress wanted to leave. The director's pissy. The sound supervisor was such an ass to me." Like, I said, "Well, what happened?" They said, "Well, they wanted beeps. They didn't want beeps. They wanted music. Can you play it back with the music and sound design?" It's like, yeah, that's an ADR session. What are you talking about? They just didn't know it. Then nobody had trained them. So I went to scheduling and said, "Look, here's the deal." And then back to when we were transitioned, 24 to 23976 consoles, you're pulling up, pulling down. There's a lot of hoopla going on. Technical stuff that people didn't understand. So anyway, I go to schedule. I say, "Look, this is a really good opportunity for us, but until everybody's up to speed, I'll take care of it. I like doing it. It's fun." So it was the Drop Dead Diva was at Sony, Vampire Diaries was out at Technicolor, and The Walking Dead was at Warner Brothers. So they're all kind of within a 6 or 8.
Is it at Warner Brothers or AMC?
Well, it was Warner Brothers doing the post.
Oh, okay.
And it was basically the people, the schedulers at those 3 facilities that I started doing this work for, that they told all their friends, and it just snowballed. It just got out of control. I mean, it's a runaway train now where it's just like, it doesn't stop, because you're in Los Angeles, like, "Oh Jesus, I got so-and-so in Atlanta," and everybody has a horror story about ADR in it. Like we started this earlier, there are plenty of recording studios in the country. They're all over the place. But as somebody that mixes music or works in music, or the thought of using an MKH 50 in a studio is ridiculous. It's like, I've got the most beautiful microphones ever made. I've got these great mic pre's and blah blah blah. The thought of beeps and production, and it's just it's one of those things where once people identify that it's what you do, and you understand what they do, and their scene, man, it's just is those same whatever. There's probably 30 or 40 people I probably see all year long. Just constantly.
Yeah, it's as simple as I've gotten big jobs only because I put a conference phone on the console and put it on speakerphone, so the person in another country that was supposed super for sound could talk to the talent and be involved. No other studio could figure that out. It was there definitely is a lack of like etiquette and understanding, and then just the workflow. Yeah, streamers, like you can get a plugin for streamers for super cheap. It's not as easy as a fancy one, but some actors, they want streamers, they want beeps. Like it's not that hard to get that stuff put together if you put your work in, but very few people do.
Yeah, but what's become ubiquitous has been kind of nice. EdiQ and Ediprompt. I don't know if that's what you're using, this Ediprompt program. They've gotten to the point where over the years there's ADR Manager, but there's a bunch of different ways people were doing notes for ADR. Well, these guys, this Ediprompt and EdiQ, they've gotten to the point where they can send me PDFs, and I can take the PDF and drag it into Ediprompt, and it will create the beeps, streamers, and put text on the screen for me. And all I have to do is know where the reel starts. So if we're working reels, it'll on every hour. But yeah, no, that technology has gotten to the point where it's just, but you're right. It's like, just because every day is different. I mean, because I will have, there are days where I had, two talent were at their home studios in London, but they were feeding into a studio in London, and the director's home on Zoom in Los Angeles. And so I had Zooms going, I had these studios going, I've got people here, and it's just, it's like you got plates in the air. But as at a certain point, we're again lucky that I kind of grew up in this, watching the transformation, but the electronic post-production, and in a facility that always had lots of, we are into everything. So we understand time code, and we understand, the internet.
it's sure a whole lot easier than man. A long time ago, I worked in ads, and we'd have to send the stems to Europe, and the ISDN lines, you'd have to sync it with an engineer in Europe somewhere. So I'd have to go in at 2 a.m. I've got to sync up 3 ISDN lines, which is just a pain. And then you got to sit there with the DAT, make sure it's in sync with this guy in the UK at 2 a.m.
Oh yeah,
we got it easy now. So it's just
for God's sakes. I mean, yeah, well, you can't. We could do I mean, what's changed too is just the sheer amount of work you can do in a single day. I mean, it's just, it's ridiculous how fast the process is now. I mean, just tapes rewinding. The first years ago, again, I've worked for this guy I worked for. We were always ahead of the curve, and I was, like I said, we were the first people doing things digitally, and I was at an AS show when Do Re Mi, these digital video recorders, first came out, and I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. So overnight, if I had ADR, I would have the overnight people they'd send 3 quarters from Los Angeles. I'd have them put it in the Do Re Mi for me. I'd get all the cues together. And first time I'm doing an ISDN session with that system, the folks on the West Coast said, well, we're going to go on the reel too. I said, okay, well, we'll rehearse while we wait. And they go, no, we're going on the reel too. I said, I'm already there. There's no way you're not on reel 2, because you had to literally eject the tape. Well,
yeah, because you had that Do Re Mi. That was the first.
So I said, hold on a second. You still got reel 1 in? I said, I started at the beginning. I started 1 hour, and I started playing a little bit. And I said, watch this. And then I'd go, and I'd just, it like that, be at 15 minutes. And their machine would start scrolling. They're like, how did you do that? You're about to see the future, folks.
Yeah. Now you just drag a QuickTime ad.
Yeah, but it's all crazy. Think about this. When I started doing this, when I started in this business, there were no overnight letters. If you wanted copy, if you wanted like text, doing advertising or something, you want somebody to send you a script, you have to wait a couple of days. Either the mail or UPS.
Oh yeah, I remember at night when I did ads, like you knew all the really expensive in LA, all the most expensive delivery companies that would deliver it for $800, and the director's always going to take 1 more hour, so you've got to know when the last most expensive courier.
Delta Dash.
Yeah, and it was just crazy, and that stuff doesn't exist anymore. Like,
I mean, I'm full features coming in like all day, every day. That I have movies all over the place. Well, safe place.
You technically do. You're probably flipping channels and say, I worked on this. I worked on this. I worked on this.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy out. The pace is nuts. I mean, and I could go on for days about how it's changed, but just the fact that just even a foam patch was used to be a hard thing to do.
I know one thing that changed. I never worked at Smart Post when I was in Burbank. I worked up the street at another post house. But one thing I know that I learned from doing TV stuff, anyways, is the turnaround is so fast. I'm talking about just prepping it for a mix, doing a pre-dub, sorting out the stems and everything for just like some quick A&E or TLC, like the lowest barrel of show. And man, you get the OMF or the AF in your video, and you literally have 6 hours to have it ready for a mix for the director, and then it's gone. There's no like, oh, I'll stay late. Like you either know it and you get it done, or you don't get called again. There's a lot of things like in games. You could, I failed at that. I'll just make it up on the weekend, or a documentary, like, oh, I just squeeze that in. But I know in TV, my experience was it's so fast paced. Your stuff, or you sink or swim. There's no faking it or figuring it out later on a network TV show. Like, you have to deliver. You have to know your stuff. Don't pretend you don't, because it's not
that's the key.
Work.
And that's where experience comes into play. And that's where something like even packet editors, like the way it used to be from tape to tape, when you did packets for television, like the news people would have to have a natural disaster on the screen to show, to go along with their story. Well, that's stock footage, or that's something that, this is the same as it was last week. Just use the same clips. And then people would online, well, that's not that. That's from this other natural disaster that took place. Well, it's because they're really quickly. They have 15 minutes to on 3 different tapes put together a packet to go live on the air. Real quick here. I want to cover a couple of things. First of all, thank you, Anonymous, for the $100 donation. I'm sure that's not the Anonymous hacker group. That's somebody actually, out there really watching our backs on this. Thank you very much. I also want to remind everybody that 100% of the donations today are going to the Disabled American Veterans, the DAV. You can click the donate link on the right-hand side. And if you are a successful sound person or anybody else who is successful, then please remember that you do indeed have write-offs that you need to take before the end of the year. Might as well make those donations today to the DAV, either using the link over there, or you can go directly to the link down in the description below, the DAV.org website, and go there and make the donations there. And if you do, please in the note, put that you were referred from Sound Speeds or something related to that. I also want to remind people that if you are interested, Video Mantis, who happens to do a lot of premium courses for sound produced by people that are in the film industry, or they actually have classes available currently as of the time of this video. If you're watching it live, 50% off sale. And if you use the coupon code SoundSpeeds at checkout, you'll get an additional 10% off. However, the very best deal that you're going to run into is if you donate at least $25 to this stream, Video Mantis is going to give you a free course. Now, if you do this, which is amazing, please make the donation and then send me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us. That way I know that because I have no way of knowing who you are. I have no idea how to get in contact with everybody. So once you make this donation, make sure you send me an email and say, hey, I made a donation. Please put me in contact with Video Mantis. And so that way you can get your your free class or for doing the donation. And also want to remind anybody who's out there that K-Tek has given us a Stingray hip pack, and we're going to be announcing the winner for that at 10 p.m. tonight. And then, of course, we have the D80 S Mic 2 winner is going to be announced at midnight Eastern Standard Time. But real quick here, I'm going to go ahead and introduce someone who I've known for almost 30 years now. Crazy to have to say that. I know you're going to know this guy here, Greg, because we've worked together with him. You've heard many of my tracks as I've been working with one of my favorite people in the world. This is the sound mixer that I've worked with quite a bit. His name is Aron Siegel. How's it going, Aron? Thanks for joining tonight.
Aron,
hey, how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing tonight?
Uh-oh.
My mic working?
Yeah, it's working just fine. You sound like you're a little bit you got a cold?
I think I had Omicron, so.
Oh, did you?
I think so. So
do you have your sense of smell?
I do. I can smell everything except for bleach, which is kind of disturbing, but
you can't smell bleach?
I can barely smell bleach right now, but everything else I can pretty much smell.
Weird.
Wow.
Basically, with your sense of smell, you've got to treat it like your sense of smell has had a stroke, and you've got to re-educate your sense, like by smelling cloves and cinnamon and garlic and I think menthol and things like that, and it brings back your sense of smell pretty quickly. So
good to know. Thanks for the tip. Well,
I can also
as much as I want to sit and talk to you, I do have to bail there. Just the schedule
gotcha.
Whacking me here.
Greg, thank you so much for coming out here, man. I really appreciate you.
It's fun. Thanks for having us, and I hope
I do have more questions for you, but I'm going to have to probably call or text you those, because I've been thinking about them as we've been talking, and I'm like, oh, well, this is a question for Greg.
Please do. You know where I am.
I do, and I can also call you. It's great when Aron and I have shot in your neighborhood, and you're like, oh, who's shooting here? You'll post
leaf
blower.
Yeah,
that's when you pull out the leaf blower, and that's when you're going to start doing everything to make sure you keep yourself employed. It's amazing.
The ADR guys got to eat too.
That's right. Hey. That's what we always hear.
We're all in this there. We're all in this together,
Someone needs to meme that girl that they usually show with the house on fire in the background, but that girl with the leaf blower, and all the sound people will get that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No, Aron and I have worked on shows before where they have quite literally been leaf blowing in the rain. And there's nothing they've been blowing.
It's like a tiny little leaf or something there.
when we did the pilot,
funny.
we did the pilot for what became
Satisfaction.
Satisfaction. We did
We
that
were
pilot.
over
We
at,
were shooting
the
Oh, that
Botanical
neighbor was
Garden.
hideous.
Botanical Garden.
Yeah.
But it was like we were at the Botanical Garden, and there was a whole team of people out there wearing full wetsuits and going out there with leaf blowers in the pouring rain, and there was nothing out there. And we're like, "What are you doing? Why are you out? For other than
To
just
get
to annoy
paid
the
to-
sound department?"
Paid to leaf blow, you know,
Yeah, paid to leaf
regardless
blow.
of whether it's rain or not.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I remember that.
Mm.
Funny.
Well,
I do have
thank
to
you very
bail.
much for joining us.
Thank
Post
you,
the
everybody.
Satisfaction pilot, Greg?
What's that?
Did you post the Satisfaction pilot?
They went the series, right? I did. The
Yeah,
series.
it did.
Well, because there
Yeah,
was
it was called Neil Inc. when we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there was I think there's a location there. You hear these stories all the time. There's a location where the neighbors are just so tired of them shooting in the neighborhood that they know that they just blow the leaves, mow the lawn, whatever.
And that
whatever
happens.
It takes.
That happens so much. It's crazy the kind of stuff that we see and hear on
Oh,
set.
I can't
Like,
imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice.
Well-
It's always quiet here and just.
You definitely win the award for best room environment that we've had for anybody that's been here. It's because you have the whole console behind you. You have Smart Post Atlanta. You have the
I
background.
still
You have
have
everything.
North Druid Hills.
Yep. Yeah, same room. It's like, and if anybody doesn't know, I mean, Crawford was around forever, and Jess Crawford just was done, but we couldn't stop the audio train, so I literally went to every facility I knew, and Smart Post was like, oh yeah, we want to get in Atlanta. And I think it was obviously a great, working well for all of us.
Yeah.
It gives me opportunity to have access to their stages, and it's been a really nice thing. So I'm happy to be here.
Absolutely.
And well, good seeing your face, Aaron. It's been forever, buddy.
It has been forever.
Yeah, after you heal up, we'll get together.
That'll be great.
Nathan, good meeting you, and
Likewise.
Alan, of course, thanks for doing this stuff, man. You're
Absolutely.
on top of it, brother.
Thank you very much, Greg. You take care, man,
No,
and
I'm
you be
gonna
safe.
bail.
Have a great New Year.
I
You
will.
take care.
See y'all. Bye.
All right,
Bye.
Wow. Yeah, Greg's amazing. So it was great that he came aboard, and especially Nathan. If you stick around long enough, there's hope that there's another guy who I got word of is starting a new project, and this was his first day on it. He's going to try to join us afterwards, but he did not sound overly optimistic last night when I was talking to him. So we will see if he shows up, because he's another big post guy. We will see. Awesome. Okay, well, great. Aron is here. Let's read this comment real quick here. Anytime I do recordings for voiceover, acting practice and audition, sometimes always using their tools or leaf blowers and mowers right at that very moment. Yeah, I can't. Aron, how many times have we worked on a show and we've gotten so frustrated because the one day out of the month that they decide that they're going to do the leaf blower is the day that we're there, and it's almost like we're our people won't be in the office that day. Yeah.
Last show we were filming during the fall. We started at the end of September and we went all the way through October and the beginning of November, mid-November.
Yeah.
And we were in Buckhead for a lot of that. And it wasn't just leaf blowers. I mean, it was yard maintenance, and it was everything else. And then one night when we were there, we were filming overnight. Actually, it was more than one night. The sprinkler systems kicked on while we were out there. And Steven Stumberg, who was our video assist guy, he always managed to find, the sprinkler, and it just would sprinkle all over his gear. And it was like, this one time we were in a driveway of a house, and the sprinklers kicked in, and I'm like, oh my goodness, and then the next time it was, we were on the street, and Steven had parked his cart on the sidewalk, and suddenly the sprinkler system kicked in, and it was
the
like
next night.
there were different times. The next night, it was different times of the night, and we're like, okay, this is another thing that locations should be aware of, especially when you're shooting Buckhead. It was unbelievable. But during the day, I mean, it was leaf blowers the entire time we were there. I mean, from 7 a.m. up until like 8 or 9 p.m. there were leaf blowers around the clock, and it's just something you got to get used to if you're going to be filming in an area that has very manicured lawns and yards and things. So,
well, that was what was really funny, is that you were on the back next to Steven, and all of a sudden he has his headphones on. He's y'all, what's going on? And then all of a sudden it kicks in full blast. Now the next night when it happened, you were a little farther away because you didn't trust all the vine that was on the side of the grass. You were farther away, and Steven, they put the producer's tent, closed-in tent with sides on it, halfway up one of those things. And I tell you, they barely missed that sprinkler system by about 1 foot. If they would have put the producer on top of that sprinkler, it would have been over. Because I mean, we were there, and we literally saw, in the middle of a take, all the background people run away because sprinklers turned on them full blast. The script supervisor, director monitors, all that kind of stuff, producers monitors started getting drenched. But the producer monitor luckily happened to be inside of a tent that had sides up, and so that sprinkler was nailing it right there. But if it was underneath it, it would have been all over, and we would have seen the producers running out of that thing screaming. It was
to answer the comment from Kaori Suzuki, no, the sprinklers were not motion activated. They were scheduled to come on. And the night before, the first time they came on at like 3 a.m. And the second night, it was a different house, and they came on at 4 a.m., which apparently is the right time to water your lawns before sunrise, because apparently that's good for the lawn. So
it's a maximum time or something like that. You said that for absorbency, where not enough of it's going to evaporate, it's going to mix in with the dew just fine. But it would be 4 a.m. right there, and then as soon as it shut off here, it was 4:30 a.m. in another area of their yard, because it was a big, huge yard. That'd
be interesting. I know in some states or some places, like in Texas, there's different neighborhoods have sprinklers specified for specific days. You can only turn on your sprinklers during a certain day. And then I know another weird thing about leaf and lawn blowers. I played in this pre-professional orchestra at UCLA for a while when I was in college, and I would park in Brentwood and on the weekend, and they have an ordinance for lawnmowers and leaf blowers, and you cannot do that, I think, until 9 or 10, because I remember walking my string bass to rehearsal, and like all the leaf blowers and lawnmower guys just sitting there waiting, like ready to just make some noise.
And that's the way it is in LA. That is the way that a lot of people have told us that LA works, is that there are people that they know by sight, that when the truck pulls up, the guy will pull up, and he'll just basically wait there until somebody walks over and hands him money, and then he'll just drive on. Won't even bother waiting to get out.
Some way that locations people could circulate a flyer in a neighborhood that they're going to be working in. Hey, look, what we'll do is we will have all of your landscapers or whatever come out here, and we will pay for them to do your lawn on one day, provided that they all do it on the same day, and that you leave us alone for the rest of our filming shoot.
Jeez, could you imagine if we just had one of our guys do that? Like had a union person go out there and do all the yards, because they could be very efficient at it. And those guys would probably love it. I mean, they could just go from house to house to house to house, and it's considered set prep. I mean, it would be considered prepping the neighborhood for us.
Right.
That way,
the greens people could do it.
Yeah.
The greens people could do it, and it could be part of the budget. Could be part of the
That would be
location
amazing.
budget and part of the set dressing budget. But you got to think about it this way. I mean, on Walking Dead, they asked the neighbors not to mow their grass and not to blow the leaves. They wanted to make sure that it looked dilapidated and abandoned.
Yeah.
But you would like watch Walking Dead, and Greg Nicotero said this a couple of times. He said all of these people were like critical of the, how come all these lawns are like looking pristine or whatever. And Greg was saying, look, you got to suspend your disbelief. It's a show about zombies walking, around. I mean, if you can't suspend your disbelief about, lawns being cut or whatever, you should stop watching the show.
But there were signs. There were location signs that says, "Do not mow. Call this number." And those were up they would put those on the locations as far in advance as they possibly could to make sure that no maintenance was done. Because, at the beginning of Walking Dead, people are like, "Ooh, I want to have my yard look pretty when it's going to be on the show." Well, it's, it's a zombie apocalypse going on. It's not like anyone's going to say, "Zombies, stay away. I need to do my yard work right now." You turn on a lawnmower and they're all going to come for you. So no one's doing their yard in the real world. But, at the very beginning of the show, you could suspend some disbelief because the whole thing just started. But now that we're multiple months, multiple years in or whatever.
At the very beginning of the show, we're talking about 3 weeks worth of growth, I think.
Yeah.
He was in a coma for
like
3 weeks or something like that. Do you remember when we were doing Lost Valentine, how they completely devastated the yard and then they rehabilitated the yard that Betty White's character was supposed to be in?
It started beautiful.
Yes.
In that neighborhood. They loved us when we were there for that part of the movie. And then when we came back a month later to shoot the house when it was all torn up and boards over it and stuff, the neighbors hated us because it looked like total crap.
Yeah, the flashback where she's talking about how they first rented the house or first bought the house. And it just looked
all the work they did to it,
like it was in like the 1920s or something like that is when they bought the house or something. So there was no picket fence, there was no lawn, there was just dirt and leaves, and the house was all boarded up. So and that was we filmed that later on, but so
we've run into all the different stories, I'm sure, and Greg could probably tell us. We could have talked about all the different things that he fixed of the shows we had worked on, because there are many times, and I was talking about Wild Lions earlier, how, like, for example, in the movie we just did, and how they would, we would, on Black Lightning, when Greg had worked on it, we talked about how anybody who wore a mask on the bottom part of their face, we would always make sure we got them wild, always. And once we train the actors, they would keep us honest on it too. "Oh, we can't move on. We got to do the wild lines. We got to do my wild lines for this." And they would keep us honest too. But on the most recent show we just got through that feature, it was like pulling teeth. "Oh, we'll do the ADR, or we'll do the wild lines at the next set on the next day with the actors that are forgetting." It's like, no, we're not doing that. It's useless.
They basically were telling us, that since we have the same people, the same actors, and the same characters in the scene the following week, that we can get them to do their wild lines outside during the day versus inside at night, a week earlier. Like the actors were going to remember anything that they said or anything that they ad-libbed or improv, or the timbre or
which is critical to the timing and everything in the comedy.
Or what's the word I'm looking for? Not gait, but cadence of their lines, the delivery of their lines or anything. I mean, even as we were doing wild lines for the previous scene, at the end of the night, our actors could not remember their lines, because once they've delivered them on film and they say cut, let's move on to the next scene, once they've delivered their lines, they can't remember how they've delivered them. They can't remember their lines. We finally
these are big name actors.
Yes, we finally had to get the PAs up there with the sides for the actors to read off camera, read wild, so that they could remember their lines. It's so important that even if you get it and there's still some noise in the background, it's so important to get wild lines afterwards, because the stuff that Greg and a lot of the post people do now is amazing. And they just fly in that little segment of whatever it is that they say. So,
and it's not a big deal for them at all. They can make it easily match. We've been talking about the powers of RX tonight and how it's able to do a whole lot.
One of the things, do you remember when we were working on Cell with Samuel L. Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how we had a VFX supervisor on set and we were shooting day for night exteriors, and we were doing it with our DP, who just had a really good grasp of the concept, because we didn't want to be out in January and early February in the cold, at night, trying to get our actors to be able to deliver their lines without freezing or whatever. So we were doing day for night, and the VFX supervisor told the first AD, the headlights, or the script supervisor, I think, or somebody said, or I think the DP said, the headlights need to be off. And the first AD said, it's okay, we'll fix it in post. And the VFX supervisor says, oh no, we're not.
Yeah,
it's going to take me 4 hours to put those headlights out in post. Because all you need to do is turn them on.
Yeah, and it's a simple thing
audio wise.
But I mean, it's the same thing. Exactly what he just said. Think about how many things that light is going to touch. Front headlights on a car. It's not just turning those off. Any light that light hits is going to be reflecting back, or it's going to be outlining someone's body or something like that. You cross in front of it, the whole lighting changes. They have to correct that. And it's one of those things where you have just a simple fix to fix something, but people don't want to take the time to do it. They're getting really lazy on some of the sets that we're working on. Not all of them, some of them.
This is one of the reasons that when I talk to people about this, and I talk to the first AD, or I talk to the directors, and even when I talk to sound people, I say, don't let what post can do sway you from doing it right the first time. Do it right and clean, and don't say, well, we'll leave this van running, and we'll we've got to have this generator right next to the actors. No, move the generator down the street. Do it right the first time, so that post isn't sitting there having to fix all of the mess, and post is actually doing something like sweetening the sound like they're supposed to be doing. I mean, think about it this way. Would you want clean filtered water coming to your house, or would you want raw sewage coming down your water pipes because you have a filter at your house that should take care of all of it? I mean, it's the same type of thing. You always want the cleanest sound possible, and then let post handle whatever it is that you can't get. That way they have time to focus on the stuff that was difficult, instead of having to analyze every scene that you've recorded.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, RX can do a lot, but what I've experienced, and this is pretty low budget things, but if one scene sounds really good and another scene sounds horrible, the good scene quality's got to be brought down. Like, long as it's consistent, you're good. So if you drop the ball somewhere on the low budget thing anyways, and you can't ADR that scene, then the only way you just got to crush everything down, and all that hard work for everything else is just kind of wiped away. Like, it's got to match and not be obvious that one thing is really good or bad.
One of the first independent shows, it was a low budget show that I ended up being an associate producer for. It was called Implanted. And it's available, I think, on one of the streaming services, or Tubi or something like that. When we were filming it, I was there for like 3 weeks of what they were doing. And then they ended up going over. I mean, they were getting their labor pretty much almost for free, but they ended up going over a great deal, like 2 or 3 weeks over. And I left some of my gear there so that they would be able to record whatever it is they needed to do. And then I was talking with the post audio guy, and he said, look, I had to dirty up your tracks because, your tracks sounded so good compared to what we got after you left. And it's like, it's really sad. It's a sad state of affairs, but you have to, it's like when you're working with Photoshop, the edits can't be pristine and new looking compared to the original. You have to make sure that it matches. So,
yeah, and that's what Greg was talking about, is that he had a show that was almost entirely lavs, and they had a boom, but they didn't match anything because the whole show was pretty much played on the lavs. So he had to use the lavs for the ADR as well, because it's got to match. And
I had a
sure,
post-
you
Yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say you have to do wizard. I was going to say they have wizardry in these tools, but still, it's not as good as actually using the right tool for the job.
I had a post guy tell me that he couldn't use my boom in the scenes because, and this was a TV show I did a while back. He couldn't use my boom in the scenes because the lavs were sounding much better, and the boom, especially in the wide shots, was too far away. And I'm kind of like, well, apparently he had never heard of doing the combination where you get the lav and the boom to sound like they are just the boom. So I mean, I've been doing that forever now.
In my experience, you can do more with a raw boom recording than you can a lav. Like if I'm going to be able to save something out of a boom or a lav, if the boom was done decent, I can pull so much more out of that. Usually a lav is, I mean, it's close proximity and usually has less noise. When you listen to the two raw without processing them or doing any work to them, a lot of times the lav will sound better. But the problems on a lav that occur with, hair or whatever rubbing, that RX typically has a really difficult time taking out, where on a boom, there's often a lot more you can save in my experience. So, and the boom usually just sounds richer.
Well, some of those post classes that we had gone to, Siegel, I had gone to them together. One of the things they said is I would rather have a boom that was loose than off mic. And they said, he says, I'll take a boom that's far away. I can make that sound better than I can if the boom is a little bit off axis and close. So, and he would say little things like that, get a boom in there, even if it's like 3 feet away. You'd be surprised at what we can do with that, as long as it's there. It's like it's noisy in the background. He's like, don't worry about that. Leave that to us.
Don't worry about it. There are things to do. And one of the hard lessons I learned is don't try and EQ anything other than a roll off when you're on set, on location. Don't do it, because you're depriving post of their ability to work with what you have. And if you give them a processed track, you're defeating the purpose. It's like adding reverb to a track that when you're working as an engineer in a studio, you can't add reverb to your audio track. You've got to do that in your mix down. You got to have raw audio, even if it sounds bad, to record, and then you do all of your digital tricks and wizardry there.
Yeah, I think the same way. When I was a young mixer, learning how to mix and work with dialogue for documentaries and TV shows, I made the mistake first of trying to clean up the dialogue, make it sound good by itself. That was, at least in my experience, that's the wrong way to do it. What I learned was bring in all the elements, the background, the effects, the music, and everything. To clean up pops and obvious blemishes in the dialogue that are going to be a problem, but don't EQ, don't do too much noise, because you'd be blown away how much of that, if you mix it right, can just sit in there. I mean, there's noise around us all the time. As long as it's consistent, you can get away with quite a bit of that noise in there. So I guess it's the same way as what you're talking about, is save the processing for dialogue to one of the last steps. Let post do it last, because you want to take the least you can take away and save that performance, the better.
Go ahead.
I was watching All the President's Men. This was a couple of years ago, and I remember there's a scene where they're sitting outside on a patio or something, and they're having a conversation, and this huge jet passes overhead, and they're still having the conversation, and it's like, we know there's a jet there, and we hear the jet, and we can still hear the conversation. So it's like, yeah, it's fine. And it's the type of situation where it's like, I've done so many shows where we're sitting at the runway of an airport, one TV show we did, we were inside an airplane hangar.
Yes.
A set of airplane hangars to do the
Greg
show.
mentioned it earlier.
How rough
I got
they
a lot of
are.
work out of that show.
Yes. But you know, if you're sitting on a runway, you know, of an airport or something like that, you try and get your best sound possible. Don't try and EQ it out, or don't try and do anything. Just get your best sound possible. Most of the time in the airport, I use the lavs almost exclusively, but I still have the boom track there. You know, maybe the post people can use it to invert the wave or eliminate all the noise out of it. So, but it's still there. It's still used as a track. It's still used as ambience. You know, when we film in front of a fountain, you know, a lot of times when you're filming in front of a fountain, no, we can't shut off the fountain. Okay, great. So they have the conversation in front of the fountain. In the meantime, I'll usually send my utility over to the back of the fountain, far enough away from where the dialogue's being recorded, just to record the fountain by itself. And so when we're rolling, I have an extra track of just the fountain noise. So that way, when we punch in for coverage and they can turn off the fountain, they have the wild track of it's not even a wild track, it's a sync track of the fountain in the background, so that they can just cut the coverage and then put the fountain in as ambience. So you know, and we've done that several times. It's like
we've done that all the time.
Crickets or cicadas or whatever it is.
Yeah. Anytime
you know,
there's really an interesting sound. There was what was in the backyard of that one house up the cobblestone steps on the movie we recently did. You sent utility back there at one point because I forgot the sound. They were it was like something came on at like 6 a.m. or something. And we're like, what is that?
At the time? It was
No, it was something else. But I remember you said that's an interesting sound. They'll need that to match the rest of the scene. And so you recorded it. And I remember thinking, oh, that's cool. And it was in the middle
you know
of the
what
take.
it was? It was like an air conditioner or something like that. That was it sounded like one of those industrial air conditioners, but it was, you know, far enough away that that it was, you know, part of the din of the ambient, but it was also close enough that post was going to need it as an ambient track.
Yeah. Because you know, post could do some magical things where they'll like you mentioned earlier before, Nathan, where they'll grab a little piece of room tone and expand that out. But when the ambience totally changes in the middle of a scene, it's nice to have an actual track like that, especially since you know it's going to be quiet while we roll. And it's nothing for if we're shooting here, there's a noise that's here. There's no issue in the world with having a utility if that noise is relatively the same all the way around, having them far enough away from set and getting that sound from a different angle. There was a show, you remember the pilot, it was one of those, and the utility re-rates, exactly. So that helps them out too. But we did a show where there was train tracks right outside. It was it was the
Game of Your Life.
Game of Your Life. They had
we were in it was like a loft, like these lofts, these really crappy lofts over in near downtown Atlanta, near the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. There's like a bottling factory or something right around the corner, and our crew parking was like in this miserable area where all the cars were getting broken into. But they've used that loft on like several different shows. But it's like and there are no elevators, so we had to like carry the carts up this huge.
That's right, I forgot about that.
But
and the floor was all planks. It was all planks and old wood that was like that had dried.
Like
it was
fraternity house or you know, whatever.
Sounded like crap. It was a loft ceiling glass.
All of these guys were like software guys or whatever, and it was supposed to look like a nerd's paradise or something, a geek's paradise. Anyway, so the train would pass by regularly, and what I did was I made sure that we had a plant mic that was far enough away so that it wouldn't pick up any of the dialogue. I think we planted it outside the window.
We actually had a window that folded towards you, and we were on like 20 feet up, and we just reached outside and put it down. We reached down and got it as low as we could. We knew outside that was not going to be, there's not going to be a whole lot of us talking, because there was really not a whole, when we rolled, everyone was quiet, but that was right there. That way, if there was something, because the whole room was all glass, if you saw anything out there, you were going to see the train. And we wanted to make sure we had that captured. That way, if you hear the train in the background, they could use that if they wanted to.
Well,
And what the really cool thing is, what they actually did with that train, Siegel. You remember when you saw the movie?
Yeah,
because that was one of the big notes when we got together. We
scene.
talked about it. We were like, "Oh, cool! Did you see what they did?" And he and I were both excited because they did this. What did they do, Siegel?
They used a scene of the train they used the part of the train coming in or leaving at the very beginning of the scene
As a transition. They started in this one thing, the camera whips over, and they used it a shot, and then they whipped right back over, but they had the train that matched that. And they were like, the director loved it and said, "Ooh, that's what they used." And it was really cool.
Yeah, no, all of those things you mentioned are just gold for post, because like crickets, they change pitch. So an editor cuts and edits from different time periods.
Yeah, it depends on the time of the night. Yeah.
Well, the temperature changes and they'll go up or down. So
different insects will come out. Yeah.
A water fountain could change speeds as well. So if you had that, you could blend across, and same with the train. You're cutting between things. So if you have the full recording without dialogue, it gives post a chance to actually use that and not just have sound like a really bad edit. So
you'll be interested in hearing about this, Nathan. When I was working on Thor Ragnarok, I was told that we were going to be working with Kate Blanchett over at Pinewood at the beginning of the month, and we were going to be using photo doubles for Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston, so Thor and Loki. So, and this is out in Norway. So we were working with Kate Blanchett at the beginning of the month, and then almost 4 weeks later, we were going to be working with the Realies with Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston as Loki and Thor, and a photo double for Kate as Hela at a different location towards the end of the month. So what I did was I made sure that when we were out there, and it was the middle of summer, so it was July. So I made sure that when we started, that I got lots of world tone of Kate's background and everything there on that day at the beginning of July. And then, knowing that I was going to be shooting the same scene with different characters in a different location towards the end of the month, I made sure and got a lot of ambience at the other location, so that post was able to blend them together, so that it wasn't going to be choppy and it wasn't going to be disjointed, and then there's going to be complete continuity. And that's stuff that, new mixers will not think about and would not be aware of. But, that's stuff that post needs, and that's that, anybody that's been in the business for at least, 5 or 6 years should be aware of. So,
well, and if a post guy gets that, at least if I were to get that, I would be less likely to apply noise reduction to the dialogue, rather take the backgrounds and smooth out and make a really nice, rich background, which is going to yield a better sounding experience than if I didn't have those, which means then I have to try to remove all of that because it's not consistent. So there's no choice. So it's absolutely golden stuff.
I mean, there have been times where I've told Alan and I said, look, you're probably not going to understand why I'm asking you to do this, but just do it anyway.
And we would talk about it after. I mean, a lot of it would be like, quick, do this, and we'll talk about it later.
Turn the boom upside down, point at the sky.
Yeah. And I'd
I've
be
had
like,
to do that on numerous occasions, especially we were doing this pilot for Jonathan Demme that never got released.
I was just about to mention that. That was one of the best experiences ever. We were so creative.
Jonathan Demme was amazing. Gosh. But the
director of Silence of the Lambs.
Correct. The Academy Award-winning director of Silence of the Lambs.
Brilliant man. Loved him to death.
What was the governor's real name? From
David. Was it David?
If only I had something in my hand. I'll look it up later.
Okay,
He was playing the lead, and he was playing a guy that worked for the airlines. He investigated plane crashes, and at one point, we're not sure what it was. Maybe it
David
was
Morrissey.
aliens.
David Morrissey.
We're not sure what it was, but he just developed a sixth sense about airplanes and about his hearing and about his sense of sight, and especially his sense of sound, his hearing. So, and since he worked for, the FAA or whatever it was, and we were filming at airports and we were filming near airports or whatever. So there were times where after he'd finished his dialogue, if there were a plane overhead, I'd tell Alan, quick, turn your boom upside down, point at the sky, get this jet flying overhead.
The rest of it or something, yeah.
Right. And then David would, after he delivered his dialogue, he would sense that there was a jet overhead, and he would like look up slightly and then, close his eyes or give us a type of expression that he was in tune with the airplanes and the jets. And it was brilliant. And Demi loved it. I mean, it was
But there were so many things that we did that were creative on that. And that was like the first day or so. Siegel was like, because Jonathan had in the pre-production meeting said, I really want to record. If you could just go off and record sounds, record air conditioners, record.
Not only that, but they had me on the Tech Scout. They paid for one of the Tech Scout days for me to bring a bag rig and record all of these interesting sounds, like at the hospital, like the ice maker that was making noise at the hospital, and the fluorescent light and the way that they were sounding and things like that, that we would all focus on getting shut off on the day to record dialogue. So,
and no one would want to be quiet for us all the day anyway.
Right. So I recorded all of these interesting sounds. I got between 1 and 2 minutes worth of all of these interesting sounds that they were going to use in the audio track, for the pilot. So
but that was one of the things you said specifically to me when you went to the pre-production meeting and you were doing all of these things on the side before we even started the show. You said, follow my lead on this because I know what he's wanting. You had a very detailed conversation. And so you were like, I don't want to have to question it. Or you say, well, we don't normally do that. What's going on? Don't question it. Just do it. I'll explain later. I'm like, okay. So that was where some,
and it wasn't until that day where we were like in Chambly or something. And I'm like, oh, I'm hearing all of these jets. Quick, turn your boom upside down. Let's get all of this. Let's get all of these jet noises.
But over the first few days, I figured out what we were doing, and from you explaining it over the course of time, and that's what was really cool about that show, is that like he had a sequence where he was eating strawberries. Strawberries were like almost like
Oh my goodness, I forgot about that.
They were like he was outside, huh?
It was strawberries, or was it watermelon or something?
Oh, it was strawberries.
It was a red fruit, wasn't it? Strawberries?
It was strawberries. But we had this piece where he would be outside, he was outside without a shirt on. Huh?
Did he not have a shirt on?
He didn't have a shirt on for this part.
Okay. That's right. He was in his boxer shorts.
He was in his boxer shorts outside in the winter. We were shooting this. And he was just chowing down the strawberries in the most noisy way, like a child, because he was like heightened senses. And
ASMR or AMSR,
ASMR, yeah, very much. But what was cool is that some of the mic choices we made is after I realized where we were going with this, I was like, we started using, our typically indoor microphones outside, and we didn't use our outdoor microphones nearly as often when he was doing those sequences and was focusing on that. But the director was like, this is all about the strawberries, and we're going to turn this way, and it's handheld. So when he looks this way, we're going to see the air conditioner unit in the back. And that's when I'm going to use that sound effect that you recorded for us. And so I want to see that, and I want to hear that. And I want you to just look around, see what you see. And we're going to see it too. And the camera was right there doing it. And I was with the boom right over top trying to see, like, okay, he's looking at this now. Cue the microphone to the edge of the pattern and get that. And then when he turns and looks some other way, cue the pattern away from it so we don't hear it as much.
And one of the most interesting parts of it was when we went to the crane. Alan got the 82.
On the government building?
No, the crane on with them eating strawberries. So when he was eating strawberries, and we put the crane, and Alan was able to get the mic right up to him chomping on the strawberries. And as the crane moved out, Alan moved out as well. And the 82 picked up everything. I mean,
that was a circumstance on the 82. Yeah.
Yeah, the
The Neumann
82.
KMR82. Yeah.
Yes, the Neumann KMR82 is one mic that if you are exactly on axis, you can be 10 feet away and you will get the exact sound that you want.
It's amazing. But
So-
but you know, and actually the 82 made possible one of my favorite scenes I've ever boomed.
You talking about the crane shot on
From
the
that
top of the
pilot
building?
on the top of the federal building. We were in this federal building, and what was interesting is that federal building, they had people from locations. You know, they said we're going to enter the building, walk through their security, because you know obviously we can't go through the metal detectors and their security. And they said you're going to enter this room. You're going to have to get on this elevator, go up. Do not deviate from this exact path. And they had people saying, "This is where we go. This is what you do." When you get on top, don't leave except to go to the bathroom, which is here. And they were very specific about all this. And when we got through the building and we did everything there, at the very, very top of that building, it was a really cool thing because he has these heightened senses. And he goes walking to the very edge of the building. He stands on it looking out over the city. They had a 50-foot super techno crane that did this shot where it tracked over top of him and was looking straight down. And then as he starts to get close, it holds back and it starts to angle. So you reveal the city as he's climbing up on top of the edge of the building, looking out over the edge. And because of the way that we shot that, I was hard cued away from the city because it was a regular city of Atlanta. And we had, you know, a fake set so that way a fake background and stuff so he could do this and then later do it. You know, it was safely done. But the way that we ended up shooting it a couple of times is he went up to the edge. And then as he climbed up, that's when it transitioned to the close-ups and stuff like that. But when he walked up to the edge of that building, it was a reveal of where he was going. And I took that 82, cued it hard off of that edge. And as the camera went up high and revealed the city, I would reveal it on the 82. This is what we were talking about earlier about me mixing with the boom. And I suddenly revealed the city and cued right at it. So that way you hear it like suddenly blasting in your ears and all the city street noises and everything. And and the way that we played it ended up being amazing because we got to see that segment later and Jonathan loved it. He was like, that was amazing. Just because of the way that we mix. And that's one of the things that we do is we you know, boom operators, we mix too. And that was one of those things that by the end, you and I were like, oh, we need another show like this. That was so much fun.
Right. It was. And then we got the founder. The founder, I wish the founder had gotten screeners out to people in time because the founders was one of those shows that was like we did some really unique and interesting things there. We did a scene in the founder. We did a lot of scenes in the founder at the original McDonald's hamburger stand that they built. Our production designers built a hamburger stand in a parking lot of the City of Newnan courthouse. So one of the things about Newnan during the summertime is they have rooftop chillers that haven't been replaced or maintained in probably about 50 years.
It was the very first model of air conditioner ever put in the building.
Downtown Newnan sounds like it's like the particle accelerator from the Flash or something. It's just it's noisy as can be. The rooftop chillers are loud, and I guess the people of Newnan have just blanked it out because you know we get there on the tech scout and the production designer is like, well, we can have construction build some baffles on the rooftop, you know, to baffle out those chillers. I mean, that'd be great. And then I got news like a week before we were supposed to be there that the city of Newnan was not allowing us onto the rooftop. So this was one of those situations where Alan with the 82 had to really this is when it becomes very important to have a really skilled boom operator because he had to boom away from the chillers, away the best possible angle away from the chillers, the noise, so that we could get good dialogue. And you know, and I'm sure they were able to notch out a lot of the rest of it. But I mean,
without going off access to the mouth of the actors too.
Exactly, and we really got some great audio files there. I mean, I was just completely amazed. And then we had to do stuff in the McDonald's, the fake McDonald's kitchen as well. And all of that stuff is just, it's, it's just another scenario that you just have to deal with. And that's one of the things that I think is really interesting. Our last show was very challenging. We were working with a first-time director, and we were working with all sorts.
He also wrote it.
Yes, which initially we were like, "Oh yeah, the script's so," and then by the end, Alan and I were like, "Wow, this script turned out to be really good."
Yeah,
because once you get into the story and you realize what he's written in there, it worked out really well. But there were scenes in the story where, I mean, we had a square dancing scene, and this is quite possibly one of the biggest challenges I've ever had, because there was never a time during the square dancing scene where you didn't see the square dancers.
Exactly.
So our talent did not want to wear earwigs because they wanted to focus on their dialogue. And what they're doing is that they're a married couple, and they're having a conversation while they're square dancing, and they're talking about, it's a murder mystery, so they're talking about motive and things like that between the two of them, and then they switch partners, and then they come back to each other. So I'm using the wires mostly because Alan has no way of getting in there with his boom.
They didn't rehearse. It was top lit. There was no way for me to tell what they were going to do and what they were going to point at Wynne.
So Alan's getting mostly the ambience of the square dancers, etc. And then we went to a thump track, but we still had all of the boots square dancing. But the reason I say that this was challenging for me is that the playback operator using earwigs for the band, we had a live band playing for the square dancers. And the live band had to have earwigs to mime their instruments properly. Well, the caller, which you would call the vocalist or whatever, he's the one that does the singing, but also says,
round your partner, do-si-do. Yeah, that whole thing.
Right. So, but he also wanted to try and avoid stepping on their dialogue. So I had to come up with, I think it was 5 playback systems, between the earwigs for playback for the band, plus a separate feed for the caller that had both the music and the dialogue, plus a feed for the director and script supervisor. Plus I had an extra feed that had the music, the dialogue, the caller, and anything else for the producers if they wanted to listen to it. So I had like 5 Comtech feeds out that day, and 2 different earwig feeds. And I was explaining it to Alan at one point, and he was like, "Oh wow, I can't believe you're doing that," because it was like the light bulb went on.
I was in the dark on that because what I was working on set, and this is one of the things that I've known Aron for almost 30 years. So from having worked with him so much, he and I know each other and each other's style like the back of our hands. We know what each other is doing. And when there's something that deviates, there's a natural trust. It's like, he'll tell me, I need to do this. I'm like, okay. And I'll back away. And then if I'm saying, I'm handling this right now, I'll talk to you in a moment. He's like, okay, he trusts me. And so I would go. And while he was working on that, I'm talking to the first AD and the director saying, look, I understand the caller has something going on here, but they've got to be able to pause his speech long enough to get this line clean. So they were like, okay, well, here's what we should do. He's going to talk, and then when he sees them start to talk, he's going to cut off. I'm like, that doesn't work, because if you do that, we're going to miss the start of that dialogue. So what we decided to do is, because there was so much that was getting lost underneath the stomp, 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 what I started to say is, okay, have the caller do all of his stuff, because he was a good 40 feet away from everybody, but they wanted his sound to go through the sound system. So I said, no, we're not going to do that. Have him call it, but he's going to call it into his microphone that he's talking into.
And
we're going to record that. while tracking it, and we're going to put it through the Comtech so they hear it in the background. And Aron mixed it in just a little bit. So he was still talking over our actors, but because the actors' dialogue was being lost into the footsteps, and because they were laved, and mainly using that for most of the dance sequence, because everything was, again, top lit and everybody was going in and out of everything. If I put a boom anywhere, you saw shadows scattering in every single direction. So I thought that was really cool because he created a system, and based on the routing and based on what I did is I said, okay, I have the caller in the back constantly doing it. He's going to be wild tracked the entire time. We're never going to hear it because of all the noise and stuff going on set. And then he was able to mix it into the background just enough and basically made a production mix right there on the fly with his system, which was amazing. By the way, real quick here, I'm going to add into the stream yet another mixer I've worked for. And you, of course, know each other both. This is Michael Wynne. So Michael Wynne is joining us again as well.
Hey, Aron, great to see you.
Great to see you too.
Happy holidays.
You too.
But yeah, go ahead.
I was saying this is my second time coming into the chat. I got to excuse myself to do some family duty stuff.
Grab some food.
But I wanted to show you guys this cup that my wife got herself.
Let's put you full screen. 1 second.
See if I can get this to focus first. And it's
focused on your face?
Who cares about focus?
I know.
It's quiet. That's all we
there
care
it is,
about.
Look.
There it goes.
It says, it doesn't. Here, if I cover my face, it'll do it. Watch. If I cover my face. Sound mixer wife. All right. So as soon as it focuses, we'll read. Oh, come on, you camera department, always
right on your
causing
always
something.
waiting on camera. Jeez.
Causing
waiting on camera constantly.
Yes, he's working. No, I don't know when he'll be home. Yes, we are still married. No, he's not. Imaginary.
That is awesome. And that's appropriate too. That is totally appropriate because you know, my wife Penny, I'll almost never see her too. I'll come home and I'll say, hey, well, you know, it'd be great to see you. And she's like, I'm going upstairs. I'm asleep. I'm like, wired because I'm going to be up the next 2 or 3 hours anyway in order to make my turnaround for the next day. And so we hardly ever see our spouses. And so yes, that's totally true. You know, everybody here
about getting Alan some sort of backseat air mattress for his car, since he sleeps in his car a lot of times on the way to work, or I mean after he gets to work. Not he doesn't sleep on the way.
So speaking of sleeping, you know, I'll tell you a pretty entertaining story. I think Alan's already kind of privy to what I'm about to say.
I'm smiling already. I know where you're going with it.
So we were working on a small feature together, and you know, Alan, as you know, Aron, you know, he's very, very early and will avoid the traffic and often sleep in his vehicle. And crew parking is not, you know, so he can, you know, gain some traction as far as timing and all that and get some rest or whatever. So long story short, we had come in a little early, and I was sitting there, and Alan, I believe, was still in his car sleeping. And we were at catering, and I was sitting with the script supervisor. And she looks at me as serious as a heart attack. And it's just like, hey, do we need to discuss and talk about Alan? And I was like, I didn't know what she was even saying. I was like, why? What's going on? You know, I'm interested. What is she about to tell me? She says, well, you know, we all know he's homeless. I was like, he's homeless? She's like, yeah, he's sleeping in his car. So she was so concerned that she was ready to start some sort of, you know, some sort of support program for Alan so we could find him a place to live.
Your daughters thought you were homeless, Alan. Was it your daughters thought you were homeless, or they needed money? They were trying to raise money at their school?
We were working. I was talking. That was on Last of Robin Hood. We had just broken for lunch. I was over at Crafty, where I usually hung out, and Dakota Fanning was there. We were talking. My wife calls me, and she's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this." I'm like, "What?" And I had her kind of loud on the phone for a second, and Dakota overhears this, and so she started laughing. But what the funny thing is that my wife said that because I hadn't been on a show for a couple of months, at the time. So when my daughter was going to school for the book festival or book fair or whatever, she's like, "Mom, can I have $10 for the book fair?" And my wife was like, "When is it?" And she's like, and she knew that our check wasn't going to come in until like the day after. So she says, "I really don't have $10 to give you right now. Let's not do it this time." My daughter, and she's like, "Well, why?" And she's like, "Well, we're waiting on money. We don't have the money to right now." My daughter, trying to be helpful, she goes to school and amongst her friends starts convincing them to take their, like, some of their school money and to give it to us for her family. Well, that particular day, after taking this, telling all of her friends that, my daughter comes to school and gives Penny like, $1.75 or $2, whatever she was able to pull together from all of her friends, and these are little kids, like 5 and 6 years old, something like that. So it was like, I have a quarter I could give you. I have 16 cents, just whatever change they happen to have. And my daughter comes home all proud. And my wife is like, "Oh no," because all of a sudden her phone blows up. All the people "Oh, my daughter said that y'all are in need. And she's like, "No, we're not in need. It's just we didn't want to spend $10 on this because we're trying to just be responsible with our finances." And so my wife had to arrange to get them all back their money. "We're fine. It's just what we told the kid. The kid misunderstood." And they're like, "Oh, okay, I get it." But yeah, that was, and I'm on set, and this is in lunch. I'm laughing
Alan,
about
you
this
need
story.
a great bumper sticker or window decal that says, "I'm not homeless. I just work in film."
Yeah. That's something else. That's another shirt idea I need to make for my store.
Oh yeah.
No, this should be on your car. "I'm not homeless. I just work in film." So it's a decal on the rear window.
Yeah.
I'm making a note of it right now.
Yes.
Not homeless.
That's good for movie set memes too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll have to make that one.
Yeah, all
so
my
many
exposure points.
Let's see here. Yeah, Alan, I'm so glad you found yourself a home. And then, sign for not drunk, just sleeping. It's funny you say that you were thinking about getting me an air mattress, because for Christmas, my wife gave me a thing that I can attach to my headrest on the back and then fold down to make like a more nice cushion, like from a
some
head.
sort of lumbar or something.
Oh, it's something. I haven't installed it yet. I'll probably install it later this week. But it's basically, it pulls over and it's going to be nice. I mean, I'll hopefully, if it works as designed, but I might be able to sleep on, in my car, and it might take my sleeping in the car to the next level. Who knows? So
I just sleep on set. You know that.
But not junk, just sleeping. I like that shirt. I like that idea too.
I need one that says, "Not sleeping, I'm actually working." We've had people that have been on set and they see my eyes closed. They're like, "Is he sleeping?" I'm like, "No, he's moving straight or down."
What's funny is we were shooting a show. It might have been Hindsight, late night one night. And they brought out buffalo
Our first
wings.
date managed to get us upside down almost every day.
Yeah, it was a true story. But luckily he's retired now. But we were on set and it was late night, and I was like, all right, we're just going to be recording basically, the wide shots. They just came out with spicy buffalo wings. I'm going to take a moment to get this. And so I passed off the boom to the utility and said, "You can handle this for a moment." And I went, about 15, 20 feet back away from Siegel, and I was just eating the wings. Somebody comes over and they see in the middle of a take, since it was a wide shot, he had to play the lavs anyway. And they're like, "Do we need to wake Aron up?" I'm like, "He's awake." And they're like, "He looks asleep." I'm like, "Just watch him." And so it's funny because he was like this, and then all of a sudden you see, and they're like, "He is awake." And I'm like, "Yeah, he's awake. I mean, he's definitely awake. If you go and you'll scare him if you get too close to him right now because he's concentrating. If you come up on him, he'll startle him.
Where, especially if I've learned the dialogue, and I just have my eyes closed, and it's just it's one of those things where it's almost zen.
You're like a musician. Point. You're like a musician.
Mm-hmm.
You
well,
know
it really
where
is.
the notes are.
Yeah,
it's really interesting.
You don't have to see to hear, right? So.
No.
Right, and as long as I know what the dialogue is, and especially if it's a wide shot, I'm not worried about anybody dipping in. So, but it's like, and one of the other things is that when you're wearing the headphones over extended periods of time, especially at night, it has kind of that I don't know if it's a trance effect or hypnotic effect or whatever it's called, where I go into this alpha state where I'm still there, I'm still conscious, I'm just very relaxed and very focused on what I'm doing. And so so yeah, I mean, they'll watch me and they'll be like, this all came about because I was trying to double dip one time. This was ages and ages ago. I was working on a movie, a low budget movie called Shiver. It's never come out, about these college students that get that stay alone in a abandoned mental institution all night, one night, you know, and their project is to you know, monitor their levels of paranoia, etc., and so on, whatever it was. And then this other project that I've been doing, it was a industrial, I guess it was for TBS. It was with Robert Osborne, and it was something that a producer had done with me, and we had wrapped it, and then they, as soon as I started working on this thing, they said, "Hey, we need to do some more footage, and can we pick you up?" I said, "Look, you know, I'm working overnights right now." And they said, "Oh, it's okay. I mean, you know, we're gonna drive you to wherever it is that we're gonna film, and then you know, you can take a nap in the car, and then, you know, and then when we get there, you just, you know, do the work, and then we'll drive you back home, and then you get ready for work or whatever." So thank goodness this was a really heavy special effects and VFX movie. So it's like they would say, "All right, here's the dialogue," and we'd shoot the dialogue, and then say, "Okay, let's prep for this special effects shot or this VFX shot," and they would prep for like an hour, and I would sit back in the chair and just like, and then they would say, "Okay, rolling," and I would jump up. So, and it's that type of thing.
There was a mixer. I'm not going to name him. But when we were doing the Vampire Diaries, what was it? The webisodes? Yeah, the second day. You had left and you had another mixer come in. And it was basically one boom.
Sleep instead of me.
He was overnight working. He was overnight doing the Rockstar thing back in that day. So he comes in and he basically says, "I know you got this under control. I'm just going to hit record." And he had the utility wake him up when they cut. This is before metadata, before we were still recording on DVD. Huh?
It was DVD, but it was a 788K.
Yeah, but it was a 788T DVD RAMs. But we were doing just a single track. And so what he would do is between the setups, he would basically wake up, he would press record, and then slate it. Or he wouldn't slate it. He would slate it at the end, and then he would go to sleep. And then when the take was over, the utility would wake him up and he would say, "That was 17, take 4." And then he would hit stop, hit record, go to sleep again. And then as soon as the thing was done, so basically all he was doing was sleeping. And Post probably got like, you know, 7 hours of nonstop track there.
I might still have it somewhere.
It was pretty funny. If you look at that, if you actually do have the tracks and you look at it, you'll see like the second half of the day after you left, it was basically like a 6 hour just broken up. With the pre-roll on the 788T, you probably had the entire day, probably from the boom. Real quick here, Liberty Dude says, when the shoot has a head, has a member ever been found napping in one?
That is,
yes.
If you were on a big budget TV show, you are almost fired for doing that.
It still happened.
It still happens, especially when you're doing overnights. When the first AD gets you upside down on your schedule, there are crew members that will go find, you know, the sets that have beds or whatever, and they will nap on them.
Especially
you know,
at lunch if they think they can get away with it. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, the trick is to go into those bedrooms or whatever, but don't sleep on the beds or on the furniture, but just, take a nap on the floor. If they've got like a little piece of carpet or something there, you take a nap on the floor. You don't ever sleep on the set furnishings. And because I mean,
Set deck will get you.
Oh, they
yes,
will.
They will find you.
But what's funny is you'll go to lunch like 5 minutes late. You'll walk into a room, it's fairly dark, and you'll be looking around, and then you'll call your significant other, hey, how's it going? And then all of a sudden, after a minute or so, you'll hear someone get up and leave the room. You're like, holy crap, there was a person over there that had already come in here to sleep. And it's hilarious. On hindsight, we had a PA when we were doing overnights, the same first AD we were talking about. PA did not want to drive all the way back home because he was, lived far away. So he literally went into the hot set we had set up for the next day, and he slept in that bed overnight. The director and the first AD and a couple other people came in that next day and walks onto that set, wakes him up, scares him half to death because they're like, what are you doing here? He's like, well, I didn't want to go home, so I just slept. You slept here. Brand new PA. He's probably not a PA anymore. Another wonderful thing was unnecessary roughness. We always had those sets that were of the cast members' characters. And as soon as lunch would happen, one person went to sleep in one of the beds, and our production designer, or no, what was Alba? She was Lehman. So she comes Lehman. So she comes into set, and it was funny because she loses her mind. I'm down there eating like jelly beans or something like that, and I hear someone screaming like crazy. And I'm like, what's going on over there? And come to find out later that she walks in there, sees a crew member laying in the bed that we're going to be going to later that afternoon. That's why she was going in there to get the set ready. And she sees him sleeping in the bed, loses her mind at him because he's in the hot set, sleeping in that bed. And then, that crew member is like scared for his life. And then she's looking around the room as she's telling him off and notices another crew member was asleep in the bathtub. And looking up at her with big eyes, like trying to hide. She notices him, barrels over to him. The guy that's in the bed jumps up and runs for dear life. She tries to chase him out. The guy that's in the bathtub jumps up and runs the other way. So it's like a crime scene, police trying to catch him. But, crew members will sleep wherever they possibly can, and they will run away.
One of the grips that I knew from that show, he would make it a point to not sleep in on any of the furniture, but he would make sure that Alba or some of the set dressers would see him walking out of the bedroom and doing this.
Just intentionally.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's great.
It's
That's
not
awesome.
acceptable to do that. But at the same time, look, when you're doing an overnight and it's for no reason whatsoever other than nobody can get their schedules correct.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
Real quick though, there was I'll cover a couple of things. It's kind of cool. We passed the $2,000 mark in our donations. Anonymous donated $121. We had Ray Ortega donate $20. And just as a reminder, if you're someone that pays taxes, you have a certain amount of money that you can write off every year. If you have not made charitable donations, a certain amount of that is tax deductible, and definitely want to, since we're at the end of the year, might as well take advantage of this now. And remember that this entire stream, 100% of the donations go to the disabled American veterans. So take advantage of this right now. Click the donate button on the right-hand side of the screen, or click the link down in the description to go directly to dav.org and make your donation there. And if you do donate at their website, make sure you say that you say something about sound speed, so that way we can add that to the tally later. Want to also remind people that Video Mantis, that does premium classes for film industry pros, that they are offering, in addition to their 50% off sale that they're doing as of the time of this video, in addition to that, if you you have a cat in there now, Siegel. In addition to that, if you want to get an additional 10% off, you can add the coupon code SoundSpeeds at checkout for an additional 10% off. And they are also, and another really cool thing that Video Mantis is also doing is that during this live stream, if you donate $25 or more, they will give you a free course. Now, because I don't know who everyone is, and some people are donating anonymously, please make sure you send me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us and let me know that you made the donation, and that way I can connect you with Video Mantis after I verify your donation. That way we can connect you up and we can get you that. Now, I've not been aware of any sale or anything of the sort Video Mantis ever done. So this is a very cool thing that they're doing. It's only during this stream. So if I click this button in the upper right-hand corner to end the broadcast, that deal's over. Unless you donate at least $100, in which case, up until the end of the year, they will give you a free course. So those are your options right there. Also want to remind people that if you are not familiar, we have a K-Tek giveaway. The Stingray Hit Pack winner is going to be coming up in about an hour. We're going to be announcing the winner of the K-Tek Stingray Pack. And so that's something that we have coming up as well. So we also, one last thing here, we have the Deity S Mic 2 giveaway that we're going to be doing at midnight Eastern Standard Time. So at least I will be here for the next 3 hours, and you know that. So wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of that. So that way you can take advantage of that. We haven't had a donation in a while. So if someone wants to take advantage of these deals right now, by all means, please do with regards to Video Mantis up there. Also want to do a quick shout out as well. Earlier, Halter Technical did do a giveaway as well. And we had a winner of an Elite monitor set of headphones. So I want to say thank you very much to Halter Technical as well. There's a link to them in the description down below as well. So there's a lot of excitement going on here. I do have some giveaways that we're going to be doing, and let's go ahead and do one right now. If you watch my recent video where I talked about set wear and things that I like, one brand that I have absolutely fallen in love with, because I'm on my feet all day long, is Darn Tough. Now, Darn Tough is one of those brands that you might think about the fact that socks, what in the world are you going to do with socks? Well, I'll tell you, if you're a boom operator and you're on your feet all day long, you work in any department that's on your feet all day long, you need to make sure that your feet are taken care of. It's just like I put in that video where I talked about set wear, the whole Lieutenant Dan thing in Forrest Gump, where he says, take care of your feet, because, it's a life or death thing. You need to make sure you take care of your feet. And there's many times that I've been on these sets and stepped on a rock, it's gone through my shoe or something like that, and I've all of a sudden been hurt or something of that like that. So here's the thing. When you're a boom operator, you're standing on your feet all day long, and it's very important for you to be comfortable. I have a high arch, so I have an insert on the inside of my shoe. So it doesn't really matter about the inside of my shoe and how that feels. What matters to me is how my foot feels on top of that insert. And what Darn Tough has is certain socks that are, and I can actually take one off right now, or I could show you that the actual cushion that's built into their socks is quite phenomenal, because you can get different levels of cushion. Now, let me show you real quick that we have a few different Darn Tough socks we're going to be giving away here. And now this is something I'm going to be sending you. We have men's and women's sizes. So if you're a woman that's watching this, by all means, you're gonna be taken care of as well. We have the lifestyle socks has a cushion around the heel right here. And so that way, if you're standing on it, it basically goes around the part of the foot, like halfway down the foot through the bottom. So that way, if you step on that and your foot rocks to the side, you're going to be cushioned. And these socks feel very good. There's no seam. You see, it looks like it has a seam or something on there, but you don't feel it. It's woven so nicely and well that you don't feel that on your foot at all. There's no pressure. It doesn't even feel like you're wearing a sock. And now there's also these, and this is merino wool, by the way. These are the tactical version. And the tactical version, and I believe this is the women's size right here. The tactical version of the sock is a full cushion. So basically everything below the ankle is. Now this is a winter wear sock. So they call it a boot sock midweight with cushion. These right here, the boot socks, these go up your foot a little bit, but they keep you warm. Now, let me tell you, we've had some cold weather out there. We just got through doing this movie. I just did this movie with Aron, and there were many times that it was very cold outside. And you would normally layer up multiple different layers of sock and try to keep your feet nice and warm. Or you would use heated socks, the ones that people use on set a lot now. But one of the things that's really neat to me is that these socks are woven so well that if you're inside, your foot's not going to sweat by being overly hot. If you step outside, it's cold, but your foot's not going to get overly cold either. I use this in about 30-degree weather, and my foot was nice and warm outside when I'm standing on it doing my job. And then I was able to step away, go inside on set, and I'm thinking, oh gosh, my foot's going to be sweating. It wasn't. So I have a few pairs of these we're going to do giveaways for. So let's go ahead and do this. And we're going to do the same thing we did before with regards to the random number generator. And so I'm going to do that here in a second. And so what I'm going to do is start the chat going. And keep in mind, here's the way this is going to happen. I'm going to put the word start in chat. You can pick one number, and put that in the chat. And then when I say end, it's over. Your number has to be in there between start and end. I'm going to look at that, pick a number that's closest. And that doesn't mean closest without, well, actually I'll do the closest without going over, like the Price is Right. So that way, if there's two that are similar, we'll do it that way. And that way, if you go over, you're out. So if my number, let's just say, is 50 and you do 51, you may be the closest, but that's still out. So you want to make sure you get below this number. But I have 2 pairs of men's, 2 pairs of women's socks right here, and we're going to give these away. So this is US women. Let's see, there's another women's size here. Which one? US women femmes, it says. And there's the other women's. Okay, so let's put the men's together and the women's together. Okay, cool. So these socks are, let's do the men's first. I have 2 pairs. One is the sock that I wear now almost exclusively on set when I'm either indoors or it's kind of warm outside. And then I also have a pair of the socks that are winter wear that you use if you're outdoors. Okay. So get ready, because I'm about to put the word start in chat. And remember, your single number better be in there from the very beginning until the end. And I'll make sure that I send these to you. And so the first thing is, these are for a men's size. Let's see, it's 10 to 12, it says, and it also says it would fit a woman that's 12 to 14. But here it is right now, and I just got through putting start in the chat. So put your number in there right now between 1 and 100, and we're going to give this away right now. So the numbers are going. We're going to hit end, and in a couple moments here, I'm going to let the numbers fill up here. Probably in about another 15 seconds or so, we're going to call it, and then that's going to be it. And Liberty Dude, your number was a little bit high. Okay, we just called it. So let us bring up the random number generator, and we're going to pick a number live right here. And so where is the random number generator? Here we go. Let's add it into the stream, and that's the number from before that one. So let us bring up this. I'm going to click generate, and let's see, the closest number is 73. So who picked the closest without going over on 73?
Oh, Ray was so close.
Ray was close. He got 74. Sorry, Ray. 58, it looks like, might be the closest. Okay. Jan. Okay. I think Jan is the winner. Is that the way that everyone is reading that and interpreting that?
Oh, you can't go over. You
can't go over. So Ray actually.
I see. Okay.
Anyway. But Jan right there looks like. Now, Jan, here, let me ask you real quick here, Jan.
Congrats, Jan.
Jan, because I don't know, and I want to be fair, Jan, are you a male or are you a female? Because I can send you the female sizes too. And this is not me being disrespectful. I'm trying to be, on the contrary, I'm trying to be respectful here. Please put in the chat and let me know if you're a male or female. Because if you're female, I'll send you the female socks that I have right here, the women's sizes. And if you're, and like I said, I'm not trying to be insensitive. If I should know your gender, I don't presume it. So male, definitely. Okay, well, you get the male sizes. Do me a favor, Jan, and send me an
Jan or
email.
Jan?
Is it Jan? I'm terrible at butcher names, as you know. Here's a cat right in front of you. Okay, so male, most definitely. We got the male sizes going to. Is it if it's Jan? I apologize. Send me an email.
You're right, Aaron. Yeah,
at alan@soundspeeds.us, and it's actually John. Okay.
Oh.
Well, John, that's wonderful. So send me that email address. Send me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us, and we will make sure we give that away to you, and I can work on how to get that to you. Now, let me go ahead and at this point, I'm going to introduce another guest.
Aaron, I love that you have your cat on your trailer. That is so cool. Do they travel with you when you're working usually, or is that kind of?
Well, some people put their dogs on their trailer.
Really?
Was it Jorge? We used to keep Jorge's puppy on the trailer when we were doing last looks.
No kidding.
I've got some video of the puppy barking at a Perrier can that was making too much noise. So
that's awesome.
Okay, real quick here. We got one donation from Booth Junkie, very much appreciated. Mike DelGaudio, $50, going to the disabled American veterans. But real quick here, allow me to introduce an Academy Award-winning sound designer and absolutely gem of a man. You're going to love talking to this guy, Mark Mangini. Welcome very much, Mark. Thanks for coming out here today.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
I'm so embarrassed.
If not, we'll fix it in post. Don't worry about it.
Sorry for the last minute. I just started a movie today and was at the studio all day, and I wanted to rush home and try to talk to you guys if I can.
What'd you start?
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming out here today.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan, are you Nathan Smith of the Slack? Nathan Smith?
I sure am.
Wow, what a pleasure to meet you in person, kind of.
Yeah.
Man, you're a legend.
Nah, I don't know about that, but.
Well, that's great. There's some familiarity there. That's great. Well, Mark, you know, tell us about. I remember in I think was it Tone Breakers? Is that the name of the podcast you've been on a couple of times? Is that the name of it?
Tone.
I know what. Tone Benders. Okay,
yeah,
apologies.
Those guys are great. If you know, none of you guys know them, they do a great podcast. Renee
They do.
And Tim and it's one other individual. I've forgotten her name. Anyways, yeah, go listen.
So that's where I did a video on my hate for the Wilhelm scream. Someone in that video said to me I should check out the podcast with you on there because you talked about basically, you know, let's do away with the red-tailed hawk, you know, and talk about more creative sound effects and creating more creative sounds for movies. And that to me, I started listening to, and I was just like, wow, this guy is fascinating. I got to bring him on board the Epic live stream if I can get him there. So I remember at one point you said you don't really like the term sound designer because could you tell us exactly why and what you prefer to term wise?
Well, if I said that, I probably wanted to qualify it a little bit more than a sort of an unequivocal statement like that. My concern is that I think anyone who's creative with sound is a sound designer. However, this term is kind of universally misunderstood. There are individuals who are traditionally known as supervising sound editors, who are sound designers, but they have this kind of clunky old school name. There are individuals who are out in the field doing incredible, you know, field recordings that are sound designers, but they don't call themselves sound designers. It's such a just sort of a catch-all for anyone in the field without a real clear description of what a sound designer really does. And so I've kind of dispensed with it and have adopted sound artist as a way of defining anyone who does anything other than the mechanical rote usage of sound. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. It totally does. And it's great because you also are very unique in that you are able to create a lot of sounds and work sometimes an extended period of time to get something really right. And that's happened a couple of times that I'm familiar with. I think you mentioned it happened on Dune, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Did it happen on Mad Max also?
Yeah. Mad Max and then Blade Runner 2049 was another. Yep. And then Dune. These are two filmmakers, George Miller and Denis Villeneuve, who really put their money where their mouth is when they say sound is important to me. Now, I don't know your audience. I really don't know who's listening, but I work almost entirely in feature films. And this is an oft-heard plaint from creatives. It's very common to hear a director or a producer or somebody that hires you say, sound is really important to me. But when it comes to really meaning it, those two gentlemen do some pretty extraordinary things that are quite non-traditional. So George Miller, I'll tell you a quick story on Mad Max Fury Road. George Miller had the foresight to hold on to yourselves, a second unit sound recording team for 8 weeks. Now, the budget for that team, this is, I've forgotten the gentlemen's names, and I have to get back to it because these guys did some incredible work, but they were off-site from the shoot, during the shoot, capturing all the vehicles and motorcycles and exotic items that needed modern and fresh recordings. And that budget alone is for the second unit sound was equal to the budget of many small documentary films that I've worked on. That's how important sound was to George Miller. So much so that not only did he advocate for this incredible body of work to be created for just the sake of sound, but he put the sound team on during filming, as does Denis Villeneuve. Now, on one level, I want this to be inspiring, but I don't want it to be, most people don't get this. Most people don't have inspired filmmakers like this, or even budgets that come close to giving you the opportunity to do things like this. So allow it to be known that I recognize how lucky and grateful I am to have the opportunity to work with filmmakers like this, because they really care about sound. I mean, you hear directors often say, sound is important to me, but then, you get a week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks to do your work, and they micromanage it, and it's not collaborative, and it's all just a meaningless way of kind of, I don't know, making you feel good, but without ever backing it up with some intention.
Yeah, we've all had those situations, especially when we've been invited on the Tech Scouts, where the director or the producer say, sound's important, that's why we hired you. And then it's like, hey, I need to get this sound, I need to get this clean. And they're like, oh no, we don't have time, we got to move on. And it's like the director will just, brush you off. And it's like, why did you hire us to begin with if you're not going to give us a chance to do what we need to do? So
I think we ran into that even, and on which one was it? Fast 7, that we did they were dropping the bus off the top of the rock quarry.
Yeah.
And we were there. We recorded a scene with Jason Statham earlier in the day, and then we were done. And we were like, okay, well, we're going to get out of here. And then like, no. We want to keep you around until we do the bus drop. We're like, oh, cool. We thought that was just, okay, yeah, absolutely. Keep us around. And we were all excited. We were sitting around for 7 hours or something like that, because the sun had to get low enough in the sky that the entire bus fell in the shadow of the rock quarry. So when the sun fell and it no longer was being, in split light levels, they said, now we're ready to roll. And so in that little bit of area at the very end of the night, and we were like, okay, cool. So all the mics we had put out, we were ready to go. And then all of a sudden we hear the helicopter came out there. So all of our sound turned into this helicopter, and we're just like, you brought us out here just to fly a helicopter through the whole thing. And there was no way to recover it because that helicopter was so loud. But it was hilarious because we were out there for 7 hours twiddling our thumbs, just talking to other crew members and stuff.
It was so organized, because it's like, at first they said, well, you should be up at the top of the cliff, where we're going to be filming. And then they said, no, you need to be at the bottom of the cliff. And I'm like, Alan, quick, get over here, get up the hill, and it was.
As soon as we get to one place, they would jump in the Sprinter van and say, oh no, we're going over here now. It's like, okay, we need a stake bed. We can't get you a stake bed. We already moved you here. It's like, fine, we'll just record we'll just record here. That's fine. Here's a question for you from John. Did they do location recordings of actual lions for Lion King?
No, remember, it's an animated film. Although the animators early on, long before my participation, did go on recce's to the savannah to do motion studies of lions as inspiration for their future animations, which wouldn't come for years. It is not my understanding that during any of those recce's they captured any audio as part of the project. That being said, when I came on, we did do Lion recordings to have fresh material to work from for the film.
Well, that's now you also record a lot of sounds. You even have your own sound library.
Yes. Yeah.
So
I love recording. I share that with Nathan all the time. We're on the same Slack.
Oh yeah, because
he puts me to shame. Nathan, it should be shouted out if no one else listening knows. Nathan records a sound every day. He's, if nothing, and it's probably more than that. And I'm always impressed, Nathan, when you publish this is what I did in the month of December. And it's like, it puts me to shame. But nonetheless, it's an inspiration because part of my love of sound is my love of recording fresh materials that gives me the fodder to design from for sounds you've never heard before.
Mark, I have a question for you. One of our colleagues, Whit Norris, worked on a movie called The Accountant.
I know it well. Whit's tremendous.
Right. And he had mentioned a while back that you guys had him record impulse response. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where I think it's the sound version of bars and charts, balls and charts.
Yeah,
right.
That's yes. I can't think. There's a better visual reference. It escapes me right now. But an impulse response is an audio recording that gives you a kind of a thumbprint of the acoustic signature of a space. What it allows you to do is use a variety of digital reverberation devices that can access that response and create actual reverbs that are a reflection, if you will, of the sound of that space. What it allows you to do then is, every acoustic space, like a snowflake, is unique and different. And if I wanted to record dialogue, or maybe more appropriately, Foley, which had no relationship to that acoustic space in that set or that location, I can now use that impulse response and put dry sound into it to allow it to approximate actually happening in that acoustic space. So it's a great kind of oral cheat. Maybe cheat's not giving it its due. It's a great tool that allows us to approximate the sound of an actual physical acoustical space without having it as a preset in a reverb device or plugin that we would normally use. Does that make sense?
Fantastic. Yeah.
And you can make those with the Science Suite, out of a speaker, or you can, I do them that way. I also have a starter's pistol. You can use a starter's pistol. Basically, what you're looking for is a starter's pistol would be good for, say, a Coliseum or a larger space. If you had speakers and you're in a Coliseum, you need very large speakers because you need to excite the whole resonant space. If you were in your bathroom, you might be able to do a slate recording with your film slate and actually be able to use that for some dialogue if it's a small enough space. The ultimate thing, the starter's pistol is close as or is the most portable way of doing it. The ideal thing is a single Dirac impulse, so a sample of like white noise, basically played perfectly out into the world and recorded, and that will actually, with the convolution reverb, be able to reproduce the reverb in the space. So if you're on one thing maybe a second set crew on a film might do is might be recording these on set for ADR or something like that as well, is another option. I know I've done that. There's some plugins that kind of take the slate clapper from films and try and make a convolution out of it, so you can use that. That's for cool. ADR. It's okay. I mean, it comes down to if your slate sounds plasticky, that's part of the convolution. Basically, whatever the thing is that makes the noise and the microphone are also part of the sound that makes up the space. So you want those as plain as you can. But yeah, that's the idea. I mean, you can use them for For spaces, you can do the same thing with your guitar amp or a reverb effect, or you can put it in a box.
Basically, it's like 3D room tone.
Yeah, it's just making a snapshot of the reverb. It's trying to take just a single frame basically and make reverb for a space. I use it all the time in games. For a cockpit for an airplane, if you're doing an airplane movie, boy, having an impulse of that cockpit or the car, it's golden. Like that would be so awesome to have.
Hey, Mark.
One caveat with impulse responses, I might add, and we learned about this on The Accountant, is that the impulse response is only as good as the integrity of the space you're capturing it in. So, for example, we did a bunch of basketball games, and those auditoriums had a high level of HVAC, and that really kind of polluted the impulse response. So we got an accurate imprint of what the reverberation of the room sounded like, but we also got great air rushing noise that we didn't want. So you always want to take an impulse response in a space that's as quiet as possible.
Yeah, they're difficult to do really well.
Hey, Mark, it's nice to meet you. I actually worked with Whit Norris with the team that went back after they finished production on The Accountant and recorded the truck. The blue truck.
Oh, cool.
And I remember Whit saying, Mark Mangini's on this, and and his excitement was like, really, because Mad Max and all. I mean, and I remember, I believe it was Formosa Group that sent us this whole list of instructions of how to record a vehicle. and
it's a unique skill, but Nate, I'm sure, knows the insides of that as well. But you guys did a great job with that. That truck was I remember listening to dailies and thinking, this has got a very unique signature, and there was a lot of MOS stuff with that truck that I couldn't cheat from a library sound. I wanted it to match sync track. The only solution was to get you guys to record it wild, and then it matched beautifully.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I was very fortunate that he took me along with him, and he kind of headed up, and it was me and another guy, and we just kind of worked together the whole day and had the whole day to work with that truck. So it was nice.
I gotta say, I gotta shout out to Whit because he's so good. Whit and I managed to start a little thing that I've been working on since then, which is how to empower production sound. Here's what happened on The Accountant, which I feel like is a fairy tale I want to tell. I had done 4 films for Gavin O'Connor prior to The Accountant, and Gavin makes movies about people and relationships. He makes movies about dialogue, and for a variety of reasons, we never got great dialogue. No fault of those production sound mixers. And I did a deep dive with Gavin before The Accountant, and I said, Gavin, every time we do a movie, you tell me dialogue is king on my movies, but we never get great sound. I got to get to the bottom of this. So he told me he had hired Whit because Whit is known as one of the top guys in, I guess, Atlanta, right?
Yeah,
and I asked Whit, Gavin keeps telling me he never gets good production sound. What's going on with that? And he said, Mark, it's really simple. No one gives sound, at least here in Atlanta, a second thought. If I wanted to move a Jenny, nobody moves the Jenny. If I wanted to move a light, nobody moves the light. We are not empowered to have any kind of agency when we want something done. And I said to him, you know what? I think we can fix that. And I went to Gavin and I told him that story. And I said, we need to give production sound on this film some muscle. And I want you to call a head of departments meeting. And I want you to tell them, if Whit asks you something, I want you to listen to what he asked you to do. And you know what? That's all it took. We got the best track Gavin's ever got simply by telling a director to make sound a priority on the set. When the director says it, it carries weight. When I say it, maybe it carries a little bit of weight. When Whit says it, maybe it carries a little bit of weight. But when all the director has to do is ask. It didn't take money or time or anything else. And we got a good, really good track on that film.
It also it has a lot to do,
yeah,
especially on television shows. It has to do with the actors too. The lead actors on a couple of the shows that I've worked on. One show, the lead absolutely did not care about sound. She was doing 40 cues an episode, and she didn't care about it. The lead on another show, I made sure I said to her, you know, you need to wear a wireless mic, and she was, you know, questioning it. And then Greg Crawford came out to the stages and set up a ADR booth on the stages for that series. And the lead actress, she went during our hour lunch, she went for the first half hour, and she did all of her ADR, and she came back and she said, okay, I'm ready, where's my wire? Because it was so much easier for her. She had like 10 cues at the most, and they were just corrects. They weren't ads or corrects. They weren't even issues with the audio we recorded. Greg had told us that, you know, they were using 98% of our sound, and they were using only 2% ADR for a TV series with multiple episodes. The same thing happens as soon as the actor or the actress says, "You've got to be quiet in here. We're trying to work. You know, let's give our other actors and actresses the courtesy and respect that they deserve. Mm-hmm. Plus, let's make sure that we're quiet so that we get clean sound." Mm-hmm. And you know, it's night and day.
And in TV, you know, since I do primarily a lot of TV as production sound mixer, Mark, and it's the timelines that they're dealing with. I mean, they've got these, you know, we're shooting an episode, like on the last series I just finished, we just wrapped in 8 days. So you're talking about, you know, breakneck speed. But fortunately, this was one of those shows where the departments were willing to work with us and make sure that Jenny was far away and all this kind of stuff. But you can only ask so much before you're saying too much. And it's this balance. It's this balance of give and take, and we buy the departments Starbucks and hey, this is on sound today, and just trying to do everything we can to get I know Alan feels it too, you know, the relationship with the camera ops and working on set and boom, knowing what's going on in those shots, you know, and a lot of the times when they're shooting that beautiful coverage, well, we're dealing with 2 or 3 other cameras that they don't see in the final picture lock, that they don't want us to bust into that wide frame, and that's why that boom's not there.
Yeah. Even if they have all their cameras are in the shot, they'll literally shoot their cameras in the shot, and they have a problem with the boom being in there. It's like, this is a virtual background, and some of the pieces are real, but most of it's just going to be replaced. Why can't I get in there? Well, can't you just use a laptop? I'm like, sure. If you want to shoot this thing on a GoPro, you know, we got the part of the goal here is to make our sound as good as picture looks. And that's the thing right there. So much emphasis is put on picture, but yet it's such a strong, you know, sound is so important. It carries so much more than people give it credit for.
It's more than 50% of the movie when you go to the theater. But, you know, one of the most frustrating things is to have a head of department, like a gaffer or a production designer, walk up to you and say, I thought about sound this time. I'm kind of like, that's your job. You're supposed to think about sound all the time. You're supposed to be thinking about sound in all the other departments all the time. If you're a gaffer, you're supposed to always make sure that the generator is far enough away so that we can't hear it. If you're locations, you make sure that the AC generator is far enough away. If you are the art department, you make sure that none of your coolers are actually real coolers. They don't have compressors, and they just have lights. If you are, you know, it goes on and on. But the problem is that a lot of these people, you know, they come up to me and they patronize me by saying, I thought about sound for this. And it's kind of like, yes, you did your job. You should continue doing your job. Everybody should think about all the departments and how we all work together, because that's the way you get something done. I had a production designer that put down white AstroTurf in the lobby of a set. It's kind of like not white carpet, but white AstroTurf. White carpet is quiet. White AstroTurf sounds loud. So.
I'm about to start post on a new film for a director I've done 5 movies for. And after 4 movies of not getting great production sound, he sent me a picture from the set of his new movie that he was just shooting. And all it was a photograph of carpet on top of gravel. And he said, "Aren't you proud of me? This was a walk and talk, and we only were T&Ts." So he had learned over 4 films that even though you don't see their feet, we didn't want to hear that crunching on the gravel, and he had them lay down carpet.
That's fantastic. What's the name of the show?
It's shooting right now in Pennsylvania. It's for Amazon. It's a drama. It's called Harvest Moon.
Okay. Maybe you'll end up with our show that we just wrapped. It was called Reptile, with Benicio del Toro and Alicia Silverstone and Justin Timberlake. I don't know who they're going to use, so. But it was challenging, but we got good, clean sound for it. So
the importance of sound. It seems like on set there's like 1 to 100 for sound, even though it's 50% in post. Like if you look at the credits for post for a film, it's like crazy offset. Like when it comes even to video games, what I do, it's like I work at a company with 30 people, and I'm the entire sound department. So dialogue, music, effects, implementation, just everything. Just I'm 50%.
Sometimes you'll have, one of the big things I've noticed is, if the difference between a season 1 and season 2, oftentimes you have those established post relationships already in place. And,
absolutely.
And what Mark, you did just blows my mind with the accountant on how you were, truly you hear this word, this buzzword, bridging the gap, really, because at a certain point, we can't change a system or the way a director wants to work or the schedule or the production, but most certainly, reaching out to these resources and, and finding out really, with the director, hey, how important is sound to you? I mean, what is it, and you ask a question like this, they might just go, well, what do you mean? Of course it's important to me. And, and having like a sound supervisor or the post supervisor, how things go in season 1, especially if you maybe weren't or were the mixer for season 1. And I love that approach because, on set, there's only so much you're going to be able to do, and getting along and working the politics correctly and being the team that's ahead of it and really there is really all you're able to do at a certain point before it's just going to turn into friction, it seems.
Yeah. Well, well said, Michael. And I think the more we do this sort of kumbaya, hands across the water stuff, the more powerful we become as a team. We carry more weight than as individuals. And I think, producers are humans just like everyone. And when they see, oh, wait a minute, post and production sound are talking and they have some demands. And when it seems like it's a movement, you get a little more, you get them a little more love than when you're just a little squeaky voice like, hey, over here, remember my microphone? It's, and of course, at least in theatrical and feature films, it's all kind of one award now. Production sound, re-recording, sound editing is all one award. And we should all be kind of working as a unit to better effect.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something depressing about the one of you, Michael, you might have just mentioned credits, or maybe it was Nathan. Sadly, sound is the only craft that is not guaranteed an upfront or main on ends credit in the credit block.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's shocking to think that all other major crafts, I mean, we're not talking about like greenskeeping, not that that isn't important, but cinematography, costume, editing, writing, all are guaranteed a main on ends or a head of movie credit. So I've been fortunate enough to have a few of these, but it requires a great deal of politicking and petitioning all the unions and specifically the Directors Guild to get dispensations to allow this. And it's a big heartache. And believe it or not, to get it, even when filmmakers are well-meaning and they say, oh my God, sound, I can't imagine my movie without sound. Of course, we're going to get you an upfront credit. The heartache they have to go through to make it happen post facto is hard to believe. And I'm telling the story to get to a specific point, which is on Blade Runner, as we have had to do on Dune and Mad Max to get these credits, we have to petition the guilds, and the final say lays with the Directors Guild. To get the Directors Guild to sign off, you have to fill out a form that asks you a series of 30 probing questions, among which is a question that says, why is it on this film that sound is particularly important? I was so deeply offended to read that, let alone have to answer it, to try to justify why sound was important to Blade Runner 2049. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna call out the DGA on this publicly at some point.
Maybe you can get the DGA to stop the squeeze backs on television of all the credits, the end credits, so that they can get in an extra 30 seconds of promos or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I've noticed, I've been at home and
squashes over to here and then goes.
Yeah. I think the DGA needs to speak up and make sure that these networks aren't doing that anymore.
Mark,
I mean, it's all for like. Go ahead.
Sorry, Aaron, go ahead. Wasn't there a letter in regards to what you're talking about giving sound credits on the front? Something happened with the MPSC. I swear I saw something online that was like an official document petitioning the DGA. But that wasn't that like it could have been close to 18 or 24 months ago.
Not familiar with it, Michael.
Yeah, maybe I could pull it up. Oh.
Yeah, be curious to know what other support we have.
But yeah, I think I've seen like one or two title cards with the sound department listed, at the front of the feature as opposed to the end credits.
Well, there's obviously the Ben Burt one. That was that first credit I've ever seen at the beginning. I think Dane got one on The Matrix.
Yeah, Walter Murch has gotten a few as well. Here's how sad it is, though. I've tried to forestall all of that monkey business. I've tried to get my favorite directors to write it into their contracts, and when they have done this, they call me back and say, "Mark, I put it in my contract," and the studio came back and said, "We'll give you the credit for your sound designer, but you're going to have to trade using a Lumicrane for a day on shoot day 35. There's never anything that comes free in a negotiation. So, and they were willing to, discuss this with me. Like, do you really want this? I'll fight for it, but I really need that Lumicrane. And I've heard that it's either a Lumicrane or an extra day of ADR. There's always something that gets bargained when you ask for something that's non-traditional. And it's
what is a Lumicrane?
A Lumicrane is a camera, is a device that is like a free-floating jib arm that you can put a camera on the end of that allows you to float through a scene.
Oh, okay. I've never heard it with Luma on there before. Yeah, we just refer to those as cranes. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
As noisy heads.
Yeah, pretty much.
Libra head. I mean, Alan's taught me all of these terms. I'm like, what's that sound? And he says, "Well,
it's the space cam.
It's the
Oculus
mini
space
scope.
cam. Oh, the Miniscope 7, the Chapman Miniscope 7. That is the worst offender because it's a proprietary 32 volt AC/DC converter built onto the thing, but and it has a battery that's capable of only running one of the three parts at once. It's got a leveling head, it's got a pedestal, and it's got the arm that goes in and out. And each one of those requires 32 volts independently. And
So,
the battery can only run one of them at a time. So they always have to have the thing plugged in where it goes
Short story.
in the middle
Long
of the take.
story
It's
short,
so annoying.
it kicks in the adapter, the power supply kicks in the middle of a take, and it sounds like there's it sounds louder than a red. It sounds like somebody's just turned on a vacuum, behind the actors. It's really that loud. And and Alan's contacted, is it Chapman? Contacted Chapman.
I called Chapman on it.
And it's
And
like, for
and you know what the response
piece of
was?
equipment that's supposed to work in the film industry, they have no regard for sound.
Yeah.
What was your response, Alan?
when I called them on that, they basically said, it's a crane. Is it holding the camera and doing what it's supposed to there? I'm like, yes, but it's noisy. I'm like, we're making things for film. So it's like, to me, you should be
sound features and TV show.
It's like when Fisher would release, something that was noisy in a if Fisher's dollies were noisy, we would be able to say, look, you make Fisher booms, so don't do that. Chapman, they only make products that are used for like dollies and stuff like that too. And now and this Miniscope 7 as well. So it's noisy and it drives us insane. But
so
I called them up and they were just like,
it's the Libra head. Was one of those things the DPs like to use for the camera operators. And then what's
and it
the
can't
one?
Be one tone out of these things. It has to be multiple tones and change whenever it wants to.
And what's the one that we just
the
used?
fans on the remote head monitors. Yeah.
The remote heads. And what was the one that we just had?
Oh, it was a DJI Ronin. And it was the DP had to operate this thing from right next to the actors. They would literally be closer to some sets than I was with the boom. I'm like, does the Ronin have to be? Well, DP wants to operate right there. Why, if he wants to operate from the set, why doesn't he jump behind a camera? It's like, why does he operate from the Ronin? It's crazy to me.
Take the credit.
So
get
guys,
rid of the crane. Take the credit.
So guys, just to go ahead, Al. So to recap, so on August 5th, 2020, there was a letter released to the film community by CAS, written by CAS, MPSE, and AMPS, demand credit where credit is due, and it simply states production, sound mixing, sound editing, and re-recording mixing all contribute to the complete sound experience and are eligible for recognition of major awards. It is remarkable that these persons who received nominations for numerous international awards, including those from AMPS, BAFTA, are not afforded prominent screen credits that are representative of their creative contribution to the film. We seek your help in correcting this imbalance.
Wow. Well, I can give you a little bit of backstory on that. I didn't see that letter, and thank you for sharing that. I want to get in touch with CAS and MPSE about that. But because this has been a cause of mine for 30 years, none of this will happen without the support of the union that represents most of those individuals. That's Local 700 and Local 695, which is I think, production sound. The tragedy is that as with the DGA story I just told, you never get something for nothing. And so we just came out of an IATSE negotiation between the producers and all the unions. And I have been told by our business agent at Local 700 that represents sound re-recording mixers and sound editors that they would present this as a negotiating term, but they would have to give up something, likely a percentage of contribution to the pension plan.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez. The fact is that there is a long, rich, and sinister history to these negotiations. We've been trying to do this for 50 years. Unfortunately, the Editors Guild gave up on sound 50 years ago when they bifurcated from the Directors Guild. We used to be we had an invitation to be part of the Directors Guild, and we opted to become our own autonomous guild. In that process, editors retained credit recognition and sound did not. And we've been trying to catch up ever since. So if we want it, we're going to have to give up something like pension hours or overtime on weekends.
Give up a Martin Luther King holiday.
Yeah, or a Martin Luther. Yeah, it's not going to come for free. And because of it, the last two business agents, not the current, Kathy Rapola, who I deeply admire, the last two business agents for Local 700 said, I won't even present it at a negotiation. And without that representation, it's not going to come from a letter.
Yeah.
Until the guilds endorse it, we're not going anywhere.
Well,
thank you for expanding on that, Mark. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Since we were talking about this before, I don't know if you were aware, but I'm sure you've seen the movie Beetlejuice, where you say the name Beetlejuice 3 times and Beetlejuice appears. I don't know if you know this or not, Mark, but if you say Whit Norris 3 times, the same thing happens. Whit Norris, Whit Norris, Whit Norris. And what do you know?
Oh, here he is.
He happens to be here.
Nice to see you, man.
Good to see you, Mark. Good to see everybody. Aaron, Michael.
Hey,
anyway, yeah, awesome guys. Glad to jump in here.
We were just singing your praises and talking a little bit about The Accountant and what a great experience that was.
That, Mark, that was incredible. I've tried to carry that over on other films. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Alan got to he came in and filled in. Kevin, who was working with me, had an injury, and let me tell you, Alan jumped in, took over for almost a month, right, Alan?
Yeah.
We were dealing with a superhero movie. He worked with the DP on 2 previous projects, 2 techno cranes every shot, plus a 3rd camera, plus witness cams. We were pretty much painted out of everything. Didn't get the cooperation. But what you did on The Accountant is you got with our director and said, you need to listen to this guy and you need to get everybody else on board. What a big, I'm trying to think the right words right now. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. I've been dubbing drives all day for the Sony picture that we just wrapped. But anyway, Mark, what you said to Gavin carried across. And if we could get everybody to do that, we got one of the most cooperations I've ever gotten on a film.
It's so dumb because it didn't cost anything. All it took was just realizing, hey, we got to all work together and have each other's backs.
Yeah. But the whole thing, you were on at the beginning.
Yeah.
Why a lot of times I think Aaron and Michael and everyone else that's a production sound mixer can say, we're the only ones on. We're by ourselves. Yeah. We're trying to navigate. I'm still trying to navigate with visual effects. Okay, we can shoot other cameras. We can put all this other stuff in that's going to be painted out. But if a boom gets in the shot, the world has ended.
That was how.
But they're painting out everything else.
A slight boom shadow. It's just
if we're not in front of the actor, we're within the realms of what can be painted out or done. But I actually, towards the end of this Sony picture, Lyle Crocodile, Mark, we created a crocodile that interacts with everyone. Little boy befriends him. We had an actor do him through motion capture, et cetera, et cetera. Alan filled in for some days on that and saw what we were doing. But
I wasn't there with you on the crocodile.
Oh no, that's right. I'm sorry. You were working. We couldn't get you in to help.
I was working with Aaron actually.
Yeah, but Charles German came in to help support us, and right a few days before we wrapped, I got the visual effects producer. I got the visual effects supervisor. I said, guys, we paint everything out. What conversations do I need to start in pre-production to paint out booms? We don't need it all the time. It's not an everyday thing. And what does it cost? And what does it cost versus ADR? I wish Greg Crawford was on here right now, but anyway.
He was here earlier.
Yeah, no, I was on earlier. Then we had dinner and et cetera. But anyway, and Carrie, who I've worked with on a couple of pictures as a visual effects producer, says, look, my budget isn't tight. I've got latitude to fix things, to repair things, to make things work. But if we know about it ahead of time, I can dial these things in. But we've got to start having these conversations, not a week before you're shooting, not 2 weeks, 2 or 3 months before, and get everybody on board. And I'm trying to figure out all the language to bring everybody in to start these conversations. How, when we're shooting 2 techno cranes 3 witness cameras and a 3rd and 4th camera, as Alan, as you were saying, you're still suffering for. And thank you, my friend, for jumping in there. That we did Black Adam, which is a whole visual effects movie. I mean, it was a $200 million movie, if not more. Go ahead, Al.
There's something really funny I gotta say that happened on Black Adam.
Yeah,
I was there 2 weeks. You were
there more than that.
No.
Go ahead.
The story I'm about to tell was 2 weeks in. I was there 2 weeks, and we did this shot in one of the sets that was very tight. They basically had holes built into the set where you would, if you stepped wrong, you would drop a few feet. Yep. And there was, because this is one of the working sets, there was this, we had crew all over the place, and they put dolly track literally in every available area of this thing. And then they, of course, wrapped the entire set with shiny reflective things and windows. And since we weren't rehearsing, they were just, the DP would say, all right, move a little bit more, go to the left, go back the other way. And I was just trying to get what I could. Well, after a couple of takes. Yeah, exactly. No rehearsal, no anything. Rehearsal. Well, the funny thing is about this is that after being there 2 weeks, I made it into a reflection on a scene that they weren't setting up. They weren't doing any kind of I had nowhere to go. Basically, it was coming towards me, and I had to get out of the way from having a boom up and over this window. There was nowhere for me to go because he said, oh, go down, keep going. And he literally said, go to the end of the track. And I'm like, I had to step back at this point to try to, keep from falling into one of these holes. And as soon as they were done, they saw me in a reflection, and the DP goes to Whit. And it's like, we saw your boom operator in the reflection. Didn't come to me on set, goes to Whit. And Whit, just kind of was like, you've been shooting your entire camera team this whole movie. You see my boom operator after 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
and just stared at him, and he was like, okay, I see your point, and walked away.
Yeah.
That was
I've got history with Larry, who was the DP, and he always does 2 cranes all the time, and they shoot themselves half of the time. It's like, okay, you saw a boom. You're painting out the cameras, paint out the boom. What's the problem? I mean, why is this an issue? But Mark,
Alan needs to get a 600 card, and then he'll become invisible.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
I'm just telling you, shall we say, big budget problems, or not? I should say problems, challenges, because we try to fix them all. But
what if we
always have complaints.
Like a camera.
We have a complaint about every show we work on at whatever the budget is. If it's too low, it's like, I'm not getting a decent enough rate. If it's a really high show and we're getting a decent rate, it's that they don't care about sound. It's always something.
Well, it was funny. We were finishing up Lyle Lyle the Crocodile, and for you guys that don't know, that's based on a children's book that I just wrapped up on, and so we have a crocodile that interacts with the cast. It's an actor. In a motion capture suit, etc. We're doing pure blue screen. And this is like 2 days before wrapping. Charles German is putting the boom in on the blue screen, not crossing anything. And all of a sudden the director, well, we had co-directors, starts screaming, get the boom out of the shot. And everybody's like, what? It can be there. It's not a problem. But he saw it and video assist and was upset about it. And then we kind of said, hey, Will, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's okay. It just distracted him. But anyway, the challenge. Mark, you guys, I'm just trying to get you to realize what we're dealing with on the set.
I have massive empathy because there's no way, no one appreciates what you have to go through to get what you get. And certainly in post, we're not there to see the heartache that's been gone through. I would say in response to your first question, again, the more that we act as a team, the more power we have. It is still a very nascent conversation in post here in Hollywood, where a producer's starting to hear guys like me say, I got to talk to Whit. We got to have a dialogue. You got to put me on in pre and in production so that we are coordinating sound. And the more they hear it from both ends, when post people are saying, hey, we got to figure out how this movie's going to get recorded. And the more you guys say, hey, who's the sound designer? the more that conversation starts to get circular, the more the producers start to say, oh boy, I guess I got to start paying attention to this.
Yeah. Well, and Mark, this film is not a true musical, but we have 4 or 5 big musical numbers in it. We've got Javier singing and dancing, some pretty incredible stuff. We had an incredible music team involved with Jordan and Ivan and these guys that are actually getting nominated for some other things and whatnot. And that's kind of how I guess I was drug on board. But I started getting some pushback in pre-production with scouting and pre-production. They were wanting we did about 2 weeks in New York. They wanted to fly me in, prep the same day and start shooting the next day with the New York team that I'm not familiar with.
Wow.
I mean, I actually fought back, which I should have done earlier in my career. And I told the production supervisor, I don't think so. This doesn't work. You're starting to you're not letting me go on scouts. You're not, supporting the sound department. You're treating us like a second class department on this production. And I'm not going to stand for it. I actually stomped my foot, rose my voice, and hung up with him on the phone. I called my wife. I said, I may not be employed for the next 3 or 4 months now. I called Kevin, my boom operator, said, we might have a job. And I called the music producer and said, this isn't working, and I'm going to step out. My final word with him was like, guess what? I can sit at home the next 3 or 4 months. I don't care. And hung up with him. About 3 or 4 hours later, I got a text. Well, if we fly you up on Tuesday, is that awesome? I said, that's great. I get 3 or 4 days to prep. I can go on some of the subway scouts that we had and et cetera. But I don't have any support early on. Unfortunately, Mark, you're not on. The other post production people aren't on. But I actually made enough phone calls through some assistant editors, picture editors, and some other people that I think they spoke up for me. But I rang the bell, and guess what? I wasn't afraid to ring the bell, but this isn't true with a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's a great
when anybody's starting out.
Yeah, but Aaron, you understand, I'm at a point, I don't care anymore. I want it to be done right, to be done properly. I want to be compensated properly. I want my team to be the same thing. But anyway,
it's one of the most frustrating things in the world, where it's like they hire you because of your past work, or they hire you because of your reputation or whatever. And then you say, okay, when's the scout? Oh, we don't take sound.
Why do you need to go on that?
Scout.
Yeah.
Or, you say, I need this wild, or I need this person or whatever. Because it's like, I never will say, that I need extra gear or extra people or whatever, unless I really do. And, they're so used to, like, other departments, ordering extra stuff. But the problem is that like I said, it's frustrating because you're hired for your reputation or hired for your last job. And then you say, okay, so when am I going on the scout? And they say, well, we don't take the sound mixer on the scout. And you're tying my hands before I even get started here.
And that's quite often that people will say you're only as good as your last day on a show. You're only as good as your last show, and that kind of thing. It's cool that you're able to say that, because that kind of assertiveness, not only do productions need to hear, but they need to hear it often and from many people. It's funny because people spend their entire careers working their butts off to try to get to a level where they're fairly compensated, where they do have a little bit of pull on set, where they do get to do these things. And it's funny that you say that, because the more mixers that I talk to that have been doing this 40 years, they would just like you, they'd rather be sitting at home than stressing themselves out and killing themselves 2 or 3 years early from, driving themselves nuts on set. And it's funny because, I talk to them and they're like, look, I don't care. Fire me if you want to. I don't care anymore. I'm here to do a good job. And if you're not letting me do my job, I'm out of here. You can find some kid that wants to do it. Real quick here. since it's just after 10 o'clock, I said that we were going to do the announcement of the K-Tek Stingray bag, because K-Tek has been one of the, they provided a K-Tek Stingray patch real quick, and I want to pack real quick, and I want to go over what that is real quick for anybody that is interested. I've already done the
Alan, let me jump in there. That's what Alana uses every day. She got one of the early types out that Kevin got her. And actually, there's other people on the set outside the sound department that use this day to day. Big,
and
big.
It fits onto your, it grabs hold of your leg. You feel like Han Solo walking around with a blaster on your side, because it holds so much. It's comfortable. It fits on your leg just like this, and you can see from the picture. And K-Tek has been generous enough to give away not this first version. They're redesigning it. That's a little bit of a tidbit of information we have. Part of what they're going to be doing is offering the color. It's going to be a slight two-tone color. It's going to be two different colors that they're doing. And I can provide more information on that later. But we already have our winner, and we did pick that out before. But I wanted to at least show what is being won, and the winner for this is going to be Pete C. He sent me an email. He talked about what he's planning on doing. He's working on some smaller shows, and quite often he's doing a bag and he's doing a boom. And he says, when I drop the bag, it'd be great to have something on my belt that I can quickly, on my side, that I could quickly use to fix a lav or fix something like that. So Pete, I will be contacting you and letting you know basically the details with regards to how to get this to you. Now, Tino is the main guy that is my contact over at K-Tek. Now, Tino just got promoted, I believe, to marketing director just yesterday.
That's correct.
So he is on his way to Germany right now. So it may be a couple of days, but I do want to make you aware that you did win this, Pete, and so we'll be making sure we get that to you. And it will be the newly designed version, not the retro version. So you'll have the brand new state-of-the-art redesigned version. But I wanted to at least say that real quick. Go ahead. Whit.
One other thing, Alan. K-Tek will be doing a boom class. I believe it's February 13th.
Is that the Kinstrain class that's coming up?
Yeah. That'll be coming into Atlanta for our Atlanta bunch.
February 13th. So the day before Valentine's Day, Ken will be in town. Great. And that's the same exact Ken, by the way, that did the Video Mantis Master Boom class. And real quick, just to cover all this again, since I'm kind of in talk mode right now, in case you missed it, all the donations, 100% of the donations made today go to the disabled American veterans. So donate now, donate before the end of the end of the month and year, basically, because you probably have write-offs that you need to do. And don't donate because you need write-offs. Donate because it's a good cause, and the DAV is definitely a good one. We've already raised over $1,000 in the stream. Or, I'm sorry, over $2,000 in the stream so far. So make sure you donate, because we want to beat our fundraising goals from last year, which is 2,300. We're 300 off. Keep it going. My goal for this stream is to try to get 5,000 if we can. Also, since we mentioned the Master Boom class that's going to be done in person in Atlanta on February 13th, at videomantis.com, they currently have a 50% off sale going on. And if you are interested in buying a class, it's 50% off. But if you use the coupon code SoundSpeeds at checkout, you can get an additional 10% off. And anybody who donates $25 or more during this live stream, just during the live stream though, not when it replays, then it is you will get an opportunity to get a free Video Mantis class, provided you email me at soundspeeds at Alan at soundspeeds.us and let me know that you did the donation. Otherwise, I don't know, and I have no way to contact you. Email me and let me know that you placed that donation, and I will connect you with Thomas so we can get you the class that you would like. So there you go, a little bit of information right there. Make sure you get your donations in there nice and early before you go to bed and before you log out. But anyway, sorry to jump on that for a second, but had to cover some business. We also don't forget one last thing real quick. We do have a Deity S Mic 2 to give away at midnight, and that is something that we'll be doing in about an hour and 45 minutes. So that is upcoming. But,
hey, Alan, can I jump in there since
Sure.
we have Mark on? And Mark, I respect your quality skills. I mean, you're totally awesome. But I wanted to ask you, what do you like as far as sound coming up with nominations and things? I mean, I got to see Dune in the theater, which I thought the sound design was awesome. I've got to see a few other things through the Academy apps and going to some screenings. But being you, what have you liked? Don't mean to put you on the spot, but I totally respect, your sound design, your opinion, and everything else. Or tell us what we should watch.
Everything.
Please don't say The Matrix.
I saw The Matrix. I had problems with the story, but sound-wise, it was good.
Sound-wise, it was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a rough year for me. I have not seen a lot of films.
Okay.
And of the few films that I have seen, and I won't vote for something unless I see it in a theater.
Fair enough.
I don't feel as though I've actually heard a film. And to that end, I have only seen one movie in a movie theater in 2021.
What was it?
I can't say.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably something that he worked on, most likely, that he's covered by an NDA on.
Well, there's a lot of that too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's
anything you would encourage us to go see.
Well, I would say I haven't seen Matrix yet, but I've always been a big fan of Dane Davis.
Sure.
And he's always on his game. There's,
anything on it?
What about
on the animated
Carmen
side?
Hayes and No Time to Die? I haven't seen it yet.
I have to be very careful because I know people listen to what I say.
Yeah.
Fair
And
enough.
let me frame that by saying my sound tastes are very eclectic, and I generally I'm very careful about recommending movies that I can't even. I'm sorry, I can't even go there.
Okay.
I have to be.
Hey, Mark, didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I have to be really, really careful, especially because it's awards season. And
Sure.
anything that I say, the Academy has very specific rules about not either endorsing or throwing shade on.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. Maybe we ought to have this conversation after the awards.
I think that's a better. Let's do that.
Yeah. Alan,
Make sure
we'll
we'll get you on the Epic live stream next year to talk about this year.
Yeah.
And
no, but I love Mark's opinion and all the many articles and videos and everything, and
Let me
I'm working with him.
Let me say something that's a little more oblique.
Okay.
For me, I judge a film by what possible sonic ground it might have broken. And I'm always looking for the narrative contribution that sound makes in a film. To me, that's what is award worthy. When you find a way for sound to tell story. I'm not impressed with high fidelity explosions, lasers, monsters. And I'm not saying that to throw shade on the kinds of movies that have those sounds. Those are great too. But often, even though those might be designed elements, they're diegetic. And diegetic sound leaves me cold. Diegetic meaning sound that's motivated by something you see in the film frame. I'm more moved by sound that makes you think, oh my God, I just learned something about that character. I just learned something about the storyline. And those are the things that I'm looking for that make me check a box on a ballot.
Yeah. And
So-
guys, and hopefully, Mark, you won't mind me sharing this. Mark actually went to some acting classes and this and that to figure out actors and what they say and how they perform, just to understand the craft better.
I feel like all of us as sound designers, to harken back to the beginning of this conversation, are all simply trying to use sound as a storytelling tool. And so I felt as though acting class and writing classes all helped me better understand story. And when you, for me, once I understood story better, and it helped divorce me from kilohertz and frequency response and all the technical stuff we have to understand, I was starting to connect with my filmmakers on a deeper level. And I felt as though I was making a bigger contribution to the projects I was working on. So that's why I did that stuff, because I started to see deeper connections.
So I have something that I wanted to ask about. I posted something on Facebook in the Freelance Sound Mixers group today about how frustrating it is right now because of all of these streaming sites that offer a screener site, a screener section.
Yeah, for your consideration, yeah.
Right, and the problem is that specifically with Disney right now, they have a site, part of the Disney site that you can go to stream the screeners, but the problem is that you can't watch it on a flat screen TV. You can only watch it on an iPad or an iPhone or a laptop. And
you can't go through Apple TV, Aaron?
I don't have Apple TV.
Well, I have Apple TV and can do everything through that.
Right. But what I'm saying is that, I can't do this on my flat screen TV without, I can't do screen mirroring from my iPad or my iPhone, and I can't do hardwired mirroring from either one of those devices. And so the problem becomes, how can I justify watching a movie part of the way that it was intended to be watched, if the only option they give me is, on an iPad or an iPhone? So,
Aaron, I'm gonna challenge you on this. Get Apple TV.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the subscription's very small. You can write it off. Our accountants will write it off. We're with the same accountant.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's minimum, and you get bukus of stuff.
See, I love the Blu-ray DVDs. I have the Apple
Well,
TV, but it
agreed,
keeps
Michael.
asking for the code. Like, you're trying to watch something. It's like re-enter your code, and then you're searching for an email and this and
right.
And you're just like, oh, just give me the DVD.
Well,
next question.
Well, guys, guess what? The DVDs. I'm surprised we actually got these from CAS this year.
Yeah.
Very surprised.
But it's the best.
A lot of them, though. Actually.
But it's going away. The Academy does not give out any DVDs anymore.
Oh wow!
It's because they're too low resolution.
The only things that any of us
Blu-rays, I think,
because of CAS.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're too low resolution, though, is the problem.
I might remind all of you that Blu-ray currently, as I understand it, is the only way to hear 48K 24-bit uncompressed original audio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
because
right.
streaming is all compressed. Yeah.
That's right. What I was about to say is that that a lot of the times those DVDs they send out, you get a lot of complaints from DPs saying, "Look, I can't get higher than like 400 lines of resolution and see my work the way it's." People are going to be judging my work based on this, and they can't see it. And then sound is the same exact way. We're limited to what 5.1
another question.
DTS.
And this is directed at Mark and Nathan specifically. Okay, what kind of home theater sound system do you have? And do you have like a blanket recommendation for us to purchase so that we can watch our movies and streaming stuff and Blu-rays or whatever in the proper home theater environment?
Awesome question.
I don't currently right now. I don't have a theater room. When I did, or what I would recommend, I don't know. Personally, I like to not go too hi-fi. I like to try to stay at a quality, higher consumer level. I personally would probably go out and just buy a Clips, a higher end clip system.
That's what I have. I have a clip system as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've been around as long as JBL in theaters. They're not behind screens as much as JBLs, but they're probably like 25% behind in real theaters. They sound great. They're pretty true to their sound. Like the set I had sounded as good as a movie theater. I mean, it's crazy. I just think they're a really good value, and they're honest. And they're affordable.
What is it? What is it? A clip system?
Clips.
Yeah, Clips.
Oh, yeah, Clips.
Hey guys, I've got the speakers, but I have a Yamaha amp. But yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay, the
sound
Eclipse
great.
system.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
And as far as Atmos, because working in games, I've done Atmos speaker tests for games, and Dolby comes in and you try them out. Basically, upward facing speakers. If you have drywall ceilings, just get the upward facing speakers. Don't try and mount stuff on the ceiling. Mounting speakers on the ceiling for Atmos, from my understanding and experiences, is really like having really close monitors in a mixed situation. You've got to be in the sweet spot, and you're not going to want that in your living room. So
no,
I would say, yeah, a nice clip system would be my choice.
Okay, Nathan, all right, let me take a different direction with the conversation I had today. What was the best Atmos film in the theater that you heard, period? Mark? Nathan? Anyone?
I don't know. I mean, my main thing with Atmos, my main thing is in video games, right?
Right.
Every game should be Atmos. Like people, game developers would tell me, oh, well, why would we need to do all that? No one's playing games on $1 million system. And it's like, no. You don't get it. Like you do it Atmos because it's going to work on a cell phone, my iWatch, or like it'll work on anything.
wow.
That's why you're going to do it, because in a video game, if you do it on Atmos, there's no remix. It works on everything and you're done. And when you tell a developer that, like, one mix, you don't have to remaster or redo.
That's beautiful.
They'll buy that. So you have to sell that. The big thing for me in video games that might ring true in movies for Mark as well, but the big thing for me in video games is how can I take advantage of this new speaker? So like when I shoot a gun in a first-person shooter, does the hero gun play above, how do I use those upper speakers to tell the story better and not just make more sound? So you want to make it immersive, but you also want to figure out how you can leverage to tell the story or give information for the game.
Real quick here. Sorry to jump in here, but Mark actually has another commitment that he has in about a minute with a work related thing. So I want to take a moment here to thank Mark very much for coming in tonight and talking to us and making time from his schedule, especially between his new show he just started and the call he has to make right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alan. It was a pleasure. It was great to see all of you guys too. It was a real treat. And do me a favor. I don't know how to make a donation, but I'd be happy to. So if you can send me an email, I'll be happy to do that offline.
Will do. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Great chatting with y'all.
Thanks, Mark. Hope to work together very soon, Mark.
Same, Whit. Looking forward to it.
That'd be amazing. There's a question here that perhaps you can answer here for us, Nathan. What about legacy sound design practices that has completely changed in the modern era? I guess that would be like traditionally it would be recording room tone, and perhaps how that might be one more primitive one, but a lot of the times people will use room tone as an example of how now Isotope can just create as much room tone as you want from the audio between, like right before they say all right and action, that little gap in there. You can do some amazing things with just a short little amount of gap in there.
Yeah, I mean, I think plugins and tools have changed. One of the biggest things I think for sound design is library. I use SoundMiner. I can recall I was an intern at Danetrax on the first Matrix. I pulled digital DAT tapes, like a DOS machine, just green and black DOS PC with a digital DAT reader, and Dane would make a list of the sounds he wanted. And then you'd pull them digital DATs off the thing and load them in to get them on a hard. I mean, college, same thing, looking through a paper, sound ideas book this thick, finding the ID, listening to the CD, ripping the one thing off to put on. I mean, just to listen or, play around with the sound, massive amount of overhead. Nowadays, it's ridiculous. Like it's just in the cloud. You just hit a button, you search, terabytes of sounds can be had by anyone. So that's one of the big, big things I think is tools. I think nowadays a new thing is recording with higher frequencies and pitching down things. I know Mark's a big fan of that too. That's kind of a magical thing. One of the big things for me in video games is I did a lot of sound design on Borderlands 3, and it's first-person shooter. You hold the gun and the gun moves around. Traditionally in a first-person shooter, you just play a stereo gunshot. Doesn't matter where the gun is on the screen, you just play stereo gunshot. I changed that in Borderlands 3. I chose to force my team to make the gun mono and attach it to the gun. So when you shoot the gun, it plays from the parts of the gun. The reason I did that, it was a challenge. It's harder to make a mono sound as good as a stereo sound. But my forethought was this needs to be able to work in VR because this game's going to be ported to VR someday. We need to start thinking of the future. So when you run around in that game, the footsteps, all the Foley sounds play from the body parts. So the foot plays from the foot. So I wanted to solve for those problems. In traditional games, those aren't done that way. And it's kind of breaking some rules because even in a film, it's really hard to get away with just even panning footsteps or panning dialogue. Where in games now, we're trying to break some of these borders and these, standard practices and expectations. And it's hard because they hear footsteps. When I put footsteps on the feet in a video game, for an example, is you actually hear the stride left and right, front and back, because your feet are moving. That's freaky for a lot of people because they're used to hearing just mono footstep in the center speaker all the time. I mean, you can turn off your center speaker in most movies, you'll hear 0 footsteps. So trying to break some of those practices in sound design.
What would you prefer? Slight left, right, just a little bit left, right on the using the front and left, right speakers? Is that the idea that you're trying to go for?
So in trying to break these borders, I came up with some solutions because part of that, if you're running in a game, you could actually hear your feet in the back speaker, which is really bizarre. And it kind of doesn't work. It's kind of a problem.
Yeah.
You want to feel forward momentum. So you want to push into the front. So part of my solution is the footsteps play, you fake it. So if I'm looking straight and I can't see my feet, in code, we push them out in front. So they always sound like they're out in front. As you look down to your feet, they slew back to your feet. So if you were in VR, they'd sound like they're exactly at their feet. But as you look up, push them out. They're still playing from your feet, but we push the points of that out as you look straight. And that actually solved for that problem because it was a problem. But without taking on the challenge and trying to figure out what doesn't feel right, you'll never find the problems. But yeah, it's weird to hear footsteps in the back channels. It is, it is strange, but it would make you think, if you're working on a movie or something like that and you're running as the hero in a camera, if I was doing that now, I would know, and I wanted to play them as the feet and pan them, I would fake them up.
It makes total sense.
So guys, I want to go back to before Mark left us. Best Atmos film. Now, I had a discussion today with several of our peers. They said Planet of the Apes. The last one, the first 20 minutes of the movie, there's no dialogue. You're listening to the rain. You're listening to them moving through the jungle, the city.
Really?
And I started reflecting back, and I go, yeah, that actually might be one of the best Atmos films, or at least the opening that I've heard.
And
Any
when
other
did you see that
thoughts?
in the theater, Whit? When did you see that?
Well, that would have been 3 or 4 years
2
ago.
years,
Okay.
3? Or is
Okay.
it?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Really?
whenever
Maybe
they
longer
came
than that,
out,
isn't it?
the last
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how long has Atmos been around, though?
2 or 3, 4 years.
Okay.
But you got to realize most of us don't have Atmos at our home.
No.
Right.
I mean, I've got surround this and that, but and
When I bought
I hope to have that put in maybe in the next year. That's on the plan. But
is it
sitting in a
featured on like
theater,
4K Blu-rays?
yeah, I have the best you can get without Atmos.
What's amazing is all the streaming delivery, from what I understand from Netflix, is required to be mixed in Atmos.
Yeah.
So no more 5.1 unless it was grandfathered in. Like if it was like 4 or 5 seasons in and they've continued to do 5.1, they continue to do it. But anything new, all Atmos.
Yeah, but I don't have that system, and I'm sure what I'm getting from the Academy is at a certain level also. But my home system isn't that; it's just still 5.1.
Yeah, I don't even have 5.1.
Well, I think one thing to point with is there's a lack here for the sound community that we need to try and foster for Atmos. There's a lack of ambient recordings that are done in
Agreed.
ambisonic or even 5.1. So I try and do my part, but I know Mark would vote for this. But it's really difficult to find natural Atmos quality things. So a lot of sound designers are having to create this stuff. So if you have the opportunity to record, on set or wherever you can, these things are pretty valuable.
Trust me, Mark had me doing sweeps of the rooms and everything. We did massive amount of work on the Accountant that I worked with Mark on, sonically mapping the rooms and this and that. But it was a great thing because Mark got our director on board and said, "This is what I want." He and I and the director had meetings. Those meetings extended to the producers and the first AD. And when I said I wanted something, I got it. But that isn't the natural or norm as Alan and Michael and will sign off on that, and Aron, but because it came from the top, I got that cooperation. But I mean, one of the best examples, Alan, on Black Adam, something happened with the recorder and drive. I had to reboot, and it wasn't a major thing. It was like, give me 45 seconds. I had to reboot the recorder, and they said, "Nah, we'll just roll anyway with dialogue." And it's like, guys, I'm rebooting. It doesn't matter. We'll do a take. So we did a take with 3 actors talking without sound recording. I mean, and Alan,
your actors were like,
how did you keep your cool in that moment? Because I think at that moment,
Michael
I
would
would
have
have said something that I would have
stage and
regretted at that point.
No, you know what?
Yeah.
You got to realize 2 techno cranes, 2 other cameras, this, that, everything going on.
Yeah.
Didn't matter. But I definitely pulled out the phone. Dear editorial post, on take 4. And I was not allowed to reboot my recorder. There is no sound for this take. I'm sorry. And then I put the same thing on the sound report.
Yeah.
In fairness,
you phone it
Black
in
Adam
and say,
did 20 takes, and the last one was always reset for 20 minutes. So take 4, if you missed that one, that's not the important one to not miss. The last one was the important one to not miss. That's the one that was going to go on for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
so,
and at the end of the show, our script suit, Alan, when we finished up in LA on the LED stages, you know what our average count was on takes?
Oh man,
5,
including reset.
14.
Wait a minute.
Oh really?
14.
Oh, that's not including the resets though, because the resets
that must have included the resets. 14 takes.
well, 14 takes, total takes, but the resets, because I
Were they
remember
trying
holding the
to
boom over there and they're like,
something
do it again,
technical
do it
with,
again,
or was
do it
this
again.
Can we
just
have
for
that
options?
actress walk up the stairs again for the
just the
22nd time?
director.
Just
And there
options.
was no direction between those 14
Oh
takes.
my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Black Hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This happens everywhere. This is not. Yeah. This is.
No,
not uncommon.
Well, this was a $200 million movie.
Well, listen to this story from Aaron. Aaron will tell you a fun one that we ran into.
We had first time director, and he had the actress walk
He's
up
also
the
the writer.
stairs. Yeah, walk up the stairs 22 times. Walk up the steps of the
And that's
office
all it was.
22 times.
That's all it was, walking up the stairs. No dialogue.
No
She walks
dialogue.
up the stairs. And the thing was, he was always like, after you walk up a couple of steps, glance up and keep your eyes level. And after like 2 more steps, then glance back down. And then when you get up to the top for the last like step, look your eyes up again and then go over. And after a while, you know, after like take 10, take 12, this poor girl has been going up the stairs getting her cardio in.
It was 13 takes.
I'm
and
standing
she
next
walked
to
up
her.
22 times.
And I'm standing up next to her, and she's like, "What do you need? What are you needing here? What?" And he said, "Oh no, you're doing fine. I just want to do it like 75 more times." And she was puzzled. She's like, "What's my performance issue?"
Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah.
Anybody read or know anything about
yeah.
Stanley? Yeah, yeah.
But you had a footstep library at the end.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And we had the same thing with all the other actors. Every actor of the top, I think 8 on the call sheet had a staircase scene where they were walking up steps or walking down steps on the show.
And it was like, okay, today it's going to be number 1 going up the stairs. The next day it's going to be number 3 going up the stairs. And every single day they would set up for it lighting wise for a good hour. Then we would do another hour and a half just with them going upstairs. And it's like, what are you not getting?
Was this, guys?
This is
Reptile.
It's Reptile. But the funny
you
thing
were doing
about
Lyle
this was,
Crocodile, and we were doing Reptile.
we were doing
I had no idea.
we were doing like 14-hour days at the beginning of the show, 14-hour days. And I remember I was the steward on the show, so I got a call.
Was that elapsed or total?
That was elapsed. But I was getting I got a call from the UPN or the line producer, and he was like, "What is the overall vibe of the crew?" And I said, I'll tell you this. I said, in short, I said, since we're not making our days and we're doing 22 takes of a girl walking upstairs one day, and then the next day we're not making our day because we're doing setting up for an hour and then spending 2 hours of somebody walking upstairs again. The crew starts to get a little bit frustrated at that. I said, if we were making our days, I don't think it'd be an issue. He said, yeah, get out of my email. And that's what his words. His words were, get out of my email, because that's apparently what he's been getting from people. Is almost the exact words is that he's been hearing that from a lot of people, probably actors, saying, why are we doing this so many takes
But
when it's
what
something
was
so
he
simple?
asking you to do? Not email him anymore?
No. He was saying that basically
Like,
what
get
I'm
out of my
telling him
head,
is
basically
exactly what he was getting in his email. And that's what he was doing, is he was saying, get out of my email. Because he was running into that a lot. And then after a week went away for that weekend, I think there was a come to Jesus conversation, because when it came back the following Monday, he was doing 5, 6, maybe 7 takes, and we were making our days. And that was the kicker is we weren't making our days, and we were having actors that were puzzled. What are you not getting here? What do you not get? There was one scene that we did where a girl did 5/8 of a page sitting at a computer. She answers a phone and she answers a couple of things, and then she hangs up. We did 22. No, I'm sorry, not 22 of that. We did 14 takes of that. Then they said, let's do a variation, change like one line. Then we did another 13 takes. This is not including resets, by the way. And then he said, let's do a variation where we change this word. And now let's do it again for another 12 takes. So I remember it was 14, 13, 12. And I remember standing right there, I was the only crew member in there. And she's like, feeling bad. Because he was like, oh, no, it's great. You're doing great. We're just a technical thing.
We're doing great. Do one more.
Yeah,
Awesome.
exactly.
Do one more.
And she was like, okay.
Perfect. Do one more.
And she was so puzzled.
Day one.
That was my past show.
Yeah. Day one, we spent our first 5 hours of the day getting a sliver of light coming in from outside, hitting the bar of a dive bar, and it's like
And a girl turns her head.
Right.
A girl
But
does
I mean, you
this.
don't see the girl. I mean, it's wide up in the corner. But after he got the 8th take on take 8, he said, "Cut. That was perfect. Now let's do it 2 more times." And I told Alan and I told Nick, I said, "Guys, I hope you like overtime because we're going to have a lot of it on this show."
And he was right until they did that until they had that come to Jesus talk with the director. And
well, that was the best story on the Crazies. Dead trucker removing keys off of his belt. Brett Eisner. Yeah. Yes. The son of the CEO
Michael
of Disney.
Eisner?
Yeah. Was so ADD and whatever. We spent 6 hours on a close-up of removing keys off a belt. Well, maybe
did they use the shot in the movie?
Maybe it was 4, but it was 4 to 6. I mean, it was ridiculous.
And
anyway,
then when you get down to needing to do dialogue, it's like, oh, we don't have time to do dialogue now.
And that's seriously the way it is. They'll spend all day doing that, and then there's like,
Crazy
oh,
to me, yeah.
We have to get this entire scene of 3.5 pages of dialogue. We only have 45 minutes before we have to wrap. Let's go. One take. Beautiful. Great. Move on.
Well, we canceled shooting up the whole truck stop that the effects department had wired. Have this big shoot up of everything, all the products and the shelves and that. They had to dewire it all and do it and cancel it. But anyway, again, wasn't my movie, but actually the movie turned out well despite his ADD. But anyway.
And one
It's good to see everyone, but I got to run.
See you, Michael. I need to go too.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you,
5 a.m.
Alan.
I've been dubbing drives all day long for Sony and blah blah blah. And hopefully, I know all you guys were here, but hopefully we'll get the go-kart thing rescheduled.
Oh, was that not, y'all didn't do that today?
Yeah, the weather.
Gotcha.
Okay.
On it.
The weather. So
let me know the new date, Whit.
Yeah.
Whit, stay back 1 second. Thanks so much for joining us again, Michael. Appreciate it. Appreciate your donation to the DAV as well. Whit, real quick, because you were here and you mentioned the Crazies, it reminded me of something here, and I wanted to make a point to say again a very public thank you to someone who was my mentor, who was your boom operator for a long time.
Yeah. Alan, don't. Yeah.
I don't want to go too deep because it'll get us all going. But talk about someone that's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And anyway, I just wanted to at least.
But let's give out a big heartfelt to Doug Cameron.
Yeah.
His daughter, his wife, his family. To Kim and Ella.
Doug was amazing.
Big heart. 33 movies in 18 years that we did together.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Anyway, Alana and I had some hard times that week.
Yeah.
I'll even share. I don't know who's on this right now or not, but Alana and I decided that it was better for us to stay at work instead of being alone. There's no reason to go home and be by yourself when you're sharing a loss like that. And, but we ended up, and we were tired and burned out a little bit, being the end of a 64-day movie or whatever it was. And we had done a couple of 6-day weeks, and that week we did a 6-day week. Well, Alana had a meltdown that Saturday and had to let her go home. But I'll tell you what, Brittany Myers stepped up, and it was her 6th day because she got off P Valley at 3 a.m. and then came and joined us at 11 and came in and filled in. It was awesome. And Doug, biggest brother, we traveled the world together, and it'll never be the same. And I know what he meant to you, Alan.
Yeah.
And we're in Alan. What you requested of me, that's still on the back burner, and we'll take care of that when that happens.
I know. It's going to happen. But
and guys, I'm trying to go through the channels of the Academy and hopefully we can get his name up there in
I would love it.
memorial.
The memorandum.
Working on it. I don't know if it's going to happen. There's a lot of politics with the Academy, but we're through the sound branch. We're trying to make that happen.
Yeah, if there's anything I can do to help push that, I would love it. Because yeah, he I didn't work with him much, but he was always there for me whenever I
Wait a
called.
minute. Well, you didn't work with him, but
I didn't work with him much.
I know how many thousands of times you guys texted and talked and
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah, but
Period.
I only worked with him a few times, like Fast Five with you.
Yeah.
And I think I had visited set a couple of times, but you know, on other shows. But you know, he was one of a kind. He was he's just a gem of a guy.
Yes,
So you know, definitely want to put it out to the world and for everyone to think positive thoughts towards Doug and his family. And if you're the praying kind, say a prayer for them as well.
No, I am. And Alan, as soon as we know there's going to be I'm sorry, I'm running out of words right now, Alan.
Yeah, sorry.
But a memory of life, whatever. That will be in Wilmington sometime in January, and when that happens, we'll of course make that all public. And I know there's going to be a lot of us that travel up from Atlanta to Wilmington to celebrate that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Whit. And sorry to leave on such a down note, but thank you.
Not a
very
down
much.
note at all.
Yeah.
Got to think of all the positive things, and that was something I had to get past after the first week, is to think about all the good things.
Yeah.
And digging up all the pictures and memories and everything. It was a positive thing overall. None of us ever know what days we have the next day, the next week, the next year, but we need to treat every day that we've been blessed with that. Yeah. And if that makes any sense, Alan.
It does.
Yeah.
Makes total sense.
And I'm sorry, I don't know about the background noise. My cat is attacking everything. But anyway, sorry if that's coming across.
It's okay. It's okay. We get it. We do hear it, but
we need that ambience for a track.
But we'll just let Post deal with that later.
Yeah, Isotope will clean that out. All right.
Well, thank you so much, Whit. I know that you have to hit the road, but
yeah,
thank you very much for joining us, especially last minute. When Mark and Michael started talking about you on the account, and I'm like, you know what? Texting Whit. So I had to instantly do that. And thank you for coming on board last minute like this.
Yeah. Mark and I developed a very special relationship on that film. I wish I could do that with all the sound supervisors, sound editors, and sound designers. But anyway, that was a great road and a great experience to go down.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for showing up tonight, Whit, and I really appreciate that. You take care.
Good night, guys. And I know this is an international forum, but Alan, thank you for your support with 479 and me, and Aaron, I know you're out there too, supporting me. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. You take care. And Nathan, I know that you have been with us for hours. I think with exception of me, you're the guy that's been here the longest. And you know, I you've been amazing. You know, the post conversations, you were here when Greg Crawford was here and asking great questions. You were here when Mark Mangini was here asking great questions. And you've been here carrying on whatever conversation we've had. And it's funny because Julian Krause, when I was talking to Julian about what we were doing, and as soon as I mentioned, he's like, "You need Nathan," just straight up, "You need Nathan." I'm like, "I don't know Nathan though, because I've never actually communicated with you." And he says, "You need Nathan. I'll reach out to him." I'm like, "Okay, well." And I've been so crazy with getting everything going that it took me until like yesterday or something to finally say, "I'm sorry, it's last minute, but it's been crazy." And you came aboard and you did absolutely amazing and jumping right in here. And I definitely want to stay in connection with you, man, because you know your knowledge is awesome, and I need to extract more of it into here. And see exactly. I got to go through your channel now and start binge watching it like I did Squid Game. So
yeah, I enjoy watching a lot of your videos and like Michael's, and I mean Bandrew's. It's neat because I watch everyone's videos. I'm more on the sound design side, so I try to pick what little bits I can out of set sound. I've seen set sound. I've, done some student films, but I'm, I know how it functions, but I'm definitely, that's my weakness as far as getting all of that stuff done. But yeah, overall, I've been lucky enough to work in a lot of different areas of the sound field, TV and film, delivering to 35, all kinds of stuff. So it's fun to talk about all kinds of things, basically.
Do you have time for one more question that just popped up for you?
Yeah, I sure do.
Any thoughts, experience regarding Atmos with Apple TV and HomePod speakers in a small room?
Ooh, I don't know too much on that. I do know that some of the stereo bars actually will claim to be Atmos, and there's
with
actually
virtual sounds and stuff. I'm
yeah,
sure.
but there's some impressive stuff going on there. I can't speak to all of it. I've heard some speaker bars that have an upward facing speaker in it, and I've heard some pretty impressive results. And I know
That's
that
neat, an upward facing speaker.
yeah,
Atmos
in
system.
a stereo bar, which is pretty interesting. One thing that I do believe that we will gain from working in games and technology is for sound and speakers, we're going to gain some really awesome tech from car AI recognition. So cars, they're building all these cameras so you can see what you're not going to hit, and so they can drive autonomously. They're actually doing the same thing for sound, because sound is just as valuable. So there's a lot of speaker arrays and all kinds of technology, basically, that is being developed that I think will trickle down to regular speakers. I can't speak to the Apple things that well, but I've got some of those cheap just Alexa pods that are $50, and man, I can't believe how good a little hockey puck can sound. Like it's just unbelievable. So I don't think they're going to be as good as a theater or a Clips Atmos system that you could buy, but I mean, there's some stuff sounding is, it's leveling up, so that's good.
Oh yeah, totally. And it's really amazing to see what all is coming out with. If you delay just long enough, there's a new thing that you've missed. And tech moves so fast. It's really amazing to see what people come up with and how everything basically works out. Real quick here, how can people interested in your content find more of you?
You can find me on my YouTube page, which is youtube.com at Nathan Smith Sound. And I don't have too many informational videos. I like to post just things that might be inspiring for people. I like to share whatever I'm recording or working on. When I get time, I try to share studio tips or recording tips.
You do like a podcast, I believe, right?
Yeah, from time to time. I'll usually put a monthly video up. So I've been putting a 45-second video of everything I recorded that month for the last 5+ years.
That's
I'm gonna
amazing.
see if I can go to 6 years. It's a lot. Basically, I try to record something basically every day. And I want to do a video of the gear and how I've used the gear over that period of time, because I've gone from starting out 10 years ago on a Zoom H2 all the way up to now I have a Kantar Mini and
which is awesome.
Straps and twos. I've got like $35,000-$40,000 on a stand. So it's kind of the extremes. For field recording, most people would never go to this level. So
That's quite amazing and impressive to record sounds, a little sound every single day, just to have that satisfaction in your life, which is amazing to me.
Yeah, I just, it's something I love to do, whether I make money at it or not. It just brings me enjoyment, and I'm problem solving. So the fancy equipment I have is typically I get it because there's a problem I need to solve that my equipment before didn't solve, and I kind of mastered everything I could. So you know, it's kind of, you know, like the Shep's digital microphone is fascinating to me. It solves some very small edge case scenarios that most people probably don't care about. But since I've recorded every day for so long, I start to try and solve for every possible problem. So
Yeah.
that's part of the fun too, is, you know, problem solving and figuring out how to
Totally.
record it.
That's one of the things that we do all day on set. Is we're not involved in text counts in television. We're not involved in, you know, forethought and stuff regarding like, oh, we're going to be doing. They'll talk to the DP. They won't talk to us. And so Siegel and I, as a team, we'll suddenly have to figure out everything on the fly right there and come up with a game plan. And they will not have communicated this with us in advance. They will not be like, oh yeah, why don't we do it this way? And it's like, how could you have missed an important thing like sound? You know, when you're talking about a scene that takes place with music or something, you know, how could you forget that? Anyway.
Oh, that was an interesting.
Real quick,
They
I want you to tell that
rewritten
story.
the script.
I was gonna say, I know Nathan, you're trying to leave.
Oh,
Thank
no,
you so
go
much
ahead.
for coming out here. You know, if you need to bow out though, I'll certainly talk.
No,
to you.
no, go ahead. I want to hear.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Siegel.
So yeah, Alan just pointed out to me they had rewritten the script. That the rewrites had come in. They were like the yellow pages. So, and they came out on what was it, November 7th, and we were filming the scene on November 9th. And there's one line, so an eighth of a page, that says such and such character looks out on the lake and then looks in the window to see his wife singing karaoke. And I literally had a production assistant come up to me, you know, half hour before they were going to film the scene saying, hey, do you have a karaoke speaker and a karaoke system we can use for this scene? I'm like,
yeah.
No, you know, you got to tell me.
Sure, it's in my wallet right here.
You know, and they had pulled our trailer all the way back to base camp, so I definitely didn't have a speaker with me. I didn't have anything with me that I could have used for this scene, and it's just, it turns out that that all they needed was just, you know, a shot of her like mouthing the words to a song inside the window, like we could barely hear it. But, you know, basically, you know, anytime somebody says, oh, you know, so we need people singing karaoke, it's kind of like, no, you need a playback operator and somebody that has Pro Tools that they can put the video, the karaoke video in the Pro Tools. And then we also need to, you know, wire them up with earwigs or whatever so that we can do this right. But, you know, you just can't like drop in a line, you know, a new line that says, oh, everybody, you know, is singing karaoke inside the house. So I just thought it was really interesting. So.
I mean, that's why I love sound so much. It's just endless. The amounts of things you can learn, the amount of problems to solve, the experiences, you know, they're all so different. I mean, it just blows me away every time I try and go and record something or I learn a new thing. You know, it's simple things like in post for a film, does the Foley artist do the fake strumming? If the person's playing the guitar, right, you've got to record the person singing, but then they don't touch the strings. Well, now does the Foley artist do the guitar, or is that on the musician to do the finger sounds when they're moving if they don't play anything? Like, there's so many problems in communication to solve. You know, as simple to things on footsteps.
I can tell you how I would do that.
How would you do
talking about the guitar? I would make sure that when they're recording the guitar, they get the strumming or they get the finger swipes on the strings when they're recording the sound of the guitar, because that's part of the instrument. Then when you're doing the playback, that's when the vocalist does vocals. So that's how you handle that. You treat all of the instrument, including the finger strumming and whatever, as part of the instrument, as part of the playback.
Yeah, because you got to keep
it
separated for dubbing into foreign languages. And but yeah, even down to footsteps, you know, people forget that on a Foley stage, a real Foley artist knows how to walk. You know, when you walk down the hallway, when you're going heel toe, if you try and walk in place, you'll do toe heel.
Right.
Wrong.
The one of the films that I watched after I got into the business was The Great Gatsby, the Robert Redford version. And if you really want a great example of stuff that just doesn't sink in your head, watch that, because apparently the footsteps are just as loud as the ADR, and then and it's clear when you're hearing ADR, and it's just. And I don't know who did post on that, but I know it was a long time ago, and I know that they didn't have any kind of resources like they have now. So everything sticks out to somebody that records sound or does post audio. You know, it sticks out like a sore thumb to us, whereas the regular moviegoer or regular TV watcher wouldn't even matter to them. It's funny because I'll be looking at my phone or my iPad or something, and I'll have the TV on in the background, and suddenly I'm like, what was that? And it's like, it's either a looped line, or it's a bad dub, or it you know, it's something that just makes my ears perk up a little bit, like something doesn't sound right here. And that's one of the other things that I've noticed now. It's like, there was an episode of, when I was a kid, there was an episode of Emergency, the TV show that was on, and it's like, it didn't sound right to me, and I couldn't figure out why it didn't sound right. And it was because it was outside, and all of the dialogue had been looped because they were shooting somewhere outside, and it sounded very sterile to me. And you know, and then the Foley that it did have just didn't seem like it was enough. You know, there wasn't that, and that's the thing that I'm sure you notice as well, Nathan, is that when is looped, it sounds too sterile. Or when somebody's using nothing but wires, it sounds very sterile. And it's because there's no breathing room, I guess. There's no reverb of the room to take into account. I think, was it Ed Novick that did The Walk, the movie about tightrope walker that walked between the two World Trade Center buildings?
I'm not sure I've seen that, but I don't.
Maybe, no, it was Bill Kaplan. I just remembered that. I think one of our boom operators in town used to work with Bill, and I think it was Bill. Alan, can you look it up real quick? It's called The Walk. You
want to know what specifically about it?
Who was the sound mixer for it?
Okay.
But apparently, the sound mixer wasn't able to bring his team to Canada to do the movie, and this conversation, he spoke about this conversation, and he says, you know, they had like a whole bunch of the guys plotting out how they were going to do this walk, and they had them all sitting around, you know, in a circle, and apparently the crew got in the way of the cameras. So it was like, what do they call that, where they, you know,
Bill Kaplan.
Bill Kaplan, when you're sitting in a circle and you fire weapons at each other. It was like they call it like a suicide squad, where if you fire your weapon. So the cameras were here, and the boom operators were getting in the camera's way because of the way that this scene was unfolding. But the most interesting part of this was, I saw this in a theater, and it's narrated by the supposed, tightrope walker, and the sound is very pristine. And then towards the end of the film, you see him, and he's in the torch of the Statue of Liberty. And the reason it didn't sound right to me is it didn't sound like it was being done outside. It was, of course, it wasn't. It was being done on a stage against a green screen. And you start to notice these things, like you notice when something is supposed to be outside, but it sounds like it's inside, because the sound, if you're recording outside, is always going to be much thinner sounding, because there's nothing to preserve the
Reflect
acoustic.
back,
Reflect back.
Yeah.
Whereas when something's inside, you still it sounds much fuller. And those are the things that it's like when you're watching something, and it's like they switch from they're doing an outside scene, and it sounds very normal, and suddenly everybody sounds like they're recording on a microphone, because they are. And the process has gotten so much better and so much more refined. But even watching old Star Trek episodes, Next Generation, where they're walking through a tunnel or something, or doing a walk and talk through a hallway, it's like they start doing the walk and talk, and everything sounds very clear and very distinct, and then when they land, then it sounds like they're on the stage again.
Yeah, I know one thing that was typical when I was mixing TV and film is usually what or when I was working on a Foley stage too. I was a Foley mixer for a while, and you'd record this great all this great Foley for the film, and it just you would want to try and record it as rich as possible. And what I learned pretty quickly is when that gets mixed and hits the stage, because I watched that process, they're just gonna take an EQ and just
they're gonna thin it down.
Yep. You need that. You want that to match the dialogue, and the dialogue's gonna naturally have some sound down here and noise up here. So it's great if you're a Foley artist and you're trying to use a U87 or like trying to get real fancy. The reality is it's the same thing that always bothered me about video games. They've changed, but earlier video games, say 5-10 years ago, everybody records the dialogue for the characters, large diaphragm mic, right there in the grill in a vocal booth. And I'm playing the game, and I'm just like, this doesn't sound like voice from any of the media that I've
right, exactly.
or listened to. This is wrong, and I always hated it. Why don't you use a lav or a shotgun? It's because some audio person that works at a company just can't let go or understand that this rich, gorgeous voice doesn't need to be and shouldn't be. And go ahead and record it all fancy. But in the reality, people are used to hearing dialogue a certain way. So bring it back.
But you know what?
And try
and
what?
Then you can record it using the U87 or the SM7B or whatever it is you want. You can record it that way, but you just have to make sure in the mix down that you mix it to sound like it's normal. You mix it to sound like it's there, because and Alan and I, we worked on a show where it was Hindsight, where they wanted to shoot some stuff that was gonna seem like it was like 3/4 inch U-matic videotape, since it was set in the 90s.
Right.
And and so the issue is not, you don't shoot it on 3/4 inch U-matic tape. You shoot it in high definition, and then you have plenty of programs that can downgrade it into looking like it's on U-matic. And that's the issue. It's like, record it as cleanly and as best you can, but then you do it in the mix, where you bring it down enough in the mix, and you mix it down so that it matches and so that it works with whatever it is that you're doing.
I think the hard
real quick, I'm going to add another person to the conversation here. From the other side of the planet, we have another sound mixer. This is David Peterson. Y'all will know him as the other Sound Speed. This is Sound Speed. not sound speeds. This is David Peterson from New Zealand in his glorious 140p video.
Are you
Time
guys
to look that
locked down
Oh,
still?
sorry. Well, welcome to From the Future.
Welcome to the future. It is tomorrow there right now.
So, what I wanted to say was, one of the funniest examples that is so horribly inaccurate is that scene from Albert Brooks' movie. What is it? Modern Problems? Is it Modern Problems or Modern Romance? One is Chevy Chase. The other one, I think it's Modern Romance, where he plays a Foley guy. Did you ever see this, Nathan?
I don't think I have.
There's a scene where he's doing Foley for this movie with Lauren Green. He's carrying
I know what you're talking about.
generator or something on a spaceship, and it's like they can't find anything that's going to match it, and so they're like, oh, let's use the Hulk. We've got the Hulk in the library, and the scene's like a minute or so you should check it out, but it's funny as hell. But and then they decide, well, the Hulk's not going to work, and so they get Albert Brooks with like a water cooler bottle, and on, and they're asking, well, what's the floor of the spaceship look like? And they say it looks like carpet. And he says, well, but is it really carpet? And they're like trying to debate whether or not it's carpet. And yeah, so they just use a sound of concrete, and they have Albert Brooks out there with a couple of mics down on his feet, and then they've got another mic with him carrying this thing or whatever, and it's kind of funny, but I know it's horribly inaccurate, but it's just it is to Foley as Bowfinger is to filmmaking.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm looking for the clip. I can't seem to find it right now, but it's Modern Romance.
Modern Romance, Albert Brooks, Hulk.
Okay.
Look up Hulk and see if you can find it.
No,
So how are things in the future, Dave? Or yeah.
Well, the world hasn't ended yet, so I guess 2021 wasn't quite that bad. We've managed to survive it. Only one more day to go.
Are you guys in lockdown over there? Because I know Australia's in lockdown, aren't they?
No, because we've got a very complicated system at the moment that we have sort of left what was a sort of level 3, level 4 that was sort of defined as lockdown, and now in what's called the traffic light system. But we are in the highest of the traffic light system. So that's, it's not technically, I don't think anybody's really calling what we have at the moment a lockdown. But anyway, as to why I said surprisingly not, we just last night and sort of officially this morning got the announcement that we've got Omicron for the first case in New Zealand. So
don't worry about
I was a little bit surprised that they didn't decide to lock us down. It only took like one case of Delta for them to decide to do our first lockdown. But anyway, that's the current state as of this moment. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow or the day after?
I'm currently recovering from Omicron. It has mild symptoms for most people, and it's possibly the version of COVID that's probably going to just give everybody natural immunity to the virus. Period. So
I don't want to go
so mild.
Yeah, I don't want to go too deep down that path, but hopefully Omicron is the.
This will also get my video flagged for talking about COVID and incorrect information.
Okay.
Let's not get this thing flagged, and of course, there's many opinions on this, and I respect whatever people think about. My view is whatever personal opinion I might have on this, it makes no difference. The government will go do its thing or not, and then we just have to live along with what happens. So, I guess New Zealand experienced an interesting sort of maybe reverse to the rest of the world. So the rest of the world went into these lockdowns, and that sort of shut down their place. And they were able to work. Whereas we sort of we locked down and sort of closed our borders. So we kind of had this long time when we were COVID free and we were sort of working and busy when maybe no other parts of the world were. But then perhaps in the later parts of this year, that sort of flipped when we locked down as lots of other parts of the world were opening up again. So yeah, maybe we're going to go through the same process as other parts of the world have, but just in reverse. We've just switched around opening and shut down economies. I don't know. But yeah, it's been like really good in some aspects for the film industry in New Zealand because we had a bit of a perfect storm last year and to extent this year. With all the streaming companies, they've been just chucking money at productions because I guess people are feeling it's a little bit potentially winner takes all scenario, just like perhaps happened with like the early internet days. There's really only like one eBay, and so people want to be that one eBay. I mean, sure, you might get little fringe ones working in their areas. You still got like Craigslist, and then like over in New Zealand, we've got our thing called Trade Me, which is because eBay doesn't really exist. But like who cares about if New Zealand slithers off their small alternative to Netflix or whatever, and so yeah, I guess maybe that's why people don't care if they're making a loss because they're spending too much because they're hoping that they're going to like grab the market and win long term. So I think there's that going on, and then just other factors, such as the fact that New Zealand was maybe for a while one of the few places in the world actually able to work. So yeah, it was good, but I think I don't know, like I don't have a crystal ball to gaze into the future, but then you see news about Lord of the Rings deciding to quit New Zealand after their first season when they were really committed to like 5 seasons. That's like very shocking. You got to think about all the. Huh?
Move it to Atlanta.
They're not coming to Atlanta, but we really said we were going to. I mean, we were disappointed about that. They're going over to the UK, but yeah, like they have all these sets built.
Well, I guess it's
similar.
I'm going to take off, guys.
Thank you so much, Nathan. Great for coming
by.
by.
Sorry to jump in, but I'm going to grab some dinner.
Yeah. You said that you needed to bail out about half an hour ago, and you've been here for almost 6 hours. So you definitely take care. You've earned your union 6-hour lunch. You take care, man.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I just sent you that link, Nathan. I sent it to you too, Alan.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. I'll make sure that I get that. I can't play it in the stream, but
of course not.
Yeah, but I can certainly
you should watch it later on.
I will definitely. I know the scene very well. It's really funny. I'm not seeing the email just yet, but I'm sure it'll come in.
No, I sent it through the chat.
Oh, send it in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, cool. Is it been blocked?
No.
No? I'm not seeing it.
To
Oh, in the private chat.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it came through as the private chat the second that Nathan left. So I'll put it in the video chat here. The Albert Brooks, what's it called? Modern Romance.
It's called Sound FX. Yeah.
What's it called?
The clip is called Sound FX, which is why I couldn't find it before. But that's the clip.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, it's coming up, and I'll put it on the screen here in a second. Not that putting it on the screen is actually going to be a benefit to us because we can't click on this. If you click on your screen, it's not going to take you anywhere. But there it is. It's in the thing if you want to see it. Since we have 2 sound mixers on here, first of all, let me say thank you very much, Trey, for subscribing. And I do want to also mention that this is a stream that 100% of all donations are going to the DAV. And we did recently get a donation. I want to say thank you for, I'm going to butcher your name. I'm sorry. K-T-E-R-U-Y-A. Katira. Sorry that I'm butchering your name, but $25 donation to the DAV right there. Thank you so much for that. Pete Chrisman earlier donated $5. This is after a 25 earlier. So thank you very much for your donations. We're right now at about $2,100 to the DAV, and I find it completely unacceptable if we do not at least meet what we did last year, which was $2,300. So we need to gain at least $200 more in donations here. And in a few minutes, we're going to be doing the women's Darn Tough Socks giveaway. So if you know of a woman boom operator, sound mixer, or utility that would like those, and you want to text her and say, get on here, something like that, so she can participate in this, by all means, please do, because these are definitely women's socks, and I'd like to give them to a woman, please. So that is coming up here in a second. Now, I do want to also remind everybody that Video Mantis, the maker of high quality film related courses, has a sale going on as of the time of this video for 50% off. Now, if you put in the coupon code Sound Speeds, one word altogether, no space, they will give you an additional 10% off. Or their better deal that they have offered as a special deal to us here is if you donate $25 or more to the DAV in this live stream, they will give you a free course. And their courses are worth a couple of $100. Many of them are $200. Some of them are more closer to 100, but their videos are high quality and taught by industry professionals. So if you're interested in a free Video Mantis course and paying only $25 for it, Thomas Popp over there has extended this offer to us today. However, if you donate $25, you must send me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us to get your course. I have no idea how to hunt you down and contact you to say, what course would you like, or how would you like to do this, or to verify it. So I need you to send me an email. Otherwise, I do not know who you are, and I don't know how to get in contact with you, and I cannot go stalking you by any means, will I anyway. But anyway, I wanted to make you aware of that if you were not familiar with that already. We also do have, at midnight, we have the drawing for the DD S-Mic 2. It's not actually officially a drawing. It's going to be the announcement of the winner is going to be at midnight Eastern Standard Time. So we have just over half an hour for that. But in the meantime, we're going to be doing the giveaway of the Darn Tough Socks here in the next couple of minutes. So I know that Siegel, you're getting ready to head out. You need to head out, but I do have one last question that I would like to ask you, because this was asked a little while ago by one of the members of the channel. I've been waiting for an opportunity to
accept
put this
all
up
offers.
Liberty Dude says, is sound a take all offers kind of job, or do you reflect on the reputation of the director, etc., before you agree to take a gig? And this is a good question for you before you leave, Siegel, and for David. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Because we accepted Reptile. That's the biggest thing, is like Alan kept saying, well, why did you take this job? And we accepted Reptile because of the producers, because it had a good pedigree to it. It was a first-time director, but it had Benicio del Toro, Justin Timberlake, Alicia Silverstone, and a whole bunch of other cast members. What's his name? Eric Bogosian. A lot of talent and a lot of producers behind what was it, La La Land, and a couple of other award-winning movies, and it was being produced by Netflix. So yes, I accepted that job, and it was also a referral from a colleague. So that type of job, yes, you take. Regarding certain jobs, you should always try and read the script first. And you should always find out who's working on the show. Don't accept all offers. Make sure that whoever it is that's working on the show, if they're I've had a situation before in the past where I've had these independent producers or independent directors have contacted me, and they've said, hey, can you do sound for my my feature film? And I asked them a couple of questions. The first question is, well, who's your DP? And a lot of times, since they're independent shows, I get the answer, well, I'm going to be the DP and the director, and I'm going to be the DP because I just bought this brand new camera. That's strike one. Strike two is...
huge red flag right there. Huge red flag.
Huge red flag. If you're the DP, you cannot focus on your actors and directing your actors. The second question I ask is, who's your first AD? Who's your assistant director? oh, well, we can't afford one because it's not in the budget. That's strike two, because the assistant director directs the crew. The director directs the cast, director of photography directs the camera, lighting, and grip department. So you need a DP, you need a first AD, and you need a decent script before you consider anything else. Before you consider, and it depends on the budget too. But there's just those first factors should always you should always take those into account before you take on a project. Now, if they do have a first AD, you got to make sure that they have a working knowledge of being an AD and not just given the title because they assist the director or something like that. So you need a strong first AD. Usually some of the best first ADs come from second ADs that are moving up, and they're these little low budget or independent features. But if the script's good, if the pedigree's good, go ahead and accept the offer, even if it's lower than what you're normally used to making, because sometimes those shows end up being really good. We did a show, it was called Last of Robin Hood, had a great cast, Academy Award winners in the cast. It was a low budget independent film, turned out really, really good, and it was one of the best shows we'd ever worked on. And because we did that show, we ended up doing another show with the same director of photography, who talked us up so much because of Last of Robin Hood. We ended up doing a bigger budget show with Samuel L. Jackson. So
and that was what was amazing, is that was one of the few times that I can recall the DP said when he was coming back to Atlanta, well, this is the sound team. This is a good sound team. And he actually, when they were looking at sound mixers, he was one of the people that they said, "Hey, do you have any ideas, who this team is?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I just worked with them on another movie. They're good." And that was one of the deciding factors, is the DP liking us.
The line producer on the Samuel L. Jackson movie went on to produce the Tupac movie, the Bobby Brown story, and then the Thor reshoots, all of which I ended up working on. And had I not done Last of Robin Hood and made friends and us made friends with the DP on Last of Robin Hood, none of those other things would have come about, because then I wouldn't have had those relationships. So the answer is, don't take all offers, be picky, be selective, but take the ones that you think are going to benefit you, and especially if the script is good. I've taken shows and taken a lot less money because of a good script, because I know in the long run. I mean, look at I didn't work on this one, but look at Get Out. I'm sure that was a low budget show, but Get Out has won lots of awards and gotten a lot of acclaim. So wait, you mean on your
3BO, that's Building Better Boom Operators series. I have a video about relationships with the DP and working with the DP, how to make sure that they understand that you're on their side, that you're there to still do a sound job, how to be diplomatic, how to work with them. That's part of my Building Better Boom Op series. That's what Dan's referring to there.
I'm a big camera nerd, so I think I often get fairly good rapport with that other DOPs sort of talking about their stuff. And if I may chip in my 2 cents about...
Go for it, please.
Because I think it depends a lot upon the context of who is asking. If you're currently a film student, then absolutely be take all offers, just anything, if you're currently a film student, just do anything and everything nonstop, as long as it doesn't conflict with, say, your exam or something. Well, I don't know, it depends on what the offer is. If it's a really good offer, maybe even skip your final exam. But And also, like, don't do anything that's illegal and don't do anything that's against your morals. But aside from like extreme exceptions, take anything and everything. But then once you've graduated from film school, I think it's still really important to just take like just almost anything. I mean, your minimum barrier like lifts a little bit more, and then once you got your first year or two of experience, like your barrier goes up a bit more. Once you've got 5-6 years experience, your barrier's gone a bit more up. Somebody who might have been on this channel earlier who has like 20, 30, 40 years experience, their like standard might be up there as to like what they will select and be appropriate for them. So I think that's important to have like context. And although probably at almost any level, it's probably important to read the script beforehand, as you mentioned. Even at the film student level, because like if you read the script and you're like, oh, there's 10 people here, maybe we need to like chat about giving me some budget so I can go to like a rental store and like rent something, and I need to like convince a couple of my film student mates to like come boom for me as well, and so forth. And so like, yeah, pretty much any level, even at the bottom level, first month of film school, I think it's still important to read the script beforehand if you can.
I had a threshold that I established, or actually my body established for me, and that came, I guess, probably about 15 years ago now, where I had pinched my sciatic nerve, because I was doing very much like Dave says. I was doing almost anything and everything. I was doing jobs for friends for little or no money with a bag rig, and I was doing all of these shows, and just basically helping out friends, because I knew later on I was probably going to do something on my own. But I pinched my sciatic nerve, and I was out on a job, and it was not in South Georgia, but south of Atlanta in Fort Benning. And I got eaten up by mosquitoes. I got sunburn. I lost out on other work, and I ended up with sinusitis that led to my eardrum popping. And I got a speeding ticket on my way home. I hit a deer, so I dented the hood of my car. And when all is said and done, I would have saved probably $500 had I not gone down there to do this job. Because, when all was said and done, I had to pay to get the car repaired, the speeding ticket, and they didn't give me enough money for the gear that I was renting them, and they weren't paying me enough. And it was really, I was completely miserable down there. But it taught me a lesson. And that was, don't do a whole bunch of reality. Don't do a whole bunch of these, one-man band and bag rig and run and gun stuff, because you have your sciatic nerve that's, getting irritated because you're carrying around this very large sound rig. And so I just stopped doing them. And then when they would call me about these reality shows, and I hated the reality shows. And it's something that Whit was saying earlier about, that he's old enough now that he'd just rather sit down on his couch for a couple of months rather than go do something that they don't want him to do or whatever. So the bottom line is that they would call me for these reality shows, and I'd say, I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't leave my house for less than, I think it was like something like 700 for 10, and then, or maybe it was like 600 for 10, and like, another 600 for gear or something like that. And they're like, okay, thank you. And they'd hang up the phone, and they'd call around, and they'd end up calling me back, and they'd say, well, will you do it for 5 for blah, 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 and 5? I said, no, I can't do it for that. And so they would this, and this happened like a couple of times, and they do this, and they finally call me back. Okay, yeah, we'll pay you what you're asking. And I'm like, well, you know what? I'm not available now, but and I give them Alan's number, and Alan would go out there and do it. And it's like you kick up the rates and you get other people involved, and at the same time, it's like I knew I had nothing to lose because I didn't really want the job, and I just kicked up the rates and enough so that somebody else could go out and do it and get a decent amount of money. So,
and that's a very important thing also, is to make sure you get the rates up, because you don't just say, I've been on those shows too, where people have said, well, if you can't do it for that, is there anyone you can refer? I don't want to wish that upon one of my friends, send them a low budget job, because
if that person gets injured, then they're going to be looking for somebody to do it at that low rate.
Yeah.
So,
and that to me,
in the days of the Rona, you're going to have to find somebody to do it at the low rate that can be tested and out there in the field. So,
yeah. And you don't want to have to deal with that. I mean, it's like there's so many people out there right now that deserve to get a good rate, and people that are veterans that have been working since the 80s will tell you rates have not really gone up. I mean, when you factor in inflation and stuff, it's gone up so slow. It used to be a job that you'd get a premium amount of money for. You'd be cherished as a skilled person that was working on these movies. But now it's fallen into one of those things of it pays good enough, but people who are veterans that have been doing this for a few decades are like, no, I'm actually making less now than I was by the time you factor in. I was able to live in this kind of a house with this kind of stuff, and inflation has gone too fast, and I've not been able to keep up, and I'm not getting rentals anymore. I'm not getting this and this and this and this and this. And, with the benefits and everything, they're not making as much. And they say, look, the amounts of money, hourly rates and things like that, and rentals, they look good, but they're not as good as they used to be. So
somebody offered me a job for $1 more than I was making 9 years ago for a 2-month job that wasn't going to start for 2.5 months after my last job. And I was like, no, I'm not going to take that. It's like you never sent me a script, and which means that you obviously you don't care about the quality. You just want to fill the position, and you want to fill the position for a certain amount, and you've got your budget on this certain amount. And it's like, and then the rates for the boom and the utility were much lower. And it's like, I can't ask Alan or another boom operator or another utility to take a rate that's so low, for 20 years worth of experience, and it just gets into that. So, so the answer is that once you get to the point where you are, where you have the experience and where you're not going out and hurting yourself, once you get to that point, then you be a little bit more selective about your jobs. But I agree with David. If you're still in school and you're trying to learn stuff, think about it like an internship or something, and you're not necessarily working for free, but you're working on projects to get an education. And I would say do as many of those as possible. So the answer to Dan's question is my kitty's name is Tara, as in like terabyte.
Let's see. There it is. I was waiting on that one to say that until you had a moment. But
yeah, Tara is always in my video conference conversations. So
to carry on the point about rates, I think it's important for us in the sound department to realize and remember, like, we are one of the more in-demand departments. And if you're a mixer, you are also bringing along your own equipment, which is also a rarity. Like, if them to get another person with equipment, that's not as easy as just simply finding an extra lighting assist or an extra third AC or something. People who don't show up with equipment, and that also has a substantial cost to you. So as soon as you do get to have a bit of experience under your belt, and you're able to actually competently do your job, do start to stand firm and like go like, hey, I'm worth whatever. And I must say, like, once you get the balls to do that, and it feels so good the first time, you have the conversation with someone in the phone, and they're like, no, it's a bit much. No, maybe we'll talk about, we'll chat with the producer, we'll check our budget or something, and then they hang up, and then like whatever happens, and then tomorrow they bring you back up again, and they're like, yep, we want you, and then go for the same way, just what you said at the start, rather than just simply buckling to the first thing they offered you that was half the amount or whatever. Like the first time that happens to you, like you'll feel so good about that. And then the first time, you might throw out some like rate that feels outrageous to you at that point in your career, saying that number, but because some of your friends, whatever, have been encouraging you to try to do that, you finally got the balls to just throw out what feels like you're an outrageous number at this point, and the person just says yes immediately without even like blinking. Well, they're on the phones, I can't tell if they blinked, but like it feels like they didn't blink. And then you're like, wow, why didn't I just start doing that years earlier? Or
maybe I should have asked for more money.
More than that. I went too low.
Now you've worked on shows with me, Siegel, where they've said, "Do you have the same team as you had before?"
Yeah,
there was.
I had DPs
and
ask me that specifically.
Yeah,
and I've gotten jobs specifically because I've had Alan as my boom operator, because they've had TV series I worked on. They had issues with the previous sound team. The boom operator was dipping into the shot, and there was tons of ADR. So so the DP was like, you need to hire this sound team, and that's when you're able to get the rates that you want, because when they want you, you get the rates that you want or that you're asking for. The other thing that David reminded me of is specifically when you are taking these jobs, these low budget, no budget jobs, you got to be careful about your gear, because a lot of these low budget jobs, they don't have a big budget for loss and damage or L&D. So you got to be really careful about how they handle your gear, because like I said before, that job I took in Fort Benning, and it ended up costing me money, and I should have just sat on my sofa and watched reruns of what Match Game or whatever. But you got to be careful about what kind of gear you're bringing out. You don't want to bring out stuff that's going to cost a fortune place or whatever. And but you also can't have stuff that looks like you pulled it out of your storage space, and it's been sitting there for 25 years or whatever. We had a colleague that for his backup recorder, he pulled out a Nagra. So, I mean, you can't do that. So
yes, I remember hearing about that.
Yes.
I remember when you told me that, I was like, Nagra, they don't have the workflow for that. What are you supposed to do with that? You don't even, if you create a backup, it's usually like 2 cards, and you turn those 2 cards in off the same recorder. It used to be that you would have 2 separate recorders and you mirror them, and you do the same exact thing, and either that or you would just record the mix track as a backup and send that in,
Correct.
or that you'd call that the daily or something. But
Right.
now you turn in a couple of cards, and that's your, because the recorders now have evolved to the point where they're solid as a rock. I mean, basically, as far as we're concerned, as far as Post is concerned, it used to be that if
Except
one of
when
them
you
would
have to reboot your recorder, and the
you lose it
production
anyway.
says, "Oh, we'll just record this take without sound, even though it has dialogue."
Yeah, which is like, I can just imagine Whit being like, have to write this to Post now. Anybody who was watching that was crazy. Real quick here. I want to make this announcement right now. If you were part of my recording team, and you know who you are, because I have a recording team, because last year when we were doing the Epic live stream, David, you were here with us for so long. You were here with us for quite a bit of the 14 and a half plus hours we were here. And YouTube only archives the first like not even 12 hours. So if you're part of my recording team, please start recording now, because if not, we're not going to have any of the Epic live stream that continues after about 5 minutes from now.
Ooh,
So
we're
please,
getting very
please,
close
please.
to 12 hours.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, getting very close to 12 hours. So
Yeah, well, that's a day for us. So to me, it's not a big deal. I mean, the only difference is I'm not on my feet. I'm actually sitting down. So And I've said many times, I'm too energetic, I'm too hyper, that if I was a sound mixer, yeah, I would be asleep.
We already
And so
had
I have to be on my feet to stay hyper and stay awake. That and the Zip Fizz helps. What were you going to say, Siegel?
I said we already had that conversation today.
Yeah, we did. But I can't
Well,
mix in my
maybe you
sleep. I
could
don't
get
have
like
those
a
kind of skills.
standing mixing disc.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Oh, I was saying maybe you could get a standing desk to like mix on. You know, if you were a sound mixer, so that you wouldn't fall asleep on set, you could just do it while standing. I mean, I've seen some people setups like that.
Well, I mix in my sleep though, so I mean it's just that easy for me. So
yeah,
I'm just suggesting it for Alan, who might not yet be at the level that he's able to mix while sleeping.
I don't think he wants to mix.
Well, I'll tell you this: if I get to a point where I can't boom anymore, I'm still going to want to be part of the set, and I will probably have to jump in the chair at some point if I stay in sound, because I mean I'll have to. I'll simply have to in order to remain, working in the industry. Because if for some reason I have an injury or something like that, that's when, I like being on set. I like being amongst the actors and having the problem solved right there in the action with people that don't even know what the crap they're doing. These are camera operators and DPs, and the actors don't even know their lines half the time. I'll be swinging a boom around. I will get on every single person, then I land on one actor, and they're like, whose line is it? And they won't know. And I'm like, look up, there's a boom over your head. Those kinds of things are fun to me and there's a lot of shows that are just mindless. Hold a boom over there. And then I'm like trying to focus on it. But there's some shows that are a challenge. I just got through working with Shirley Libby for, on some of the legacies. And then, her boom operator decided to leave at the end of the show and made that transition over to me. So I'm going to be starting that show starting in January. But one of the scenes that we did was 3 people in this room, and they were all over the place. But one of the things I dialed in on real quick, even though it was almost a 3-page long scene, is these 3 actors. One would get mad and approach somebody on a line, and then that person would leave and walk over someplace else. And I could easily, from standing in one place, swing from one person, go over here, walk this person over here, quickly transition back because they finished the line right as they were passing another actor, and camera would glide over to that other person. So I was able to glide from person to person, and a scene that I thought I might just have to play on one person the entire time, I swung the entire scene. Many takes, almost every single setup. And the mixer was like, Shirley was like, good job. And that was, that's it. So it was pretty awesome for that. Siegel, about 20 or 30 minutes ago, you said you needed to go. Do you still need to go? Or
I still need to go.
You still need to go?
I need to go.
Okay. Well, your camera is now lagging a little bit. So as with many people probably in chat, they're starting to have lag issues as well, but more sleepiness because the East Coast is approaching midnight, which is approaching the day before the last day of the year. So thank you very much for joining, Siegel. I really appreciate it, man. We've known each other for almost 30 years, and it's been a working relationship almost from the very beginning. I very much appreciate you coming by here and spending some time with us here. Sorry that you've had Omicron and you are recovering from it right now, but you've been amazing.
As far as I know, I had Omicron, so.
Yeah. So, but thank you very much for coming in tonight. I really appreciate it, man. You take care.
All right. Thanks, Alan.
Absolutely, dude. You take care.
And then there were 2. I'm sure you've probably got more people waiting in the wings. No? Couple seconds. What you were saying earlier, Alan, about when you have those complex shots and you sort of they're thinking that initially at the start of the scene, like, oh, I'll probably only be able to do it for one person, but then you nail it and you manage to like cover everybody perfectly. Yeah, you're right. When you do that and you're booming, it is like a really good like thrill rush. Like, yes, I got it. I nailed it. Now there's just me. And oh yeah, now that I see it on my big screen on my PC, because I'm recording, streaming on my tablet, yeah, I can see I am like 240p to be generous. I have added like this big light just here to help give myself a bit more exposure. Man, it does lag an awful lot on YouTube in comparison to live here. So